I'm Shengyang, and everyone in the village was talking about me. The whole place buzzed with gossip because my biological parents had come to take me home after I'd been raised for more than 10 years by Grandma Lu, who couldn't speak. People had opinions, as they always do. Poor Granny Lu, they said, raising a girl just for her to leave. It's like no good deed goes unpunished. They wondered if I'd really choose to stay in the countryside with Granny Lu instead of leaving for a better life with my parents in the city. I stood quietly, the wind playing with my long black hair, and they fell silent when they saw me. I didn't care for their whispers or their judgments. Instead, I walked through the familiar little courtyard and into the house. Inside, there sat Grandma Lu, looking calm but knowing. My parents, looking nervous and emotional, stood up immediately when they saw me. My mother, Kang Weijin, tried to greet me, but I kept my distance, looking at them as if they were strangers. We had only met 2 days ago, after all. Grandma Lu communicated with them in sign language, and before I could translate, my mother managed to understand. Tears gathered in her eyes as she promised not to push me, to give me time. Grandma Lu smiled gently, like she always did, knowing more than she ever said. The couple thanked Grandma Lu in a way that moved even me. They knelt, bowing so low their foreheads hit the ground, showing real gratitude. Even though Grandma Lu tried to stop them, she couldn't express herself easily. The villagers kept watching from the gate, thinking how foolish Grandma Lu was for letting me go. They believed my parents only wanted me now because I'd grown up well. But then, 2 luxury cars pulled up at our door, making everyone go silent. Even if this village was used to small things, seeing those cars in the mud made them realize that maybe, just maybe, things weren't as simple as they seemed. I remember the day when several uniformed women stepped out of sleek cars. My biological parents, the ones who had shown up in my life so suddenly, came out with them. My mother, Kang Weijin, smiled and explained to Granny Lu that she'd arranged everything. There were maids to care for her, and she'd bought the village chief's 5-story house just for Granny Lu. "We owe you so much for raising Yang Yang," she said, promising that Granny Lu could now live comfortably. The villagers gawked, stunned and jealous, but it didn't matter anymore. Soon after, I left for my new life in Yin City. A year ago, the Real Shengyang had died in a car accident. When I woke up in this body, I gained strange abilities. I had no choice but to go with my biological parents when they came for me, though I was reluctant. Granny Lu was insistent, thinking it would be better for my future. With her welfare taken care of, I went. 3 days later, I lay in my spacious new bedroom, staring at the star like lights on the ceiling. I was still getting used to this world. There was a knock at the door, and my mother walked in, carrying a tray. She'd made soups with expensive ingredients my father had bought on his business trip. Her eyes searched mine, eager to please. I picked the bird's nest soup, and she looked delighted, thinking she'd learned something about me. My mother was trying very hard to build a bond with me, even if I wasn't making it easy. She never gave up, even though I remained distant. Her phone rang, and she snapped at the caller but quickly softened when she turned back to me, apologizing and stepping away to take the call. When she returned, she asked if I wanted to meet my third brother, Shang Yushi. I agreed, and she seemed thrilled that I didn't reject the idea. My room was huge, almost like a mini apartment. When Shang Yushi entered, he looked shy and nervous. He was my age but acted like a younger, bashful boy. When he saw me, he looked stunned, probably realizing how much prettier I was compared to the rest of the family. I greeted him politely, and he blushed, barely managing a hello. Mom quickly scolded him to address me as sister, but then she turned back to me with a proud, soft smile. Just then, a sweet voice came from the doorway, asking, "Third brother, may I come in?" I was standing in my room when my third brother, Shang Yushi, called out excitedly for someone named Yeye to come in. A girl in a white dress walked in, and my mother, Kang Weijin, had no choice but to introduce her. "Yang Yang, this is your second uncle's daughter, Shang Yu," she said. I already knew about my relatives. My mother had briefly told me about the Shang family members, and I remembered everything. Shang Yu and Shang Yushi were close in age, and their families were pretty tight, so she often visited. But this was her first time in my room, and she couldn't stop staring, taking in every detail. She'd heard stories about this princess room my mother had prepared for me, even keeping it tidy and changing out the clothes and stationery with top brands over the years. It seemed Shang Yushi wasn't exaggerating. The room was more luxurious than anything Shang Yu had. When she finally looked at me, I could see the shock in her eyes. She probably expected me to be rough and unpolished after living in the countryside. But instead, she found me tall, slender, and with flawless skin more beautiful than my mother, who was known for her looks. She was so stunned that she couldn't even speak for a moment. Then she gathered herself and praised me with an exaggerated warmth, saying how beautiful I was and how I looked like a younger version of Auntie. Her eyes scanned me up and down, and while she didn't seem mean, being stared at like that was uncomfortable. My mother, sensitive to any discomfort I might feel, pulled me slightly away, though she seemed proud of me. Shang Yu, however, played innocent, claiming she didn't know I was back today and blaming herself lightly. Mom tried to help us connect, thinking I might be more comfortable with someone my age. She suggested we chat while she made tea and cookies. I only gave a neutral grunt, not showing any emotion. I knew my mother felt guilty, thinking I'd grown this way because of my past hardships, but she didn't understand me at all. When she left, it was just the three of us. I went to my desk and began reading, ignoring them. Shang Yushi looked awkward and frustrated, clearly not used to being ignored, especially by his sister, who everyone doted on. I could sense his memories of me were vague since I disappeared when he was just 2 years old. Shang Yu eventually tried to break the silence, stepping forward with her hands behind her back. She asked curiously, Yang, what are you reading? Her voice was friendly, but I wasn't interested. I was reading a book in English when Shang Yu glanced at me with barely concealed contempt. I could almost feel her thoughts. She assumed I was nothing but an uneducated girl from the countryside, someone raised poorly and who struggled to get into a basic school. Her fake smile appeared as she offered to help if I needed it, trying to act superior. Shang Yushi chimed in, bragging about Shang Yu's good grades in English. They seemed eager to show off, but I didn't react, and Shang Yu leaned closer, hoping to catch me struggling. Instead, I flipped through the book quickly, so fast she couldn't keep up. Frustrated, she made a snide remark about wasting time reading like that. I turned to her, my expression cold and indifferent. Do you have a problem with this? I asked. My voice must have startled them because Shang Yushi looked at me, suddenly awed. I reminded him of our eldest brother, someone he admired, and he quickly reassured me that I could read however I wanted. He even called me sister, which seemed to upset Shang Yu. Shang Yu glared at him, clearly bitter. She tried a new tactic, noticing the piano in my room. She talked about her own expensive Yamaha piano, bragging about how our eldest brother brought it from abroad, emphasizing how rare and costly it was. She paused, looking at me provocatively, expecting me to be impressed. But I barely glanced at the piano before dismissing her claim. This one is different from yours, I said. Your piano isn't very good. I explained that her piano, despite its flashy looks, had inferior features, while the one here was of the highest quality. My calm words seemed to hit a nerve. Shang Yu's face flushed with disbelief. She was annoyed, thinking I was pretending to know about pianos. Trying to regain her pride, she lifted the piano lid and sat down elegantly, like she was ready to prove herself. Shang Yu tried to impress everyone by playing a fast-paced version of Turkish March on the piano. Shang Yushi, who had always admired her, complimented how smooth the melody sounded compared to when she played at her house. But even he could tell this piano was better, making Shang Yu uneasy. I watched from the side, reading my book quietly. Shang Yu was clearly embarrassed, but she covered it up, claiming the difference was just because of the piano's tuning. Shang Yushi called her out, pointing out their piano hadn't been tuned yet, making her even more flustered. Just then, a servant announced a foreigner was looking for me. Shang Yu got excited, thinking this foreigner might be my English tutor, eager to show off her language skills. When we all went downstairs, there was a tall foreign man next to a large, covered object. Shang Yu confidently stepped forward, acting like she could translate perfectly, but she was struggling to understand the man's accented English. Still, she tried to pretend she knew what he was saying, telling everyone he was a tutor hired for me and that the big object was his luggage. Shang Yushi believed her, looking impressed, I couldn't help but smile at their misunderstanding. Stepping forward, I calmly told the foreigner no, and my voice, clear and magnetic, caught everyone's attention. Shang Yushi panicked, thinking I was rejecting the supposed tutor. Shang Yu almost laughed, probably assuming I only knew a few basic English words. The foreigner, sweating and frustrated, lifted the cloth off the big object. It wasn't luggage at all, it was a brand new, high-quality piano. Everyone was shocked, and it was clear the piano was far from ordinary. Shang Yushi was dumbfounded, and Shang Yu's face had turned completely purple in embarrassment. Guessing that they didn't understand him, the foreigner gestured desperately with his hands. It turned out that he was here to deliver the piano. At this time, Kang Weijin had finished her job and walked out. In a flash of wit, Shang Yu hurriedly said, "Auntie, you came just in time. Is this man the piano teacher you hired for Yang Yang? Yang Yang wants to drive him away." "Piano teacher? I didn't hire a piano teacher." Shang Yu's face turned pale. She dodged Shang Yushi's questioning gaze, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Upon seeing the foreigner and the piano, Kang Weijin was puzzled. At this time, another group of people arrived. One of them said something to the foreigner. The foreigner listened, then seemed to be stunned. Then this person said to the Shang family, "Sorry, the delivery man got the address wrong." Kang Weijin raised her eyebrows. She was somewhat knowledgeable about pianos. Her second son was a famous musician and was invited to perform around the world all year round. A piano worth 20 million yuan was delivered to the wrong address? That was hard to believe. However, she suddenly remembered that her husband told her that a new neighbor had recently moved next door, so the delivery man might have gotten the address wrong. But buying such an expensive piano? The new neighbor must be very rich. Shang Yu had made such a fool of herself, so she quickly left in embarrassment. Shang Yang had just returned to her room when she received a text message. "Why didn't you accept the Bechstein Louis XV I gave you? It's so worthy of you." A smiling face.jpg followed. Shang Yang typed with one hand. "It's too flashy." "Okay." The person on the other end sighed helplessly. Did this girl know how precious this piano was? Did she know how many people beat their heads for this piano but still couldn't get it? It took him so much effort to get it. "Don't bother me now. I'm busy." Shang Yang refused him mercilessly, as always, then picked up a book which wasn't about English, but mathematics. When Kang Weijin walked past her room, she saw that Shang Yang was still reading. She didn't feel happy at all, but very guilty. In a few days, Yang Yang would go to the new high school. There was a big difference between the township high school and the high school here. Yang Yang must be under great pressure. In fact, it didn't matter even if she didn't want to study. She could just stay at home and inherit the family property. Anyway, she had 3 brothers to rely on. She continued to walk, and when she walked past Shang Yushi's room and saw him playing on the computer, she was immediately irritated. "Shang Yushi, you're playing again? Mom, did you forget that I've graduated from high school and I'm a college student now?" Shang Yushi felt aggrieved, but the grumpy mother still freaked out. "Yes, you're a college student, so you can turn a cold shoulder to your sister?" "Huh." Shang Yushi touched his head. He didn't mean it. He just forgot that he had a younger sister. Shang Yushi hurriedly ran to Shang Yang's room only to see her reading a book, and his heart instantly welled up with guilt. He was too insensitive. He should have helped his poor little sister. "Yang Yang, you picked up the wrong book. This isn't a high school book. This is advanced mathematics. I haven't even learned this material yet." "Okay." Shang Yang slowly responded, but had no intention to put down the book. She just looked at Shang Yushi silently as if urging him to leave. Faced with his cold and domineering sister, Shang Yushi had no choice but to retreat. Alas, his mother slammed the door of her room in his face, as did his sister. He was indeed a poor little boy in a dilemma. If he returned to his room, he would be scolded by his mother, but if he went to his sister's room, his sister would drive him out. When would his oldest and second brother be back? After driving for a long time, Shang Yu finally returned home vexed. As soon as she went upstairs, she discovered her mother was watering the flowers. In contrast with the gorgeous Kang Weijin, Jiang Xini, the wife of the second son of the Shang family, looked comely and easygoing with long straight black hair and delicate features. "Mom, didn't I tell you? You don't have to do these menial jobs. Leave them to the servants. Zhang Xini smiled. You know nothing. Her words pressed Shang Yu's buttons. Shang Yu immediately turned pale and angrily sat on the chair with a jerk. You're right. I know nothing. For so many years, she was the only girl in the renowned Shang family. Her cousins treated her like their biological sister, and she viewed them as her own brothers too. Everyone envied her, and she had never been so embarrassed like today. Now she was no longer the only girl in the family. In the future, her position in this family would only be lower. She couldn't understand how Aunt and Shang Yushi could be so cold-hearted. What are you fuming about? You can act like this in front of me, but don't let other people see you like this, especially your grandma. Zhang Xini's eyes were cold, but a smile still hovered over her lips. Slowly smoothing Shang Yu's collar, she said, Remember that you are the only daughter in the Shang family. When Shang Yu saw Zhang Xini's weird smile, she couldn't help but feel scared. For some reason, she felt a chill down her spine. After a long while, Shang Yu said in a small voice, Shang Yang is back. Who? Zhang Xini suddenly tightened her grip on Shang Yu's shoulder blades and didn't relax her grip until she saw Shang Yu's face puckering with pain, but her hand was dangerously close to Shang Yu's neck. What did you say? Seeing her ever-graceful mother losing her cool, Shang Yu suddenly became excited. Aunt's daughter who's been missing for more than 10 years is back. Mom, you also think she's a fake, right? She was missing for so many years. How could they have found her? If this Shang Yang was a fake, she would still be the only daughter of the Shang family, and the 3 brothers would still be hers. Zhang Xini's fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white, and she didn't respond to Shang Yu for a long time. 3 days later, it was time for Kang Weijin to take Shang Yang to the Yin City High School. Kang Weijin hadn't planned to bring her daughter here so early, but she insisted on it. Kang Weijin somehow had a feeling that her daughter looked excited when she heard words like go to school and exams, which ordinary students feared. She just hoped that the reality wouldn't frustrate Sheng Yang too much. When they were walking to the principal's office, they ran into the vice principal. The vice principal hurriedly walked up and said to Kang Weijin, Mrs. Sheng, didn't I tell you to bring your daughter over in a few days? Why didn't you listen? It was for your good. He looked sincerely anxious. The Sheng family, so rich and powerful, was not a family they could mess around with. They even donated a library to the school. He had planned to secretly complete the enrollment procedures for this transferred student while the principal was on a business trip. However, he didn't anticipate that the principal would return early. When the principal discovered what he planned to do, he was furious. Now he certainly didn't dare to add fuel to the fire. Is the Sheng family outside? Let them in. The principal heard him. The vice principal covered his face in despair. The Sheng family was really unlucky. He could have worked out a way to enroll this transferred student after the principal forgot about this matter in a few days, but it just so happened that they came today. Kang Weijin could guess what the principal would say, so she said gently to Sheng Yang at the door, Yang Yang, wait here for me for a while. I will come out soon. Okay. Sheng Yang responded indifferently. Kai Weijin wondered whether it was because she knew too little about the world to understand how embarrassing this situation was, or was it because she had been hurt so much that her heart was already numb and she didn't care anymore? Kang Weijin's eyes turned red, but she still walked into the office with the vice principal. Sheng Yu was also in the office. As a student representative, she was discussing the upcoming school celebration with the principal. Upon seeing Kang Weijin and the vice principal, Sheng Yu wasn't surprised at all. As she expected, Auntie was desperate to enroll Sheng Yang into the Yin City High School. When the principal saw Kang Weijin and the vice principal, he drew a long face. Mrs. Sheng, I understand your feelings, but what kind of a place do you think our school is? We're the top high school in the city. As the principal, I certainly can't bend the rules for your daughter. What would happen if others found out? He turned to stare at the vice principal, scolding him ruthlessly. If I bent the rules for Miss Sheng, I'd no longer be qualified to be the principal. You'd be the principal, okay? The vice principal almost trembled. The principal was really angry, but the vice principal still said timidly, I've talked to Mrs. Sheng, and the library building has already begun construction. Then demolish it. The principal was so angry that blue veins protruded on his forehead, and his hand smacked the table so hard that his palm turned red. The situation was deadlocked, and Sheng Yu suddenly said, "Principal, my cousin Sheng Yang is really a poor girl. She grew up in the countryside, and the person who adopted her can't speak. She suffered a lot." She spoke and almost burst into tears as if she felt really sorry for her cousin. But the principal remained unmoved. What he hated most were backdoor dealings. But this has nothing to do with the rules. If we enrolled everybody, how could we be called the best high school in the city? Hearing the principal's words, Kang Weijin knew that there was no hope. She didn't bother to try to persuade the principal, because she didn't want to listen to the principal saying something demeaning about her daughter. If Yang Yang hadn't gone missing, she definitely wouldn't be like this today. She would never be looked down upon, and she would definitely be the best girl. Now that her daughter wanted to go to a good school, she didn't mind paying for the best one for her. It was no big deal. Kang Weijin's eyes turned resolute. She turned around only to face Sheng Yang, who was standing at the door. She didn't know when the door opened and Yang Yang was looking at her with her clear, beautiful eyes. She felt a bit guilty, wondering how much of the conversation Yang Yang had heard. Kang Weijin suddenly choked and strode forward. "Yang Yang, let's go." Sheng Yang avoided her hand and still looked at the principal sitting on the chair with her clear eyes. "Can I talk to you alone?" The principal was a bit surprised. It seemed what Sheng Yu said was true. Being raised by a dumb grandma, Sheng Yang knew little about the ways of the world. But it didn't matter. He wouldn't change his mind. Kang Weijin wanted to stop Sheng Yang, but seeing Sheng Yang insisting, she could only give the principal a warning look before leaving, warning him not to say anything nasty to hurt her daughter. Otherwise, she would even raise the teaching building, let alone the new library building. Even the principal, who had never lost his cool, couldn't help but shiver slightly under her stare. No wonder Mrs. Shang was a nationally renowned female entrepreneur. How scary her stare was. However, if only this outstanding lady's only daughter was brought up by her, she would have also been equally as powerful. What a pity. Although the principal felt sorry for Sheng Yang, he wouldn't change his mind, so he just looked at her expressionlessly. Kang Weijin paced back and forth outside the door, every second feeling like a year. Shang Yu waited with her, feeling a little boastful, but she still comforted Kang Weijin. "Auntie, don't worry. My mother is a trustee at Stark High School. Yang Yang can go to Stark High School." Stark High School was full of rich kids who had no interest in learning. But in Sheng Yu's opinion, this school was already too good for Sheng Yang. "Thank you for your kindness, but no need. Auntie, do you have other plans?" "Yes." Kang Weijin's eyes were firm. "I'm going to buy the second middle school and allow Yang Yang to study there." The second middle school ranked only second to Yin City High School. Sheng Yu's heart was aching. What was the point of Kang Weijin spending so much energy on this daughter who already had no worth? In the end, she would only find all her efforts had gone naught. She couldn't understand why a savvy and capable woman like Kang Weijin would act this way. At this time, the door was suddenly opened, and Sheng Yang was the first to walk out. Today, she was wearing a white dress. Standing in the sun, she was dazzlingly beautiful. Kang Weijin hurriedly walked up to her and subconsciously comforted her. "Yang Yang, don't be sad. You win some, you lose some. You can still go to the second middle school. She isn't going anywhere. She can only study at Yin City High School. She isn't going anywhere. She'll only go to Yin City High School." The principal walked out quickly, looking eager. Realizing that his words seemed a bit out of line, he hurriedly added with a smile, "I mean, Yin City High School is more suitable for Miss Sheng Yang than any other school." Kang Weijin was suspicious. "Didn't you just say that my daughter isn't suitable for Yin City High School?" "That was my one-sided opinion." The principal cleared his throat and clasped his hand on the vice principal's shoulder, who looked stunned. "I realize I should listen to the vice principal from time to time. Everyone should have a say. Otherwise, I may make stupid mistakes." The most stunned one was Shang Yu. What the Hades happened just now? Unable to suppress herself, she stepped forward, her voice trembling. "But my cousin just came from the countryside. I'm worried it will take her a long time to adjust." "What's she talking about?" Kang Weijin immediately glanced at her crossly. The Iron Lady's stare was cold and sharp, quite overwhelming. Shang Yu realized that she had said something improper, but a clumsy denial would only expose her true thoughts, so she just pursed her lips and acted as if she was so worried about Shangyang that she accidentally blurted out the truth. After a while, however, she couldn't help but cast a meaningful glance at Shangyang. Only she and the principal were in the office earlier. What made the principal change his mind? Staring at Shangyang's gorgeous face, Shangyu couldn't guess the reason. She lowered her head, and when nobody could see her face, she quietly snorted and curled her lips scornfully. After walking the Shang family out, the vice principal looked at the principal, licked his lips, and ventured, "Principal, didn't you just say that if you bent the rules for Shangyang, you would no longer be qualified to be the principal? Then why?" The principal turned around leisurely. "Alas, my ear infection is coming on again. Why can't I hear anything?" Shangyang couldn't fall asleep, so she went out for a walk. Unlike most people, she only needed 3 or 4 hours of sleep to recharge. Although she was passionate about learning and keen to increase her skills, she would also get tired after studying for a long time. At this time, she smelled a mysterious, refreshing scent. Unlike most scents, it had a wonderful calming effect which even seemed to relax the soul. Before she knew it, she had come to. She looked at the heavy tan door in front of her, which was carved with exquisite relief, looking simple and elegant. This seemed to be her neighbor's house. Shangyang gently turned around only to come face to face with a person. "Long time no see." The man sat casually on the marble platform with his long legs crossed leisurely. The wind blew the dark hair on his forehead. Behind him was the bright moon, but his low, beautiful voice was even more intoxicating than the moonlight. Normally, no one could incite any emotion from Shangyang, but even she had to admit that the man in front of her was stunningly handsome. Every girl in the world would dream of having a boyfriend as handsome as him. "It's you?" Shangyang said, deadpan. Since waking up in Shangyang's body a year ago, she had unexpectedly acquired a skill. Whenever people were in trouble or crisis, she would show up and help them. In short, it was like a friend recommendation system, but the people she helped weren't ordinary, they were bigwigs from all walks of life. Yi Juncheng, this breathtakingly handsome man in front of her, was one of them. However, he was a bit different. Yi Juncheng had long gotten accustomed to her indifference. He agilely jumped down from the high platform and walked straight to a stone table, on which there was a box of spices. He smiled awkwardly. He had never imagined that one day, when he wanted to hit on a girl, his handsome face and toned physique were not even as useful as a small box of spices. "I know you're interested in this. This is the spice recipe." A thin piece of paper was sandwiched between Yi Juncheng's slender fingertips. His casual smile was as beautiful as a painting. Shangyang craved knowledge. Yi Juncheng knew that he had struck her weakness. Her amber eyes brightened visibly, much brighter than they had been at him, and they were so beautiful that her indifferent features suddenly came to life. Seeing this, young Master Yi sighed, feeling quite frustrated. "How much?" "I'll pay you." Shangyang took out a limited edition black card that had an unlimited balance. "No, just take it as a reward for saving my life." "But..." Yi Juncheng casually tapped on the stone table and raised his eyes. "There's only one copy of this recipe in the world. Are you sure you don't want it?" Shangyang couldn't help but gulp. The man played with this priceless treasure, his voice casual and lazy. "If you want it, just take it. If you don't want it, I'll just burn it." Shangyang knew he meant what he said. It was a recipe with inestimable value, but for young Master Yi, it was nothing. But for Shangyang, it was very precious. Her eyes were glued to the recipe, and she fell into a fierce inner struggle. After a short silence, she said, "Okay." Yi Juncheng smiled. "Treat it like a welcoming gift from a new neighbor." Upon seeing her accept it, he was very pleased. After all, she had just refused the piano worth 20 million that someone wanted to give her the other day. But he lowered his eyes. "Who wanted to give you the piano that day?" "None of your business." Yi Jun shrugged, meaning that he wouldn't ask about this matter again. The little girl really had a bad temper. Given the cold shoulder, he just smiled. Somehow he thought she had many secrets. Things were getting more and more interesting. Not far away, in a hidden place under a towering tree, a person covered in camouflage all over was speaking to the phone in a low voice. "Young Master Yi has come to Yen City. He seems to be pursuing a girl." An icy male voice came from the phone. Let him, but don't let your guard down. Report to me if anything happens. On Yi Juanqing's side, Sheng Yang had already left, and a person was standing beside him, his head down. Young master, those people are following you again. Shall I? No need. Yi Juanqing's handsome and noble face was concealed in the darkness, looking mysterious and attractively wicked. He lazily raised his eyes. He casually threw a dart behind him which directly struck a bullseye, and the precious piece of porcelain 5 meters away instantly shattered to the ground. Late at night, Kang Weijin was still handling some work affairs in the study. Currently, her husband was on a business trip and there was a large backlog of work. Her eldest son was at the branch office and couldn't help her. To spend more time with her daughter, she had to burn the midnight oil. She rubbed her temples, but when she thought of her long-lost, newly found daughter, she smiled. Just as she was about to continue working, her phone on a glass plate suddenly vibrated violently, which dispelled some of her drowsiness. She looked down, and when she saw that caller ID, she pursed her lips and her eyes instantly turned cold. The caller was her husband's mother, Grandmother Sheng. Her tone was quite tough. Did you arrange for Sheng Yang to study at Yin City High School? Kang Weijin answered without hesitation. Yes. After a short pause, she asked tentatively, who told you this? Why had the news reached the old lady's ears so quickly? That was strange. Kang Weijin thought of Sheng Yu. No matter how well Sheng Yu disguised herself, Kang Weijin could see through her real intentions. After dealing with all kinds of people for so many years, she could easily tell if a person harbored evil intentions or not. However, Sheng Yu was gentle and kind before. Is that the point? Walls have ears. The old lady burst into anger, raising her voice. Weijin, do you know how many partners of the Sheng family have children studying at Yin City High School? I understand you're very happy that Sheng Yang is back, but why does she have to study at Yin City High School? Kang Weijin lowered her eyes. Mom, she suffered so much since she was a child, and she has the right to receive a good education. I brought her back home not to fulfill my wish, but to make up for her for what she's lost. The old lady sneered. So you insist on sending Sheng Yang to Yin City High School? Without waiting for Kang Weijin to respond, she quickly said overbearingly, what if I don't agree? Kang Weijin paused and answered adamantly, Sheng Yang is my daughter. It's up to me which high school she goes to. Humph. Do you mean as her grandmother? I have no say in her affairs? Kang Weijin smiled, but her tone was very firm. I didn't mean that, but you're elderly and deserve some peace and quiet. You don't have to worry so much about your granddaughter. How dare you? Mom, it's getting late. Go to bed soon. I still have work to do. The board of directors is waiting for me to make a decision. Not expecting Kang Weijin to hang up on her, the old lady was so angry that her nostrils were almost smoking. She turned her head and said, Cindy, listen. Listen to what she said. She didn't show me any respect. I told old Sheng not to let Kang Weijin manage the company, but he just didn't listen to me, and even said that I knew nothing. She had tried repeatedly to persuade her husband to give more management rights of the company to their second son whom she trusted. She didn't like her elder son's wife at all. This was the Sheng family's company. Even if her family had 50% of the company's shares, so what? When a woman was married, everything should belong to her husband. This woman just didn't know her place. Jiang Sini massaged the old lady's shoulders gently, saying nothing. Talking too much at such a time might backfire. She'd better just listen quietly. The old lady continued to nag. Honestly, your husband was stupid to refuse when old Sheng offered to give him a branch office to manage. He said he'd rather lie down and just wait to receive dividends every year. He really shouldn't. Jiang Sini smiled. Mom, he didn't mean that. I know him best. He was afraid of causing conflicts between elder brother and sister-in-law. She wouldn't dare. The old lady scowled. The Sheng family belongs to the Shengs. She's not in a position to tell anyone what to do. Just because she has some power in her hands doesn't mean the Sheng family is hers. Mom, Weijin and I were roommates in college. She is a very nice person. Maybe she was too eager to defend her daughter so she went against you. Don't be mad. It's not good for your health. The old lady turned and looked at her second daughter-in-law behind her. Apart from the fact that her family background was worse than Kang Weijin, and she was of little benefit to the development of the Shang family. She was gentle, reasonable, and considerate, way better than Kang Weijin. You're so sweet. Madame Shang held Jiang Xinyi's hand gently. Alas, I really don't understand. There are already so many children in our family, and each of them is excellent. Why did they bother to bring back such a useless kid? She's simply the disgrace of our family. Jiang Xinyi lowered her eyes, and her voice was soft. Mom, don't worry. Ye is in the same grade as Shengyang. She'll help her cousin. Before Shengyang came to the school, the news about her had gone viral at school. The Shang family was renowned in Yin City, almost second to none, so news about the family members attracted attention easily. As the only daughter in the Shang family, Shang Yu was always in the limelight. Chased by boys and envied by girls, she had always been the focus of attention. But this time, her position was taken by Sheng Yang. However, the gossip about Sheng Yang wasn't kind. Few people knew that the Shang family lost a daughter many years ago. Sheng Yu, the elder son of the Shang family, was most likely to inherit the Shang family, but this billionaire suddenly pulled a daughter out of thin air. Therefore, there were all kinds of rumors about this daughter. Someone said Shang Yu had 3 sons but no daughter, so they adopted a girl. But some vicious people gossiped that Sheng Yang was Shang Yu's illegitimate daughter from another woman. For the sake of family harmony, Kang Weijin was forced to accept this girl and had to pretend she was her own child in front of outsiders. Although the Shang family had claimed that Sheng Yang was their long-missing daughter, people didn't believe it at all, thinking it was a sheer lie. The people particularly keen to spread rumors were those whose families and family relations weren't as good as the Shang family. Those women had long been jealous of Kang Weijin. How could she be so lucky to excel in both career and family? They always gossiped about the conflict between Shang Yu and Kang Weijin in private, but reality slapped them in the face over and over again. Now they finally had a chance, so they would certainly grasp it and tell the news to everyone they knew. Gee, that couple always pretends to be so in love. It turned out to be fake. Kang Weijin is such an aggressive woman. Men wouldn't like a woman like her. Why do they like acting so much? I used to envy them, but now I only feel nauseous. Is preserving one's face so important? These words were unsurprisingly overheard by their children, which then spread throughout the school. A girl came up to Shang Yu for confirmation. Shang Yu was quietly doing her exercises, showing her beautiful profile. In the eyes of others, she was such an excellent and sweet girl. Not only was she a straight-A student, but she also had a nice personality, always willing to explain exercises to other students. She was almost impeccably perfect. Sheng Yu frowned, her voice a little raised. Don't talk nonsense. Sheng Yang is definitely my uncle's biological daughter. Seeing Sheng Yu angry, the students were embarrassed and didn't continue to ask, but her words got them thinking. Sheng Yu only said that Sheng Yang was Shang Yu's biological daughter, but she didn't deny that she wasn't his illegitimate daughter. So what did this mean? It seemed that there must be something they didn't know. Sheng Yu was such a nice girl, so of course she would defend her uncle. At this time, a shiny black Rolls-Royce stopped at the gates of Yin City High School. Sheng Yu quickly straightened his clothing before he opened the door. Ahead of the driver, he ran to the other side of the car, wanting to open the door for Sheng Yang. However, Sheng Yang had already gotten out of the car. She was standing by the car and looking at him silently with her clear amber eyes. The smile suddenly froze on Sheng Yu's face. He was in a formal suit today, looking very handsome. He was in his 40s, which was the golden age for men. He was quite personable. He didn't quite like formal attire and wouldn't dress this way aside from formal occasions. But today he was wearing a suit, which showed that he took his daughter's affairs very seriously. In the morning, he and his wife fought over who would send Sheng Yang to school. In the end, he won and Kang Weijin had to go to the office alone, crestfallen. Having just returned from a business trip, he was very happy that he won the chance to get close to his daughter, so now he was a bit nervous. Well, call Dad if you need anything. The cell phone I bought for you is in your school bag. This invincible god of war and business was a bit shy and was even stuttering a little. He scratched his head from time to time. He was at a loss for how to get along with his little daughter, like he was a shy teenager. Sheng Yang pursed her lips, her voice clear. Thank you, Dad. With that, she turned around and left. Sheng Yu froze, then turned to the driver with a big, bright smile on his face. He clutched the driver's collar, trying to share his joy. Did you hear what Yang Yang called me just now? She called me Dad. Isn't that sweet? Sheng Yu was so excited that he called his wife, and his excitement almost reached the other end of the phone. Weijin, Yang Yang called me Dad. She called me Dad. Kong Weijin was busy with her work at the office. Whenever she felt her husband was stealing her chance to take their daughter to school, she was in a bad mood. The two seldom quarreled, but ever since their daughter returned, the two often fought to win their daughter's favor. Sheng Yu was immersed in his own little world, murmuring, "Oh, it sounded so sweet. You have no idea how adorable our daughter was." Unable to bear it anymore, Kong Weijin hung up the phone. She was in a bad mood now. How did her husband have the nerve to add fuel to the fire? In the conference room, a group of people was looking at Kong Weijin, who was standing outside the door. They heard that Mr. Sheng went to take their newly returned daughter to school today. Why were they quarreling? President Kong looked so angry and even hung up on Mr. Sheng. Gee, there must be something they didn't know. In the vice principal's office, Li Mei, the class teacher of Class 1, glanced at Sheng Yang's resume and said bluntly, "I can't accept this student." Before seeing Sheng Yang's resume, she had heard of her. The scandal of the rich. The truth must be very complicated. She was rumored to be a long-missing daughter. But who knew the truth? According to her resume, she was brought up by a dumb granny in the countryside. Since her childhood, her grades were a complete mess and had only improved this year. But how could a township high school compare to Yin City High School? Her grades in the former had no reference value in the latter. This student had no merit at all. If this student joined her class, she would only lower the average score. Besides, she was probably an illegitimate daughter. This student would only become a stain to her career. The vice principal was anxious. She's waiting outside in the lounge. How could you say that? I remember that every time the principal added a student to your class, you accepted them with a smile. That's different. Those previous students were top students recruited from other high schools, but this time, the principal had thrown her a hot potato. As the ace teacher of Yin City High School for so many years, she certainly wouldn't let this student ruin her career. After a pause, Li Mei said, "Vice Principal, don't push me. If you push me again, I may be job hopping to second high school." The vice principal was angry, pointing at her with trembling fingers. "Good, very good, Li Mei. How could you threaten me like this? We always give you the best students. Ask yourself whether it was solely because of your teaching skills that you performed so well in the past 2 years. Li Mei rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Obviously, she wouldn't yield to the vice principal. Even if she offended the principal over this, and he stopped giving her the best students, it wouldn't matter. They were now in the 3rd year of high school. Han Jingyu and Sheng Yu in her class were her 2 trumps, one of whom would definitely become the provincial champion of the National College Entrance Examination. Helpless, the vice principal could only make a phone call. The Sheng family had asked him to take care of their daughter. He couldn't just allow her to wait outside. Besides, he didn't know why the principal suddenly changed his mind and bent the rules for this Miss Sheng. The principal even told him to put her in a good class before he went to another city to attend a seminar. When Chen Lan, the class teacher of Class 7, arrived, she saw a stunningly beautiful student waiting quietly in the lounge outside the vice principal's office. The sun shone on her white and slender neck, and her beautiful profile seemed to be glowing. After receiving a call from the vice principal, Chen Lan was already made aware of this student's identity. She couldn't help but feel surprised when she saw this scene. Even she could hear the heated argument coming from the vice principal's office, so this girl must have heard them too, but she looked so calm and wasn't sad or embarrassed at all. This girl was really special. Chen Lan had taught many good students, but had barely taught one who was so mentally strong. So she couldn't help but develop some fondness for this student. Soon after she walked in, Li Mei came out arrogantly. Class 7, second only to her Class 1, was also an ace class, and Chen Lan was the principal's most valued young teacher. But she was too young, too simple, and sometimes naive. She accepted this hot potato and viewed her as a challenge, thinking that a student like Sheng Yang would have room for improvement. What a big joke. With this in mind, Li Mei looked at Sheng Yang, who wasn't far away. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand. Reading it carefully, completely immersed in her own world and totally undisturbed. Li Mei glanced at her scornfully and curled her lips. What's that on the paper? A scribble? She frowned. Forget it. This kind of student was hard to understand. Fortunately, she wouldn't be joining her class. Sheng Yang finally finished reading the recipe. When she closed her eyes, the contents of the paper immediately popped up in her mind. Yes, this piece of paper was the spice recipe that Jun gave her. She only had to read it once before she could recite it. Even though this recipe was bought from a mysterious Arabian spice master and was all written in Arabic. She was supposed to go to Class 1, which was an ace class, but for some reason, she was asked to wait in the lounge outside the vice principal's office. With nothing to do, she took out the spice recipe that Junsheng had given her and studied it. This recipe that even a master would need at least 3 days to study was memorized thoroughly by her in only a short while. At this time, the vice principal came out with a young woman. Sheng Yang, let me introduce you. Starting today, you will be a student in Class 7, and this is the class teacher, Ms. Chenlon. She's a very good teacher. After saying this, the vice principal was a bit embarrassed. They told Sheng Yang that she would go to Class 1, but now it was Class 7. He was worried she might feel annoyed. But to his surprise, Sheng Yang accepted it very calmly. Hi, Ms. Chen. In her opinion, there was no difference between being number 1 in Class 7 or Class 1. The vice principal secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this girl had lived a different life than the other rich kids here at the school. She just swallowed the insult. In the classroom of Class 1, she was kicked out of our class by Ms. Li on the first day of school. There must be something wrong with her. Mr. Shang took her to school, not Mrs. Shang. TSK, it seems the rumors are true. Upon hearing this gossip, Shang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to be in the same class as Sheng Yang because then she would no longer be the only Miss Shang, which would drive her mad. Rolling her eyes, Shang Yu stood up gracefully and straightened her skirt before she picked up a book and walked to a tall boy. Han Jingyu, can I discuss this math problem with you? The moment she leaned slightly, her black and shiny hair fell. She tucked her hair behind her ears and her clear, bright eyes looked at the boy sitting at the table in front of her with a beautiful smile hovering on her lips. In her eyes, Han Jingyu was good enough to be her boyfriend. He looked handsome and had a good family background, good grades, and a bright future. The boy had a buzz cut. His features were chiseled and his dark eyes were clear and calm. He glanced at the book in her hand and said, "Okay." Several boys and girls not far away watched quietly and whispered, "They really make a good couple." Yes, a pretty girl and a smart boy. No, I think they're both good-looking and smart. Oh, with such a dumb haircut, he still looks so handsome. It turns out handsome guys can rock any haircut. I can't imagine how ugly I'd look if I had this haircut. Huh. Why is Han Jingyu willing to discuss math problems with Shang Yu? When I asked him to do the same, he just ignored me. Haha, you're so dumb. So it'd take him at least half an hour to explain the problems to you. While Shang Yu is so smart and only needs a little help to understand, Han Jingyu certainly knows which one to help. Upon hearing all this clearly, Shang Yu smiled even more sweetly at Han Jingyu. At this time, oh my god, someone suddenly yelled, and the discussions about Shang Yu and Han Jingyu stopped abruptly. She's F-King hot. Who is that girl? Give me all her details in the next minute. I haven't seen her before. How could I not know this beauty if she's at our school? Distracted, Shang Yu looked up and glanced out of the window. At this time, Sheng Yang happened to walk past Class 1 behind Mr. Chenlon. Her school uniform hadn't been issued to her yet, and she was wearing a JK uniform, which Kong Weijin had customized for her from a famous designer. In that suit, her legs looked exceptionally straight and long, very attractive. Her shoulders were well-shaped, her collarbone was exquisite, and her face was beautiful. She had a touch of aloofness that would make men fall in love with her at first sight. She looked just like a fairy who had fallen from the sky. Shang Yu's heart did a flip, then her heart welled up with resentment. Even though they weren't in the same class, as long as they were in the same school, she would still feel Sheng Yang's influence. Noticing Shang Yu was distracted, Han Jingyu raised his eyebrows and knocked gently on the table. For a moment, Shang Yu was flustered out of fear that he would look up and see Sheng Yang. But it was already too late. Han Jingyu had slowly raised his head and glanced out of the window. Sheng Yu stared at him, flustered. In an instant, a flicker of appreciation appeared across Han Jingyu's eyes. Indeed, such a gorgeous girl was rare. She was literally the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. But only after a short while, Han Jingyu withdrew his gaze, showing no expression on his face. My God, God Han is God Han. In front of such a beautiful girl, he's still so calm. Sure, he's not as superficial as you. Aren't you superficial? Just now you stared at that girl for the longest time, and your eyes almost popped out. Sheng Yu was relieved to see Han Jingyu's reaction and was a bit pleased. Fortunately, Han Jingyu wasn't a superficial man. He liked girls who were smart and had good grades, not just some vase. Qianlan brought Shengyang into Class 7, and the students responded the same. Some gossiped fervently and some gasped in shock. There were many beautiful girls in the world, but very few girls excelled in both appearance and temperament like Shengyang. A boy stood up and shouted in excitement, "Great! We always lose to Class 1 whether it's the highest score, average score, or title of the model class, but now we can finally place first. The most beautiful girl in the school is in our class." Yeah, Qianlan frowned. How could this boy say that? He would scare their new classmate. She quickly looked at Sheng Yin, worried. Please take no offense. Although your classmates seem a bit rude, they're actually very nice. You'll find out after getting acquainted with them. Shengyang looked at the boy seriously. Perhaps two firsts. The boy? Other students? Chunlan's smile was a little stiff. The new student seemed to be more difficult to deal with even than the naughtiest boy in her class. Although being confident was good, it wasn't good to be overconfident. She had read her resume. Her grades had improved by leaps and bounds in the township high school this year, and she had even gotten first place on the exam, but being number one at that kind of school meant nothing. She heard that there were only a few dozen students in the entire high school. However, that was already the best Shengyang could do. Getting the highest score in the township high school meant she got full marks, which determined her upper limit. Just sit there. Qianlan pointed to a seat next to a girl. Many students fell in love in their senior year of high school. As such a good-looking girl, Shengyang might not concentrate on her studies if she sat next to a boy. Shengyang didn't say anything and walked towards that seat. During a break, that naughty boy rushed up to Shengyang first. "Hello, gorgeous. My name is Oyi." His name sounded like "oh yeah," which was as hilarious as his face. The other boys also rushed over, trying to start a conversation with Shengyang. This class had more boys than girls, not to mention that Shengyang was so pretty, so every boy tried to impress her. Okay, don't you see our new classmate is busy? She needs to sort out her books, check the class schedule, and read to keep up with us. Seated at the same table was a little sweet girl with dimples. She was called Fang Duo, and was very protective of Shengyang. Miss Qianlan, the class teacher, had entrusted her with a new task, which was to take care of her new deskmate. Besides, she had a thing for pretty students. Whenever she saw someone pretty, she would want to protect that person. She was determined to try her best to fulfill this task. Staring at the stunningly beautiful face of Shengyang, Fang Duo felt as if she were taking a deep breath of fresh air. She smiled like a kind old mother. "Shengyang, don't hesitate to ask me if you have any questions." Shengyang just wanted to read books, so she was a bit annoyed to have so many students around her. Upon seeing this little sweet girl trying to help her, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Thank you." Fang Duo's heartbeat sped up. Oh, this new classmate isn't only beautiful but also has a nice voice. Shengyang didn't like to owe favors to people. She noticed that Fang Duo had been fiddling with a Rubik's Cube in her hand for a long time and seemed to have difficulty solving it. She leaned over and her voice was clear with a touch of surprise. "Is this hard for you?" "Yes." Fang Duo stared at the Rubik's Cube, very upset. Oyi always said she was stupid, but she certainly refused to admit it. So today, Oyi brought a Rubik's Cube, saying that this could test her IQ. But she couldn't solve it no matter how hard she tried. Would she have to admit to Oyi that she was stupid? Fang Duo was quite reluctant to do that. "May I help you with this?" Shengyang stared at the Rubik's Cube. On one hand, she wanted to return the favor to her deskmate, and on the other, she was a little eager to try. Noticing Shengyang's eyes glimmering, Fang Duo thought to herself, in the small village where Shengyang grew up, There might have been Rubik's Cubes, but definitely not this kind of professional and multi-order Rubik's Cube, so she must be curious about it. As stunningly beautiful as she is, she's just a village girl with no idea about the world. Gee, poor little girl. Okay, here you are. Fong Duo didn't expect her to solve this Rubik's Cube, but still handed it to her out of sympathy. Sheng Yang took it and confirmed. Is the requirement that every side shows only one color? If the requirement was to show a word respectively on every side, she could do that too. Yes. Fong Duo's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she looked at her pitifully. It seems like it's the first time she's doing this. With this thought, the pity in her eyes grew stronger. It was really unfair for such a beautiful girl to have endured such a miserable life. Sheng Yang held the Rubik's Cube. Her hands were small and soft, but her fingers were extraordinarily slender and long as if they belonged to a comic book character. Fong Duo stared intently only to see Sheng Yang beginning to turn the Rubik's Cube with one hand at an eye-dazzling speed. Fong Duo thought she was just turning it at will. In fact, although Sheng Yang seemed to be looking at it casually, her mind was racing fast with a series of rules and formulas. After a minute, she turned it even faster because she had discovered the rule to solve it. Now it was simply a breeze for her to solve it. Fong Duo was still staring at Sheng Yang intently, indulging in her mesmerizingly beautiful face. Some people fancied cats and dogs. She fancied beautiful people. Upon seeing such a peerless beauty like Sheng Yang, she just felt that life was so full of beauty and hope. But if she glanced down, she would find that Sheng Yang's hands were moving at an impossible speed, and she didn't even seem to need to think. Okay, done. Huh? What? Fong Duo asked blankly. Sheng Yang put the 6x6x6 Rubik's Cube in Fong Duo's palm. Feeling something cold in her hand, Fong Duo came out of her reverie and looked down, and the next second, she was dumbfounded and kept exclaiming, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" She wasn't trying to make a fuss. The moment she saw it, her mind went blank and she didn't even know how to express her shock. She didn't expect Sheng Yang to solve the Rubik's Cube, so she hadn't even set a timer, but she could tell that Sheng Yang must have been very quick. Now she was overwhelmed by regret. God, why didn't I time it? Is there something a little harder? Sheng Yang's tone was light and calm. Is there something a little harder? Sheng Yang's tone was light and calm. In her previous life, she had poor health and would even feel exhausted from breathing. Although she had a super high IQ, she was too physically weak to do anything. She got a full sense of accomplishment and satisfaction from learning new skills and making breakthroughs. So in this life, she was particularly keen about learning. Wait. The Rubik's Cube in Fong Duo's hand gradually became hot. She was so excited that it took her a long time to whip out her cell phone with trembling fingers. Then she opened the browser and quickly searched. I found it. Sheng Yang glanced at it and saw that the phone displayed who was your lover in your previous life. Fong Duo had just completed the quiz, which was one of the quizzes she had collected. Not this one. The tests on this website are very accurate. Fong Duo picked a different quiz and said with great excitement, do this. The title was IQ Test. She had a feeling that her new deskmate was not only beautiful but must also have a super high IQ. Seeing Fong Duo walking towards him, Oyi smiled and jested. What? Came to admit defeat? Deadpan. Fong Duo put the Rubik's Cube on his table with a majestic air. Oh my God. Oyi's jaw almost dropped, then he said with certainty, Fong Duo, you cheated, right? I did turn to someone for help. I knew it. Oyi looked triumphant. Our new classmate. What? Oyi was shocked. You mean the beauty? That's right. If Fong Duo had a tail, it would certainly be wagging high. She said proudly, and I just asked her to do an IQ test. Her IQ is as high as 204. Oyi gaped in shock, then gulped hard. Not believing it, he said scornfully. What are you talking about? Do you mean those stupid quizzes you fancy? Like, what is your future husband's job? When will you get married? Haha, if she has an IQ of 240, then you must be 180 centimeters tall. However, Fong Duo didn't get angry or fight with him this time. She said calmly and confidently, you don't believe me? Then do you have a higher order Rubik's Cube? Oyi secretly brought 2 of them today, and the other was a 9-order Rubik's Cube. At Fong Duo's insistence, he gave it to Sheng Yang to solve. And this time, he timed it. Shengyang didn't bother to say anything. The moment when she put the solved Rubik's Cube on the table, Oyi pressed the phone timer, then he lowered his head. This noisy boy became quiet like never before. The numbers on the screen sent a chill down his spine. 2 minutes and 48 seconds, more than half as fast as the record of the 9-order Rubik's Cube, 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Oyi never believed in Fong Duo's quizzes, but now he had to admit that the new classmate had a high IQ indeed. Whether she had completed a Rubik's Cube before or not, this speed was scary. But the higher her IQ, the more pity he felt for her. If she grew up in the Shang family instead of a small village, how much could she have achieved by now? With this thought, Oyi rolled his eyes. If you have any questions about your studies, just ask me. He patted his chest, full of confidence. You can count on me. Shengyang raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Even Fong Duo, who always played devil's advocate against Oyi, echoed, Shengyang. Although Oyi doesn't seem quite reliable, he's quite smart and his grades have always been among the top, at least within the top 50. Shengyang wasn't good at turning down other people's kind offers, so she just said, okay then. Seeing that she seemed a bit reluctant, Oyi thought she was worried about him. Don't be afraid to disturb me. The more I can help, the better. He didn't even mind teaching her from scratch. He was always patient with beautiful girls, especially a gorgeous girl like Shengyang. Shengyang didn't say anymore. Unfortunately, there weren't many problems she didn't understand. After school, Shengyang was changing slippers in the hallway, but Kang Weijin didn't come out to greet her as usual, and she heard vague voices in the living room. There seemed to be a guest. In the living room, Kang Weijin was sitting upright, smiling and drinking tea. Opposite her was their new neighbor, a young man in his early 20s. He looked elegant, genteel, and handsome. She was really fond of this young man, and he was polite. The first time he came to visit her, he brought her favorite W's Earl Grey black tea. This brand was very stringent in its selection of tea leaves. Because the climate of the production area had changed in the past 2 years, they were in short supply, and even she couldn't purchase any. She didn't know how this young man got this tea. With fresh milk, the tea tasted really delicious. Upon hearing the footsteps, Kang Weijin quickly stood up and beckoned to Shengyang with a smile. Yang, come on in. This is our new neighbor. His name is Yi Juncheng. Yi Juncheng had already taken the lead to stand up, cracking a charming smile. Shengyang. The man was tall and slender, and his face was enchantingly handsome. Standing there, he looked like an eye-catching painting. It's you. Shengyang nodded slightly. Kang Weijin was surprised, and the smile on her face disappeared. She looked at the two who seemed quite familiar with each other. Do you know each other? Yes. Yi Juncheng smiled gently. I went to Bailuan to work on a project, and got to know Shengyang. I didn't expect to move in next door to her. Well, do you know each other well? Kang Weijin's uneasy gaze patrolled back and forth between the two. To be frank, she had finally gotten her daughter back, so she really didn't want her to marry so quickly and leave her, but she didn't want to hinder her daughter's happiness either. In short, she was having a fierce inner struggle now. We're friends. Yi Juncheng gazed at Shengyang, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. His eyes were intimate and loving when he was looking at her. Kang Weijin. She found this lad very pleasing to the eye earlier, but looking at the same handsome face now, she felt a bit upset. He was so good-looking and had such a nice personality. How could Yang resist his charm? Alas, this was the last thing she wanted now. By the way, when you went to visit me 2 days ago, you dropped this at my house. Yi Juncheng suddenly raised his hand, and a diamond-embedded hair tie was clasped between his long, slender fingers. Shengyang was a bit surprised. When he gave her the spice recipe that day, she said she didn't want to owe him anything, but he said he didn't want money, so she decided to give him something as a gift. But she searched all over her body and found that the most valuable thing was this diamond-embedded hair tie, so she gave it to him. He didn't refuse at the time. Why was he returning it now? Okay. Shengyang nodded, took the hair tie, and looked up at him. Yi Juncheng was acting weird today. She somehow felt that he was acting very different from usual. He seemed to have changed from a wolf to a dog and was very well behaved. Although it was strange, she didn't care. I'm going upstairs. Until Shengyang went upstairs, Kang Weijin was still gaping in shock and couldn't believe what she saw. Yi Juncheng smiled at her and handed her the cup that still exuded the scent of milk tea. Annie. Oh, thank you. Kang Weijin looked at him, no longer in the mood to enjoy the tea. Since Sheng Yang had left, Yi Juncheng decided to leave too. Before leaving, he said very politely, Auntie, sorry for the disruption. May I still come to visit Sheng Yang later? Kang Weijin's lips trembled slightly, and she didn't know how to answer. Yi Juncheng's watery, charming eyes looked so sincere. She just came back home and may have difficulty adapting to her new environment. I've known her for a long time, so maybe I can help her. Okay. Kang Weijin couldn't refuse. Walking out of the Sheng family home, one of Yi Juncheng's subordinates put a coat on Yi Juncheng's shoulders and said with all smiles, Master. The coat accentuated his figure well. His long legs and handsome face made him look like an anime character. Yi Juncheng glanced at him with a smile hovering on his lips. He lowered his voice. Gao Feng, how dare you talk to me like this? Gao Feng was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head with a tremble. He felt a chill down his spine and his back was covered with a cold sweat. That was exactly the Master he knew. After seeing Master speaking so gently to Mrs. Shang earlier, he thought he had changed. Sure enough, the wolf in sheep's clothing was still a wolf. As soon as Yi Juncheng left, Kang Weijin hurried upstairs. She was in such a hurry that she almost fell on the stairs twice. She quickly walked into Sheng Yang's room, even forgetting to knock on the door. To her relief, Sheng Yang was reading in the room, and what she was reading wasn't a romance novel but a book on microparticle theory. She was reading the book with such relish that when she was suddenly disturbed, she glanced sideways unhappily. Kang Weijin sat down somewhat nervously and asked carefully, Yang, what do you think of Master Yi? Sheng Yang held the book with one hand and put the other on her chair casually, looking gorgeous and cool. He's nice. To be fair, with such looks and abilities, he would stand out in a crowd wherever he went, and no one could ignore his existence. Although he was young, even the big shots she knew couldn't compare to him when it came to either temperament or intelligence. But Kang Weijin took this wrong. She paused and said, I'm not against you falling in love, but you must not rush. You'd better be cautious when it comes to this kind of thing. If you marry the wrong husband, your life will be ruined. In love? Sheng Yang smiled. I don't have time to fall in love. She was very busy learning all kinds of skills. How could she have time to fall in love? So you didn't fall for him? Kang Weijin's eyes brightened, but her mood was somewhat mixed. She was worried that Sheng Yang would marry too soon, but now seeing as Shen Yang didn't seem to care about Yi Juncheng at all, she was even more worried. No young man she had met could compare to Mr. Yi, who was so handsome and outstanding. But even he couldn't attract Yang. Then who would she be willing to marry in the future? As a mother, she was always worried about her daughter. She knew she shouldn't, but she just couldn't help it. After Sheng Yang's answer, Kang Weijin glanced at the hair tie that Sheng Yang casually put on the table and said solemnly, Yang, since he isn't your boyfriend, you shouldn't give him this casually. Sheng Yang was confused. She was in poor health in her previous life, and since she transmigrated into this body 1 year ago, she had been busy learning all kinds of things, so she didn't know much about the ways of the world. In her opinion, it was just a hair tie. Why couldn't she give it to Yi Juncheng? Then she realized something. Okay, I see. Sheng Yang thought it must have been because the hair tie that Kang Weijin gave her was too expensive, so Kang Weijin didn't want her to give it to anyone else. After all, there were a few carats of diamonds embedded on it. Then next time, she would give him something of her own. The new classmate in Class 7 is super smart. I heard her IQ is 204. Such news spread like wildfire and reached the ears of many people in a short time, so Sheng Yang became the center of attention again. She had only been admitted to the school yesterday, but on the first day, she became famous for her stunning beauty, and on the second, she became the focus of discussion for her high IQ. In just 2 days, she had become a celebrity at school. The school newspaper even wanted to interview this new classmate, but she refused. Her reason was that she was very busy. Humph. She's new at school but puts on airs. The school newspaper wanted to interview her, which she should have taken as an honor, a student said sourly. She had been trying for 2 years to be interviewed by the school newspaper but was simply ignored. But does she really have an IQ of 204? I doubt it. I heard that even God Han's IQ is only 201. Haha, Fong Duo from Class 7 tested her. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this news, Sheng Yu kept watching Han Jingyu. Seeing him still completing his exercises expressionlessly, she walked over gracefully. Jingyu, don't take it seriously. What? Han Jingyu looked blank. Sheng Yu smiled. Nothing. It turned out that he didn't take Sheng Yang seriously at all. She said softly, the math test is coming up. Have you been studying for it? Sort of. It was only when they were talking about studying that Han Jingyu looked slightly relaxed, but with that crew cut, his face still looked cold and masculine. You should study for it too. Okay. Sheng Yu smiled sweetly. In the teacher's office, Li Mei sneered when she heard the news. The Sheng family just purposely spread the news to make her regret giving up such a good student, so that she would take Shenyang back to Class 1. Didn't they? In their dreams. Even if she was really that smart. So what? Her foundation was too poor. Li Mei glanced at the score sheet in her hand. These were the monthly test results from last month. As expected, the first and second places were Han Jingyu and Sheng Yu in her class, and her class was quite a few points higher than Class 7 in terms of average score. Li Mei sauntered past holding the score sheet, and when she walked past Chen Lan's desk, she knocked on the desk. Ms. Chen, tell the students in your class not to waste their energy on worthless things. Chen Lan, who was focused on scoring the students' work, was confused by her. At this time, the class teacher of Class 3 looked at Chen Lan and said, Ms. Chen, I know that the new student in your class is very smart, but she's only been here for 2 days and her foundation isn't good. Let's not count her score in today's math test. I think if you give your reasoning, the principal will agree. It's justifiable. On one hand, he wanted to help Chen Lan, and on the other, he didn't like the way Li Mei acted. He still remembered. That there was once a pretty good student in his class, but Li Mei forcibly transferred that student to her class with the pretext that her class was an ace class and that student deserved a better learning environment. He really detested Li Mei's way of doing things. She grabbed the best resources but took credit for it all. Chen Lan was a mathematics teacher and Class 7 also did very well in mathematics. Their average math score on the last exam was only 1 point less than that of Class 1. If Class 7 tried harder, they might overtake Class 1 in maths and would teach Li Mei a good lesson. Unfortunately, Chen Lan didn't take his suggestion and said, that's no good. Since she's in our class, she's a member of our class. If we didn't count her in the first exam, it would hurt her feelings. The class teacher of Class 3 sighed and let go of the matter. This young teacher was very talented but too stubborn. She wasn't as sleek and shrewd as Li Mei. It seemed that it would be difficult for her class to surpass Class 1. In Class 7, the math test was about to start, and everyone was very excited. We were only 1 point below Class 1 in mathematics last time. If we try harder this time, we can definitely beat them. Exactly. I made a bet with the students in Class 1. They always talk so irritatingly, just like their teacher, Li Mei. We must beat them this time. Yes, let me check my answer sheet again. God bless me, if my score is 5 points higher this time, my dad will reward me with a new pair of sneakers. The gossip was in full swing, but suddenly they quieted down and looked in the same direction. Sheng Yang was sitting there and reading an English book, her black hair hanging down and her profile beautiful and delicate, making her look like an elegant ink painting. As she batted her long, dense eyelashes, her gaze swiftly moved across the book, and soon, her fingertips turned a page. Beside her were piles of several books that she had read. These books were on the Chinese language, astronomy, and even the origins of mankind. In short, they had absolutely nothing to do with mathematics. Before Shenyang could speak, Fong Duo lunged to her feet and shielded Shenyang behind, saying, Why are you looking at Shenyang like that? She's done nothing wrong. Although the students didn't say anything, they didn't feel that comfortable. The math test was about to start, and last time, they were only 1 point below Class 1. Li Mei rejected this student with a poor background and stuffed her into Class 7. Undoubtedly, Li Mei must have had ulterior motives. Alas, their class teacher was too innocent. In the last 2 years, they had been trying their best and gradually narrowing the gap between themselves and Class 1. Now they finally had a chance to overtake Class 1. Their goal was about to be accomplished, but there suddenly appeared a strange force from behind, pulling them farther and farther away from their goal. How desperate were they? What are you worrying about? Oyi stood up. He was the most popular in the class and soon calmed everyone down. Shengyang is so smart. I'll help her study, and I think her score can improve by at least dozens of points. Upon hearing his words, everyone was relieved. Yes, Oyi was best at mathematics and was the math representative of their class. With his help, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Oyi went straight to Shengyang and handed her his math notebook. Shengyang, take a look at this. Don't hesitate to ask me if you see anything you don't understand. And I'll teach you a set of tricks for solving math problems which I normally don't teach others. Everyone's ears pricked up. Humph. Oyi, this be starred. He had never taught this to anyone else. It turned out that he was only nice and considerate to beauties. That was unfair. Shengyang flipped through the notebook. She turned the pages very quickly, almost reading 10 lines in one glance. In only a short while, she had finished reading the notebook and returned it to Oyi intact. Thank you for your kindness. There isn't anything I don't understand for the time being. Oyi was stunned, gaping in surprise. The other students were also dumbfounded, at a loss for what to say. Even Fang Duo, her firm supporter, had no explanation. Seeing that Shengyang seemed to arouse public indignation, Fang Duo hurriedly said, Math is so hard. How could she understand your thick notebook? Maybe her previous school didn't use answer sheets in their exams, and she doesn't know how to use them. Let me show her how to solve math problems and use answer sheets. Besides, compared to you, I'm closer to her level. Maybe my problem-solving strategies would be easier for her to understand. Whatever, beauty deserves justice. To hurt a beauty is equivalent to wounding my heart. I must defend Shengyang. Although the students were still angry, they couldn't do anything about it. If Shengyang didn't want to learn, they couldn't force her. However, they all complained about this new classmate in their hearts. She seemed a poor fit for this class, and she simply had no sense of honor. Okay, Oyi was a little bit frustrated. His enthusiasm was quenched by cold water, but fortunately, he was easygoing and soon forgot about this matter. The test began and Chen Lan presided over it. It took Shengyang less than an hour to finish all the questions. After handing in her paper, she stood by the railing outside, took out the English book she hadn't finished reading from her school bag, and continued to read it. The students were disappointed at her actions, but if she didn't want to make progress, they couldn't help her. Sitting at the podium with nothing to do, Chen Lan casually glanced at the exam submitted by the new student. The first question, the second question, the third question. She realized that she couldn't stop. No. Chen Lan suppressed her curiosity, but her eyes uncontrollably glanced at this exam from time to time. After the exam, everyone was whining. Today's questions were so hard. I couldn't even finish them. I didn't do as well this time. What should I do? Oh no. Our average score won't beat Class 1 this time. Maybe Class 1 won't do well either? How's it possible? Han Jingyu and Shang Yu even qualified to attend the Mathematical Olympiad. How could they not do well on this exam? Forget it. We didn't have much hope of beating them in the first place, the student said halfway and stopped abruptly. Then everyone looked at Shengyang. Fang Duo glared crossly at the student who started this, then looked at Shengyang. Shengyang, would you like to check your answers with us? She tried to draw Shengyang into the group with an easy topic to prevent her from being isolated by their classmates. Shengyang raised her head from her books, her voice indifferent. No need. Every time she wrote an exam, she was very accurate in estimating her scores, so she didn't need to bother herself with such a useless task. The Sheng family home. Sheng Yu went to pick up Shengyang, so only Kang Weijin and Sheng Yushi were at home. Kang Weijin knew Shengyang had written an exam today, so she asked Sheng Yushi the day before to come home and tutor Yang. Sheng Yushi was sitting idly on the sofa, eating biscuits and watching TV. Kang Weijin stared at him. I told you to tutor your sister in math yesterday. How did it go? I didn't. Sheng Yushi's eyes didn't leave the TV screen. Caught off guard, Sheng Yushi covered his handsome face with his hands, crying aggrievedly, Mom, sister didn't want me to tutor her. So you just didn't tutor her? Why didn't you insist? Your sister just didn't want to trouble you. Kang Weijin was anxious, pacing back and forth in the living room. When she heard the door opening, She pointed to Shang Yushi, lowered her voice, and said threateningly, I'll handle this later. Don't mention anything related to exam in front of your sister when she comes back. Do you hear me? Yes, Shang Yushi said timidly, rubbing his own head. At this time, Shang Yang had already walked into the living room. Kang Weijin immediately changed her tone and said gently, Oh, Yang, you're back. Are you tired? Come on, give me your school bag. Drink some juice and eat some cake. Shang Yushi was so surprised that he even forgot to rub the big bump on his head. It was really such a waste that his mother wasn't competing for an Oscar, but he thought his mom was right. His sister had just returned to their home and she must have been afraid of troubling him. So he came forward with a plate of cookies, trying to make up for it. Sister, the cookies. Shut up. Kang Weijin turned abruptly and yelled. Even Shang Yu was startled by her. Shang Yushi blinked. He just wanted to say the cookies are delicious and wanted his sister to taste them. Upon being yelled at by Kang Weijin, Shang Yushi freaked out. Shang Yushi went upstairs into his room. This poor little boy took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Second brother, when are you coming back? After a long time, he received a call and a gentle male voice rang out over the phone. Yushi, I was playing the piano just now. What's the matter? Shang Yushi didn't answer. The man on the other side of the phone, Shang Hanjing, the second son of the Shang family, was keen and intelligent. Is this about our sister? He was the smartest and most caring person in the whole family, so he was able to guess the issue easily. No. The little poor boy, Shang Yushi touched his nose. Sister is very nice, and she gave me an orange to eat 2 days ago. He was easily placated, and because his sister's personality resembled his eldest brother somewhat, he liked her very much and wasn't jealous of her. But somehow, it felt that after sister came back, mom turned weird. Although she was fierce to him from time to time before, she normally wouldn't overreact as much. He felt she was a bit overprotective of sister. Did mom scold you? Standing on the street, Shang Hanjing smiled softly. Dressed in a beige trench coat, he looked as handsome as a supermodel. Then the smile on his face disappeared. When sister was lost, you were still very young, but I can still remember what happened back then. Have you ever seen father so self-loathing that he kneeled on the ground and held his head while sobbing? Shang Yushi was surprised. You mean dad? That big shot in the business world who was such a terror to his opponents? Have you ever seen mom almost suicidal with tears running down her face all day long? Shang Yushi suddenly choked, speechless. He felt sad just imagining a scene like that. Shang Hanjing was silent for a while, then slowly said, I witnessed that. Second brother, I know what to do. Shang Yushi was a clever boy and immediately got what his second brother meant. Shang Hanjing smiled, his fingers gently touching the picture of his sister that his mother sent to his cell phone. His eyes seemed to be misty, but he looked as warm as a sun god. Yushi, I'll return to China soon. He couldn't wait to go back home. The next morning, Shang Yu and Kang Weijin were both preparing to go to the office because there was going to be a board meeting today. Kang Weijin was tying Shang Yu's tie, but she kept glancing at Shang Yang out of the corner of her eye. Yang, the driver will take you to school today. Okay? Then a figure suddenly appeared in front of them like a gust of wind. It was Shang Yushi. He patted his chest, saying, Mom, you forgot me. I can take sister to school. You? Kang Weijin wasn't quite sure. Yushi got his driver's license only 1 year ago after graduating from high school. Shang Yushi looked at Shang Yang with a beaming smile. I'll take you to school today. Shang Yu and Kang Weijin exchanged a glance, gratified. Then Kang Weijin said, Okay, you can take your sister to school. Drive carefully. Got it, Mom. Shang Yushi picked up Shang Yang's school bag and flung it handsomely on his shoulder. As soon as he got to the garage, Shang Yushi's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and said brightly, Hello? Third brother, are you at home? My family's driver asked to take the day off today. Can you take me to school? Shang Yu's sweet voice rang. She certainly wouldn't take a taxi. Taxi rides were too bumpy and smelled unpleasant. Upon hearing that, Shang Yang looked at Shang Yushi with her amber eyes and said silently, If you're busy, I can ask the driver to take me. Shang Yushi waved and stomped anxiously out of fear that his sister would slip away without a word. Then he said seriously over the phone, Yeah, not today. I have something urgent to attend to. I'm hanging up. Hello, Third brother? Beep, 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 he hung up. Shang Yu almost couldn't believe it. She had been on great terms with third brother. They were literally as close as biological brother and sister. This was the first time he had hung up on her. What was so urgent? What was even more important than her? Could it be that he got a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Shang Yu felt very uncomfortable. What a bad start to the day. Yeah. Why did you come by taxi today? At the school gates, Shang Yu met up with her friend, Lu Shu, who looked at her with surprise. Shang Yu smiled awkwardly. My family's driver asked for the day off today. Lu Shu also had a good family. She didn't want to be looked down on by Lu Shu. Oh, I see, Lu Shu said as she then spotted a familiar and flashy Weisman. Look, isn't that your brother's car? Because there was only one girl in the Shang family, Shang Yu called her 3 cousins brothers. Lu Shu's eyes were glowing and her voice changed with excitement. That's great. Yeah. Brother Yushi must have come for you. Shang Yushi graduated from Yin City High School 1 year ago, and he was the most popular student while at school. With good looks, good grades, and good basketball skills, he was Prince Charming to all the girls at school. As his cousin, Shang Yu also benefited from his popularity. Many girls approached her and appeased her, trying to win Shang Yushi's favor. Shang Yu's eyes also brightened. Third brother came to school? Why did he come? The only reason she could think of was that he felt really sorry for hanging up on her earlier. So after realizing that, he abandoned that other girl and came to apologize to her. But we're going to be late, Lu Shu muttered while looking at her watch. Shang Yu smiled, her eyes slightly arrogant. Lu Shu, you can go in first. I'll go in later. With that, she walked towards the Weisman. Lu Shu struggled for a while before she finally shouted toward Shang Yu's back. Between meeting Brother Yushi and not being late, I'll definitely choose the first. She quickly caught up with Shang Yu. Shang Yu walked side by side with her, shook her head helplessly, and smiled a little smugly. Speak properly when you see my brother. I know. Lu Shu liked Shang Yushi very much. In order to get a chance to see Shang Yushi via Shang Yu, she had to obey. At this time, the car stopped and Shang Yushi was first to get out. Before Shang Yu walked up to him, she couldn't wait to shout, Third brother. Shang Yushi walked to the other side of the car to open the door for the person sitting in the passenger's seat, not hearing Shang Yu at all. At this time, Shang Yu and Lu Shu began to realize that something was wrong. Who was sitting in that seat? Why was Brother Yushi so attentive to that person? In addition to the two of them, many students at the school gates turned in this direction. Many people still remembered Shang Yushi, even though he graduated a year ago. Although the freshmen didn't know him, they couldn't help but look. Shang Yushi, who was 183 tall, played basketball all year round, so he had a healthy tan without any flab. He was wearing a loose beige hoodie and black trousers. Athletic and good-looking, he was really attractive. After opening the car door, before Sheng Yang could come out, Shang Yushi readily picked up her school bag. Let me carry it for you. He spoke as if he was coaxing a kid, but after picking up her school bag, he frowned and complained, why is it so heavy? He also had a hard time in his 3rd year of high school, but he didn't realize it at the time. Lu Shu stood awkwardly in her place, then glanced at Shang Yu. Shang Yu's face had turned all black. Lu Shu asked carefully, are we still going up to Brother Yushi? With a long face, Shang Yu turned and walked away without a word. In the office, the grade 11 mathematics teachers were scoring the papers from yesterday's math test. All the papers had been sorted into groups and sealed, so no teacher knew which class or student's papers she was scoring. After completing this task, the teachers produced a summary. Before the scores were counted, several teachers began to make bets. This was their daily entertainment. I think Han Jingyu and Shang Yu will claim 1st and 2nd place again. Not necessarily. The exam questions were too difficult this time. Shang Yu didn't perform well. I recognized her handwriting. If you're wrong, you'll have to treat me to dinner. No problem. Before removing the sealing thread, a teacher picked up an exam and said, this must be Han Jingyu's. Many students study calligraphy, so their handwriting is similar. Does he know calligraphy? I don't know, but his handwriting is distinct. I can recognize it at a glance. 148 points. Han Jingyu's grades are always consistent. As difficult as the exam questions were, he could still hold stead. Hold on. Another teacher picked up a paper questioningly, You said the exam with 148 points was Han Jingyu's. Then whose exam is this with 150 points? The teachers gasped in shock, then rushed over at sprint speed. There were even several questions from the National Mathematical Olympiad on this exam. 150 points? Are you mistaken? More than a dozen pairs of eyes were staring at the exam paper. The teachers examined the paper again and confirmed this person got full marks indeed. Not only that, but this person's handwriting was even better than Han Jingyu's, but no one could recognize whose exam this was. Is this Shang Yu's? Did she change her handwriting recently? Yes, that's possible. This exam with 138 points must not be hers. It doesn't even place in the top 10 of the whole grade. That isn't her typical performance. It makes sense now. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Everyone looked at a very sedate-looking male teacher in his early 40s. This was the math teacher of Class 1. This teacher was very dedicated to teaching. The school leaders wanted him to be the class teacher, but he refused. Only Qinlan lowered her head, pondering, but the exam papers hadn't been unsealed. She'd better not say anything now. Mr. Zhang thought Qinlan felt sad about not overtaking Class 1 this time. So he walked up to Qinlan. Your class was only 1 point lower than us in the average score last time. Your class has already done very well. Qinlan looked at him, wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words down in the end. In Class 1, a boy rushed in like lightning and shouted on the podium. Great news! I just passed by the teacher's office and overheard that the scores of the first and second places of the math exam have been released. Phew, you're telling me. A boy put his hand on a chair, bored. He narrowed his eyes. First place was Godhan, and the second place was Shangyu. Haha, the idiots of Class 7 dream of overtaking us. But once again, we beat those suckers. That's right, our class has Godhan and Shangyu. But who do they have? That pretty-faced yet brainless transfer student? What a joke. The boy standing on the podium said mysteriously, You all guessed wrong. The laughter stopped abruptly, then a girl stood up and raised her voice to shout, Don't tell me one of the top 2 was from Class 7? The few students who were laughing hard turned solemn, staring at the boy on the podium without blinking. The boy cleared his throat. How's that possible? Don't keep us guessing. Go on. First place was Shang Yu and second place was Godhan. Wow. Congratulations, my goddess. You finally surpassed Godhan, but you should also thank him. After all, he often explains math problems to you. Someone winked at Shang Yu. Shang Yu was in shock. Faced with everyone's admiration and praise, she still couldn't believe she actually surpassed Han this time. The exam questions were very difficult this time. Although she finished all of them, she found them very difficult. There were a few questions that she was uncertain about. Could it be? Did she guess all the answers right? But now applause and praises overwhelmed her, and her vanity silenced her. Especially when Han Jingyu heard this, he raised his eyes, put down the book in his hand, walked to Shang Yu's table, and said sincerely, Congratulations. Thank you. I was just lucky. Shang Yu enjoyed this feeling very much. Han Jingyu was looking at her, and she could see herself reflected in his eyes. Unlike usual, it was always she who took the initiative to ask Han Jingyu questions. Lowering her eyes, Shang Yu said softly, Thank you for explaining the questions to me. Like Class 1, Class 7 also received the news, so everyone was in low spirits now. Someone hammered the table angrily. It's Class 1 again, Class 1 again. Alas, we can't blame them. We didn't do well enough. Don't say that. It's the truth. Since the first year of high school, have we ever surpassed them? Classmates, listen to me. Oyi stood up. Class 1 has always had the best resources in the school. If they were overtaken by us, would that make sense? Wouldn't they feel ashamed? In the first year of high school, our class ranked in the middle out of 15 classes, but now we're second only to Class 1, and we were only 1 point lower than them in terms of the average score last time. Compared to our past, we've done well enough. Upon hearing Oye's words, everyone was moved, but the frustration and disappointment in their hearts still couldn't be dispelled. It was like an endpoint that was already so close yet suddenly moved farther away, so of course they felt sad. Sheng Yang looked at Feng Duo. Why do they care so much about beating Class 1? Well, all of this began the first year of high school, Feng Duo said, cupping her chubby face with both hands. In a sports meet in the first year of high school, our class competed with Class 1. Class 1 violated the rules, but the referees were biased and called them the winner. After the sports meet, instead of feeling ashamed, the students of Class 1 were extremely snotty and even looked down on us, saying, "The elite are elite, and junk are junk." After that, Class 1 and Class 7 became enemies. At this time, their class teacher, who was also their math teacher, Chinlon, hurried in with a stack of exam papers. Oyi looked at her. "Miss Chun, you don't have to comfort us. I've already comforted them. Too much comforting will only be counterproductive." Chinlon looked confused. "Why would I comfort you?" Then she understood instantly and pointed at them. Oh, there was a lot of meaning in her tone. It seemed they hadn't found out yet. "Well, you didn't do well on the exam this time and many student scores dropped." Chinlon suddenly turned serious. "Especially you, Oyi. As the math representative, your score's never been below 145, but this time, you only got 142. Lovewell, Whipwell. Everyone had different methods of teaching, and Chinlon preferred to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. For example, Oyi would become complacent if he was praised too much, so she had to push him every now and then. In fact, she thought Oyi's score was already pretty good. Sure enough, when Oyi heard that, he withdrew his cheeky grin and lowered his head. After the exam, he did get the feeling that the questions were too difficult this time. Chunlanyu said earnestly, "Oyi, you're very smart. I have high hopes for you. But you failed to finish the last question this time. In fact, it didn't go beyond the things we learned, but examined our understanding in a special way. It shows you haven't thoroughly understood the knowledge." The other students didn't hear what Chinlon said clearly. All they heard was blah blah blah, except for the first sentence. "Oh, Oyi didn't do well on this exam. This time the average score of our class must have been pulled down. Last time, the average score was just 1 point lower, but all our previous efforts have gone to naught now. Okay, I've told you the bad news. Next, I'll tell you the good news." Chunlon propped her hands on the podium and stared at the students who were obviously discouraged. Every student tilted their heads, confused. Aside from Oyi, Ms. Chun also said some student scores dropped. So could there still be any good news? Even if the exam questions were difficult and even if Class 1 didn't do well in the exam, it would still be difficult for them to overtake Class 1, not to mention their class still had that transfer student. Chunlon looked around at the students, saying slowly, "This time, our class had a dark horse. I was wrong about her." She shook her head and sighed. Looking in one direction, Shangyang was reading a book, her eyes attentive. Fong Duo pointed to herself, wondering, could it be me? However, she was only in ignorant bliss for less than 3 seconds when she heard Chinlon say, "This student actually got full marks on the exam." Puff. Fong Duo was dumbfounded. It definitely wasn't her. She couldn't get a perfect score, not in this life. FCK. Perfect score. Who got a perfect score? Oyi has been ruled out. One student was so shocked that he couldn't help saying the F word in front of Chinlon. Chinlon smiled mysteriously. And this time there was only one person with a perfect score in the whole grade, the dark horse in our class. Everyone gaped in shock as if there was a big walnut stuck in their throats, and they almost couldn't breathe. Godhan was surpassed. In their 3 years of high school, Han Jingyu had never lost first place on math exams. That was why he was called Godhan. Today, in this exciting moment, history was made. A few students finally managed to recover from their shock and urged, "Miss Chin, don't keep us guessing. Just tell us who the dark horse is." Chunlon picked up an exam paper with a big smile. "Let's congratulate Shengyang. She got a perfect score, 150. She was number 1 in the entire grade this time." There was a dead silence, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. The young faces that should have been lively were as stiff as wax figures. Shengyang was about to pick up her exam paper, but since she was sitting in the middle inside, it was difficult to step out. Besides, the book on probability theory she was reading was so interesting that she didn't want to put it down. So she gently nudged Fong Duo, saying in a small voice, "Can you help me pick up my exam paper?" "Thank you." Although she lowered her voice, it still sounded as elegant as a harp, plucking people's hearts. "Huh. Sometimes, students sitting in the middle would ask their desk mates to pick up their exam papers for them. Sometimes it was for convenience, and sometimes it was because they did so poorly on the exam that they were ashamed to pick up the exam themselves. However, Shengyang got first place. Fong Duo looked at Shengyang in surprise. Didn't she want to relish in the other students' envy and Ms. Chin's admiration? Sure enough, ordinary people couldn't understand the gods. Shengyang was still quickly scanning the book at an unbelievable speed. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Fong Duo had to stand up awkwardly and take a deep breath. Okay, she would enjoy the wonderful feeling of picking up an exam with a perfect score and getting first place today. When Fong Duo picked up the exam, she treated it carefully as if she was holding a treasure in her hands and didn't dare to fold any corners. There were all red ticks on the paper, not a single cross. This was an image that had only appeared in her dreams. Back in her seat, she carefully handed the paper to Shengyang, and Shengyang just glanced at it carelessly, then casually folded it in half and put it aside. Her exam paper without errors was of no value to her. Watching this unfold, Fong Duo felt sorry for the exam paper and at the same time felt so envious that she wanted to cry. If she got a perfect score, her parents would carefully secure the exam paper like a cultural relic in a museum and would envelop it in plastic at least 10 times. The students hadn't recovered from their shock, and more eyes fell on this calm and quiet girl, hot and eager. In the past, there was only one god in the 3rd grade at Yin City High School, which was God Han. But now that she had surpassed God Han, she was now the new god. Their class 7 had risen. They also had a person who could compete with Han Jinyu. Even if it was only in mathematics, they were satisfied. Okay, don't get so excited. Chunlan's eyes flickered. Next, I'll tell you the second good piece of news. What? There's a second piece of good news? What is it? Haha, is the news that I made huge progress and got a score over 140? Yes, in your dreams. Chunlan chuckled. You finally got your wish. This time, our class's average score in mathematics exceeded Class 1 by 0.2. Yeah. The students immediately cheered wildly, and cheers and laughter almost overturned the roof. The students' excitement was contagious, and a smile appeared at the corner of Chunlan's mouth. This success is hard to come by. After hearing this, the students calmed down a bit. Their eyes couldn't help turning in the same direction, and they had mixed feelings. Had it not been for this new god who had raised the average score by a few points with her own power, how could they have achieved their long-cherished dream? Alas, they had been complaining that she would drag them down on this exam. Now they just wanted to go back to that moment in time and slap themselves. They were really stupid. Li Mei happened to walk past Class 7. Upon hearing the deafening noise, she rolled her eyes and said acidly, "Humph, what's the big deal? Isn't it just a math exam?" In the Class 1 classroom, Mr. Zhang was standing on the podium with a stack of papers when Li Mei suddenly walked in. Mr. Zhang was stunned. "Ms. Li, this is a math class." "Mr. Zhang, I know. I'll just say a few words," Li Mei said domineeringly. With her hands folded on her chest, she stood on the podium crossly, looking extremely angry, even angrier than the math teacher. The students whispered to each other. Although Li Mei was called the Destroy Nun and barely smiled, she had never been as angry as she was today. Their class still got first and second place, and they had already done so well on the exam. What could she be dissatisfied with? But this was normal. The last time they were almost surpassed by Class 7 in terms of average score, Li Mei scolded them crazily like a lunatic. You should have exceeded Class 7's average score by at least 10 points. It's as easy as pie. Ask yourself, did you try your best? Huh? Did you bring your brains with you during the exam? Huh? As easy as pie? Some students couldn't help but complain secretly. The last time Mr. Zhang talked to her about a very simple math problem, she didn't even understand it. How are you studying mathematics? Aren't you embarrassed to get such low scores? Shame on you. Li Mei poked her own face hard, looking indignant, and her mean, high cheekbone face looked even more unpleasing to the eye. Mr. Zhang wanted to stop her, but she had gradually become furious. This time, I'm going to criticize a few people whose scores dropped drastically. Li Mei took out another piece of paper. She had never cared about her students' self-esteem. However, this was a math class. Even if she was the class teacher, This was beyond her authority. Below the podium, several students suddenly became nervous. Lu Shu looked at her deskmate, Shangyu, enviously. Shangyu, it's awesome that you got a full score. Li Mei's fire definitely won't touch you. I must have failed the exam. Alas, what should I do? I can help you with math. Shangyu smiled elegantly, with a bit of arrogance hidden in the corners of her eyes. Oh yeah, you're so kind. Lu Shu secretly grabbed Xingyue's arm, grateful and happy. Although Ye and brother Yushi weren't as close as they were before, they were cousins anyway, not to mention that she had good grades and could be of great help to her. Li Mei mentioned a few students' names, then her gaze fell on Han Jingyu. In fact, she felt that Han Jingyu was also to blame for not keeping first place. But after thinking about it, she swallowed and didn't dare to scold him. She turned her eyes to Shangyu. Shangyu. Shangyu was taken aback. Caught off guard, she shivered hard. A boy stood up and pointed out Li Mei's mistake. Ms. Li, didn't Shangyu surpass God Han this time and take first place? Who told you that? Li Mei said crossly. The one who got a perfect score wasn't her, nor anybody in our class. A surprised gleam flickered across Han Jingyu's ever-calm eyes, and even his hair seemed to stand up. Even his deskmate who was dozing off by his side noticed his change in mood and immediately woke up. After the test papers were issued, Shangyu discovered she only scored 138, and her face turned ghastly pale. Gosh, Lu Shu, why did you improve so much? Her deskmate was surrounded by other students. Lu Shu, whose score had never exceeded 130, actually scored 140 this time. Lu Shu smiled from ear to ear. Recently, my dad found me a new tutor who's really good at predicting exam questions. I did the same type of questions before the exam. Wow, give me his phone number. Okay, that tutor isn't only great but also very handsome. Shangyu also wanted to ask Lu Shu for the tutor's phone number, but then she remembered that Lu Shu had said before that with such good grades, she didn't need a tutor at all. It would be embarrassing if she asked for the tutor's number. But why didn't Lu Shu take the initiative to give her the tutor's phone number or write the number where she could see it? Her usual halo was gone and Lu Shu, who had been following her, was no longer her shadow. Instead, she was sought after by the others, which made Shangyu sulk. Humph, Lu Shu had just said she wanted to learn from her, but now Lu Shu was talking about how good her tutor was. She was very disappointed in Lu Shu. Mr. Zhang hadn't left yet. At this time, he called Han Jingyu, the representative of the math class, and said to the students, well, these are copies of the exam paper with a full score. This student's rigorous and meticulous problem-solving ideas are worth studying. Han Jingyu, pass out the copies, one for each person. Hopefully, it'll give you a little bit of insight. Upon hearing his words, the students who were whispering all got excited. Who on earth surpassed God Han and took first place? Shangyu was also curious. Han Jingyu picked up the papers, and when he saw the handwriting with a strong personal style, he raised his eyebrows, but in the end, he didn't say anything as he passed out the copies. Shangyu, Shengyang is your uncle's daughter, right? Isn't she from Bailwan village? How's she so good at solving math problems? Oh, I was really wrong about her. I thought she had poor grades. Hee, I can't believe I actually said she was brainless. If she's brainless, then what about me? I made the calculations. Without her score, it would have been difficult for Class 7 to surpass our class. Oh, Destroy Nun made a big mistake in rejecting her. I want this super beautiful and smart girl to be my classmate. Where's she from exactly? The students stopped surrounding Lu Shu but gathered around Shangyu, asking her this and that, but Shangyu wasn't happy at all. She tried to force a smile but failed. She just couldn't believe it. How could that village girl get first place? But Shangyu turned her head and glanced at Han Jingyu. When she found him expressionless, she secretly smiled. Shangyu turned and glanced at Han Jingyu. When she found him expressionless, she secretly smiled. Even if Shengyang surpassed Han Jingyu in mathematics, so what? Her position in Han Jingyu's heart remained unshaken, and a mere exam couldn't change anything. However, she didn't see that Han Jingyu was holding a copy of Shengyang's exam paper, his dark deep eyes gazing at it for a long time. It felt so good. As for Shengyang, they felt a bit guilty. In fact, they wanted to apologize to her for misunderstanding her. They were so stupid as to take a pearl for a fisheye. But Shengyang had been busy, either reading books or completing math problems. They couldn't understand what she was writing on the paper, nor did they dare to disturb her. Even when they had to pass by her, they walked on tiptoe. School was over soon. Aside from Fang Duo, who was her desk mate, and Oh Yi, who had already made friends with her, the students got no chance to talk to this new god. She kept her word that she would get at least 2 first places, and now she had helped Class 7 win 3 first places in one fell swoop. The Sheng family home. As soon as Shengyang opened the door, before she had time to change her slippers, Kang Weijin greeted her with a smile, holding a steaming bowl in her hand. Yang, your favorite bird's nest soup. When Shengyang saw this bowl, the corners of her eyes twitched. Since she drank some bird's nest soup that first day, she saw a bowl of bird's nest soup almost every day. No matter how much she liked it, she couldn't drink it every day. Besides, she just picked it at random and didn't like it all that much. Mom, you actually don't have to be so attentive. Shengyang actually wanted to say that she didn't want to drink bird's nest soup anymore, but then Kang Weijin would definitely keep asking her what she wanted to eat, so she simply stopped Kang Weijin. Kang Weijin's eyes turned red suddenly. Her daughter was so considerate. Shengyang was startled. Did she say something wrong? Well, honey, why are you so good, so sweet? Shengyang was suddenly taken into a warm, fragrant embrace. Her body suddenly stiffened. She was a little uncomfortable with such excessive intimacy, but she didn't dislike it, because she could sense that Kang Weijin was really nice to her. After hugging her for a while, Kang Weijin took Shengyang's hand and led her in. She sat on the sofa, thought for a while, and seemed to have something to say. She heard from her acquaintance at the school that the results of the math exam were released today. This time, the exam questions were very difficult, and even the top students didn't do quite well. Alas, her daughter was really pitiful. She hadn't even adapted to school life yet, but had encountered such a tough math exam so soon. At this time, Sheng Yushi came back home, but no one greeted him. He went straight to the living room and greeted his mother with great enthusiasm. Mom. Hi. Kang Weijin had totally different attitudes towards her son and daughter, but before Shengyang returned, she also treated Sheng Yushi this way. Sheng Yushi had already gotten used to it, and after all these years, he already had a strong heart. However, Mom was very gentle to eldest brother. Mom, let me tell you something, Sheng Yushi said as he looked at his sister who was sitting quietly on the side, cracking a bright smile. He didn't know if his sister had told Mom or not, but judging by what he knew of his sister, she probably hadn't. Then he would tell Mom this great news. Kang Weijin rubbed the spot between her eyebrows. Wait, I have something to talk to your sister about. Mom, I can't wait, and I bet you'll be very happy to hear it. Sheng Yushi was rather oblivious. He didn't know how to read people's faces. Although his mother was already impatient, he didn't notice it at all. Shut up, Kang Weijin yelled, and Sheng Yushi immediately closed his mouth and shrank like an ostrich. But he still wanted to tell his mother the great news, so he could only stay aside, looking at his mother like a poor little girl. Kang Weijin turned and explained gently to Shengyang. Haha, Yang, I'm not usually that aggressive. Then she pointed to the culprit and complained. This kid is really annoying. He likes to be yelled at by me. Shengyang, that I know. She had witnessed this style of communication between the mother and the son more than once, and she even realized Sheng Yushi kind of enjoyed it. Getting back to the topic, Kang Weijin said seriously, would you like to start from the second year of high school and have some more time to consolidate your learning? After a pause, Kang Weijin hurriedly added, Yang, don't get me wrong. I just think if you start straight from the third year of high school, it'll be hard for you to fit in and the pressure on you must be enormous. It'd be the same case for anyone in your shoes. She was very careful with her words, trying not to hurt Shengyang's feelings. The bystander Sheng Yushi's eyes widened, and he almost choked, but he didn't want to taste his mother's iron fist again. What should he do? Shengyang said without hesitation. I might be different. Kang Weijin took such a deep breath in her heart that she leaned back slightly. Yang was so confident in herself that she simply refused to give up. But if she tried again and again to no avail, her fragile little heart might get hurt. Sheng Yushi didn't dare to speak, so he could only hint to his mother with gestures, nodding frantically and making a noise. Kang Weijin squinted at him, saying coldly, Be quiet. All right? Yes, madam. Yang, I understand your feelings. If you don't want to start from a lower grade, I support you, but may I find a tutor for you? Kang Weijin handed her some materials she had prepared. These tutors are all top students from Ivy League universities. If you prefer domestic universities, these tutors are all top scorers on the National College Entrance Examination from Tsinghua University and Beijing University. And if you prefer teachers, these are the top 10 teachers in the country. A variety of educational resources were available. Shang Yang took a few careful glances this time, then leaned back lazily on the sofa with a touch of self-confidence on her face. I don't think they could help me. Kang Weijin looked at her, gaping in surprise. Did Yang mean that she might not be able to understand what these tutors taught her? That made sense. Their mode of thinking might be different. That was her fault. She didn't consider this. It seemed that she would have to choose some other tutors for her. To stop Kang Weijin from going any further, Shang Yang unzipped her school bag and handed her the test paper, leisurely and at ease. Just as Kang Weijin was about to say some more to comfort her, her eyes suddenly glowed. Her hands twitched as if she had Parkinson's, and she picked up the test paper with trembling hands as if she was holding a cup of boiled water. The name on the test paper was Sheng Yang, her Yang. Oh, Mom, that's what I wanted to tell you. My acquaintance told me that sister got a perfect score on the math test, ranking first in the whole grade. Shang Yushi rushed over and blurted it out, finally relieved. Kang Weijin excitedly slapped him on the forehead. Why didn't you tell me about this great news earlier? Mom, you told me to shut up. Shang Yushi was aggrieved. Kang Weijin was speechless. She stared at the paper. Her eyes widened. Her face taut because of disbelief, and she said to herself, "Is this real? I'm not dreaming, right? Yes, it's real." Shang Yang took a sip of tea, looking indifferent. Shang Yushi kept nodding, almost breaking his neck. Yang, how did you get such a high score on the test? Kang Weijin recovered from her shock and looked at Shang Yang. The Iron Lady spluttered with excitement. I just read over the textbook and studied occasionally, Shang Yang said lightly, but then she emphasized, although I was in Bilewan village, I could buy all kinds of books from the internet, and Granny was very willing to buy me books. Grandma Lu valued education very much. She suffered from a lack of education when she was young, so she was willing to spend money to buy books for Sheng Yang. However, aware of her economic conditions, Sheng Yang only used her money to buy 1 or 2 books and earned most of the money by herself, which didn't take much of her time. Oh, I shall thank Grandma Lu for that. Kang Weijin couldn't help but shed tears. You're so smart, honey. You're a really worthy daughter. She had always felt it was a pity that she was absent from her daughter's upbringing and failed to give her a good living environment, but now these regrets had been alleviated somewhat. Yang was lucky to have been adopted by a good person. Although she had been through a lot of hardships, she was talented, sweet, and considerate. No one could look down on her daughter. Shang Yushi was also excited. He then took out his cell phone and texted his second brother. Second brother, Yang got first place in the whole grade on her math exam. Perfect score. Sheng Hanjing. Awesome. Congratulate her for me. Tell her not to overstretch herself and take care of herself. His tone was mild and intimate, full of care for his sister. Little cutie Shang Yushi nodded hard. Yes. Everyone was happy, including the servants. It was rare to see Madame so happy. Kang Weijin immediately called her husband and told him this. They talked excitedly on the phone as if they had just fallen in love. To celebrate his daughter's success, Shang Yu vowed to give all his employees a raise of 1,000 yuan to share his joy with them and let everyone know how great his daughter was. Not long after they hung up, the landline rang again, and Kang Weijin strode up to the phone and picked it up without even looking at the caller ID. Hey, she was very happy today, so her voice sounded very cheerful. Weijin. Being hung up on by Kang Weijin last time, Madame Shang was upset for a long time. She was angry that Kang Weijin didn't even call her to apologize. Did Kang Weijin know how carefully her second daughter-in-law waited on her? She had decided to give her eldest daughter-in-law the cold shoulder to make her reflect on her mistake. But today, her second daughter-in-law mentioned that Sheng Yang had just taken a math test recently. She felt that this was an opportunity to persuade Kang Weijin to take that disgrace of the Shang family out of Yin City High School. If she couldn't keep up with her classmates, She would lose face and might even have a nervous breakdown. Now, it should be easy to convince Kang Weijin. For the sake of her baby girl, it was time to transfer her to another school. Madame Sheng comforted herself. Sheng Yang had disgraced the Sheng family on this exam, but she wouldn't let this happen again. As long as she left Yin City High School afterward, the business partners of the Sheng family would soon forget and wouldn't treat her like a laughingstock while playing mahjong. "Hi, Mom." Kang Weijin was so happy that even her voice sounded as crisp and cheerful as a young girl, and she wasn't guarded at all with her difficult mother-in-law. Madame Sheng raised her eyebrows. Why is she so happy? After the disgrace returned home, her eldest daughter-in-law had no demands. She just wanted her daughter to be happy. Madame Sheng certainly wouldn't allow that. Without any rules, she might even make the Sheng family lose their company. "Weijin, did you think about what I suggested to you last time?" "Huh, what did you suggest?" "Transfer Sheng Yang to another school. I mean, remove her from Yin City High School." Jiang Xini was massaging Madame Sheng's shoulders like a maid. She could clearly sense that Madame Sheng could hardly suppress her inner anger and had become impatient. "No way. Why should I?" Kang Weijin was still smiling. She was a smart person, so she wouldn't get angry with unworthy people. Besides, today was a good day. "Why? She did so poorly on the exam, and you ask me why?" "Kang Weijin, don't go too far. Our Sheng family is a highly respected family." Kang Weijin sneered. "Mom, firstly, the Kang family is no worse than the Sheng family, and my parents didn't say anything. We're different." Madame Sheng quibbled. "Secondly," Kang Weijin glanced around, and when she had ensured that Sheng Yang had gone upstairs to read, she said domineeringly, "Who told you my daughter did poorly on the exam?" "What do you mean? Just because you feel like you owe her something doesn't mean you should treat her as a treasure. No one else thinks she's a treasure. Instead, people view her as a laughingstock." Madame Sheng said harshly. "Who dares to treat my daughter like a laughingstock? I swear I'll make him regret it." Kang Weijin enunciated each word, and even Madame Sheng was a bit scared by her tone. Madame Sheng said much less aggressively, "I didn't mean that, but I can't control how others think." Now she disliked Kang Weijin even more. How dare she talk to her mother-in-law like this? Did she have any manners? "Haha." Kang Weijin laughed loudly. "It's not that I treat her like a treasure, but she is a treasure. No one can look down on her." Madame Sheng was so amused that she laughed. "I'm telling you that Sheng Yu is the only worthy granddaughter of the Sheng family." At this time, Sheng Yu happened to come back. When she heard this, she turned dark. Yeah, you came back at the perfect time. Your aunt must be too ashamed to tell us Sheng Yang's score. Tell me, how did Sheng Yang score on the test?" Sheng Yu looked away, but Jiang Xini also nodded to her and motioned for her to say it. Madame Sheng deliberately put her on speaker to teach Kang Weijin a lesson. "Go ahead, Sheng Yu, just say it," Kang Weijin said casually. Faced with so much pressure, Sheng Yu shivered and didn't know what to do. To be frank, she really didn't want to say it, but now it was as if there was a knife to her neck. How could she hide the truth? So she turned and said reluctantly, "Sheng Yang scored 150 points on the test." Madame Sheng was taken aback, then said swiftly, "Oh, the exam questions must have been very simple, so she got a perfect score." "Sheng Yu, how about you? You scored 152, right?" Sheng Yu was silent. Kang Weijin said arrogantly, "Sorry, only one student of the whole grade got a perfect score, and it was Yang Yang." "Mom, if you still don't believe me, you can go ask your mahjong partners. They'll tell you the answer." After clearing things up tidily, she hung up the phone. She hung up even faster than last time. Madame Sheng, who was still in shock, was suddenly roused by the sound of the call ending, and she suddenly roared, "Kang Weijin, how dare she?" She cursed for a while, but soon stopped as Kang Weijin wasn't even around. She turned to Sheng Yu with a gloomy look. "How many points did you score on the test?" Jiang Xini also couldn't believe it. Sheng Yu was beaten by that Wei Shengyang on the exam? Since Sheng Yu's childhood, she had placed her greatest hopes on Sheng Yu and given her the best education she could afford. But how did this child pay her back? She was really disappointed. Sheng Yu pursed her lips and didn't want to answer. "Say it." Madame Sheng went crazy. Sheng Yu's eyes were full of tears. Madame Sheng had viewed her as the facade of the Sheng family and had doted on her. Sheng Yu had never been scolded like this, She was so wronged. This was all because of Sheng Yang. She had flunked exams before, but Madame Sheng had never yelled at her frantically like this. Sheng Yu said weakly, 138. Madame Sheng was so angry that the blue veins on her forehead protruded. She grabbed her shoulder angrily. You let me down. No wonder Kong Weijian dared to provoke her. Mom, didn't you say you were going to have dinner with us tonight? Jiang Sini said as she looked at Madame Sheng's back. No, I'm too angry to eat. Madame Sheng left in anger. Jiang Sini looked at Sheng Yu, and the smile on her face disappeared. I'm so disappointed in you. Tears streamed down Sheng Yu's face. It was all Sheng Yang's fault. She has only been back for a few days, but she's already made me suffer. Suddenly, a careless voice rang out from not far away. He was literally the sheer opposite of Sheng Yu, who was a typical hard-working businessman. Although they were brothers, apart from their similar looks, they had completely different temperaments. Annoyed by his words, Jiang Sini didn't even want to look at him and went straight upstairs, leaving Sheng Yu to cry alone. Sheng Tai also ignored her. He got changed and was about to leave. He was like a passerby in this home and was rarely at home. Dad! Sheng Yu called out to him with teary eyes. She walked up to him, looked up at him, and voiced the doubts in her heart. Why do you never care about me? Lu Shu's father would hire tutors for Lu Shu. She didn't expect that much, but throughout the year, she had seen her dad less than 10 times. This month was drawing to a close, but this was the first time she talked to him this month. Although he said her score wasn't bad, she didn't know whether he really meant it or if he was just being sarcastic. Sheng Tai stroked his chin, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. Well, that's a good question, but... He turned Sheng Yu around by the shoulders so that she was facing away from him. Why don't you ask your mother? In Sheng Yang's room, she was studying the law of Beal ciphers. Even the most well-known Morse code was no match for the Beal ciphers. No one had ever cracked the Beal ciphers yet, but she had some clues. The Beal ciphers were composed of many groups of densely packed numbers. This was a headache to others, but was quite interesting to her. She had somewhat of an obsession with unsolved puzzles. At this moment, she suddenly heard something and glanced keenly at the window. The wind blew the white curtains, and the moonlight outside the window looked so bright. Was it an illusion? She frowned. She had just retracted her gaze when a figure sprang towards her. She moved agilely aside, only to be pressed against the wall next to the wardrobe. Face to face, the man's sparkling eyes were as deep as the sea and seemed to be full of starlight. He put his fingers on his thin and beautiful lips. Shoo! Sheng Yang looked at him silently. This wasn't the first time. She had almost gotten used to it. This man, like a flower from Hades, Mandala, was beautiful yet dangerous. In a short while, she heard rustling sounds which were very light but gradually approaching. The man propped a hand against the wall and gazed at her closely. This scene was ambiguous and beautiful, but Sheng Yang's eyes were cold. She just looked at him calmly and listened. Danger was gradually approaching. At the same time, she clenched her fists secretly. She had decided to never show any mercy to her enemies. Yi Junqing looked down at her hand, then raised his eyes, his smile bright and his voice low and husky. Don't worry. I'm here. Sheng Yang remained still in a defensive posture. Her two clenched little fists were like little buns that were inexplicably murderous. Yi Junqing smiled. She was iron-hearted, not believing in anyone but herself. But she was so cute when she was like this. A smile hovered on Yi Junqing's lips, and his beautiful eyes sparkled. He was utterly mesmerizing. After a while, there was the sound of someone falling from the balcony outside, followed by the cold voice of Gao Feng. Master, it's done. Sorry I was late. Yes, you are, Yi Junqing said lightly, but he didn't sound as murderous as usual. Carrying the assassin who had been knocked out by him, Gao Feng left quietly, looking back as he left. Wow, Master is really awesome. While being hunted, he actually used the assassin as his tool to chase a girl. No longer in danger, Yi Junqing stood up straight, as did Sheng Yang. Yi Junqing looked around her room, which was just as he imagined. In addition to those books, a globe, and various kinds of learning tools, there were almost no trinkets that normal girls liked. She didn't like jewelry or beautiful clothes, but she looked good in any clothes. Now she was wearing an off-white puff-sleeved shirt with a black tulle-pleated skirt, looking celestial. Her clothes were simple and nice, and her hair was pulled into a bun on the top of the head, making her look elegant and beautiful. I heard that your mother is looking for a tutor for you, so I submitted an application, but I was rejected. Yi Junqing laughed and said meaningfully, Auntie has very high requirements. Sheng Yang looked at him silently. She had seen the credentials of those candidates, and none of them was qualified to teach her, but if it was Yi Junqing, that would be another story. But she didn't understand why her mother rejected him. Of course, in front of Yi Junqing, she couldn't say that. She didn't want to spend any extra time on high school courses since she had almost obtained full understanding. It would be a waste of time to have someone tutor her. The man's gaze seemed to be shifting, moving from her beautiful face to the open book on the table, and he smiled. I happen to know some of the ciphers. Really? Sheng Yang's eyes lit up, looking at him with shining eyes. Master Yi cupped his cheek with a hand, smiling bitterly. Yi Junqing suppressed the urge and placed his itching hand on the open book. Come, look here. He said some numbers and English words because Beale's ciphers originated from abroad. His standard London accent sounded so beautiful and the syllables he uttered seemed to be dancing in the air. But Sheng Yang just listened attentively, her amber eyes so calm that she looked like a docile kitten. They were very close to each other. Sheng Yang looked at the strings of numbers in the book earnestly, and a wisp of her shiny black hair fell on her snow-white neck, creating a sharp visual contrast. She had just showered, so her body had a fragrant floral scent, which wasn't as seductive as perfume, but it was longer-lasting with a refreshing and attractive feminine aroma. From this angle, he happened to see her rosy lips, crystal clear and beautiful, and his beautiful Adam's apple couldn't help bobbing. Why did you stop? She turned and their eyes met. He caught her clear, watery eyes and fair and tender cheeks, but she didn't flush as he hoped. Yi Junqing couldn't help but feel frustrated. Little thing. You messed up my heart but pretend as if nothing happened? He couldn't help but frown. Am I not good-looking enough for you? Sheng Yang stated the facts expressionlessly. You are, but you're not as attractive as the ciphers to me. Frustrated, Master Yi could only continue to explain the ciphers to her. The next morning, a sumptuous breakfast filled the large table. Sheng Yushi was drinking milk slowly. Since he talked to his second brother, he started to return home more frequently. Sheng Yang suddenly turned her head and looked at Kong Weijin. Mom, I want to ask your permission for one thing. Huh. Kong Weijin cut some steak for Sheng Yang and looked at her with a smile. Honey, you don't have to be so polite. As long as it's not illegal, you can do whatever you want. Even if you wanted a star in the sky, I'd buy you the naming rights. It's not that dramatic. It's just a trivial matter. Now that you agree, that's great. Now that Kong Weijin had agreed, Sheng Yang continued to eat the scone she was holding. Kong Weijin asked curiously, Yang, what is it? I want to hire Yi Junqing as my tutor. I want to hire Yi Junqing as my tutor. As if she were struck by lightning, Kong Weijin froze, and after a long while, she forced a smile and asked, Why him? Because only he is qualified, Sheng Yang said lightly, then glanced at Kong Weijin. If Mom insisted on disagreeing, she would just give up. Although only Yi Junqing was qualified, she could study the ciphers slowly on her own even without Yi Junqing. It would only take her a little longer. With Yi Junqing tutoring her, however, she could discuss and exchange her thoughts with him, getting twice the result with half the effort. And through their discussions last night, she discovered Yi Junqing was quite insightful and could understand things she couldn't. Kong Weijin lowered her head and pondered. She rejected Yi Junqing because she wanted to observe him longer. But now things were different. It was her daughter who requested him, so she planned to say yes. Who? Sheng Yushi asked, wondering what they were talking about. In front of Yang, Kong Weijin couldn't explain much to him. But after Sheng Yang went to school, Sheng Yushi asked again, Who is Yi Junqing? Why did sister want him to tutor her? Did she forget someone at home? He said in a jealous tone, pointing to himself. Kong Weijin turned a blind eye to his movements. Yushi's grades weren't bad in high school, but he wasn't that good nationwide. But young Master Yi was different. He was even more brilliant than her eldest and second sons and was versatile, so he was more than enough to tutor Yang. Therefore, she only replied to Sheng Yushi's first question. Juncheng is our new neighbor, and he knew your sister from before. Now that your sister requested it, so be it." Then she glanced at him again, worrying if he would mess things up. "Forget it. I'll discuss it with Yang Yang's father when he comes back." Sheng Yushi touched his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but why did he somehow feel that he was despised by his mother just now? But he still understood that the neighbor next door was smart, so his sister chose the neighbor over him. Sheng Yushi's eyes were suddenly filled with a fighting spirit. It seemed that he needed to meet this neighbor. As soon as Sheng Yang arrived in Class 7 and took her seat, Oyi walked over and bowed to Sheng Yang. "God of studies, I was stupid to say that I could teach you math. From now on, you're my idol." Sheng Yang raised her eyebrows, saying flatly, "Okay." She didn't even pretend to be modest. Is this the trend here? Call the first place scorer an idol? That being the case, she would just follow the customs. Fong Duo, the sweet little girl, hurriedly shielded her from Oyi, trying to protect Sheng Yang, but she was a bit amused when she saw Oye's stunned look. Oyi always teased her, but she never successfully fought back. Now, he finally had a nemesis. Upon hearing their conversation, the other students gathered around. "Haha, Sheng Yang, from now on, you're Oye's idol. Just make him run errands for you." "Yes, Sheng Yang," Oyi said it himself. "Now you've got a little henchman. This new classmate is so interesting. I like her." Because of Sheng Yang's agreement, everyone felt she was easygoing and had a good sense of humor. Instantly, everyone felt relaxed and no longer flinched from approaching her like before. In the office, Chun-Lan was surrounded by many teachers congratulating her. This was her moment of glory. "Miss Chin, you really picked up a good seedling." The class teacher of Class 3 who once tried to persuade Chun-Lan not to include Sheng Yang's results in the score counting lowered his head and said sincerely, "Miss Chin, I was too short-sighted. You're a competent teacher. I should learn more from you." "I'm flattered." Chun-Lan smiled, feeling that she was just lucky this time. The new student only came to her class a few days ago. Li Mei was sitting in the most conspicuous position in the office, but this time no one was around her desk, and the teachers even deliberately avoided her. Every dog had its day. Fate hadn't favored her this time. Looking at the clamorous crowd over there, she muttered sourly to herself, "Humph, it was just a math test." Regardless of whether she can maintain her status, I've seen many students who only excel in one subject. Many students do well in mathematics, but terribly in Chinese and English. At this time, Chun-Lan was flushed from her colleagues' compliments and said shyly, "The new student isn't as magical as you said. She once told me that her Chinese isn't very good. She still needs to work on it." Everyone echoed, "Yes, she's a very promising student. Mathematics is the most difficult subject to master. Now she just needs to make up for her shortcomings." Relieved to hear this, Li Mei collapsed in her chair. Sheng Yang was just a flash in the pan this time. In her class, Han Jingyu was a rare talent who was well-rounded, and he had the potential to become the champion of the National College Entrance Examination. She didn't regret rejecting that transfer student, not at all. At this time, the Han Jingyu she was thinking of was passing by the Class 7 classroom. He had taken a purposeful detour today. Through the window, he saw a beautiful and quiet girl sitting next to the window with her rosy cheek in one hand, reading a book. At such a close distance, under the sunshine, he could see that her dense eyelashes cast a shadow on her fair face. Is this the new transfer student? He scored 148 points on the test, and 2 points were deducted because he didn't solve one problem perfectly. Mr. Zhang said frankly that even he wouldn't have perfectly solved that problem. Therefore, Han Jingyu wasn't to blame for losing 2 points. But how did this girl named Sheng Yang perfectly solve this problem? With this question in mind, he insensibly walked up to the girl standing at the door of the classroom. "Hi." It was Fong Duo. She was dumbfounded, and she even held her breath. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and just stood at attention like a soldier. Her smile was so stiff that even her shallow dimples seemed to disappear. With her pretty face complex, she was completely at a loss for how to face a handsome man like God Han. Although they were in the same school for 3 years, she had never had a chance to speak to him before. He was so handsome and cool, manly and stylish. His voice was just as she imagined, very masculine and magnetic. "Hi, I'd like to." As he spoke, his gaze drifted in one direction and was withdrawn only after a second. But mesmerized by his handsome face, Fong Duo had been looking at him unblinkingly, so she had noticed even this slight movement of his. With no response, Fong Duo asked shyly, "God Han, who are you looking for?" "No one." Han Jingyu put one hand in his pocket, his eyes calm. "I was mistaken." Fong Duo went back to class. God Han seemed to be looking for someone just now. He seemed to be looking at Shengyang. Does he have a thing for Shengyang? Gee, they're both so good-looking. I can't imagine how good-looking their kids would be. Fong Duo, are you out of your mind? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Someone called out. God Han has never fallen for any girl, including even Shengyu. He just discusses math problems with her. Besides, God Sheng said that she isn't very good in Chinese. Haha, that's hard to say. Anyway, God Sheng got 2 points higher than him on this math exam. Fall in love with your rival. Gee, so romantic. But the students were just treating it like a joke and didn't take it too seriously. God Han was a god. Even if Shengyang overtook him this time, it was just an accident. He was still their god who never fumbled. Maybe he just wanted to experience failure this time, but he still stood out from ordinary people like them. So how could they know what a god was thinking? But this still spread to Class 1 and caused a great uproar. A boy ran up to Han Jingyu and glanced at Shengyu, who was lying face down on her desk and looking somewhat lonely. He asking indignantly, "God Han, do you really have a thing for Shengyang of Class 7? A girl also said, "God Han, please don't. Don't be so superficial. Shengyang just had a pretty face." They didn't want their God Han to be defiled by her. Everyone agreed that if God Han got together with a girl from another class, it would be equivalent to their own fertile water flowing into another person's field. Not to mention Class 7 was their enemy. Han Jingyu raised his head, his eyes cold. Under his icy stare, no one dared to speak. Is it true? While everyone was speculating, Han Jingyu's cold voice rang. You guys think too much. Shengyu straightened up, rubbed her eyes, and looked back at Han Jingyu. Everyone smiled with relief. So Class 7 is bragging for nothing. They really are shameless. Haha, do they think they own the entire world by beating us on this math exam? They were just 0.2 points higher than us in average score. This rumor came from that girl's deskmate. So, you know, the world was a circle, and these words soon returned to Fong Duo's ears. She pounded the table with her small fist, then winced in pain. I can tolerate them slandering me, but how could they slander God Sheng? Why didn't they go check the surveillance video to see whether God Han came to our class today or not? Shame on them. Shengyang tilted her head and looked at her in puzzlement. Is Han Jingyu good-looking? Fong Duo was shocked. Do you think he's not? He's good-looking, but I've seen someone better-looking than him. I'll take you to see him another day. Shengyang thought of Yi Junsheng. She had never seen any man better-looking than him. Even compared to girls, he was among the most beautiful. Fong Duo was overjoyed. If what Shengyang said was true, she must fix them up. Their kid would be unimaginably beautiful and be her source of joy and light. Not to mention the one I'm talking about. Shengyang's gaze fell on the TV screen next to the blackboard. This man is also better looking than Han Jingyu. Fong Duo followed her gaze and was amused. How can you compare them? Han Jingyu is a living person whom we can see every day, but this one is like a celestial being. We can only see him but can't touch him. Shengyang was puzzled for a while. Her look of confusion was also extremely beautiful. Why? Do you want to see him? Of course, Fong Duo exclaimed, looking at Shengyang in surprise. But then she remembered that Shengyang came from Bailwan village, so it was understandable that she didn't know much about this famous figure. She looked at Shengyang with sympathy and explained with great patience. Many of my idols are stars. Yi often laughs at them for only having pretty faces, but he never dares to laugh at this one. Ming Qi, Dr. Ming, has both good looks and great abilities. He's the youngest professor at the National Academy of Medicine. He's even won the Medical Science and Technology Award, which is the highest honor in the domestic medical community. Fong Duo simply couldn't stop talking about this person. But it's rumored that he has a bad temper. Then she defended him. Well, he's so talented, so it's normal for him to have a little bit of temper. He has a bad temper? Shengyang seemed a little surprised. Fong Duo chuckled and waved a finger in front of her lips. Don't be misled by his appearance. Fong Duo thought Shenyang was mesmerized by Ming Qi's handsome face, just as she was. Shenyang didn't say anything more. At this time, her phone vibrated in the drawer. When she checked it, she realized someone had texted whose name was the number one. Shenyang glanced at the message and typed her reply. Aren't you doing a live interview on TV? The other party soon replied. Huh. Shenyang, are you watching my interview? Shenyang, kind of. 1. Oh, I'm so happy you caught my interview. Shenyang, you heartless little girl. You refused my present for you, and now you don't even talk to me. On TV, Ming Qi was answering questions expressionlessly. His poker face looked so serious and meticulous. Who would have thought that he was texting someone under the table and in a tone like a dissatisfied housewife? Shenyang knew that he was talking about the piano. Fortunately, she refused it. Otherwise, he would only go further, and it would create suspicion from her family. After getting no response from her for a long time, Ming Qi's text messages came one after another. I know where your school is. May I take you home after school? His tone was so careful. It was hard to imagine that these messages were sent by this grumpy big shot. Shenyang still didn't reply to him immediately, but turned to look at Fong Duo. If one day, Ming Qi appeared in front of you, what would you do? Fong Duo cupped her face in her hand and thought about it seriously. Just thinking about it made her feel dizzy. She grinned from ear to ear. I would definitely get high blood pressure and faint with excitement. Faint? Without hesitation, Shenyang replied to Ming Qi mercilessly. You'd better not come to my school. It was early autumn, and the leaves had turned golden. A man sat quietly under a sycamore tree. He had a very handsome face, perfect almost beyond human possibility. He was flipping through a book with his long, slender fingers. He frowned. Someone came over the wall. Gaofeng obviously noticed this too. Yi Juncheng raised a finger slightly to signal him not to move. A tall figure quickly stood in front of him. Are you Yi Juncheng? His tone sounded angry. With a smile on his face, Yi Juncheng raised his eyes, only to find this man looked a bit like Shenyang. He immediately guessed this man's identity and smiled leisurely. Sheng Yushi was stunned. Mom only told him that they had a new neighbor, but didn't tell him this new neighbor was so good-looking. Yes. The man blinked and a gleam flickered across his eyes. He was still smiling as if not noticing Sheng Yushi's anger. Sheng Yushi was taken aback again? How can he be so calm? Didn't he notice I'm being quite hostile to him? I'm Sheng Yang's third brother. Sheng Yushi pounded the stone table with his hand, trying to sound fierce. Would you like to sit down and have a cup of tea? Just as Yi Juncheng said that, Gaofeng walked out from behind the tree and poured a cup of tea for Sheng Yushi. Sheng Yushi was dumbfounded. When was this man standing behind the tree? Why didn't he even notice that? It was scary. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. However, this man seemed to be quite polite to him, so Sheng Yushi could only sit down sullenly. What made him even more sullen was that he found that this guy was reading the exact same document as his sister, but he couldn't understand it at all. Sheng Yushi took a sip of the tea indignantly, but in the next second, he smiled. Huh, this tea is quite delicious. His grandpa loved drinking tea and often made him drink tea with him. He really couldn't get accustomed to the fragrance of tea, let alone pick up the mixture of bitterness and sweetness that Grandpa mentioned, so he hated drinking tea. But he didn't expect to taste such a different tea today. As soon as the tea entered his mouth, sweetness burst in his taste buds like fireworks, and the flavor became more and more intense. He couldn't help continuing to drink the tea. This cup was soon finished, and Gaofeng poured another cup for him. Yi Juncheng rested his chin on his palm and looked at Sheng Yushi, saying with a smile, This is sweet plum tea. Please bring some home for uncle, auntie, and Shenyang when you leave. Sheng Yushi was drinking one mouthful after another. Upon hearing his words, he almost squirted the tea out and hurriedly put down the teacup. No. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here. He wasn't here to drink tea. Are you going to be my sister's tutor? I can be her tutor, so she doesn't need another tutor. Sheng Yushi tried to come off strong. Yi Juncheng suddenly raised his eyes, and Sheng Yushi was a little alarmed, but Yi Juncheng just said gently, You really care about your sister. His words didn't sound aggressive at all but kind and considerate. Of course. Sheng Yushi patted his chest. Gao Feng stood still, but shook his head helplessly in his heart. Master was playing his old trick again. No one could resist his charm, including this young master of the Sheng family. As soon as Kang Weijin came back from the office, she saw the same stunningly handsome and familiar face again. She was surprised. Master Yi? Hi, Auntie. You can just call me Juncheng. Yi Juncheng sounded so nice and kind. Mom. Sheng Yushi made enthusiastic introductions. This is my friend, Yi Juncheng. Kang Weijin smiled at Yi Juncheng, pulled Sheng Yushi aside quietly, and lowered her voice. Isn't he our new neighbor? Why has he become your friend? I want to see him today, and chatted with him. From now on, I'll tutor sister along with him. Sheng Yushi held 2 pots of tea in his arms, holding his head high, very proud and satisfied. Kang Weijin frowned. So Sheng Yushi sold his younger sister for 2 pots of tea, but felt that he had picked up a huge bargain. This idiot. Poor little boy. Sheng Yushi was surprised to discover that his mother was angry, but he knew she was suppressing her anger because Yi Juncheng was still here. He shivered but couldn't figure out the reason for her anger. This was his sister's decision. Now he and Yi Juncheng could teach his sister together. Wasn't that wonderful? After a while, Sheng Yang came back. Yi Juncheng smiled politely. Auntie, excuse me, we're going to the study. Okay. Kang Weijin folded her hands and smiled like a kind old mother, but when the two disappeared at the end of the stairs, her expression instantly changed and she pointed at Sheng Yushi and shouted grumpily, You idiot! She stomped her feet while yelling. This was literally like preparing the wolf to eat the sheep. Mom, what did I do to make you so angry? Sheng Yushi felt wronged. He didn't do anything. Forget it. Kang Weijin felt a headache coming on with her anger. Now that things were already in motion, she would just let it take its course and see what would happen. A few days later, in the playground at Yin City High School, after their morning exercises, the students returned to their classrooms in 3s and 4s. Sheng Yu and Lu Shu walked together. Although the two were still often seen together like before, something had changed and they weren't as close as they once were. Several girls' voices suddenly came over from behind. The school celebration is coming up soon. Yes, I saw Sheng Yu going to the principal's office that day to discuss it with the principal. Every year, God Han plays music with her. She plays the piano and God Han plays the violin. Oh, I envy her. Humph. In fact, there are people at school who can play the piano better than her, but they aren't as good looking as her nor do they get as good grades as she does. Then it's probably going to be her again this time. Then will she be the host of the school celebration too? SHT, the host is her every time. I'm tired of seeing her face every year. Exactly. But I heard that the class teacher of Class 7 wants the new transfer student in her class to be the host of the school celebration. She's so beautiful and popular. It may not be Sheng Yu this time. Lu Shu glanced at Sheng Yu's sullen face. Finally, she found a topic to break the ice, so she pursed her lips and tried to comfort Sheng Yu. Yeah, don't take it seriously. However, Sheng Yu ignored her, quickening her pace and walking on. Lu Shu stomped her feet, aggrieved. Her family wasn't any worse off than Sheng Yu's, but for more than 2 years, Sheng Yu treated her as if she was her little henchwoman. How could she treat her like this? However, the news came in the afternoon that the host for the school celebration this year had been decided, and it was still Sheng Yu. Everyone congratulated Sheng Yu. That math exam was just a fluke. Sheng Yu is still the goddess in our hearts. Cheer up, Sheng Yu. Sheng Yu is Sheng Yu. Every year, you're the host of the school celebration, and your performances at the school celebrations are amazing. Sheng Yu, I still remember the evening gown you wore for the school celebration last year. I'll never forget it in my lifetime. No longer with a long face, Sheng Yu cracked a graceful smile, but she just said, I'm flattered, but it hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to talk about it. But her deskmate, Lu Shu, had noticed that she was already reading the host manuscripts from previous years. Sure enough, when the second class was over, the teacher responsible for the school celebration came up to Sheng Yu. The other students weren't very surprised. As they expected, Sheng Yu would still be the host of the school celebration this year. Sheng Yu, congratulations. You're hosting this year's school celebration again. A middle-aged teacher with glasses congratulated Sheng Yu sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Gong, Shang Yu said with a smile. At the same time, a taut string in her mind finally relaxed. There was still time. The battle between her and Sheng Yang wouldn't end soon. It would be a back-and-forth battle. She'd like to see who would have the last laugh. As soon as she returned to her class, the students who had been paying close attention to her all gathered around her. Sheng Yu, what did Mr. Gong talk to you about? Did he ask you to be the host of the school celebration? Sheng Yu cupped her chin with her hand, looking a little worried. Now, I'll be busy writing my speech for the celebration and won't have much time to study. What a bother. No, being the host is the most prestigious. It's not something you can get with just good grades. It's an honor granted by the school. Not that important. Sheng Yu shook her head and sighed. I'm just lucky. You're too modest. In the crowd, Lu Shu also congratulated Sheng Yu. But Sheng Yu ignored her the whole time, even though she clearly noticed when Sheng Yu's eyes had fallen on her. Lu Shu sat back in her seat, feeling upset, but there was an endless stream of people coming to congratulate Sheng Yu, and they kept pushing her around. Although Class 7's average math score was 0.2 points higher than ours, that was just a flash in the pan. That's right. The host of the celebration is still from Class 1. What do they have? There were also some pacifists in Class 1 who didn't approve of provoking Class 7 all the time. Upon hearing this, one of the pacifists pushed his glasses up his nose and said, "Don't say that. Last time you laughed at the transfer student in Class 7, but she got full marks on the test. Humble yourself." The student whom he talked to turned purple in embarrassment. He was trying to flatter his goddess Sheng Yu, but he was suddenly slapped in the face by his classmate. "Zhao Sheng, what are you talking about? Are you from Class 7 or Class 1? The boy with glasses waved his hand. Don't take it personally. I'm just stating the facts. We should support healthy competition. Why does Class 7 have to be our enemy? You're just attracted by that transfer student's pretty face, aren't you? Stop acting like neutral." The boy blushed. "Nonsense. You guys are really funny. Do you think we have to agree with you?" The two factions quarreled and Sheng Yang was accused of seducing her male classmates. "Don't talk about my cousin like that. It's not her fault that she looks good," Sheng Yu said softly. Although no one listened to her, everyone who heard her words thought Sheng Yu was being quite nice to her illegitimate cousin. In the third year of high school, in fact, many schools didn't have physical education classes anymore. This block of time was occupied by the core subjects instead. However, the principal of Yin City High School insisted on giving students 1 or 2 physical education classes per week. The physical education teacher of Class 1 happened to be on leave, so the PE teacher of Class 7 took over the class. Therefore, Class 1 and Class 7 shared a physical education class. When two enemies met, they were bound to fight. The PE teacher of Class 7 had no understanding of the relationship between the two classes. In the spirit of friendship first, competition second, he wanted to take this opportunity to organize a sports competition for these two classes. Sheng Yang was standing in the playground wearing a white sports outfit with a high ponytail, looking confident. She was like a beautiful picture, and onlookers could hardly shift their eyes away from her. Sheng Yu stood opposite, frowning at Sheng Yang. She had taken a fancy to this outfit too since it was limited edition, and she had begged her mother to buy it for her. However, her mother refused and bought her brother a pair of sneakers worth $1 million. Next to Sheng Yang, Fong Duo looked at her profile intently, almost salivating. It was so smooth and soft that she really wanted to feel her hair slip through her fingers. Fong Duo had tried to grow long hair, but every time her hair grew longer, it would dry up and split. Sheng Yang's hair almost reached her waist, but the quality of her hair wasn't affected at all. Yi walked past Fong Duo. "Little Fong Duo, wipe your drool. It's almost dripping to the ground." Fong Duo hurriedly wiped the corners of her mouth, and when she discovered there was no saliva at all, she glared at Yi angrily. Yi put his hands behind his head. "Concentrate on the competition. This is a battle of honor between us and Class 1. You're trying to tell me?" Fong Duo rolled up her sleeves. "I have to try my best." Seeing her so full of fighting spirit, Yi thought she was going to say something tough, or that she was going to do a long jump, high jump, and so on. But in the end, she said, "I must try my best to cheer you guys on." Yi curled his lips. "Forget it." Fong Duo said aggrievedly, "You know I'm not good at sports. If I participate in the competition, you'll definitely think I'm a spy for Class 1. Yi pouted and looked at Shengyang. "Shengyang, how about you?" "It doesn't matter to me," Shengyang said casually. A question popped up in Ye's mind. He thought Shengyang grew up in a mountainous village, so she must be physically strong and be good at sports. That was why he asked her. But what did she mean by "it doesn't matter to me"? Did she mean that she actually wasn't good at sports? Ye's eyes flickered. To be on the safe side, they'd better pick the girls who were normally good at sports for the girls' events. The competition, which required the best 3 out of 5 sets, had started. The students who weren't participating in the competition were all standing by to cheer on the competitors. Listening to the deafening screams and applause, Shengyang glanced sideways at Fong Duo, and her beautiful amber-like pupils flickered slightly. This girl hadn't shown any merit before, but now Shengyang discovered she was really good at cheering people on. Class 7, extraordinary Class 7. If we can't get first place, which class can? Class 7, Class 7, Class 7 is the strongest. Fong Duo's voice alone drowned out the voices of several Class 1 girls. Shengyu couldn't help but look at them and smiled at Shengyang. "Yang, can you ask your friend to keep it down? It's not like whoever has the loudest voice will have the final say. Why don't you ask your friends to keep it down?" Shengyang said deadpan without even looking at her. The smile on Shengyu's face froze. "Wow, Goddess Sheng is awesome. Oh, Yang, I knew you would protect me." All the students in Class 7 took Shengyang's side while the students of Class 1 thought this girl was very arrogant and aggressive. She got a perfect score only once. How many days could a flower stay red? Shengyu obviously didn't expect that Shengyang would refute her like this. She was her cousin. Did she have to be so hostile to her? "Goddess, don't be upset. Don't concern yourself with that kind of person," said a boy who was a big fan of Shengyu. "No." Shengyu looked sensible and considerate. "My cousin just came back from Bilewan village, and she hasn't adjusted to her new environment yet." The people in Class 1 tittered upon hearing that. Yes, Shengyang was nothing but a little village girl, unreasonable and stupid. It was no wonder that Grandmother Xing never mentioned this long-lost granddaughter at the mahjong table. However, if she grew up in a remote village, she must have been running around all day long and must be quite strong. Why wasn't she participating in the competition? "Hey, why are you looking at our Goddess Sheng like that?" Fong Duo shielded Shengyang behind her. Shengyang protected her, so she would also protect Shengyang. "Because we're wondering why she isn't participating in the competition." Someone smiled maliciously. "Isn't this a match between your class and our class? Show some sincerity." Fong Duo didn't dare to ask, but in fact, she had similar thoughts to Yi. Generally, people who were smart weren't good at sports, and Yang was probably no exception. She certainly couldn't let the Class 1 people laugh at her goddess, because she knew how bad it felt. So she raised her chin. "Humph, it's none of your business. Haha, you're afraid she's the same as you, right? Last time you only jumped 1.2 meters during the long jump. Even kids in kindergarten did better than you." Fong Duo's eyes were red and her pride was injured, but she still stubbornly said, "Yes, not only did I only jump 1.2 meters during the long jump, I couldn't even jump 1 meter during the high jump and my vital capacity is only 1,000. But so what? What does that have to do with you? Haha, are you disabled?" Fong Duo glared at them angrily. She couldn't make these people shut up, so she could only draw the fire to herself so they wouldn't have time to hurt Yang. Yang was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, and she wouldn't allow them to hurt her. Shengyang glanced at her, then looked at a short-haired boy in the crowd who laughed the loudest. "Do you think you're good at sports?" His laughter stopped abruptly, and the short-haired boy marched up to Shengyang provocatively. His mono-lidded eyes widened menacingly. "I'm better than you, okay?" He was also the one who quarreled with Zhao Sheng in Class 1's classroom. He was Zhao Biao, and he was gifted when it came to sports. There was a cold smile on Shengyang's face. Interesting. Upon seeing her smile, the boy suddenly froze as if a basin of water had been poured over his head. The girl looked like an ice lotus when she smiled, glamorous and beautiful. Thanks to his sports abilities, Zhao Biao participated in literally all the events, but Class 7 was still trying its best. At present, There were already 2 draws and only the last men's relay was left. In Class 1, Zhao Biao was the last runner. On the Class 7 side, the last runner was Oh Yi. The students of Class 7 were quite worried. Although Oh Yi wasn't bad, Zhao Biao was a professional. To make things worse, Oh Yi suddenly clutched his stomach and turned purple. What's wrong? Are you okay? Not far from Oh Yi, Fong Duo rushed to him. Smart people I seem to have diarrhea. Oh Yi had a hard time even talking and the blue veins on his forehead were protruding. What are we going to do then? Shall I find someone to run in your place? Fong Duo said anxiously. No, I have to finish running. Oh Ye's lips had turned purple. It was like there was a long worm in his stomach, biting his flesh and drilling his intestines. You don't even have the strength to talk now. How can you run? You might get sick if you insist on running. Fong Duo turned to look at the other students and asked anxiously, who can replace Oh Yi? The other students of Class 7 all fell silent. They could run in Oh Ye's place, but they weren't confident they could win the last leg of the relay race. Besides, the last runner of Class 1 was Zhao Biao. What if they lost this crucial battle? Anyway, the third leg was only halfway finished. They were all waiting to see who would stand up first. His Oh Yi was hurting so badly that he suddenly saw stars and half knelt on the ground. Oh Yi! Oh Yi! Fong Duo tugged his arm and called his name anxiously, but couldn't pull him up. Give the baton to me. At this moment, a calm voice rang out and a figure appeared in front of the half-kneeling Oh Yi like a god descending from the sky. Shengyang wasn't a nosy person, but since Oh Yi called her idol, she didn't mind helping out her little henchman. No, not you. You're a girl, Fong Duo said. Shengyang directly grabbed the baton from Oh Yi, who had lost all his strength, then said indifferently, take Oh Yi to the infirmary. At the same time, noticing that there seemed to be something seriously wrong with Oh Yi, Class 1 students began to murmur amongst themselves. What the Hades is Class 7 doing? I saw them change their last runner. That's ridiculous. They sent a girl to run in the men's relay race. It's that transfer student from their class. I know their plan. They're going to lose anyway. This way, they'll have an excuse because boys usually run faster than girls. Class 7 is really treacherous. All they know how to do is play dirty. On the court, Shengyang raised her cold eyes and looked back. The third runner of Class 7 was straining every muscle to sprint towards her, his face and neck all red, but he could only barely catch up with Class 1's runner. He failed to create distance from his opponent. Now their entire class's hopes rested on Oh Yi. Oh Yi, here you are handing over the baton. The third runner gasped violently, his cheek sore, his throat pained, completely breathless. Someone handed him a glass of water. Without looking at it, he took the glass and drank the water in a gulp. Then he suddenly noticed that the slender figure in front didn't seem to be Oh Yi. He rubbed his eyes only to discover it was actually a girl, and he almost spurted out the water from his mouth. With a contemptuous look, Zhao Biao was running ahead with complete ease. He would beat Oh Yi more than easily, not to mention Shengyang, a girl who looked so fragile. Upon thinking about what she said and the way she looked earlier, he felt quite upset. At this time, a breeze passed by his side. Zhao Biao looked ahead in shock, his eyes wide. "Boo, Zhao Biao, can you try harder?" A burst of boos. Upon hearing those boos, Zhao Biao swung his arms furiously and his muscles began to tighten. If he was overtaken by a girl, that would be a huge disgrace for him. He started to exert his strength, and everyone could see that Zhao Biao was accelerating. Class 1's cheering intensified. Oh Yi was taken to the infirmary by 2 male students and Fong Duo was left behind. Upon seeing this scene, she immediately shouted, "Classmates, Shengyang, a girl, is fighting so hard for us on the track. Let's cheer her on." Yes, the girls were so excited that their eyes were wet. Shengyang was a model for them indeed. And the boys also felt ashamed for not running in Oh Ye's place earlier and turned this guilt into a strength. Class 7 broke into a tsunami of shouts and cheers, completely drowning out the voices of Class 1. Just because they're louder doesn't mean they'll win. A girl muttered and looked at Shangyu. Yeah, don't you think so? Shangyu nodded slightly, but still didn't look away from the track. Zhao Biao was a sports professional while Shengyang was just a village girl. The two were completely incomparable. But for some reason, she felt somewhat jittery. Zhao Biao had accelerated, but after all this time, the gap between him and Sheng Yang hadn't closed at all. Han Jingyu also pursed his lips and watched silently. Due to his affinity for numbers, he could see that the gap was widening instead of narrowing, although Zhao Biao's current speed was much faster than usual. So that girl. Han Jingyu's eyes were as deep as pools, inscrutable. Seeing that Sheng Yang was going to hit the finish line ahead of Zhao Biao, the Class 1 student shouted anxiously, "Zhao Biao, what are you doing? Are you trying to be polite even at a time like this? Zhao Biao, if you don't get first place, just you wait." Zhao Biao felt very anxious. He had tried his best, but whenever he thought he would catch up with her, the gap widened again. She was able to maintain their distance with ease, but was deliberately teasing him like a cat playing with a mouse. Realizing this, Zhao Biao became even angrier. How could he lose to a girl and be teased by her? So he accelerated again, but it didn't change anything. At the final sprint, Sheng Yang turned serious and suddenly accelerated, widening the gap again. Boom, she dashed across the finish line. Fong Duo immediately handed her a glass of water. Yang, drink some water. She was only panting slightly. Sweat was running down her beautiful fair swan neck, and she looked stunningly beautiful. This was an undisputed victory for Class 7. The Class 1 students surrounded Zhao Biao, who had his hands on his knees and was gasping violently. No one handed him water. Instead, they were scolding him. "Zhao Biao, what's your problem? Were you trying to impress that beautiful girl?" Zhao Biao was breathless and had no strength to explain. Even if he did, he felt too ashamed to tell the truth. Fine, he'd rather let others think he purposely let that girl win. "Humph." A student from Class 1 said to Class 7, "Ladies first. Our class knows how to like gentlemen." Fong Duo said with arms turned out, "Oh, do you mean the result of this race doesn't count?" "Of course not. You should send a boy to compete with Zhao Biao again." "Why? Does the result of a race not count unless your class wins?" The two classes were quarreling again. At this time, the physical education teacher walked over casually and said, "Hey, stop quarreling." The students shut up, but were still fighting silently with their eyes. As they glared at each other, they seemed to be sending out lightning and thunder. With his hands behind his back, the physical education teacher asked Sheng Yang mildly, "What's your name?" He knew all the other students, but not this one. She seemed to be a transfer student. Yes, if she weren't new to this school, he might have spotted this genius long ago in the past 2 years. "Teacher, her name is Sheng Yang." Fong Duo's eyes sparkled. "Oh, Sheng Yang." The physical education teacher asked in front of everyone, "Are you interested in becoming a track and field student?" Upon hearing that, Zhao Biao hesitated for a while before saying, "Teacher, didn't you say that no one can transfer to track and field in the 3rd year of high school?" The physical education teacher gave him a sideways glance. Special treatment for special circumstances. Then he looked at Sheng Yang, still smiling kindly. "Sheng Yang, you're really talented in track. If you'd like, I'm confident I could help you join the national team." While the students all gasped in shock, then looked at Zhao Biao meaningfully. Even Zhao Biao had only trained on the municipal team a few times. How could the physical education teacher be so sure that he could help Sheng Yang join the national team? National team? What did that mean? It meant she was among the best in the country. Sheng Yu couldn't help standing up. "Teacher, my cousin has never done track and field. You can't jump to this conclusion just because she defeated Zhao Biao." Upon hearing Sheng Yu's words, the Class 1 students immediately echoed, "Yes, teacher, Zhao Biao deliberately let her win." "Do you think I'm stupid?" The physical education teacher took out a stopwatch. "I timed your run. Did you see how fast she was? And she didn't even pant after running. She definitely has great potential." Everyone looked at Zhao Biao. So he didn't deliberately let Sheng Yang win? Zhao Biao's face turned purple in embarrassment. Under their contemptuous stares, he yelled, "If you think you can outrun her, try for yourself." She was like a monster. There was a dead silence, and the Class 1 students all looked at Sheng Yang incredulously, their faces twisted and struggling. Who just said that the girl cheated during the relay race? Zhao Sheng was in a good mood, although he was from Class 1. He had long said that they shouldn't underestimate this girl, but these idiots said he was bewitched by her. Sheng Yu looked at Sheng Yang with a complicated expression. In fact, she had already realized that Sheng Yang won on her own merits, but she didn't want to see her succeed. So she made up that excuse for the PE teacher. The last thing she wanted was for Sheng Yang to succeed. She always thought Sheng Yang was inferior to her in everything. Even though Sheng Yang had returned, she was still the only princess in the Shang family and no one could threaten her position. But now, a strong sense of crisis silently overwhelmed her, suffocating her. Sheng Yang, still expressionless, said to the physical education teacher, "No, I don't want to do track and field. I'm talking about the national team. Why don't you go home and discuss it with your parents?" The physical education teacher gulped. He had finally discovered a good seedling. If she refused this opportunity, it would be a waste of her talents. Countless people racked their brains trying to join the national team but couldn't make it, such as Zhao Biao and his like. Watching her turn down the opportunity he had dreamed about, Zhao Biao turned green with envy. However, Sheng Yang refused flatly. "No, I can decide for myself." "Okay." The physical education teacher couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes and said grumpily, "Let's call it for today." Class dismissed. The students from Class 1 and Class 7 immediately dispersed without looking at each other. At this time, someone from Class 1 said provocatively, "Humph, it was just a small competition during PE class. What's the big deal? The host of the upcoming school celebration is from our class, okay?" When Lu Shu heard this, her eyes brightened. She had finally got a chance to mend things with Sheng Yu. So she took the lead to say to the students in Class 7, "That's right, the host of this year's school celebration is Sheng Yu." Sheng Yu looked embarrassed, but her eyes were a lot gentler now as she looked at Lu Shu. "Lu Shu, forget it. It's not a big deal." "How is it not a big deal? You've hosted the school celebration every year, and you're from our class. Does Class 7 have this kind of glory?" Noticing her reaction, Lu Shu spoke a lot louder. "That's right. What does Class 7 have?" The dejected Class 1 students turned cocky again. But to their surprise, the Class 7 students didn't seem frustrated. They merely looked at them with meaningful expressions and said nothing. But the students in Class 1 took their silence as a tacit admission of failure and talked more and more obnoxiously. "Everyone, listen to me." Sheng Yu suddenly stood up, and as the students in Class 1 fell quiet and looked at her unanimously, she said slowly, "Let's stop arguing about these meaningless things. Just focus on what we're supposed to do." After a pause, she said gently, "Excuse me, but I have to go upstairs to write out my draft speech. I'm leaving." Everyone expressed their understanding and felt that what the goddess said was quite reasonable. It was a waste of time to argue with fools. They didn't want to argue with the short-sighted idiots of Class 7 and abase themselves. They would just let Class 7 win this time, since it was just a flash in the pan. Shang Yu was about to go upstairs with Lu Shu when she heard someone snorting behind her. "Are you that proud of being chosen as the host?" Shang Yu turned and said softly, "Feng Duo, I didn't say that. But that's what your face says." Zhao Biao stood up to defend his goddess. "Humph, that's just pure jealousy, right? Are you talking about yourself? You lost to a girl but pretended that you deliberately let her win. Shame on you." Feng Duo was simply invincible when she was defending her goddess. Zhao Biao's face was blue with anger. "Nonsense. Haha, isn't what I said true? Can you deny it?" Feng Duo looked at Sheng Yu and smiled. "Do you think it's a great honor to be selected as the host of the school celebration?" With a smile, Sheng Yu nodded elegantly. "This is the school showing their affirmation of me." "Yes, not everyone can be the host," Zhao Biao immediately echoed. The smile on Feng Duo's face spread. "I'm sorry, but I have to tell you one thing. The school celebration organization team invited Sheng Yang to be the host first, but she rejected them, so they turned to you." The smile on Sheng Yu's face disappeared. When Lu Shu heard that, she immediately shouted, "Nonsense? Nonsense?" The teachers on the school celebration organization team agreed that Sheng Yang was good-looking and had a nice voice, so she got the most votes. After being rejected by Sheng Yang, the teachers still begged the other students in our class to persuade her and were very disappointed knowing Sheng Yang wouldn't change her mind. "You were just Plan B." This was unanimously confirmed by the students of Class 7. That was why they were looking at these smug students of Class 1 with strange looks. What was the big deal behind being the host? The role was rejected by Sheng Yang. It was funny that the Class 1 students were bragging about it. So they weren't envious, but just speechless at their reaction. Humph, that's only your version of the story. I don't believe it. Noticing Shang Yu's face had turned gloomy, Lu Shu flatly denied it. But there was a kind of fear in her heart. If what they said was true, Shang Yu would probably break up with her, and their relationship could never be restored. If you don't believe me, you can check with the teachers on the school celebration organization team, Fong Duo said confidently. Sheng Yang also said slowly, what they said is true. Her voice was clear and melodious like an instrument. She paused and her amber eyes looked a little confused. Is it that great to be the host? Don't you think that writing a speech and rehearsing it are troublesome? She really meant it. If she wanted to do something, she would do her best and even burn the midnight oil to complete it. But if she didn't want to do something, no matter how great the benefit, she wouldn't change her mind. The Class 7 students were all speechless at her words. Sure enough, Big Shots thought differently from ordinary people. After all, she even asked someone to pick up her full score exam paper in her place. Shang Yu's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt extremely embarrassed. She and Sheng Yang had no grudge against each other. Since Sheng Yang's return to the Sheng family, she had never done anything against her. Why did Sheng Yang have to be so mean to her? She invaded her territory and robbed her. Yeah, Lu Shu stretched out her hand, trying to hold Sheng Yu's hand, only to be pushed away by her. Sheng Yu stared at her, and the anger that had no place to go suddenly erupted. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You knew that a long time ago, didn't you? I didn't. Lu Shu didn't know how to explain. Sheng Yu couldn't hold it anymore and ran out of the playground with tears in her eyes. She was being treated like a spare tire, and she was even complacent about it. Some of the Class 1 students fell silent in embarrassment, but there were still some clueless people, such as Zhao Biao, who widened his eyes fiercely, yelling, "You guys made Sheng Yu cry. Satisfied now? Huh. You guys started it, right? How could you blame me?" Fong Duo rolled up her sleeves, ready for a good fight with Zhao Biao, but her goddess had no interest and gradually walked away. Fong Duo turned anxious and hurriedly shouted, Yang, where are you going? Wait for me." Sheng Yang turned around and waved at her. "I'm going to see my little henchman. Infirmary." Yi was much better. Upon seeing the arrival of Sheng Yang and Fong Duo, he struggled to sit up and forced a smile, although his face was still pale. "Are you all right?" Sheng Yang asked him like a loving father asking his son. "Acute gastroenteritis." Yi smiled, but his smile was a bit bitter. "Fortunately, you were taken here in time. Otherwise, you might have had a gastric perforation," Sheng Yang said solemnly. Yi was startled, not expecting that the big shot also knew about medicine. Instead of his usual cheerfulness, he turned unusually serious. "Alas, it's my fault. I ruined the competition." He didn't even dare to ask about the final result, because he guessed that Class 7 must have lost to Class 1. How could a delicate girl like Sheng Yang outrun Zhao Biao? Haha, fortunately you were sick. Behind Sheng Yang, Fong Duo laughed happily. Ye's eyes widened. "Hey, Fong Duo, are you gloating?" No, I didn't mean that," Fong Duo quickly explained. "I mean, fortunately, you gave Sheng Yang a chance." Yi. Fong Duo smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "Fortunately, the last runner was Yang. Otherwise, how could we have defeated Class 1? What?" Ye's voice thundered in the infirmary, not sounding like a patient at all. It showed how shocked he was. "Yes." Fong Duo grinned. Yang ran in your place, beat Zhao Biao, and took first place." Yi looked at Sheng Yang, who was standing on the side, with mixed feelings. She still remained as expressionless as the first time he saw her. But now he was sure that she was a goddess. Under such circumstances, Zhao Biao would have definitely tried his best. So how did she win? Did Zhao Biao fall, or make a mistake? Yi blurted out, "I'm afraid it's not your stomach but your brain that's sick." Yang defeated Zhao Biao on her own merits. "She's awesome." When Fong Duo said that, her eyes were full of admiration. Yi gaped in surprise, and after a long while, he finally said, "You're truly my idol." "Okay," Sheng Yang responded casually. Sheng Yu's home. Jiang Sini was tying the tie of her husband, Sheng Tai. Jiang Sini skillfully tied his tie like a good wife and suddenly said almost inadvertently, "Don't leave tonight, okay?" "Why? You don't want to let me leave? You've already been conquered by me?" Sheng Yang smiled frivolously and pinched her face like a dandy. "No." Jiang Sini bit her lower lip gently, concealing the disgust in her eyes. "There's a banquet tonight. Ming Qi will be attending. If you can persuade him to join the Shang's Corporation's new medical project, the board of directors will treat you differently." Sheng Yang slapped her hand away and interrupted her coldly. "I told you a long time ago that I wouldn't waste my time on the company's affairs. I chose to marry you because you were the most obedient among my women and agreed not to interfere with my affairs." He seemed to change into another person, and his gentleness from earlier disappeared. "What? You don't want to keep your word anymore? Now you even want to lecture me about the way I live my life?" "No, I just think it's good for you. If brother-in-law controls all the family businesses, our kids and I will be in an extremely awkward situation. You should think about me and your son." Sheng Yang turned impatient. "I have some people waiting for me." Jiang Sini seemed to be accustomed to his cold attitude. Without tears or even disappointment, she quickly pulled herself together, prepared to go to the dinner party alone. In terms of talent alone, she was no lesser than Kang Weijin. What she lacked was opportunity and a good husband to rely on. Shang Yu was browsing the school forums in her room, irritable. Alas, why did Xingyang refuse? "I'm fed up with Shang Yu's face. Now I have no interest in the school celebration this time." "Well, shall we ask the people of Class 7 to convince her?" The forums were all filled with such comments, which almost drove Shang Yu mad. Upon vaguely hearing that her mother was going to a dinner party, which the most popular miracle-working Dr. Ming Qi was also going to, Shang Yu bounced up from the bed and ran out without even putting on her shoes. "Mom, where are you going?" She stood on the second floor and looked at Jiang Sini. She was all dressed up, wearing a spaghetti-strap skirt that set off her figure, along with soft and fluffy fur, looking beautiful and elegant. "I'm going to a dinner party," Jiang Sini said softly. "Mom, I want to go too." Jiang Sini frowned. "Your academic performance has declined lately. Why don't you concentrate on studying at home?" If Shang Yu lost to Sheng Yang again on the next exam, how could she explain to Madame Sheng? She couldn't count on her husband, but her daughter couldn't be a burden anyhow. "Mom, I was too careless this time. I promise you it won't happen again. Please take me to the dinner party." Shang Yu had already gone downstairs, begging pitifully. A lot of students at school were fans of Ming Qi. They even decided to become medical majors because of Ming Qi. If she could meet Ming Qi and become acquainted with him, the students would envy her very much. Jiang Sini agreed in the end. "Okay, get dressed up. It's not an ordinary dinner." "Thank you, Mom." After arriving at the dinner party, they discovered that this dinner party was different from usual. Although the Sheng family was viewed as a famous family in Yin City, they were nothing compared to the renowned families in the capital. But Ming Qi was a celebrity in the capital. Doctors were needed by everyone. Ming Qi was the personal doctor of several top-notch tycoons. Becoming Ming Qi's friend would be equivalent to having a supreme network of contacts and a top medical team know a medical empire. So everyone in Yin City racked their brains to win a chance to become acquainted with this big shot. Almost all the celebrities of Yin City were at today's dinner party. Jiang Sini found the person who gave her the news and begged him to introduce her to Ming Qi. "Mrs. Shang," the person said coldly, "it's not that I don't want to help you, but you see, there are so many people waiting to talk to Dr. Ming. Even the chairman of Kaidi Group has to wait in line. I'm afraid it wouldn't make any difference even if your husband had come with you today." Jiang Sini suddenly asked, "Then what if my brother-in-law and sister-in-law came?" The man fell silent, but it was obviously tacit acknowledgement. If Sheng Yu and Kang Weijin had come today, they would have probably had a chance to talk to Dr. Ming. Everyone in their circle knew that the second son of the Sheng family was a sheer dandy, so his wife, Mrs. Sheng, wasn't well respected. Mom Sheng Yu suddenly called her mother in a low voice, feeling wronged. "So they wouldn't be able to see Ming Qi today? Come on. I even wore my most expensive necklace." Jiang Sini was very upset, but couldn't do anything about it. They could only stare anxiously at the man in the middle of the crowd. It was only when the crowd dispersed a little that they could vaguely see him. He was even more handsome and noble than on TV. He was in his 30s, and there was something majestic about him. He was holding a goblet gracefully, but he frowned slightly and pursed his lips tightly, which made him look a bit unapproachable. Jiang Xini had decided she would at least say something to him today. Seeing a waitress passing by holding a tray, she suddenly came up with an idea and quickly took the tray from the waiter. In contrast to all the ladies here, she was willing to do anything to get what she wanted even at the expense of her dignity. She already had a clear purpose. As long as she could get the result she wanted, she would do anything. Ma'am, please don't. The waitress tried to stop her, but since everyone was a distinguished guest and she didn't dare to offend anyone, the waiter failed. Shangyu was stunned when she saw this, but then she quickly kept up with her mother. Anyway, it wasn't her who would lose face. If she could become acquainted with Ming Qi, she would win. The ladies around were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Mrs. Shang to reduce herself like this, but then they sneered in contempt. Considering her background, it was understandable for her to come up with such an idea. Unfortunately, she might be disappointed. Dr. Ming wasn't an ordinary man and wouldn't buy her tricks. At this time, Ming Qi was talking happily to an equally renowned doctor. The doctor was gray-haired and already more than 60. Looking at Ming Qi, who was still young and handsome but had a way better career than him, he could only sigh inwardly. Dr. Ming. A soft voice rang out. At the same time, Jiang Xini was already standing in front of Ming Qi, holding a tray in her hand, and a teenage girl was standing by her side. Ming Qi's sharp eyes looked her up and down. You're not a waitress, right? You're right. I'm not. Shangyu preempted her to say, Hello, Dr. Ming, my name is Shangyu. She lowered her eyes and tucked some hair behind her ears, looking sweet yet subtly seductive, trying to attract Ming Qi's attention. Jiang Xini shouted no. In her heart, her stupid daughter was treating the experienced Ming Qi like any other man. If he was so predictable, he wouldn't be Ming Qi. She came prepared. Before coming, she had investigated Ming Qi. This man wasn't simple. She just wanted to introduce the Shang Corporation to Ming Qi first, but her silly daughter treated Ming Qi like the kind of superficial man who only looked at a woman's appearance. He had no shortage of women throwing themselves at him. Okay? Ming Qi stared at these two uninvited guests in front of him and suddenly said coldly, Get out. He didn't care about the occasion. He did whatever he wanted to do and said what he wanted to say at all times, never subject to any constraints. Shangyu raised her chin in shock and couldn't believe what she heard. How could he be so rude? As soon as Ming Qi said that, his personal bodyguard stepped forward. Jiang Xini and Shangyu were respectively picked up by two people with their feet off the ground. The surrounding gentlemen and ladies coldly watched them, making such an exhibition of themselves as if watching a show. The Shang family might be viewed as famous in Yin City, but little did they know that in the eyes of the big shots in the capital, they were as small as ants. The way they tried to curry favor with Mr. Ming was so stupid. Fortunately, Mr. Ming had seen through their intentions. Ming Qi turned and was about to continue talking to the old doctor. Then he suddenly froze for a moment and asked the old doctor, What did the girl say her name was? Shangyu, the old doctor said loudly. Dr. Ming, didn't you hear about Yin City Shang family before you came to Yin City? They aren't new money and are kind of famous in Yin City. The Shang family? Ming Qi's eyes widened evidently. Wait a minute. Jiang Xini and Shangyu had already been dragged to the door when Ming Qi hurried over. He looked at Shangyu and asked with uncertainty, Your name is Shangyu, right? Shangyu stared at his face, a little stunned, and after a long time, she replied, Yes. Let go of them, Ming Qi said to the bodyguards and turned to look at them. You two come with me. The onlookers were all stunned. They had heard that Dr. Ming was capricious, but they didn't expect him to be so fickle. 1 second, he told the two to get out, and the next second, he ushered them in himself. Was this a new trick to torture people? Jiang Xini was also surprised and glanced at her daughter suspiciously. It was obvious that Dr. Ming was interested in her daughter. What the Hades was going on? Shangyu spread her hands, indicating that she had no clue, but she felt extremely happy inside. After re-entering the banquet hall, Jiang Xini and Shangyu were received with way more respect than earlier. They were arranged to sit closest to Ming Qi, which was opposite to Ming Qi. Jiang Xini's mind was finally at ease, and she secretly squeezed her daughter's hand. She originally was going to blame her daughter for speaking impudently, but now she was glad that she brought her daughter. She leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "What did you do?" Shang Yu shrugged with a big smile on her face. "I don't know. He might have had his eyes on me before he came to Yin City." She couldn't help feeling complacent. "Then let me introduce you to each other." The old doctor coughed slightly. "This is Dr. Ming Qi. These two, one is the wife of the second son of the Shang family, and the other is her daughter, Shang Yu." Silently, Ming Qi just raised his hand to signal that he understood. He was a very domineering and short-tempered person and liked to have everything under his control. He coldly looked at Jiang Xini as if he could completely see through her, making Jiang Xini feel a little bit terrified when confronted with this man. He said, "Tell me what you want from me." Ming Qi casually folded his long, slender fingers together as if everything was under his control. "Dr. Ming, the Shang Corporation is a time-honored company. Although we have just started research and development in the medical field, we're very confident." Ming Qi interrupted her directly. "Just get to the point." It was the first time that Jiang Xini had encountered such a big shot. Although she had participated in business negotiations before, they were just small multimillion-dollar businesses because grandfather Sheng didn't trust her and hadn't handed over big projects to her. She gulped slightly, a little uncomfortable with such directness, but seeing as Ming Qi looked impatient, she said bluntly, "We want to cooperate with you." Upon hearing that, everyone looked shocked. That was Jiang Xini's wishful thinking. Dr. Ming had never even accepted olive branches offered by major famous enterprises in the capital. What made her believe he would agree to cooperate with the Shang Corporation? The banquet hall fell into silence, making Jiang Xini panic. She was afraid that the chance she had finally gotten would be ruined. And Shang Yu was immersed in the joy that Ming Qi was treating them with such special care. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, even if she was viewed as the second choice after Sheng Yang. So what? That was just a host role. But now she had met Dr. Ming, and he treated her so specially. After a pause, Ming Qi spoke, his voice steady and calm. "I'll consider it, and I'll make a decision after checking the Shang Corporation's credentials." Jiang Xini was overjoyed. She just came today with the hopes of getting to know Dr. Ming first before trying to build relations with him. She had never expected that Dr. Ming would say something like, "I'll consider it." There were no issues with the Shang Corporation's qualifications, which meant Dr. Ming had almost agreed to cooperate with them. Things were progressing so fast that she felt as if she was walking on the clouds. Everything went so smoothly that there was even fear in her heart. But this excessive ecstasy left her no time to think. This success would be enough to get her a spot on the board of directors. She had waited so long, too long, and could never miss such a good opportunity. Her ever-gentle eyes suddenly glowed and burned with the flames of ambition. When Shengyang got home, Kang Weijin was talking on the phone, waving her hands frantically at Shengyang, apparently in a good mood. "Yes, I didn't know she was so amazing." "Well, you want me to persuade her?" "Oh, I'm sorry, teacher. She always makes decisions on her own affairs, and even on our family's affairs. We won't interfere with her decision as long as she's happy." "No, it's not a pity. We don't think it's a pity." The physical education teacher on the other end of the line finally understood why Xingyang said she didn't need to discuss things with her parents regarding track and field. He didn't want to give up on such a track and field prodigy, so he found the Shang family's phone number and tried to persuade her parents. Sheng Yang's mother was happy for her daughter when she heard the news, but upon hearing her words, the physical education teacher finally understood why Xingyang was so confident and independent because her family dynamics were very good. After Kang Weijin hung up the phone, she almost hopped all the way to her daughter. She said mysteriously, Yang, do you have anything to tell me?" Shengyang seemed to think about it earnestly before shaking her head. Kang Weijin's eyes dimmed a bit. It seemed that it would still take some time for her daughter to completely open up to her. But shortly after, she began to talk about the phone call from the physical education teacher in high spirits and quickly forgot the tiny bit of sadness just a moment ago. Why was her Yang so awesome? Although she had strong business acumen and easily obtained double Ivy League master's degrees when she was young, she wasn't good at sports. Meanwhile, Yang wasn't only smart but was also good at sports, completely exceeding her. Kang Weijin placed no demands on Yang and only wanted Yang to live happily and smoothly, So she was overjoyed to discover that her daughter had even a small advantage, not to mention that opportunities were springing up endlessly like bamboo shoots after rain. She was simply happy beyond description. "Oh, yes, I remember that. It's not a big deal," Shengyang said. She hadn't taken it seriously. At the time, she just wanted to give her little henchman a hand. Kang Weijin looked at her and smiled, and her heart welled up with warmth. It turned out that it wasn't that Yang Yang didn't want to tell her. Yang Yang just felt that there was nothing to tell. Upstairs, Shang Yushi came out of his room to greet his sister. He happened to witness all this while standing at the railing, then he ran back to his room again. Second elder brother, sister is good at running too. Today, her physical education teacher called, saying that he wanted to help her join the national team, but she refused. "How is our sister so cool?" Shang Hanjing, who was in Vienna, looked at his cell phone screen with a gentle smile, and a beautiful blonde woman next to him looked at him with scorching eyes. She wasn't normally interested in Asian men, but after meeting him, she realized that love knew no borders. "Sorry," he said elegantly with flawless English to flatly refuse the girl. Then he refocused his attention on the phone. Before he returned to China, he already knew all about his younger sister. And now he couldn't wait to end his trip here and fly back to meet his legendary younger sister. The next day, downstairs at the Shang Corporation building. Today, Jiang Xini was wearing a professional suit and much more aggressive makeup than usual, seeming like a different person. Standing downstairs, she took a deep breath. It wasn't the first time she came here, and she had once been here as Shang Tai's wife. She still remembered that time she brought meticulously prepared business proposals with her, only to be ridiculed and return home in shame. She wasn't without talent. She and Kang Weijin used to go to the same school and even studied the same major. And her exam scores weren't that different from Kang Weijin's, but she had no status. Those people valued the status of Kang Weijin's family. Besides, Kang Weijin's influence was deeply ingrained in the Shang family. They were just afraid of Kang Weijin, not daring to tell the truth. But today, things were different. She had the confidence that the board of directors would take her seriously when it came to real interests. Mrs. Shang. Upon seeing her, the receptionist at the front desk on the first floor didn't stop her but smiled meaningfully. "Hello." Jiang Xini wasn't annoyed. She was even still smiling. She always knew how to stomach humiliation and knew what she wanted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to climb from her original grassroots home to her current position step by step. The receptionist took her to the meeting room where the board members were, and on the way, they encountered. Kang Weijin was wearing a shoulder-padded red V-neck Prada suit and exquisite makeup. Her curly hair was tied neatly, and her lipstick was glamorous. There was something elite about her. Her assistant beside her stood respectfully while holding some documents. At home, Kang Weijin was a good-tempered, loving mother to whom her daughter was more important than anything, and she was willing to do anything for her daughter. But as long as she was at the Shang Corporation, which was her battlefield, she seemed to be a different person. She had sharp eyes and acted resolutely, shrewd and capable. "Weijin." Jiang Xini smiled. She rarely called Kang Weijin's sister-in-law outside. The two were roommates in university, so Jiang Xini thought they were on equal footing. "Oh, hi." Remaining deadpan, Kang Weijin walked along in her high heels without even looking at her. But her assistant beside her looked at Jiang Xini while they passed by. Jiang Xini sulked. They used to be classmates anyway. Did she have to be so condescending? However, she showed no sign of emotion and they walked towards the meeting room together. In the conference room, the board members seemed to respect Kang Weijin's management abilities and no one raised any objections to her. After all, under the management of Sheng Yu and Kang Weijin, within 3 years, the Shang Corporation's performance had improved twofold. Of course, a very small number of people were unconvinced of their leadership, but they didn't dare to show it. The upcoming launch in the medical sector is our key project this year and a major breakthrough for us to achieve cross-industrial. Kang Weijin was halfway through when someone said, "Wait a minute, CEO Kang." Suddenly interrupted, Kang Weijin immediately glared domineeringly, and under her stare, Jiang Xini suddenly froze and forgot what she was going to say. Kang Weijin knocked on the table impatiently. "Ms. Jiang, you aren't an insider and shouldn't have appeared on this occasion. Now you've even interrupted me. Please step out." Kong Weijin spoke mercilessly and countless prying eyes glanced over, making Jiang Xini almost fall over. Jiang Xini gritted her teeth, then looked at Kong Weijin with a smile. CEO Kong, I'm also a member of the Shang family, and the good news I brought with me today is beneficial to the Shang family. Why shouldn't I stay? When she said this, it was just like a small pebble falling into the sea without making many ripples. Although Shang Tai's wife looked very gentle, she was actually quite ambitious. She wanted to have a spot in the Shang family. It would be okay if she was as capable as CEO Kong, but a few years ago, she came in with the business proposal she prepared with confidence, but all of her suggestions were flashy and useless. The board members were all old foxes. How could they buy those junk ideas just because she was Shang Tai's wife? So they turned her down. They wondered what she was up to today. Jiang Xini stood still. Okay, then tell us the good news. Kong Weijin crossed her arms, and her red Prada suit was like her battle suit, setting off her figure beautifully. Although she was in her 40s, she was still gorgeous and attractive. If it's beneficial to the Shangs, I don't mind listening. Sensing a bit of sarcasm, the corners of Jiang Xini's mouth lifted slightly. It was different this time. Yesterday, I talked to Ming Qi. Seeing the shocked looks on all the board members, Jiang Xini felt quite satisfied. She took a deep breath before continuing. I think I don't need to mention how important Dr. Ming is in the medical field. Cooperating with him is a safe bet. Is that true? Someone couldn't help but ask. You must have acquaintances who attended the dinner party Mr. Ming Qi was at yesterday. You can check with them. Jiang Xini smiled with confidence. I wouldn't dare to joke about this kind of thing. If it's true, Ms. Jiang has made a great contribution to the Shangs. Then I'm afraid that Ms. Jiang should participate in this new project and even be responsible for it. Some people said this, trying to give Kong Weijin a hard time. Kong Weijin's assistant looked at her with concern. This project was all planned by CEO Kong and was literally her brainchild, but now because of Ming Qi, she would have to surrender the fruits of her hard work to someone else? She hugged the files tightly and stared at Jiang Xini worriedly. CEO Kong was famous for her short temper in the business field. No one could afford to mess around with her. Unexpectedly, Kong Weijin raised her head and looked at Jiang Xini, saying, Okay, Ms. Jiang is a member of the Sheng family anyway. I feel more at ease with your help. Listening to her speak, her assistant who knew her well shuddered. Was CEO Kong being sarcastic? Was this the calm before the storm? Then Jiang Xini talked with fervor and assurance about the project, and Kong Weijin didn't lose her temper. She just sat in the center and listened very carefully till the end of the meeting. But her little assistant was on pins and needles the whole time, feeling like there was a time bomb next to her that could explode at any time. She had even been prepared to clean up the mess after CEO Kong threw a tantrum. But until the end, nothing happened. What the Hades was going on? The crowd dispersed and walked out of the meeting room. Kong Weijin's assistant couldn't help voicing the doubts in her heart. Kong Weijin still smiled. What's the big deal? Isn't it great that someone is willing to work hard for me, and I just need to sit by and wait to collect money? Besides, in this case, I'll have more time to spend with my daughter. When Kong Weijin said this, she blinked mischievously, even looking a bit cute in the little assistant's eyes. The assistant shook her head with horror. No, impossible. Has CEO Kong changed? That's absolutely impossible. And little Zhou, you know what? Kong Weijin smiled happily. Yesterday my daughter's physical education teacher called me and said that my daughter is a genius at track and field and she can even make it onto the national team. Oh, really? Her assistant was shocked, but after being stupefied for a moment, she pointed at herself dumbly. CEO Kong, what did you just call me? Little Zhou. Looking at Kong Weijin's receding figure, her assistant was wondering if she had an illusion. But she approved of CEO Kong acting like this, seeming more like a person of flesh and blood now. As for the old CEO Kong she knew before, all she did was work and frown all day, and even if she smiled, she never smiled heartily. The news also spread quickly at school. Rumors said that Shang Yu actually knew the famous miracle-working Dr. Shang Qi in the capital. For a time, Shang Yu was a hot topic everywhere. Everyone envied her for being the apple of the eye of the Shang family and even having the chance to become friends with Ming Qi. Not only Class 1 but the students of Class 7 were also discussing this. Some people even came to ask Xingyang, Goddess, Is it because of the Shang family that Sheng Yu knows Ming Qi? Your father leads the Shang family, so you should know Ming Qi too, right? Sheng Yang hasn't answered yet, and Fong Duo was already annoyed. What's so great about knowing Ming Qi? Go away. Don't bother Yang Yang with these trivial matters. She's busy. She needs to study. Sheng Yang glanced at her. She had a good memory, and she clearly remembered that Fong Duo was a big fan of Ming Qi, and even said that she would bow down to whoever could introduce Ming Qi to her. Why did she suddenly change? After the person left, Sheng Yang cupped her cheek in her hand and looked at Fong Duo quietly. Why? You don't like Ming Qi anymore? Fong Duo sniffed. How's that possible? He will always be my Prince Charming. But I don't like Sheng Yu. I always get the feeling that she tries to outshine you. Compared to Ming Qi, I like you more. Yeah, she just liked a beautiful and nice person like Sheng Yang. Sheng Yang's heart welled up with a feeling that she had never had before. She couldn't help taking out her phone, lowering her head, and gently typing a line on the screen. Are you available tonight? She got a reply almost instantly after it was sent. Sure, I happen to have something to tell you. Ming Qi couldn't wait to tell her what he had done for her. He lay on a recliner and almost burst into laughter whenever he thought about it. If little Shangyang knew about it, she would definitely praise him. Okay, see you tonight at my school gates. Keep a low profile. Okay. A smile appeared on Ming Qi's face. Little Shangyang hadn't contacted him for a long time, and she didn't want him to take the initiative to go to her either lest it would cause too much commotion. The more he looked at these text messages, the happier he got. Too excited to sit still on his recliner, he alternated standing up and sitting down from time to time. Then after thinking about it, he cracked a wicked smile. He planned to share these messages with that man to take pleasure in his suffering. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. A man's grumpy voice rang on the phone. So what? Ming Qi's ever-cold face was now filled with gloating pleasure. He lay on the recliner again, crossing his two long legs. Shangyang just texted me, saying that she wants to meet me. The other side suddenly fell silent, and after a long time, the man said unhappily, So what? So admit it. I'm the most important person in her mind. Who would have thought that the miracle-working doctor and the business legend who dominated the stock market would quarrel with each other for a little girl like two little boys? Ming Qi said slowly, You know what? I saw my code on her phone was 1. This proves that I'm unique. Yes, only in your dreams. The other man hung up the phone irritably. Ming Qi rubbed his chin, stared at the black screen, and said to himself, You're jealous of me. Then he stood up and glanced at his watch. It was still early, but he was going to prepare for the meeting tonight. And Sheng Yang was also making preparations. She asked Fong Duo, Do you have time after school today? Fong Duo's eyes shone brightly. Yang, do you want to hang out with me? It was the first time she hung out with such a beautiful girl. If she could, she would have sweeter dreams tonight. However, I have to go to cram school tonight. I might not be available. Sheng Yang nodded. Okay, then let's make it another day. She picked up the phone again. Wait. Fong Duo was struggling hard. On one hand was painful math courses, and on the other was her lovely, beautiful friend. It was hard to choose. After a while, Fong Duo suddenly raised her head. I'm going with you. She decided to dump her private tutor for her lovely, beautiful friend. Okay. Sheng Yang put down the phone again. There was still some time before school ended. Chen Lan, the class teacher, came to discuss the school celebration with them. This time the school celebration would be on a large scale. All students were asked to perform at the celebration gala, either individually or collectively. The trump card of Class 1 would probably be the instrumental ensemble of Sheng Yu and Han Jingyu again. Every year this was the most popular performance. Chen Lan had no intention of competing with Class 1. During the school celebration, it wasn't winning but taking part that counted. I'll do a sand painting, Fong Duo said energetically as she raised her hand. Sheng Yang took a look at her. Fong Duo was a lazy girl and would usually choose to participate in a collective show because it would be much simpler. Why did she choose to give an individual performance this time? Fong Duo tugged at Sheng Yang's arm gently and motioned for her to choose the same as her. However, Sheng Yang ignored her hint. I choose the collective show. Really? Chen Lan looked very excited. Sheng Yang raised her eyebrows a little puzzled. Why is she so happy? I just chose to participate in a collective show. Fong Duo turned, pulled Shengyang aside, and said in a low voice, "This is our class teacher's quirk. Every year in the collective show, she chooses some students to dress up as various animals to perform a black fairy tale in her heart. But because our class is short of funds, those animal costumes are extremely ugly, so only boys will participate. Yang, I advise you not to participate in it if you have another choice. This collective show will definitely become your nightmare." The corners of Sheng Yang's eyes twitched. This was completely beyond her expectations. She turned around and immediately changed her mind. "I'll do an individual show instead." Chun Lan's face sank immediately and she looked sad, but Sheng Yang was unmoved. She was an iron-hearted person who rarely changed her mind. "Okay, but Sheng Yang, there are still a few days left, so you can give it a second thought." Chun Lan still didn't give up, trying to persuade Sheng Yang. "Okay, but I don't think I'll change my mind," Sheng Yang said flatly, and Chun Lan could only leave sadly. As soon as she left, Fong Duo asked cheerfully, Yang, what show are you going to perform?" She had thought Sheng Yang chose the collective show because she had nothing to perform and just wanted to save trouble. Her thinking was reinforced by Sheng Yang's silence, and she immediately gave Sheng Yang advice. Yang, you're so good at the Rubik's Cube, so why don't you complete the Rubik's Cube with a single hand? I'm sure the audience will be overwhelmed." No. Sheng Yang seemed to lack interest. When she had learned something and made it part of her knowledge reserve, she would get bored with it. "Okay." Fong Duo stopped trying to persuade her. As the goddess of learning, Yang would certainly have her own ideas. Anyway, even breaking a rock with her chest would be better than participating in the collective show arranged by Ms. Chen. Soon, it was time to leave school. Fong Duo and Sheng Yang were leaving school together. Fong Duo looked at Sheng Yang with a big bright smile on her face. Yang, where are we going?" Sheng Yang pointed to a place outside the school gates. "There's someone here." Huh. Fong Duo was a little surprised. She had thought it would only be her and Yang today. What a pity. There's someone else. Fong Duo was thinking sadly. Sheng Yang stroked her chin, saying, "But that person is also very good looking. He should be in line with your taste." Really? Really? Fong Duo was excited, her eyes gleaming. Then she showed a meaningful smile. "Oh, is he your boyfriend?" "No, he's in his 30s. Ah, that's an old man." Fong Duo favored young men. Among stars in the entertainment industry, she also liked the little fresh meat in their early 20s, the types who wore a black crescent earring on one ear and sung and danced energetically, although Oyi always despised her taste. A man in his 30s was already an uncle. No matter how good-looking he was, he wouldn't be as charming as little fresh meat. Who's an old man? A tall and slender man wearing black sunglasses stood in front of them suddenly, frowning, his eyes behind the lenses staring at Fong Duo. Who was this little girl? How dare she speak ill of him in front of little Sheng Yang? Caught red-handed, Fong Duo lowered her head embarrassedly. The voice sounded familiar, but she didn't dare to think more. "Okay, here he is," Sheng Yang said. Then the old man brought them into a black business car. Ming Chi was a precious talent at the national level, so the government had arranged adequate protective measures for him when he traveled. Not only were there many bodyguards, but the car was also bulletproof. This treatment. It wasn't until she saw this that Fong Duo felt something was wrong. Who was this person? She couldn't help looking at the guy and became more and more suspicious as she watched, and her heartbeat gradually accelerated. Ming Chi took off his glasses abruptly, revealing his poker face. "Little girl, can you tell me who you called old man?" After a shrill scream, Fong Duo froze there like a jammed tape. Her pupils dilated and her soul seemed to have disappeared. Her cry frightened Ming Chi and the bodyguards on guard outside, thinking that something was wrong. Sheng Yang sat calmly and watched with a smile on her face. Ming Chi. Fong Duo jumped as if her feet were on fire, then she pinched her thigh really hard. I'm not dreaming. I'm seeing Ming Chi in the flesh. Humph. Ming Chi snorted coldly and turned his head. "So, little Sheng Yang, you told me to come here just to meet this crazy girl? She's my friend." Oh? When Ming Chi heard that, his impatience instantly disappeared, and he looked deeply at the girl who was still laughing like an idiot. "Love me, love my dog." He wasn't angry anymore. Then his kind gaze fell on Shengyang again. So this girl finally got a friend. He was worried that she would be isolated by her classmates at this school. It happened that his nephew was also at this school and was quite popular, so he was planning to ask his nephew to take care of her, but now it seemed unnecessary. Fong Duo slowly came to her senses and found that Ming Qi was looking at Shengyang like a father looking at his daughter, and they seemed to know each other very well. She fought back her inner excitement, shook Shengyang gently, and whispered, "Yang, how do you know Mr. Ming?" "Well, it's a long story." Shengyang didn't know how to explain to Fong Duo. After she woke up in this body, she had a special system recommending big-shot friends who were in danger, giving her chances to save them. Something like that should be hard for ordinary people to believe. Ming Qi explained, "I treat little Shengyang like my own daughter." His Fong Duo's neck leaned back dramatically. Shengyu said she knew Mr. Ming? What was the big deal? Mr. Ming said he viewed Yang like his own daughter. If the students at the school heard this, they would be petrified as if they were bewitched by Medusa. At this time, Ming Qi received a text message from his nephew at Yin City High School. He asked, "Uncle, I seem to have seen your car. Have you come to our school?" Ming Qi frowned and urged his driver, "Come on, drive away." Then he turned and said to Shengyang and Fong Duo, "I will take you to dinner." Then the car raced away as if being chased by something. He finally had a chance to meet with Yang, but she brought a troublesome little girl over. He didn't want one more boy here. The next day, Fong Duo's eyes were as red as a rabbit and she kept yawning drowsily. Shengyang looked at her suspiciously. "What's wrong with you?" She had thought that after meeting Ming Qi, Fong Duo would be very happy to have her wishes fulfilled, but why did she look listless? This was quite different from what she imagined. "Yang, it's because of you." Fong Duo hadn't recovered from the excitement, still grinning foolishly. "I was so excited that I couldn't fall asleep all night." She had met a person that she never would have met in her life. Not only did she meet him, but he also invited her to dinner, which was something she hadn't even dared to dream about in her daydreams. "I think he has a good temper. He's not as hot-tempered as he's rumored to be," Fong Duo muttered. A smile appeared on her cute oval face, and two sweet dimples were visible. "Yes, I think so." Shengyang nodded. She had never seen Ming Qi lose his temper, nor seen him speak loudly. "But," Shengyang paused, "I originally wanted to arrange for you to see him often, but since you look so listless after meeting with him, I think I'd better not." "What?" Fong Duo jumped up as if there was a thorn on her chair. "Study or see Ming Qi, which was more important?" Yang, are you kidding me?" Fong Duo pouted and almost cried. "No, I'm serious," Shengyang said seriously as she looked straight at Fong Duo. Yang, good Yang, I promise it won't happen again. As long as you let me see Ming Qi, I will do anything." Fong Duo begged Shengyang pitifully, but Shengyang wouldn't give in. She frowned, wondering why Fong Duo still wanted to see Ming Qi when she became so gaunt after seeing him. Was Ming Qi a poppy? No, she must stop Fong Duo in time. So Fong Duo kept pleading even after they had completed their morning exercises. "Haha, that's funny. Whose name did I hear? Ming Qi?" A girl said sarcastically. "Fong Duo, how dare you mention that name? Didn't you wonder what was the big deal behind knowing Ming Qi the other day?" Standing next to the girl was Shengyu. This girl had been very close to Shengyu recently. She was called He Yuan and was from a poor family. After Shengyu and Lu Shu's relationship broke down, she took the chance to get close to Shengyu. "It's none of your business. Who do you think you are?" Fong Duo rolled her eyes, not paying attention to He Yuan. Shengyu looked at Fong Duo and suddenly said, "Fong Duo, if you want to see Mr. Ming, I can arrange that for you." In fact, she wasn't that nice. But Fong Duo was different. She was Shengyang's friend. He Yuan was so jealous. She followed Shengyu like her henchwoman for several days, flattering her and trying her best to please her, but Shengyu had never said this to her. Fong Duo was doubled over in laughter, laughing and waving her hand. "No need. If I want to see Mr. Ming, I can ask Yang to arrange that for me." "Humph. Stop bragging. Can she meet Mr. Ming?" He Yuan squinted at Shengyang. Shengyang was nothing but a pathetic village girl. Then He Yuan sneered. "That's ridiculous. Just because Ye is on good terms with Ming Qi doesn't mean you can brag like that. Bah, shameless." "Humph. It's you who's shameless. Fong Duo wouldn't allow anyone to slander her friend. He Yuan, you're a sheer apple polisher. Fong Duo, do you want to take a beating? Silently looking at Sheng Yang, Sheng Yu was wondering if Sheng Yang heard that she knew Ming Qi, so she went to where Ming Qi was staying in Yin City and used her name as an excuse to see Ming Qi. If so, that was too much. Sheng Yang hadn't even told her about it. Back in the classroom, Sheng Yu took out her cell phone, but her cell phone received no message. The day she came back from the dinner party, she sent a text message to Mr. Ming's assistant, asking to meet Mr. Ming privately, but she got no response at all. That was really strange. If he wasn't interested in her, why did he treat her so special that day? Was he playing hard to get? Before the agreement between the Shang Corporation and Ming Qi had been finalized, Jiang Xini went to Grandmother Shang to subtly take credit for this. Grandmother Shang had heard of Ming Qi because he was a household name. She was addicted to playing mahjong and didn't read the newspaper very much, but she heard her husband mention this name many times. Xini, why are you so amazing? I've always said that you're no inferior to Kong Weijin. Grandmother Sheng praised her again and again. No, it's not because of me but Sheng Tai, Jiang Xini said modestly. Although it was all her efforts, she still had to pretend to be modest. No matter how much Grandmother Sheng liked her, she was still an outsider in the Sheng family. Really? Sure enough, what she said made Grandmother Sheng very happy. Great. Tai finally turned his mind to business. I knew it. He's my son. He was certain to succeed. Grandmother Shang clasped her hand over the back of Jiang Xini's hand and said, Xini, you can rest assured. I'll talk to old Shang about this. Once Tai turns his mind to business, he's sure to impress everyone. I'll ask old Shang to give more shares to Tai to give him more leverage. Jiang Xini lowered her eyes and smiled gently, appearing humble and obedient. Thank you, Mom. Although she was already in her third year of high school, Shengyang still liked to finish her homework at school so that she could use her time to study something she liked when she returned home. She finished her homework very quickly, so it was no problem at all for her to finish all her homework at school. Lately, with the help of Yi Juncheng, she had been working on the Beal ciphers much more quickly. Looking at the densely packed characters, Shengyang was completely immersed in them when suddenly her ears moved. When she heard someone come in, she thought it was Yi Juncheng at first, so she didn't look up. As the person approached, she smelled something chilly and murderous, not the familiar faint fragrance of Yi Juncheng. The man was very quick. No sooner had she noticed him that a knife was held against her fair and delicate neck. Don't move. His voice was low and hoarse. As long as you go with me obediently, I promise not to hurt you. Shengyang blinked but didn't move. He didn't expect this girl to refuse to go with him even when a knife was held against her neck. Wasn't she afraid of death? So he pressed the knife more tightly against her neck, not taking this 18-year-old girl seriously. I hate being interrupted when I'm studying, she said softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze. What? Suddenly, Shengyang elbowed his lower abdomen hard, and it was so painful that he stumbled and dropped the knife in his hand on the ground with a clang. Shengyang lunged to her feet from the chair and was about to deal with the man as quickly as possible. Suddenly, she smelled a familiar, faint fragrance. She didn't know when he entered, but she could tell that he was standing very close to her at the moment. Suddenly, a big and warm hand covered her eyes. Sorry. His voice seemed to be nuzzling at the tip of her heart, magnetic and beautiful. The assassin finally recovered from the pain only to see that Yi Juncheng had suddenly appeared in the room, holding the girl in his arms as if he were holding something most precious to him. The corners of his eyes turned coquettishly red and a cold smile was hovering on his lips, sending a chill down his spine. The desire to survive drove him to break into a run. Yi Juncheng stepped lightly, then the knife on the ground was kicked up as if it were alive. After completing a gorgeous arc, it struck the assassin's heart with precision, and the man died before he could even let out a cry. Then Gao Feng appeared in time and held the man's falling body to prevent it from staining the floor with blood. Gao Feng silently looked at Yi Juncheng, who was exuding a murderous aura, like an azura in the dark. His gloomy, handsome profile loomed in the darkness. He killed this guy with his own hands, which demonstrated that young master was really angry. The assassin had accomplices. Upon seeing that he was killed, One of his accomplices ran for his life in a panic only to be stabbed with bloody marks all over his body. Almost killed, he struggled to escape back to his base. Upon seeing him like this, his chief was shocked. What happened? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on young Master E? Why are you such a mess? Sir, young Master E is so attached to the girl, so we wanted to bring her back as a hostage, but we failed. His men are too cruel. I was the only one left alive out of dozens of us. Horrible, too horrible. The chief was horrified. Are you stupid? Who told you to touch his woman? I just told you to keep an eye on him. You idiots. He walked out as he scolded, feeling uneasy somehow. At this moment, his phone rang and he picked up, walking and listening. But then his pupils suddenly contracted sharply when he heard what the other person said over the phone. Sir, our 13 bases are all destroyed. What? How could young Master Yi's revenge have been dealt out so quickly and fiercely? At this time, the house suddenly collapsed, dust billowed, and no one made it out alive. When Yi Juncheng let go of Sheng Yang, the house returned to peace without any trace of what happened earlier. Not even a single hair from those killers was left behind. Yi Juncheng picked up an alcohol wipe, lowered his eyes, and wiped her hands over and over again, so meticulously and so lovingly. I'm fine. Sheng Yang wanted to retract her hand but failed because he was too strong, and he refused to let go. She lazily leaned back in her chair and waited for him to finish wiping her hand. After a long while, he finally finished the job and gently put down her hand. His eyes were still a little red, and he looked different from usual. Sorry, he sighed suddenly. Maybe he shouldn't have wooed her. Suddenly this thought entered his mind. This was an idea he had never had before, and he was shocked. Since his childhood, he always got what he wanted. This was the first time he had such a thought. He desired to own her, but now for the sake of her safety, he was willing to stay away from her. This wasn't at all like his usual self. It was nothing, Sheng Yang replied lightly. In fact, for her, no matter how dangerous Yi Juncheng was, he would never be a burden to her. On the contrary, he had helped her a lot, and his fate wasn't something he could choose himself. You mean? He suddenly raised his head, his dark eyes shining. You'll allow me to be by your side? Sheng Yang opened her hands. Why not? She had never had any friends in her previous life. If Fang Duo could be counted as her friend, then Yi Juncheng could also be her friend. She didn't refuse him and allowed him to be her friend. Yi Juncheng suddenly smiled. His smile was unforgettably beautiful. I see. Sheng Yang said it so casually, but her acceptance was greatly significant to him. Sheng Yang was still young and didn't understand what her words meant to him, but he would keep them in mind forever. In Class 7's classroom at Yin City High School, a few students walked in crossly holding violins, complaining as they walked. Does Class 1 own the school's piano room? Are they the only ones who can use it? The instruments provided by the school have already been signed out by them. We have to bring our own violins, but now they won't even allow us to use the piano room. Heh, isn't it just because of Han Jingyu and Shangyu? I admit that Han Jingyu plays the violin really well, but Shangyu isn't so good at playing the piano. Fang Duo shook her head helplessly when she heard this. This happened every year. Class 1 was always so high-handed. Many Class 1 students were part of the student union, so Class 1 had some privileges. This injustice had existed for a long time. Fang Duo turned to look at Sheng Yang. Yang, don't you need to practice for your show? Sheng Yang shook her head. Okay. Fang Duo thought Yang program must have nothing to do with music. Otherwise, why wouldn't she need to practice? Music programs had always been popular during the school celebration, but for Yang, it didn't matter. At least to Fang Duo, as long as Sheng Yang stood on the stage, she would be overwhelmed by Sheng Yang's beauty and applaud even if she didn't perform anything or merely spoke a few words. At this moment, Oyi came over and propped his elbow on the table. Hey, goddess of studies, can I ask you about a math problem? Although he had offered to teach Sheng Yang math, he had accepted reality after the last exam. Not only did he have nothing to teach her, but he should also learn from her. Her logical thinking was meticulous, and she could explain math problems even better than Ms. Chen. Just connect MT, MA, and MB, Sheng Yang said gently, hitting the nail on the head. Oh my God, Why didn't I think of that? Yi smacked his forehead. How could human brains be wired so differently? Fong Duo had no idea what they were talking about, but she didn't mind because she could cup her cheek in her hand, appreciating Yang Yang's beautiful face at close range when the latter was going over math problems with Yi. Hey guys, here come your monthly exam papers on the Chinese language, freshly marked. Hey guys, here come your monthly exam papers on the Chinese language, freshly marked. The Chinese language representative came in with a stack of test papers. The Chinese language was a strange subject. Every time you thought you did well on the Chinese exam, you actually did poorly and vice versa. Both Yi and Fong Duo's ears pricked up. Shengyang said she wasn't very good at Chinese, so they really wondered about her actual abilities. But Fong Duo didn't think Yang Yang would be bad at Chinese. After all, she was the goddess of studies. The test papers were handed out, and Yi picked up his test paper and scratched his head. Although his total score was in the top 50 of the whole grade, he wasn't that good at Chinese. 115 points? Miss Chen is going to scold me. Yi leaned over to look at Fong Duo's paper, then his eyes widened. Wow, little Fong Duo. Not bad. 132 points. I'm only good at Chinese, you know? Fong Duo sighed bitterly, then both of them turned their eyes at the test paper in Shengyang's hands. Shengyang was looking at the test paper in her hands, seemingly satisfied. Goal achieved, Shengyang said in a small voice. It seemed that she got a good score. Curious, Yi and Fong Duo's heads perked up. This. Both of them were obviously shocked. The corners of Yi's mouth twitched, then he figured it out. Although the goddess of studies was so good at mathematics, she didn't do well in Chinese. Don't worry. Little Fong Duo is good at Chinese, and she can help you with it. Yes, how could the goddess of studies get such a score in Chinese? She obviously needed help. I don't think it's necessary, Shengyang said calmly, not discouraged in the slightest. My goal has been achieved. Yi was speechless. Her goal had been achieved? With this score? Seriously? Fong Duo was looking at the paper, stroking her chin and musing to herself. She recently followed an internet celebrity on TikTok. That person was a god of studies with tens of millions of followers. He often did his homework and test papers live on TikTok, sometimes attracting as many as 3 million people to watch his live stream at the same time. She once watched his stream and found that his handwriting was a bit similar to Yang Yang's, so she suspected that that person was actually Yang Yang. Now when she saw Yang Yang's test paper on Chinese, it completely dispelled her doubts. That internet celebrity was very good at Chinese, even better than her, and that person was even extremely proficient in classical Chinese, which she was worst at. Now, this test paper proved that person wasn't Yang Yang. In the teacher's office, Li Mei couldn't help but laugh when she looked at Class 7 score sheets. In addition to being Class 1's class teacher and the Chinese language teacher, she also served as Class 7's Chinese teacher. After laughing for a while, she stood up and walked to Chunlan's table. Knock, knock, knock. Chunlan was concentrating on her teaching plan when she was suddenly interrupted, and she raised her head with surprise. Ms. Li, what's the matter? Li Mei put the score sheet in front of her, motioning at her to look for herself. Chunlan looked at it for a while and said blankly, the kids did well on the exam, didn't they? Chunlan took a closer look and froze. Shengyang's score is 89 points? As everyone knew, the perfect score for Chinese was 150, and 90 points was just a pass. She had once said that she wasn't good at Chinese. It seemed it was true, but Chunlan was surprised that Shengyang was actually so poor at Chinese. This would seriously affect her total score. Li Mei felt satisfied upon seeing Chunlan's startled expression. It seemed that this mathematics genius of Class 7 was just a flash in the pan. How could she compete with Han Jingyu if she did so poorly in Chinese? She simply couldn't impose any threat to Han Jingyu. Miss Chen, pay more attention to Shengyang, Li Mei said sincerely as she acted worried, although she was laughing in her heart. Chunlan looked at the score sheet in shock and couldn't look away. She was very worried about Shengyang. How could she make up for her overall score if her base was so poor? Alas, you'd better give her a hand. Li Mei sighed and returned to her seat. Sitting at her desk, she felt very happy and planned to add another Chinese quiz this week. Hearing that there was another Chinese test, the students of Class 7 all complained. What was even more annoying was that they shared the same Chinese teacher with Class 1, but only they had to take the exam. But Li Mei was very high-handed, and no one could stop her. In Class 1, Sheng Yu also heard about Sheng Yang's Chinese score. Now a lot of people were watching Sheng Yang's every move because she attracted too much attention with such a gorgeous face and shockingly good scores in mathematics. She even beat Han Jinyu on the last math exam, which never happened before. He Yuan told Sheng Yu about this score as a joke to please her. Upon hearing that, Sheng Yu just blinked, deadpan. Oh, that's a pity. Yes. With a Chinese score of 89, she can't even score in the top 100 of the grade, He Yuan said smugly. Oh, it's a pity that I have to practice with Han Jingyu now. Otherwise, I could have helped her, Sheng Yu said softly. You know, I'm too busy. PFT, why would you bother to help her? Spotting Han Jingyu standing at the door of the classroom, He Yuan hurriedly pushed Sheng Yu gently and jested, Yeah, come on. Han Jingyu is waiting for you. Sheng Yu glanced at Han Jingyu, who was standing at the door, and blushed shyly. Then she said to He Yuan, I have something to attend to. See you. Go ahead. He Yuan laughed. Then watching Sheng Yu and Han Jingyu leaving together, she sighed sourly. Well, she's really lucky. Han Jingyu was the Prince Charming of literally every girl in their class, but not every girl was lucky enough to get close to Han Jingyu. She didn't even have a chance to talk to him. After school, Sheng Yang got in a familiar car. After the car started to move, Sheng Yang began to read a book about ancient Chinese literature on her lap with great relish. It was full of obscure classical Chinese. After reading some of it, she suddenly raised her head and gazed out the window, only to find that this wasn't her usual route home. She didn't say a word but looked forward casually, and the driver happened to look at her through the rearview mirror. When their eyes met, the driver felt so nervous that his sweat streamed down. Although she didn't speak, her eyes were so sharp that the driver sensed a great mental strain. It was hard to imagine that an 18-year-old girl could have such sharp eyes. The driver broke down in the end. Sorry, Mississippi. Sheng Yang raised her eyebrows. Did this have anything to do with Yi Junqing again? But then she ruled out this possibility. Yi Junqing's revenge was so cruel that those assassins wouldn't dare to mess around with him again. This was her feeling based on what she knew of Yi Junqing. But who did the driver work for? Sheng Yang closed the book. Faced with this crisis, she didn't seem to have any response and didn't even ask anything, which made the driver feel like he was on pins and needles the whole way. The car finally arrived at its destination, and the driver got out of the car, opened the door for Sheng Yang, and said respectfully, Miss, please. After Sheng Yang got out of the car, a grand and majestic house came into view which looked a bit like a medieval European castle. Seeing her looking around casually, the nervous driver made a pleased gesture at her, then apologized to Sheng Yang and confessed, Miss, I'm sorry, but I can't help it. Madame Sheng made me do this. She's your grandmother, so I think she won't give you a hard time. But in fact, he wasn't quite sure about his own words. If Madame Sheng really treated this girl nicely, why didn't Ms. Kong bring the girl over to visit her grandmother? The driver thought Sheng Yang would resist and even run away when she heard this, but to his surprise, she just followed him forward quietly. This made the driver feel even guiltier. Sheng Yang walked into the courtyard. She showed great interest in this mixed Gothic and Baroque architectural style. It was very unique. She couldn't wait to see the interior decorations. The gate was very high, and she continued to walk in. Sure enough, it was very beautiful inside. Further in, there was a big living room. There was an old lady playing mahjong with a few elderly women. Both the mahjong table and mahjong tiles were golden. This flashy style was completely out of step with the overall decoration style of the house, causing Sheng Yang to frown slightly. Phew, is this your granddaughter who grew up in the countryside? An old woman squinted at Sheng Yang and spoke contemptuously to Grandmother Sheng, the jade bracelet on her raised wrist shining brightly. As Grandmother Sheng's friends, they knew this girl's story. Just as Grandmother Sheng thought, they didn't think the Sheng family should have brought such a child back. For the first 18 years of her life, she had lived in the countryside. How could she possibly adapt to an upper-class life? Yes, Grandmother Sheng said carelessly while playing mahjong. Her mother treats her like her own eyeballs. She's been back for so long, but her mother hasn't even brought her to see me. Does she think I'll eat her? The old women all laughed. Well, Mrs. Sheng, don't take it to heart. Oh, you won again. These women kept flattering Grandmother Shang and made her grin from ear to ear. Although she had never played mahjong or learned it, she could tell at once that Grandmother Shang's friends had secretly collaborated to cheat her. They were quite sneaky, allowing Grandmother Shang to win small on one game, then make her lose big on another. However, Shang Yang didn't bother to tell the old lady. This old woman purposely gave her the cold shoulder, and she would just take things as they came. Shang Yang sat on a sofa and observed the house interior, preparing to sketch the house when she returned home. Grandmother Shang glanced at her casually and shook her head at her mahjong partners. The other old women smiled knowingly. This little village girl must have never seen such a luxurious house before. After losing a few more rounds in a row, Grandmother Shang became more and more grumpy. "Oh, Madam Shang, this girl brought you bad luck? You've been losing ever since she got here." "Yes, she jinxed me." Grandmother Shang scowled in anger. This girl didn't even know to visit her grandmother after she returned. And now she had brought this girl here, but she was still so rude. "Why don't you just let her go back?" an old woman suggested. But Grandmother Shang didn't want to let Shang Yang off so easily, so she said stubbornly, "No way." Then she pointed at Shang Yang and said coldly, "Hey you, come here." Shang Yang ignored her and didn't move. "Are you deaf? How dare you not listen to me?" Shang Yang still ignored her. Grandmother Shang wanted to rush up to beat her, but upon thinking of Shang Yang's mother, she hesitated and gave up the thought. But under the stare of her mahjong partners, Grandmother Shang was a little embarrassed. So her face softened and her voice became gentler. "Come here and play a round of mahjong with me." But she was planning to teach this girl a good lesson. On this mahjong table, one could easily lose hundreds of thousands, or even millions every minute. It was a very different world from the one this girl had lived in. She would show this girl her place. Sheng Yang finally raised her eyes when she heard this. "Okay, but I'll keep the money I win." It showed that she had heard Grandmother Shang's words, but didn't bother to answer. Although she had never played mahjong and was eager to try it, she wouldn't allow herself to lose any money. Grandmother Shang's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that. What? What makes her think she can win money? Did she think this was some country street mahjong stall with a minimum bet of only a few cents? Okay. Grandmother Shang was amused by her. She sneered sarcastically. "Come here." Sheng Yang stood up calmly like a graceful water lily. Grandmother Shang gave up her seat and said, "I can lend my chips to you, but you'll have to pay yourself if you lose." Okay. Sheng Yang hadn't brought much money today, and it wasn't bad to have some chips to use. The other old women looked at this little girl with sympathy, compassion, and smugness. Someone couldn't help but remind her, "Girl, the minimum bet each round is at least hundreds of thousands of yuan." Good. Upon hearing that, Sheng Yang became more eager to try. If the minimum bet was too small, she wouldn't want to waste her time. It wasn't bad to earn big money so easily. Seeing no fear in her eyes, these old women had butterflies in their stomachs. Was this girl really good at playing mahjong? But soon their worries disappeared because Shang Yang's movements while playing mahjong revealed she was definitely a novice, and this was probably her first time playing. Shang Yang had just learned how to play mahjong by watching them play it earlier, so she was rather rusty at it. Seeing this scene, these old women smiled secretly. They didn't dare to be too tough with Grandmother Shang, but Grandmother Shang obviously disliked this girl, so they could cheat her of her money to their heart's content. They could earn as much as they wanted from her. Grandmother Shang had her servant place a chair behind Sheng Yang, then she sat on it. She didn't worry about Sheng Yang at all. The more Sheng Yang lost, the better. Then she would have a good reason to scold Kong Weijin and make her surrender something she wanted. Old Shang was quite glad that Shang Tai persuaded Ming Qi to cooperate with them and said he would give 1% of shares to Shang Tai after they succeeded. Although Shang Tai's wife hadn't protested, Grandmother Shang thought it was too little. Kong Weijin held almost 20% of the shares in her hands. She was just an outsider. Why did her beloved little son have so few shares? Anyway, she should repay her daughter's debt, shouldn't she? Kong Weijin viewed this girl to be as precious as her own eyeballs, so Grandmother Shang could take advantage of this weakness. With this in mind, Grandmother Shang cracked a smug smile. It was the first round, and Sheng Yang didn't lay out her mahjong tiles that quickly. Grandmother Shang glanced at the mahjong tiles in Sheng Yang's hands. Oh my god, with these mahjong tiles, she simply had no chance of winning. So Grandmother Sheng didn't bother to watch anymore. She closed her eyes to take a nap, waiting for the final result. She was too old to maintain her energy after playing mahjong for so long. Until, "Hey, how can you play this way?" She heard an indignant voice that belonged to one of her mahjong partners. Grandmother Sheng opened her eyes slowly, glanced at the tile that Sheng Yang threw out, then glanced at her mahjong partner's tiles. No wonder the latter was angry. Sheng Yang had just destroyed her chance to win. But Grandmother Sheng was astonished. Could mahjong be played this way? She didn't cheat, Grandmother Sheng said. The other woman couldn't help complaining, but we don't usually play this way. Her way of playing mahjong is so strange. Grandmother Sheng didn't say anything. Yes, her way of playing mahjong was really strange. She seemed to be able to guess the mahjong tiles the other three players had and easily destroyed their chances of winning when they were already close at hand. Thinking this, Grandmother Sheng couldn't help but look at Sheng Yang's gorgeous yet expressionless face. Was this girl just lucky or really good at playing mahjong? But from the way she laid out the mahjong tiles, she was obviously a novice. But so what? Grandmother Sheng yawned. Anyway, the mahjong tiles Sheng Yang had drawn were too bad, and she would have no chance to win. Thinking this, Grandmother Sheng glanced at the mahjong tiles in Sheng Yang's hands casually, then her eyes suddenly widened. She rubbed them before she looked at the tiles again, and in the end, she picked up her reading glasses on the table. The mahjong tiles were arranged in a strange way which she had never seen before. At this time, Sheng Yang pushed the tiles down proficiently. Pure one suit. Now give me money. Sheng Yang stretched out her fair, delicate hand, the same way these old women did just earlier. She learned everything about mahjong just today, including this gesture. When she did it, unlike her usually cool and aloof self, she looked a little cute. These old women stared at the mahjong tiles dumbfounded. Pure one suit was hard to achieve. In this set, they lost a lot of money. They actually lost to a little girl. But it was an undeniable truth. Reluctantly forking over the money, they were determined to earn their money back and winked at each other. Already seeing through their tricks, Sheng Yang looked very calm. However, it turned out that this set was only a start, and what followed was the real storm. Big three dragons. All triplets. Sheng Yang was here to win money, so she tried her best and showed no mercy. Over time, these old women who had thought they could cheat Sheng Yang out of a lot of money almost cried. Instead of earning a lot of money as they expected, they had almost lost all their money. Grandmother Sheng was dumbstruck too, not knowing what to say. Was it because the old women in the country were all good at playing mahjong? So Sheng Yang picked things up from them? I quit. A mahjong partner couldn't stand it anymore, pounded the table with her palm, and lunged to her feet, yelling, "Hey, we're your grandmother's friends. Where are your manners?" The other women also scolded Sheng Yang. They were very distressed to have lost so much money. However, at this time, Grandmother Sheng stood up and looked at them with dissatisfaction. "I told her to do this. Only you can win, but she can't? You lost money on her because she plays mahjong better than you. Okay?" These old women didn't dare to rebuke Grandmother Sheng. After all, they still wanted to swindle money out of Grandmother Sheng, and they couldn't afford to offend the Sheng family either. "Madam Sheng, we didn't mean that." "Then what do you mean?" Mrs. Sheng scowled and shouted, "How much money have you earned from me? So you think you're only allowed to earn money and not lose any money?" At this time, Grandmother Sheng finally realized her friends weren't that reliable. "Excuse me, Mrs. Sheng. I have something to attend to today, so I'm leaving first." "Yeah, me too. I've got an emergency at home." These women didn't dare to mess with Mrs. Sheng. Seeing that Grandmother Sheng was upset, they all found an excuse to leave one after another. After they left, the living room became quiet again. Grandmother Sheng turned her head and looked up and down Sheng Yang for quite a while before she said coldly, "Humph, it's all because of you. No one will play mahjong with me anymore." Sheng Yang was busy putting the checks away, thinking that this old lady was really weird. How could she blame her for this? Although Grandmother Sheng blamed Sheng Yang, she was actually quite happy someone could avenge her and thought this girl wasn't as obnoxious as Jiang Xini described. "Grandma." At this moment, a gentle voice rang in the cold and silent living room, inviting in some warmth. After Sheng Hanjing got off the plane, He called the driver who went to pick up his sister and wanted to know where she was. The driver didn't dare to tell the truth and was evasive. Shang Hanjing immediately noticed that there was something wrong and made the driver tell him the truth. Hearing that his sister, whom he hadn't even seen, was brought to her grandma, he hurried over. It was hot. He was wearing a thin trench coat but was sweat-free and still looked graceful. However, his pace, unlike usual, was a little hurried. As soon as Mrs. Shang saw him, she grinned happily and her face was all wrinkled with a big smile. "Oh, Hanjing is back. Let me take a close look at you." Among her grandchildren, her favorite was Hanjing, who was polite and considerate and was the kind of young man most elderly people liked. "Grandma." Shang Hanjing hugged her gently. In fact, he wanted to see if there was anything up with his sister first, but he held back the desire. Grandmother Shang let go of him. When she saw that Shang Hanjing was still wearing a trench coat, she immediately figured out his purpose for coming here. She frowned but looked into Shang Hanjing's caring eyes, and remembering that the first person he talked to when he walked through the door was her, she fought back her inner anger and just muttered, "Why do you all think I'm going to eat her? How is that possible?" Shang Hanjing joked, "Every year, you donate so much money to the temples. You have the softest heart." This remark made Mrs. Shang beam with a smile. "Alas, if every child was as caring as you, I'd be much happier. My sister didn't cause you trouble, right?" Shang Hanjing suddenly asked with a smile. He looked around inadvertently and suddenly saw Shang Yang standing on the side. Then he was shocked by this girl's beauty. Although his parents and brother had sent him countless photos, and he had already known that his sister was quite beautiful and was even prettier than his mom when she was younger, he was still stunned by her beauty when he saw her with his own eyes. Shang Yang had a very special kind of beauty which was quite impressive, and her unique ethereal temperament added to her attractiveness like icing on a cake. Hearing that, Mrs. Shang could only say, "No, she didn't cause me any trouble. She's still a kid, but my mahjong partners all left in anger because of her." Left in anger? Shang Hanjing was astonished. He didn't expect his sister to be able to do something like this. He had found out that Madame Shang's mahjong partners weren't good people and had tried various methods to tell her, but Grandmother Shang never took it seriously. Unexpectedly, his sister easily solved the problem that he couldn't solve. Shang Hanjing was taken aback for a moment then smiled. Under the sunlight, his body seemed to look gilded. Shang Yang was also looking at her second brother who suddenly popped up. She had heard that her second brother was an excellent young man and a prince of music with a good personality and great charisma. Countless girls were crazy for him. Shang Hanjing easily made Grandmother Shang grin ear to ear with only a few words. He always had such magical power, so he saved the hostage Shang Yang from Grandmother Shang without much effort. The driver drove, and Shang Hanjing sat in the back seat with Shang Yang. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, seeming to be suffering from jet lag. And Shang Yang continued to read the book she hadn't finished reading yet. After she only read 2 lines, the book in her hand was suddenly drawn away. She looked up and saw her second elder brother's smiley face. She looked up and saw her second elder brother's smiley face. Little girls better not play mahjong. There was both tenderness and strictness in his tone. He was already tired from the flight, his eyes bloodshot and full of fatigue, but he still spoke to her gently with a smile. Sheng Yang paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, okay. She had never surrendered to anyone's orders, but her brother was too gentle for her to have the heart to refuse. After a pause, she continued, I just thought it was quite interesting. Her voice sounded soft and cute. Sheng Hanjing laughed, then combed his hair with his hand casually. Fine, if you want to play, we can play with you at home. Anyway, we've got enough people at home. Don't play mahjong outside. Okay? Playing mahjong was a type of gambling, and he didn't think it was good for his little sister to play. If she did want to play mahjong, they could allow her to play it at home. Thinking this, Sheng Hanjing gazed at Shang Yang's beautiful profile, which gave him a very strange feeling. Since his little sister returned home, he had been abroad. It was his first time seeing his sister, but he felt so intimate with her. As soon as he saw her, he felt greatly attached to her and just wanted to protect her. Was this the power of bloodline? Oh, Yang Yang is back. Why did you come home so late today? As soon as they got home, Kang Weijin hurried up to her and hugged her. In the third year of high school, the school would arrange extra classes sometimes, so Kang Weijin didn't feel anything was amiss. Sheng Hanjing looked at Sheng Yang. Sheng Yang hadn't told Kang Weizhian what grandmother Sheng did to her, which made Sheng Hanjing breathe a sigh of relief. If Mom knew, she would definitely get into a big fight with Grandma. Considering how overbearing Grandma was, there would be big trouble. At this time, Sheng Yushi walked down the stairs. He was good at playing basketball and had very long legs, so he hopped downstairs with only 2 or 3 strides. Upon seeing Sheng Yang, he cracked a sunny smile and greeted her affectionately. But then he spotted the tall figure standing next to Sheng Yang. With an elegant smile on his face, Sheng Hanjing was standing by the side carrying Sheng Yang's school bag with one hand. He was so blindingly handsome that no one could ignore him. But all Kang Weijin could see was her daughter, and she didn't see her poor second son at all. "Oh, second brother is back," Shang Yushi cried out in joy, then rushed up to him. "Didn't you say you'd be back in 3 days?" Only then did Kang Weijin discover that her second son was standing next to Yang Yang. The shrewd, successful businesswoman was unexpectedly dull at this moment. She touched her nose awkwardly and murmured, "I did notice a person beside Yang Yang." Sheng Hanjing was rendered speechless and finally understood how Yushi must have felt when their younger sister had just returned home. After their sister returned, Mom only had eyes for their sister. "Great. Your dad also came back from a business trip today. Let's have a good meal together," Kang Weijin said without looking away from Sheng Yang. The atmosphere was very lively. The dinner table was full of delicious food, and cheer and laughter rang ceaselessly. This was a long-lost feeling. Everyone was busy eating while Sheng Hanjing was busy serving his little sister. The second Sheng Yang glanced at a certain dish, he would get some of it for her. The pianist's fingers were very slender and deft, and he looked as beautiful as a painting when he was getting food for her. He took good care of Sheng Yang just like Kang Weijin, but the difference was that he made careful observations, and the dishes he got for Sheng Yang were exactly what she wanted. Sheng Yang was also surprised. Was it because musicians were more observant? On this happy day, everyone drank a little wine. Sheng Yang usually didn't drink because she thought alcohol would damage her brain and make it difficult for her to stay calm. But today, influenced by the cheerful atmosphere, she couldn't help but want to drink a little. So she stood up, picked up the wine bottle, and was about to pour some into her glass. However, the mouth of her cup was blocked by a beautiful hand. Sheng Hanjing had noticed that she had been looking at the bottle of fruit wine for a long, long time like an adorable hungry kitten. Sheng Yang tilted her head to look at him, and Sheng Hanjing smiled but didn't take his hand away. Children can't drink. That being said, he couldn't keep a serious face. Sheng Yang looked at him and blinked. Unable to resist her onslaught of cuteness, Sheng Hanjing smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, I surrender." He spoke softly, his voice as gentle as a breeze. At the same time, he stood up, took the wine bottle from her hand, poured a little bit of wine into the glass, then mixed it with some sweet drinks. Although he seemed to be adding them inadvertently, he was actually doing so in proportion. Now the liquid in the glass became dreamy and colorful, resembling the colors of a rainbow after heavy rain. Sheng Yang was rarely surprised, but now her eyes were shining with a faint light of surprise, and she felt quite excited inside. It was amazing. Sheng Hanjing turned the original fruit wine with a high alcohol content into a cocktail with a very low alcohol content. It was almost negligible. Upon seeing this, Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu exchanged glances and smiled. Hanjing was the child they were least worried about. He wasn't as tough and firm as their eldest son, nor as childish and immature as their third son. Only this time, Sheng Hanjin said and handed the cocktail to Sheng Yang. But even he knew this wasn't true. If his sister wanted to drink next time, he still couldn't stop her. Sheng Yang took a sip. Sheng Hanjing stared at every little expression on her face. After a while, a smile appeared on her rosy, delicate face. "It's delicious." Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu were also very glad to see their daughter so happy. Sheng Yu put down the cup. "It's a pity that your eldest brother isn't here today. Otherwise, our family would have been reunited." Sheng Yang's cheeks were flushed from the wine that also piqued her curiosity. "What kind of person is eldest brother?" "He isn't human," Sheng Yushi blurted out while chewing on steak. Sheng Yushi, what are you talking about? Kang Weijin raised her brows and scolded him but didn't feel much anger, knowing her third son was actually telling the truth. Sheng Yushi waved his hand and said intimately, haha, sister, don't take it to heart. I'm not saying that eldest brother isn't easy to get along with. It's just that in his eyes, there's nothing more important than studying and working. He's as cold as a robot all day. Isn't that good? Sheng Yang took another sip and couldn't stop drinking the cocktail at all. She thought her eldest brother was a lot like her, and she was also keen to learn. Not only that, he can always do things that others can't. Sheng Yushi shook his head. Their eldest brother received double master's degrees from Oxford and Cambridge at the age of 20 and successfully founded and ran branch offices of the Shang Corporation at the age of 25. In his life, there was nothing but studying and work. Unlike his second brother, he rarely called his family, including his parents. That was because he had a clear goal and was too busy. His parents and second brother often worried about his health. Sheng Yang didn't think it was strange. On the contrary, she felt that her eldest brother's lifestyle was quite to her liking. Late at night, everyone was asleep. The door of Sheng Yang's room suddenly opened, and as a soft orange light shone in, Shang Hanjing walked in and looked at his sister sleeping in bed. His sister was sleeping soundly. It was probably because she had some alcohol today. She gently pursed her lips in her dream, and with her white porcelain-like skin and her pink, delicate little face, she looked like a little angel. Shang Hanjing tucked in the quilt for her. His obsessive-compulsive personality made him check that the quilt was properly covering his sister several times before he walked out of the room. He went back to his room and turned on the light. The room was filled with various musical instruments, like a kingdom of music. Although Shang Hanjing was a generalist, he had shown a great talent for music since he was a child. He could play any instrument and was proficient in all instruments. He took out his phone and looked at it. He had taken a lot of photos of the dinner today and sent them to his eldest brother. It had been more than 2 hours since he sent the photos, but he had received no reply from eldest brother yet. Shang Hanjing shook his head helplessly, and just as he was about to put the phone back, he received a text message from his eldest brother. Shang Hanjing hurriedly picked the phone up to read the message. There was only one word in the text message. No, to be precise, there was only a punctuation mark. Shang Hanjing was stunned, then smiled helplessly. This was typical of his eldest brother. Shang Hanjing, the Prince of Music, was back, and news spread all over the campus quickly. Shang Hanjing wasn't only very popular at Yin City High School, but he was also very famous throughout the country. He had won numerous honors for the country and made a significant contribution to the development of the music industry. Besides, he was handsome, gentle, and charming, and was the dream lover of countless girls. So upon hearing he had returned, many girls were excited, and at the same time, some people were speculating about Shang Hanjing's attitude towards his sister, Sheng Yang. As an illegitimate girl, even a good-tempered person like Shang Hanjing would definitely not treat her nicely. Some of Shang Hanjing's fans even felt angry for Shang Hanjing because they thought the existence of Sheng Yang had embarrassed their idol. As Shang Hanjing came back, some hearts became restless. As soon as Lu Shu heard the news, she almost stumbled along the way to class, rushed up to Shang Yu, and propped a hand on her desk. Yeah, I heard that your second brother is back? Her eyes were shining, eager, and excited. Shang Yu had broken up with Lu Shu long ago, so when she heard this, she just raised her brows lazily and said coldly, "What's the matter?" Lu Shu hesitated but still asked, "Can you take me with you when you have dinner with him?" Yeah, please. I can try and see if my second brother would agree with me doing that. But I can't guarantee it, Shang Yu said as she sneered in her heart. Yes, in your dreams. What made Lu Shu believe her second brother would be interested in her? After Lu Shu left, Shang Yu took out her cell phone and sent a text message to Shang Hanjing. Second brother, it's been a long time. Can we have dinner tonight? She didn't even mention Lu Shu. The text message received a quick response, and Shang Yu opened it confidently, but then her face turned pale. Sorry, yeah. I just came back and have a lot of things to attend to. Let's meet up another day. She was actually rejected by the gentlest second brother, who never refused anyone. Shang Yu couldn't believe what she saw and was terribly upset. Why? The test papers were handed out, and instead of checking her own score, Fang Duo immediately looked at Sheng Yang's test paper. Although Yang Yang said no, Fang Duo still explained a few key exam questions to Yang Yang before the exam, trying to help her raise her score. And it happened that those exam questions appeared on the test paper this time. So Fang Duo was very confident that Yang Yang would at least do better than the last test. But when she saw Sheng Yang's score, her face turned green. Seriously? 89 points again. Why does Yang Yang always get such scores? After all, she was committed to helping Yang Yang, her idol, improve her scores in Chinese. However, Sheng Yang still seemed to be in a pretty good mood. She was looking at the test paper as if admiring her best work. Fang Duo was immediately discouraged, and her little shoulders collapsed. Yang Yang must be really bad at Chinese. So even if she only got 89 points on the test again, she was still happy. But what could she do? Well, she had to just take it easy. Fang Duo looked at Sheng Yang's gorgeous face and was immediately filled with energy again. She clenched her fists. She wouldn't give up. She must try her best to help Yang Yang overcome this weakness. She would help Yang Yang set a small goal first, or at least help her get a passing score. In the office, after Li Mei received Sheng Yang's test paper, she happily copied it and went to taunt Qianlan with the copy. She was a narrow-minded, vengeful person. Sheng Yang did a good job on the math exam last time, and her math teacher Mr. Zheng copied Sheng Yang's test paper and circulated it among the students. So this time, she also copied the 89-point test paper of this goddess of study and showed it to her classmates. Ms. Chun, look at this test paper, Li Mei said in a voice dripping with sarcasm. As soon as Qianlan saw this score, she had a headache. She knew it was Sheng Yang's test paper. Why was this girl so bad at Chinese? Look at this question she got wrong. It's so simple. And this one? Oh, how could she leave this question unanswered? Even an elementary school student could answer this question, right? Haha, I heard she's from a little village. No wonder she has such a weak knowledge base, Li Mei said, frowning. How can I help her improve? I think she should turn to an elementary school teacher for help. Knowing Li Mei said all this with ill intentions, Qianlan still listened very carefully because it involved her student. What if her words could be helpful? But listening to these words, she checked the test paper carefully and her eyes gradually glowed. Then, as if discovering something shocking, Qianlan suddenly grabbed the test paper from Li Mei and turned it over, eager to verify her guess, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. In her view, this young teacher had always been gentle and rarely looked so agitated. Perhaps she was too worried about the grades of this goddess of studies. But her knowledge base was so bad that even God wouldn't be able to save her. Ms. Li, I don't know if you noticed. Qianlan was so excited that her voice was trembling. Li Mei was confused. What? As Sheng Yang's Chinese teacher, she didn't notice anything strange. Could Qianlan, her math teacher, have noticed anything special? All the questions she got right were the most difficult ones, which proves her foundation isn't bad. Li Mei frowned when she heard that. Then she picked up the test paper from Qianlan and examined it carefully. Then she frowned. She saw some patterns as well, but she couldn't figure them out. Sheng Yang's foundation was so poor. How could she have gotten all the difficult questions right? It didn't make sense. Did she deliberately get some questions wrong? How could there be such a person in the world? The more Li Mei thought, the more confused she was. She was lost in thought. Qianlan looked at her and said cheerfully, See? Sheng Yang is a genius. Maybe she didn't do well on the Chinese exam, but all she needs to do is some memorization work. What do you know? Li Mei suddenly raised her voice and yelled, glaring fiercely at Qianlan, who was smiling happily. This was discovered by a math teacher, but not her, the Chinese teacher. How embarrassing would it be if others found out? So she would never admit it. Besides, she was still suspicious about Sheng Yang's performance on the Chinese exam. For so many years, she had never seen a student who got difficult questions right but got the easy ones wrong. How could that be possible? Li Mei marched away with the test paper. Qianlan still didn't give up and waved her hand at Li Mei's back. Ms. Li, please pay more attention to Sheng Yang and give her some time. I bet she will give you a big surprise. Li Mei sat back in her seat, still deep in thought about the bizarreness of it all. Forget it. She put the test paper aside. Anyway, the fact remained that Sheng Yang didn't even get a passing score. Two tall and handsome men were standing at the entrance of Yin City High School, which immediately attracted the attention of the teachers and security guards on duty at the entrance. One of them was handsome and elegant. With one hand in his pocket, he was smiling kindly. The sight of him made people feel as if they were bathed in warm sunshine. The other had slightly darker skin and broad shoulders. He looked sporty and energetic, full of youthful energy. Today, Shang Yushi was free and wanted to pick up his sister, so he played the finger-guessing game with his second brother to decide who would pick up his sister. His second elder brother lost every time, but he still smiled. "Second brother, I'm sorry, but I'm going to pick up sister," Shang Yushi said triumphantly as he grinned from ear to ear. "Stupid." Shang Hanjing poked his forehead with a long, slender finger. "Why can't we go pick her up together?" Then with a chuckle, he walked out the door first. Shang Yushi stayed in place, dumbfounded, and he said to himself, "Yes, he's right." Shang Hanjing was always punctual and would never let others wait for him, so he arrived quite early. After a while, more and more people gradually appeared at the school gates. "Look, is that Shang Hanjing?" "Yes, it's him." "Wow, he looks even more handsome than on TV. Who is he waiting for?" "I think it should be Shang Yu. How can he possibly tolerate that illegitimate daughter of Class 7? But when Shang Yang walked out of the school gates, Shang Yushi and Shang Hanjing immediately rushed up to greet her. Shang Hanjing was even faster than Shang Yushi. The rumors were proven completely wrong. But someone speculated it was just because Shang Hanjing was trying to defend the honor of the Shang family, so the students felt even more distressed for him. In fact, from beginning to end, Shang Hanjing had a gentle smile on his face, looking as warm as a spring breeze. His affectionate eyes seemed to speak, and he looked just like a male protagonist in a Korean drama. "Wow, I can't believe what I see." Shang Hanjing, the Prince of Music. Fong Duo walked out of the school with Shang Yang, and upon seeing two handsome men walking towards her, she was so happy that she almost fainted. Was she in a dream? Mesmerized by the two men's handsome looks, she felt as if two birds were singing in her head. "Are you okay?" Shang Hanjing frowned slightly and supported her with a hand, his eyes full of care for her. I doubt I'm okay," Fong Duo stuttered. Looking at his handsome face so closely, she couldn't breathe. Shang Yang said coolly beside her, "Second elder brother, I advise you to stay away from her. Then she'll be fine." "Really?" Shang Hanjing still felt a little worried. His actions seemed to be gentle, but his hand held Fong Duo's arm firmly because he worried this poor girl would fall if he retracted his hand. Shang Yushi nodded hard. "Yes, second elder brother, listen to sister." He always believed in his sister's words. Hearing that, Shang Hanjing let go of Fong Duo, but he remained close to her so that he could support her in time if she fainted. Then seeing that she was all right, he took 2 steps back. Lu Shu happened to walk by, and when she saw this scene, she felt a bit sad. She had been Shang Yu's friend for so long, but Shang Yu hadn't even agreed to arrange for her to meet Brother Hanjing. And not only did Fong Duo stand so close to Brother Hanjing, but she also had contact with him and was even gazed at by him with worry. Lu Shu gritted her teeth with jealousy, but she didn't dare to take the initiative to talk to Brother Hanjing. That would make her look as silly as Fong Duo, so she could only pretend to buy things in a nearby shop and increase her chances of seeing Brother Hanjing a bit more. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. "Let's go, Yang Yang. Let's take your classmate home first. Is your name Fong Duo?" The way Shang Hanjing smiled was particularly charming. No. Fong Duo couldn't breathe again and she stuttered. "Oh my god, how can Yang Yang's second brother be so charming? I can take a taxi back. I can handle myself." "No, you're Yang Yang's friend," Shang Hanjing insisted. Seeing that they were about to leave, Lu Shu felt so anxious that she almost stomped her feet. She had finally met Brother Hanjing, but he was leaving so soon. She didn't know when she would have a chance to see him again. At this time, she suddenly saw a familiar figure coming out of the school, and with no time to think, she ran over quickly. Shang Yu was talking to He Yuan. When she saw Lu Shu running up to her, her eyes turned cold. Before Lu Shu could speak, she said impatiently, "I asked my second elder brother. He only wanted to see me and didn't want to see you." However, Lu Shu didn't seem sad at the news, but looked at Shang Yu eagerly. "Your second elder brother is here." "What?" Shang Yu's mouth opened in surprise. Didn't he say he was busy? Why did he come? Following Lu Shu's finger, Shang Yu was surprised to see a large group of people, including Shang Hanjing, Shang Yushi, Shang Yang, and Shang Yang's friend Fong Duo. They were preparing to get into second elder brother's car. Shang Yu felt all her blood rushing to her head, and she clenched her fingers so hard that they almost broke. He had time to see Shang Yang's friend, but didn't have time to have dinner with her. In an instant, Shang Yu lost her mind and rushed forward. Lu Shu hurriedly followed her. Second brother, didn't you say you didn't have time? Shang Yu asked indignantly before coming to a stop. Shang Hanjing turned, and he was slightly taken aback when he saw her. He didn't expect Shang Yu to be so angry. Yeah, I just came back and might leave in 2 days. My time is limited, so I wanted to spend more time with Yang Yang. He thought Shang Yu would understand. After all, Shang Yu was only his cousin while Yang Yang was his long-lost biological sister. They were different. Besides, Shang Yu had a younger brother herself, and he didn't have to see her every time he came back. So he didn't think it was necessary to explain much to her. Shang Yu had been very sensible since she was a child. He figured she would understand he was choosing to spend with Yang Yang even if she found out. But why did she have this "you let me down" look? Shang Hanjing was still smiling, but it didn't mean he wasn't angry. He had a Pandora's box in his heart too. He just rarely unleashed the devil inside. Confused, Lu Shu blurted out, Yeah, didn't you say that your second brother agreed to see you? What are you talking about now? Her words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Shang Yu's face turn darker. Suddenly, Shang Yu pointed at Shang Yang and roared, Since she's returned, you've changed. You've all changed. Shang Hanjing quickly shielded Shang Yang behind him, and his smile turned cold. Shang Yushi was at a loss for what to do. Then he was very surprised to see how his second elder brother looked. Although his second elder brother wasn't very close to Ye, he had never been angry with her. Shang Yu, I think you should understand that we're nice to you just because you're the daughter of our uncle, but Yang Yang is our biological sister. Complaining is pointless. You should know your place. Standing behind Shang Hanjing, Shang Yang couldn't see Shang Yu's expression at all, but she could feel the weight of her second elder brother's words. He was always gentle to others and rarely gave anyone a hard time. But this time, he spoke such harsh words to Shang Yu. Shang Yang couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, looking at the man protecting her in front of her. He was wearing a spotless white shirt with his cuffs rolled up, and his exquisite cufflinks didn't shine a millionth of his brilliance. He was standing there, so graceful yet reassuring. After a while, Shang Yu's dull voice rang out, I'm sorry, second elder brother. I overthought things, she said reluctantly as she lowered her head. She had no choice but to admit she was wrong. Like Sheng Yang, she thought that if she didn't apologize, second brother would completely cut her off, and their relationship would be beyond redemption. Although second elder brother seemed to be good-tempered, sometimes he could be more cold-hearted than third elder brother. Faced with Lu Shu and He Yuan's stun stares, Shang Hanjing escorted Sheng Yang and Fong Duo into his car, smiling and chatting with them, and he even carefully hovered his hand above their heads to prevent them from bumping against the car roof. But he didn't even bother to say goodbye to Shang Yu. Watching the car speed away, Lu Shu's head turned stiffly like a puppet. Who was that girl? She was sure that girl was very special to Brother Hanjing. She definitely wasn't an illegitimate daughter of the Shang family as rumored. Where was the misunderstanding? Shang Yu glanced at her coldly and left without saying anything. Now her mood was extremely bad. What was so good about Sheng Yang? Did blood ties matter so much that they could override their affections for each other built up over so many years? If possible, she really wanted Shang Yang's loving father and her perfect brothers. She didn't care for her good-for-nothing younger brother. Several days passed in a flash. Every day, Shang Hanjing would routinely report to his elder brother about the situation at home, and he would also send a lot of pictures of their younger sister, which consisted of her smiling, pursing her lips, frowning, or lowering her eyes. All his photos were perfect. He was a master photographer. At first, the eldest brother would reply with, but after a while, he didn't even bother to reply. Shang Hanjing shook his head helplessly. Despite his help, eldest brother still had no feelings for their sister. It seemed that their younger sister still had a long way to go to gain eldest brother's recognition. But he couldn't help but hold up the photos of his younger sister and appreciate them. At school, Shengyang received a text message from Ming Qi. In a few days, I will give you a big surprise. Ming Qi was talking about the upcoming agreement with Shang Corporation. He had gone over the company's qualifications, and there were no big problems. Had it not been for this cold-hearted little thing, he wouldn't have bothered to cooperate with the Shang Corporation. He didn't lack money, or to be exact, he had more money than he could burn. Shengyang slowly typed. Ming Qi replied triumphantly, "You'll find out soon." The results of the monthly examination would be released today. It was the last major exam before the school celebration, and students who performed well on this exam would be commended during the school celebration. Therefore, every student took this exam very seriously to bring honor to their parents at the school celebration. The results from each subject had been released and distributed to the teachers of each subject, but the total scores hadn't yet been tallied. Li Mei was nervously jabbing her face with a pin in her office, not even registering the pain. She looked very confused. 89, it was 89 again. Why did Shengyang get this score again? If once was an accident, twice was a coincidence. Then what about 3 times? And she had checked Shengyang's test paper and discovered that just like the last 2 times, she got basic questions wrong but got all the difficult questions right again. After holding the test paper for a long time, Li Mei sneered. Whatever. If she got this score on purpose, she wouldn't do anything to stop Shengyang. No one could save this self-abandoned kind of student who treated exam scores as a joke. At this moment, Chun Lan strode in quickly, holding a large stack of test papers in her hand. Li Mei walked over and asked, "Miss Chun, Shengyang." Before she finished speaking, Chun Lan interrupted her. "Ms. Li, she really surprised me." Li Mei couldn't help smiling. She got a perfect score again. She's really good at mathematics. Li Mei's face darkened immediately. Her joy was cut short. Cough. Li Mei didn't want to see Chun Lan's triumphant look and shoved Shengyang's test paper at her. But she is really not good at Chinese. Look, she got 89 points again. Huh. Sure enough, the smile on Chun Lan's face disappeared. She stared at the test paper and stroked her hair with regret. What a pity. She thought that if Shengyang did better in Chinese this time, her ranking would rise, but this test paper ruthlessly shattered her dreams. Yes, what a pity. Tut. Li Mei artificially comforted her. At this time, other teachers also streamed in one by one. Li Mei hastened to go to them. She couldn't wait to find out the results from the other subjects, but she tried not to look so eager. Yes, she didn't have to be so anxious. Although Shangyu didn't do well in mathematics last time, it was only accidental, and Han Jinjiu had never failed. She folded her hands across her chest, pretending to inquire casually, "Mr. Qin, how did the students of our class do on the physics exam?" Well, they did great, especially Shangyu. She realized where she lost points last time. This is the most important thing to learn to become a good student. Li Mei breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know what happened to her this time, but she was on pins and needles and couldn't feel at ease until she found out the total scores. Maybe it was because of Shang Yang's strange Chinese language test paper. In fact, 89 points was even lower than the passing score. She didn't need to worry about Shengyang so much. The physics teacher spoke absently, then bypassed Li Mei to talk to Chun Lan, while Li Mei was still immersed in her thoughts, pleased because Shengyu performed well this time. Congratulations, Miss Chen. A student of your class got a perfect score in physics, Mr. Qin said sincerely. Although he didn't teach physics in Class 7, he was glad that the school had such an excellent student. Chun Lan touched her nose with puzzlement. Who? Why? Don't you know yet? Alas, you're too laid back. Did you see how eager Ms. Li was to find out her students' test scores? Before the physics teacher spoke the name of the student, the teachers of other subjects all squeezed over and even accidentally ran into Li Mei. Sorry, Ms. Li. I'm sorry, Ms. Li. Then these teachers encircled Chen Lan's desk in tight rings. Ms. Chen, the student who got the full score in chemistry is also in your class. The same as English. It's really rare to get a full score in English. You should praise that student well. Yes, same with biology. Ms. Chen, one of your students got full marks in biology. Chun Lan looked confused. Huh, who is this? Please line up and speak slowly one by one. She didn't think it could be one student who got full marks in all these subjects, so she wondered how it was so coincidental that all the students with perfect scores were from her class. She admitted she was so worried about her students' grades that she had visited a temple to worship Buddha recently, but how could it have been so effective? And Li Mei, who was still standing, seemed to have been hit hard, and her previous smugness was completely wiped out. All the students with full marks were from Chenlan's class? The rankings were posted and Feng Duo was very worried. She asked Sheng Yang to view the results with her. This was the most highly anticipated and the most painful moment. It would decide whether she would be awarded or scolded by her parents when she went home. Oh, I'm so nervous. I don't even dare to look at the results. The little sweet girl covered her eyes with her hand, struggling. I'm not going. Sheng Yang was reading a new book. She never had enough time, and since her second brother returned home, he hadn't allowed her to stay up late, so she had no choice but to make use of her time at school. Well, Yang, aren't you nervous at all? When will I be as calm as you? Feng Duo asked admiringly. Sheng Yang propped her hand on the back of the chair, looking sassy and attractive. What do I have to be nervous about? This is my first major exam at this school. I don't need to worry about whether I make progress or not on the exams, so I can accept any test result. Yes. Feng Duo tapped her own lips. You're different from us. This is your first major exam at this school. No matter what you get on the exam, you won't be blamed. Anyway, you can improve next time. So she could only stand up and walk out the door alone, but fortunately, Oyi accompanied her to view the test results. Hey, little Feng Duo, what's so scary about this? It's just a small exam. Oyi seemed casual and relaxed. Feng Duo looked woeful. So was she the only one in the world worried about this exam? Suddenly, she looked down at a certain spot then said expressionlessly, Your pants zipper is undone. Huh. Oyi was utterly embarrassed and hurriedly zipped his pants while people weren't paying attention, and his face flushed immediately. And your shoes are on the wrong feet. So Oyi was nervous too. Feng Duo no longer believed what Oyi said at all. Nervously, the two finally made it to the wall where the rankings were posted. There were a large number of students in the grade, so it took several pages to show all the rankings. The red papers were pasted high on the wall, but the reality was very cruel. I got 39th place. Me, 120. Both of them were relieved, and the moment they saw their test results, their hearts finally settled down. Sheng Yu was also looking at the score ranking with He Yuan. She went to check Sheng Yang's ranking instead of her own. She would never forget the humiliation Sheng Yang had inflicted on her yesterday. If Sheng Yang wasn't so good and disgraced the Sheng family, would second elder brother still have been so protective of Sheng Yang and given her the cold shoulder? In her uncle's family, every child was very excellent. What would happen if Sheng Yang was the black sheep? Even if they were related by blood, they wouldn't like her so much, would they? Sheng Yu knew Sheng Yang was good at math, so she looked for the top scores in mathematics starting from the last page of the rankings, but she hadn't found Sheng Yang's name even by 300th place, and her heart was sinking like a sinking ship. Yeah, at this moment, He Yuan came over. You did well on the exam and got 3rd place in the whole grade. How I envy you. You're always so excellent. What? Only 3rd place? Sheng Yu frowned unhappily. Upon hearing that, the crowd was speechless. Only 3rd place? Come on. Many people couldn't get such a ranking even in their dreams. Sheng Yu wasn't satisfied with this result. She had usually scored 2nd in the rankings. She had regressed this time. What about Han Jingyu? She asked suddenly. He Yuan froze there awkwardly, unable to utter a word. With a shrill scream, Feng Duo seemed to turn crazy, jumping and stomping her feet, unable to control her excitement. And Oyi was staring at the rankings dumbstruck, muttering, How's that possible? How's that possible? Sheng Yu frowned, looking at the two idiots. What the Hades are they doing? He Yuan didn't know what to say. She sighed. Yeah, you'd better see for yourself. Sheng Yu walked to the rankings and raised her head. She had always scored in the top 3, so every time she looked at the results, she always kept her chin raised high. In an instant, however, her soul seemed to be struck by 10,000 arrows, and she was completely dumbfounded. 2nd place, Han Jingyu. 1st place, Sheng Yang. How could that be? More shockingly, she scored 150 in mathematics, 150 in English, 300 in science subjects, but only 89 in Chinese. How could she do so poorly in Chinese given that she got full marks in all the other subjects? Did she do it on purpose? Han Jingyu stood coldly outside the crowd. Like Sheng Yang, he wasn't prepared to check the results. He was normally confident in himself, so he didn't want to waste his time. But his friend who had come to see the test results advised him to take a look. So he came and saw this shocking result. A cold aura lingered over him. His short hair seemed to be frozen, and his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He clenched his fists hard, making cracking sounds. The teachers were also in an uproar. No one had expected that the students who got full marks were actually one person. This was almost impossible. This student was simply a genius. Chen Lan sat there in amazement. She accepted Sheng Yang into her class out of sympathy, but she turned out to be a genius. She literally didn't do anything, but the number one student in the whole grade had appeared in her class. She felt as if she was dreaming. As experienced as the other teachers were, they had never met such a student, not to mention her, whose teaching career was quite short. This caught her completely off guard. Li Mei was the most shocked. She stood there quietly, staring at the teachers dumbfounded, her mind chaotic. Gradually, she collected herself to form a hypothesis she didn't want to believe. That girl did it on purpose. She deliberately did poorly in Chinese. Not only that, but she was actually very good in Chinese because she could keep her score precisely at 89 points every time, 1 point lower than the passing point. She was more than capable of getting full marks in Chinese. Why was Sheng Yang teasing her? Li Mei was furious, her face ferocious, eyes red. She suddenly screamed. She must give me an explanation. How dare you? The English, physics, chemistry, and biology teachers of Class 7 shouted almost at the same time. Even Qianlan. Sheng Yang was their most precious treasure now. If anyone dared to touch her, they would do everything to defend her. It wasn't easy to get such a genius student. This was an important opportunity for them to become famous teachers. Qianlan realized that it wasn't polite to shout at Li Mei, so she hurriedly said, "Ms. Li, don't be impulsive. This kid has done nothing wrong." Li Mei was speechless. She hadn't done anything wrong? The other teachers weren't so kind. If Li Mei dared to touch Sheng Yang, she would become their common enemy. "Ms. Li, what the Hades are you going to do? Are you trying to make trouble? Ms. Li, if you dare to pick on Sheng Yang, I'll report it to the principal." They usually turned a blind eye to the disputes between Li Mei and Qianlan, but this time it was different. This time, their potential fame was at stake. They could potentially witness a miracle. A teacher even said, if you can't teach Sheng Yang well, she can change teachers. She got full marks in all subjects except for Chinese. This demonstrates there's something wrong with your teaching skills. There are no bad students, only bad teachers. Li Mei almost vomited blood in anger. She wanted to refute, but then discovered that she was desperately outnumbered, so she could only lower her eyes weakly. Forget it. She alone couldn't beat so many of them, but she still felt indignant. She scored full marks in every subject except for Chinese, on which she only got a score of 89 points. Those efforts must have been deliberately aimed at her. Li Mei was angry and regretful. Why hadn't she accepted Sheng Yang into her class? She just wanted to kick herself. In Class 7's classroom, everyone looked at Sheng Yang as if she were a god, full of admiration, but they didn't dare to get too close to her. And there were many students from other classes and even grades who came to worship the goddess of studies. Sitting next to Sheng Yang, Fang Duo almost wanted to slap herself. How embarrassing that she told Yang Yang earlier there was still room for improvement if she didn't do well on the exam. Come on, Yang Yang got full marks in almost all subjects. How could there be any room for improvement? She only scored 89 in Chinese, but she still got first place. Was she really human? Yi was staring straight at Sheng Yang blankly, and after a while, he suddenly shouted, "My idol, please give me the trick behind studying." No trick. Sheng Yang continued to read the book in her hand and said indifferently, "If you have any questions to ask me, I can answer them, but only after I finish reading this book." "Okay, my dear idol, anytime. I'll wait for you," Yi said obediently like a little rabbit, which didn't surprise Fang Duo at all. At this time, a classmate rushed in. "Goddess of studies, God Han came to see you." This time, Han Jingyu didn't turn back halfway or deny it. He came to see her openly. Shengyang looked up and saw the back of a boy. He had a buzz cut and looked cool from the back. Shengyang had seen this legendary god Han before, but it was just a quick glance. After she saw a stunningly handsome man like Yi Junsheng, not many men could impress her. I told you that God Han had come to see Shengyang last time, but no one believed me. Now he's come to see her openly, Fong Duo murmured as she watched Shengyang walking outside the door. Other students were curious. What did God Han come to see the goddess of studies for? Who knows? Oye's lips curled and he swung his arms. If he dares to bully my idol, I'll teach him a good lesson. Now Oye kept calling Shengyang idol because in his heart, Shengyang was his well-deserved idol. He was filled with admiration for her. Cut the CRP. Can you beat God Han? He once won the National Karate Championship. Fong Duo cupped her cheek in her hand and grinned foolishly. Then she imitated the boy's voice. Shengyang, will you be my girlfriend? She was already writing a novel in her mind about Yangyang and God Han's love story. Woman, you managed to get my attention. Something like that. But outside, it was a completely different scene. Han Jingyu stared at Shengyang with his deep, piercing eyes. There was a fire in his mind, eroding his normally strong rationality. But Shengyang was casually leaning against the railing. The wind blew her waist-length hair, and the sweet scent of a girl wafted over. She was really beautiful with fair, tender skin and delicate features, like a little fairy from heaven. The calm lake in Han Jingyu's heart rippled, but he didn't notice it and asked crossly, "Why did you only score 89 in Chinese? You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Even though she only scored 89 points in Chinese, her total score was still 1 point higher than his, which was simply intolerable to him who was so competitive and confident. Shengyang raised her eyes, which made Han Jingyu's heart skip a beat. The girl's amber eyes were as beautiful and cold as a cat's eyes. She didn't need to keep anything from him, so she spoke directly. Yes. Han Jingyu seemed to be detonated all at once, and even the blue veins in his arms protruded. He asked, "Why?" "I have the freedom to do so." Shengyang smiled, her long legs crossing slightly. "I don't think I need to explain it to you." This action added a touch of irresistible allure. Han Jingyu was taken aback for a moment, unable to understand her at all, but the heavy frustration in his heart made him lose control and blurt out, "This is an insult to me. You think too much." Listening to Shengyang's indifferent tone, Han Jingyu thought she would say something nice to comfort him. After all, he was surrounded by girls like Shengyu who was graceful, obedient, and sensible. However, Shengyang's gaze swept across his face and she said straightforwardly, "It's just because you're less competent than me." Although she wasn't patronizing, there was indeed something domineering about her. Hearing what Shengyang said, the students from Class 7 who were eavesdropping curiously were all startled. They seemed to see the flames of war rising and the smoke of gunpowder permeating. Although the goddess of studies was awesome, she didn't have to be so forthright with God Han, did she? Hearing the news, Oye rushed out to protect Shengyang. In fact, he was a little bit frightened. After all, Han Jingyu was a national karate champion. He didn't know how many ribs he might break if he started a fight with Han Jingyu. But he still wanted to say to his idol, "Good job." She was really cool for saying such words to God Han. This was something he had always done in his dreams, but it was a pity that he didn't dare to say it in person. It was great he could hear his idol saying these words to God Han today. A cold gleam flickered across Han Jingyu's eyes. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. After quite a while, he stepped forward, and as he moved, Oye also moved forward with small steps, firmly shielding Shengyang behind him, saying nervously, "Don't come over. Don't act rashly. I know how to box, so I'm not afraid of you." Han Jingyu had already walked to Shengyang's left. Only Oye was in between them. The anger in his eyes gradually dissipated as if he had calmed down, but his face was still dark and his voice was low as he said, "I will overtake you." Shengyang glanced at him and showed a provocative yet breathtakingly beautiful smile. "Okay, let's wait and see." She seemed to not take his words seriously at all. Oye looked at her in surprise. "Idol, can you not be so aggravating? I can't hold it anymore." Han Jingyu gritted his teeth and left angrily in the end. Class 1. God Han. Did you really go to see Shengyang from Class 7? It's not true, right? Just like last time, Shengyang and Feng Duo staged it, right? A group of students gathered around Han Jingyu and chattered noisily. But Han Jingyu kept completing exercises without stopping. Yes, he finally said without evading it this time. Everyone was taken aback. They stopped harassing him and moved elsewhere to discuss. God Han actually went to see Shengyang. He isn't normally such a reckless person, He Yuan said in surprise. Sheng Yu had her physics paper in hand. Thinking about Sheng Yang's results, she just wanted to rip the test paper in her hands. Just now, the physics teacher praised her. Normally, she would have been happy, but now she wasn't happy at all. After she heard He Yuan's words, a sense of emergency entwined her like a giant python, making it hard for her to breathe. She couldn't help but turn and give Han Jingyu a worried look, but Han Jingyu was absorbed in his exercises, trying to tackle his weaknesses, and didn't notice her looking at all. He Yuan followed Sheng Yu's gaze. She was a smart person. Watching Sheng Yu frowning, she had guessed what Sheng Yu was thinking, so she waved her hand in front of Sheng Yu and comforted her with a smile. What are you thinking? It's impossible. You worry too much. She's now a rival to God Han, and she's so arrogant and obnoxious. God Han will never like a girl like her. You're the girl he likes, Sheng Yu. After hearing He Yuan's words, Sheng Yu withdrew her gaze, a little relieved, but her heart still wasn't at ease. Since Sheng Yang had returned, she had always felt uneasy. In the Sheng family home, the doorbell rang, and Sheng Hanjing went to open the door with a smile on his face. Obviously, he had just had a very happy conversation, but as soon as he saw the guest, the smile disappeared from his face. Excuse me, you are? His attitude was neither humble nor overbearing but casual and kind, but there was a sharp gleam hidden in his eyes. The man standing outside was fascinatingly handsome, full of charm. His features were chiseled and there was a lazy smile on his face, making him look indescribably beautiful and charming. No woman could escape from such a man? Sheng Hanjing thought. I'm Yang Yang's tutor, and I live next door, Yi Junqing said with a smile, and his voice seemed to have healing power. Come on, young master, tutor? Gao Feng, who was standing beside him, sighed internally. Yang Yang's tutor? A gleam of surprise flashed through Sheng Hanjing's eyes. He had never heard about this. Yang Yang had such a young and handsome tutor? At this time, Sheng Yushi walked over with a cup of orange juice and said casually, Second brother, this is sister's tutor and my best friend, Yi Junqing. Best friend? Sheng Hanjing glanced at his younger brother, and his face darkened slightly. Hi, second brother. Yi Junqing took the initiative to greet him, smiling kindly. He was more restrained than he was in front of Kong Weijin, looking friendly and harmless. Wearing a loose white sweater, he was smiling like an angel as if bathing in a flash of divine light. However, Sheng Hanjing wasn't Sheng Yushi. Although he was still smiling, his smile was aloof. You don't have to be so polite. You should be about the same age as me. Just call me Sheng Hanjing. Brother Hanjing. Yi Junqing still insisted on the formalities. Yushi, Yang Yang and I are friends, so I should call you brother. Sheng Hanjing. His smile almost disappeared, and he managed to keep the smile as he said, Come in, please. Okay. Sheng Hanjing watched him entering with his younger brother. This man looked graceful and polite, and there was something noble about him. How was it possible for such a man to be Yang Yang's tutor? Humph. I'm not as gullible as my silly younger brother, okay? Kong Weijin was less guarded against Yi Junqing than she used to be. Hi Junqing. We're having dinner. Mind having dinner with us? Isn't it a little lonely to eat dinner alone? No. Yi Junqing didn't sit next to Sheng Yang this time. Instead, he sat opposite Sheng Yang naturally. Sitting there, he could make eye contact with her from time to time. He smiled, nodded at her, then said to Kong Weijin, Auntie, I've long been accustomed to such a deserted life. Kong Weijin felt even sorrier for him after hearing this. Just like Junqing, her Yang Yang also had no parents before. These two poor kids. Junqing, I hope you can feel at home here. Treat our home like your own, Kong Weijin said enthusiastically. Sheng Hanjing had just returned to his seat, sitting next to Sheng Yang and peeling shrimps for her. When he heard their conversation, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he looked at Yi Junqing again deeply. He had seen all kinds of people on the outside. This guy was definitely a cunning fox. Juncheng, let's have a toast. You're Yang Yang's tutor. You must take credit for Yang Yang's excellent test scores. Kang Weijin didn't know what they were doing during their sessions every day, but Yang Yang did so well on this exam, so it must have had something to do with young Master Yi. Well, this was largely due to her own efforts. Yi Juncheng stood up and clinked glasses with Kang Weijin. Auntie, Yang Yang did well on the exam because she's smart. What Yi Juncheng said was true because what he discussed with Shang Yang every day had nothing to do with the exam, but obviously, his answer pleased Kang Weijin very much. Of course, my Yang Yang is the best. Good, good. Kang Weijin was a fair drinker, but she seemed to be drunk, although she was only drinking orange juice today. Shang Hanjing was busy cutting steak and peeling shrimps for his sister. His hands were very precious because he needed to play music. If his agent saw this, he would have fainted. Shang Yushi also understood this, so he offered to do it for his sister instead, but Shang Hanjing refused. He wanted to take care of his sister himself. While Shang Hanjing was doing this, he was secretly observing Yi Juncheng, listening to what he was saying. He suddenly said, "Young Master Yi." "Yes?" Yi Juncheng turned to him, his face stunningly handsome. Shang Hanjing smiled. Yang Yang is still young and doesn't know much about the ways of the world, so she might do many things unintentionally, which may cause a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. After all, you're a few years older than her, right? Shang Yushi didn't quite get what his second brother was talking about. Second brother usually wouldn't argue with others, so he wondered why his second brother's words sounded a bit weird. Was it because he was too young as his sister, to understand the adult's world? Kang Weijin certainly understood what her second son was talking about and couldn't help giving him an approving smile. Sure enough, her second child was more reliable. Her husband was always on business trips. Now her second son had returned, and she finally had a helping hand. His second child gave Yi Juncheng a gentle warning not to hit on her daughter. Shang Yang was drinking some creamy mushroom soup intently, unaware of this battle without smoke. But even if she noticed it, she might have been indifferent to it. She only had eyes for her studies. Yi Juncheng suddenly stood up and walked straight toward Shang Hanjing. The smile on the latter's face froze, and he didn't know what Yi Juncheng was going to do. Yi Juncheng looked at Shang Yang, then at Shang Hanjing. Without a word, he reached out to clink glasses with Yi Hanjing. Finishing the drink in one fell swoop, he looked particularly beautiful, and his beautiful Adam's apple bobbed. After having several toasts in a row, Yi Juncheng looked slightly drunk. He was drinking brandy with a high alcohol content, which even Shang Hanjing didn't dare to drink much of. Well, Brother Hanjing. His eyes turned hazy. You're right. When I first met Shang Yang, I had decided to protect her like a sister. She was alone in the countryside without the company of her parents. Upon seeing her, I seemed to see my younger self. Huh. What a fox. Shang Hanjing cursed in his heart. Shang Hanjing vaguely guessed that he was going to move them with affection and secretly said to himself, Shang Hanjing, stay sober. Yi Juncheng lightly pursed his lips and continued, I don't have a happy family. My parents passed away early. I seem to have everything but actually have nothing. Whenever I see Shang Yang, my heart is heavy. I know that I'm several years older than her, so I'd like to take care of her and try to give her everything she wants like her brother. Now that she's returned to her family, I'm really happy for her because now she is not only me but also her brothers. But caring about her has become a habit, and I just can't kick this habit. Maybe because Yi Juncheng was a bit drunk. He talked a lot more than usual, and it was all from the bottom of his heart. Kang Weijin almost burst into tears. Poor boy, you're such a good boy. She gave Yi Juncheng a big hug. Shang Yushi also felt sorry for him. He didn't expect his friend to be so miserable. How poor he was. He grew up in a honeypot-like environment. He didn't know life could be so hard if he hadn't heard what Yi Juncheng said. So he decided to show more concern for this friend in the future. Shang Hanjing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed it. Yi Juncheng's remarks left him speechless, making anything he could say appear weak. In fact, the softest-hearted person in this family was Shang Hanjing. He was always nice to people and barely lost his temper. Hearing what Yi Juncheng said and seeing his family's reactions, he knew he couldn't debunk Yi Juncheng, because he looked so sincere. He pursed his lips and said nothing more. Only Shang Yang, holding a spoon, was a little dazed. She tilted her little head, and her pretty little face was a little blank. The first time he saw me, he wanted to protect me? What the Hades is he talking about? The first time they met, he was standing on a hill, pointing a gun at her and saying with a cold smile, "Are you also here to kill me?" At that time, his eyes beamed with murderous intent. He was ready to kill her indeed. Walking out of the Sheng family home, Yi Junsheng didn't look drunk at all. "Gao Feng, let's go. Gao Feng, keep up with me." Yi Junsheng didn't look back, but his voice was lowered. "Okay, young master." The ranking list of this monthly exam had been released. As Shengyang was protected by other teachers, Li Mei didn't dare to go to Shengyang to make trouble, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she was, so she complained to the principal. The principal gave her a lot of good students before, so she thought he must favor her. As the principal listened, he mused. Because the vice principal had done this many times, secretly admitting unqualified students while he was away, he felt it necessary to teach the vice principal a good lesson. That was why he sternly rejected Shengyang. To his surprise, the girl didn't cry but courageously asked to chat with him alone. When only the two of them were in his office, he took out super difficult math competition questions and asked her to finish them. "I don't have so much time. I'll just pick one to finish." Shengyang picked the most difficult question accurately. The principal thought she was just wasting her time, so he began to read other documents, allowing her to complete that question. No students had managed to answer that question so far, and in the end, a math professor of a famous university answered it, but the answering process was extremely complicated. I finished. He heard Shang Yang's voice when he had just read 2 pages of the document. Full of disbelief, he stood up and walked straight over, then his gaze was glued to the answer. The problem-solving process was too long, so he didn't remember it clearly, but he remembered the answer. This was the right answer to this question. He stroked his chin, glanced suspiciously at Shengyang, then took a picture of her problem-solving process and sent it to that professor. He didn't think he would get a response from the professor so soon because he was famous for his arrogant, grumpy character. However, only 1 minute after he sent the message, the professor called him. "Who solved this question? So can it be solved this way?" The old professor was very excited. "Well, I'll tell you later." The principal had always been very humble in front of the old professor. This time he finally could hold his head high. "Oh, please tell me now." Surprisingly, the grumpy old professor didn't lose his temper. From his attitude, the principal had realized Shang Yang's value. Going back to Shang Yang, the principal coughed. He didn't want the talented student to be too arrogant, so he pretended to be indifferent. However, this student who solved the question was extremely confident and said that if the principal wanted her to enter Yin City High School, he needed to grant her a request. Their roles were swapped suddenly. This time, it was the principal who was begging a student to join their school. The principal couldn't bear it. "You're not going to agree? Fine, let's forget it." Seeing as the principal was silent for a long time, Shang Yang didn't have the patience to wait and was about to walk out. Hold on. Shang Yang didn't stop, thinking that the bargaining trick she learned from Grandma Lu really worked. She certainly had the confidence to go to other schools, but she preferred this school. Okay, I agree." The principal could only surrender, and she requested that the school must not interfere with her for anything. The principal didn't want to miss out on this genius, so he had to agree. Although Han Jingyu's grades were excellent, the gap between him and other students wasn't that great. There were still good students from other schools who might catch up with Han Jingyu. Actually, the principal was a bit troubled by Shang Yang's behavior, but he had to keep his promise to her. Otherwise, what if such a genius went to other schools? Now, even if Mrs. Sheng didn't purchase the second high school wouldn't hesitate to do anything they could to poach Sheng Yang. Withdrawing from his thoughts, the principal asked, "Ms. Li, what did you say?" Li Mei nearly lost her temper. "Principal, I've been talking for so long. Didn't you hear me?" "Well, I'm sorry." The principal smiled apologetically. "I had an attack of otitis media just now. I don't feel very well now. Can you talk to me about it next time?" This old fox. He was being evasive. He didn't want to be involved in this matter at all. Li Mei came out of the principal's office disappointed. She was regarded as the school's trump card before, so the principal was very partial with her. But now she had fallen out of favor because of Sheng Yang. But she still didn't give up, trying her best to get Sheng Yang's parents' number. Every parent hoped his children would have a bright future. She didn't think Sheng Yang's parents would be an exception. At least Sheng Yang's parents would definitely take care of this matter. Kang Weijin picked up the phone, and she was surprised when she heard Li Mei's words. She only knew that Yang Yang scored first on the exam and wasn't aware of her results in each subject because, in her opinion, Yang Yang had already done very well. 89 in the Chinese language? Kang Weijin couldn't help but laugh. This girl was really naughty and seemed to have endless wicked ideas. Li Mei was still trying to brainwash her. Mrs. Shang, trust me. Sheng Yang did so well in the other subjects. As long as she can improve her grades in Chinese, her overall grade will definitely rise to the next level, and she may even get first place in the province. Li Mei was trying to lure Kang Weijin with very tempting fruit. In fact, she didn't care about Sheng Yang's grades and even hoped that she would flunk her exams. However, she knew that this girl was a genius whom even Han Jingyu and Sheng Yu couldn't catch up with. Sheng Yang's other teachers had been rewarded with a large sum of bonuses for this exam score and were very likely to become famous teachers because of this opportunity, which upset her. Many teachers called her to laugh at her, saying that as a teacher, she was actually taught a good lesson by her student, which was unprecedented in any school. This greatly humiliated her. Kang Weijin glanced at her watch and didn't have the patience to listen to the teacher nagging. Her time was very precious. Ms. Li, stop. I understand what you mean, but I'm sorry. What? I won't interfere in any of my daughter's decisions, Kang Weijin said slowly. As long as she doesn't break the law, I will support her in everything she does. Of course, my daughter is so cute and certainly wouldn't break the law. Mrs. Shang, listen to me. I don't have the time. You've already wasted me hundreds of thousands of yuan. What? Li Mei stared at the phone dumbfounded. Mei's worries were proven to be unnecessary. The principal took action that very afternoon. Ms. Li, starting this afternoon, Ms. Cui will serve as the Chinese language teacher of Class 7 for a week. Li Mei argued, that's not necessary. Why change teachers? Principal, I'm fully capable of teaching 2 classes of Chinese, and I'm a gold medal teacher. The principal smiled. Although I have bad hearing, I heard some things you said. You said Sheng Yang caused a lot of trouble for you, and you almost had a heart attack because of her. So for the sake of your health, I made this decision. Principal. Okay, no need to say more. The principal left, and Li Mei had no way of changing the principal's decision. She thought crossly that it was only a week and nothing would be changed. Ms. Li, don't worry. I will try my best to teach your students. Ms. Cui clenched her fists and assured Li Mei solemnly. She was a passionate teacher. Unfortunately, her teaching results in the past few years weren't that good. It wasn't due to her teaching skills, but because her students' knowledge base was too poor. It was already their 3rd year in high school, and she couldn't do much to help them. In short, she had the ability but lacked luck. But Ms. Cui was still very devoted to her work and was full of passion for teaching. When Li Mei heard that, she just glanced at Ms. Cui with contempt. It's only a week. You should know your position. Don't hold my students up. I promise I won't. Upon hearing that Li Mei was about to be temporarily replaced by Ms. Cui, everyone in Class 7 was very happy, and even Class 1 students cast envious looks at them. They had been suffering from Li Mei's suppression for a long time and hadn't seen the sunshine for too long. They really wanted to change class teachers, but they weren't as lucky as Class 7. Sheng Yang saw O Yi and Fong Duo jumping and laughing beside her, and the other students were also elated, turning the classroom into a discotheque in an instant. She couldn't help but look up from her book, holding it and looking at Fong Duo and O Yi. Do you like this Miss Cui very much? Yeah, Miss Cui is very nice. Class 15 is filled with poor students, but because of her, they've improved rapidly in Chinese. A friend of mine in Class 15 said that before meeting Ms. Cui, he felt that he had been abandoned and even his parents didn't care about his grades. To encourage her students, Ms. Cui used her own money to buy gifts for them. Some students skipped class to go to internet bars, and Ms. Cui persuaded them to go back to school one by one. Anyway, she's much better than Li Mei. She truly cares about her students. Sheng Yang nodded and said, she sounds like a good teacher. But it's a pity that she'll only be teaching us for a week. I don't know what the principal's thinking. Fong Duo poked at her dimple. Yi scratched his head. I don't understand what the principal is thinking either. Shenyang cast them a sidelong glance. It seems that you really want to keep her. Of course. Yi and Fong Duo said in unison this time. Shenyang smiled. I see. Fong Duo and Yi didn't know what she meant. But everyone was immersed in celebration, so they didn't take her words to heart. A week later, on the last day before Ms. Chui left, Class 7 had a Chinese quiz. Late that day, Li Mei couldn't help but sneer when she saw that Ms. Chui was still busy marking the test papers. Her nice dream didn't last long. Did she think she could still teach Class 7? Why did she bother to mark the test papers so attentively? Li Mei finished work first and Ms. Chui was still sitting in her seat alone, wearing heavy glasses of more than 500 degrees and burning the midnight oil. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared silently at the office door. With his hand behind his back, the principal stared at the hard-working and dedicated teacher. Ms. Chui, are you still working? The attentive Ms. Chui was taken aback by the principal. She covered her chest and looked at the principal, and after a while, she recovered from her shock and said, Yes, I'm still marking the test papers. Just go about your business. Don't mind me. Well, okay. Ms. Chui nodded and continued to mark the test papers. The principal stared at the test papers. Ms. Chui's 1 week of teaching Chinese was just a small trial. The principal just wanted an answer. Li Mei assumed he didn't care about Shang Yang's problem with Chinese. But she was wrong. He was very anxious. An epic-making exam result could appear at their school, right at his fingertips, but, from what she knew of Sheng Yang, this girl was indifferent by nature and wouldn't tell the truth at all. He could only find the answer to the puzzle by himself. The principal flipped through the stack of test papers, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly came up with an idea. It seemed it was really as he guessed. The next day, Li Mei took the initiative to go to the principal and said eagerly, Principal, can I go back to Class 7? She planned to reclaim the teaching rights for Class 7 first, then work up a way to convince Sheng Yang to return to Class 1, which she originally belonged to. This was the plan she came up with during the last week. The principal's ears were finally working this time. He raised his head and looked at her. Ms. Li, Ms. Chui will be Class 7's Chinese language teacher until graduation. Why? Li Mei didn't expect this change and was shocked. She thought that the principal just gave her a little warning, but the principal turned out to be serious. There's no reason. Ms. Li, I'm telling you. This was a joint decision by the school leaders, the principal said, a little forcefully. Li Mei was at a loss for words. She was always subservient to the principal and was even called the principal's henchwoman, but that was because the principal's actions benefited her. He always gave her the best students. Li Mei wanted to persuade the principal to transfer Sheng Yang back to Class 1. But looking at the principal's stern face, she shut up. At least for now. She turned around sadly and left the office silently, crestfallen. Alas, when she left, the principal looked at her back and took a long breath. Li Mei was very capable, but for a teacher, that wasn't enough. He gave her a chance, but she didn't cherish it. As soon as Li Mei walked out of the office, she ran into the vice principal, who hurried over. The vice principal had been studying in another city recently and had just returned, but then he learned the shocking news. It turned out that Sheng Yang wasn't a poor student at all. He had found such a good seed for the school, but the principal threw such a tantrum back then. He was so wronged. The principal had to apologize to him. Now he knew why the principal suddenly decided to admit Sheng Yang. It turned out to be a conspiracy, but the principal didn't give him the slightest hint. This old fox. Distracted, Li Mei bumped into the vice principal, who was hurrying over. Ouch. Oh, sorry, vice principal. Li Mei apologized listlessly. The vice principal raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Mei in front of him, feeling a bit strange. Li Mei was always arrogant, boasting that no one was more professional than her throughout the school. How come she looked so frustrated and dispirited now? The vice principal didn't like Li Mei very much and couldn't understand why the principal treated her so well, continually assigning good students to her class. Now he finally had a chance to taunt her. He put his arms akimbo, like a big triumphant rooster, taunting her. Oh, isn't this Ms. Li? He begged her to accept the daughter of the Shang family into her class back then. But what did she say at the time? Vice principal, If you force me, I'm going to jump ship and transfer to second middle school. Li Mei hung her head low, looking utterly defeated. She no longer dared to say that the provincial champion would definitely be from her class now. The vice principal couldn't wait to take revenge on Li Mei. Do you really think it was all thanks to your abilities that your students got good grades? No, it was because of the principal's preferential treatment of you. Fortunately, the principal didn't put Shengyang in your class. Otherwise, you wouldn't have learned your lesson. Li Mei raised her head with a jerk, her face shocked. What did you say? I said that the principal was wise. No wonder he decided to put Shengyang in class 7 instead of class 1 after talking to her. The vice principal muttered, cough. But after all, it's all thanks to me. Without me, how could Shengyang have seen the principal? Li Mei gulped hard and asked hurriedly, so, the principal knew Shengyang was good? A gleam flicked across her eyes. Today was the day when Ms. Chui was leaving. Everyone was in a low mood because the nun of destruction Li Mei was coming back. But Shengyang was still busy with her own business, revealing no emotions. Her profile, long eyelashes, and exquisite nose were too perfect to be true. Even the little sweet girl Fong Duo was pulling a long face. Yang, how can you be so calm? Teach me how you do it. She wrote in her WeChat moments. From tomorrow onward, I will become a strong person on the inside. However, that was just wishful thinking. How can I be so calm? Shengyang stroked her chin and thought about it seriously, then pointed to the book and said seriously, because the book in my hand is really interesting. Her eyes were sincere. Fong Duo's heart did a flip. Was Yang using some interest-based learning method? So she could make boring learning fun? If that was the case, she had to learn from Yang. So she cast off her somberness, poked her head out, and glanced at the book in Shengyang's hand with interest. Oh no, what the Hades is she reading? Why can't I understand a single word of it? The class bell rang. This was a Chinese class. Everyone looked dispirited, waiting quietly for Li Mei's arrival and wishing time could tick more slowly. But no teacher came after a long time and whispering voices sounded in the quiet classroom. Then a familiar figure walked in. The smiling face wasn't Li Mei's. Miss Chui. The students were in an uproar. Only Shengyang remained undisturbed and read quietly. However, there was an imperceptible smile on her lowered face, mysterious, gorgeous, and charming. Okay. Miss Chui was obviously in a good mood upon being showered by her students' admiration. Her face beamed with a smile, and her eyes behind her lenses were shining. She looked at these youthful, smiling faces and beckoned at them to calm down. I'm announcing from today onward, I'll be the Chinese language teacher for Class 7. Let's help each other make up for our weaknesses and progress together. Then she bowed sincerely. Yeah, the students cheered. When Shengyang saw her Chinese test paper, the smile on her face disappeared, and she appeared to be in a bad mood as she frowned. Fong Duo glanced at her with concern. Did she not do well on the exam? So she leaned over and looked. 145 points. This number made her rub her eyes to confirm she saw things right. Yes, it was almost known to everyone that Yang scored low on purpose on the Chinese exams several times. But everyone knew no one was perfect, and she did so well on all her other subjects that it didn't matter even if she wasn't good at Chinese. But 145 points. Such an unbelievably high score. This reminded Fong Duo of the internet celebrity Sylvia, whose handwriting was really similar to Yang's. But was Sylvia really Yang? Sylvia wasn't only proficient in Chinese, math, English, physics, and chemistry, etc., but she was also good at archaeology and astronomy. And Sylvia was best at geography, so in theory, Sylvia should be a liberal arts student. Shengyang seemed in a bad mood the entire class, and Fong Duo was worried about her. As soon as the class finished, Fong Duo was about to ask Shengyang what happened, but with a swish, Shengyang suddenly put down the book she was reading, got up, and walked straight to the podium. Near the podium, many students surrounded Ms. Chui, talking and laughing when they suddenly felt a powerful aura not far away. When they turned, they paused then spread out on either side to make way for Shengyang. Wow, the goddess of study. Shengyang was holding her test with a frown. With her perfect figure and exquisite features, she seemed to be shining in the crowd. Walking up to Ms. Chui, she gently placed her test on the podium. Ms. Chui, Why were 5 points deducted from my composition? As a perfectionist, she couldn't stand not getting full marks, not to mention having a whole 5 points deducted. How do I put it? Ms. Chui was a bit overwhelmed by Sheng Yang's powerful aura, but she still explained. Your composition was well rhetorical and logical, but it had a big flaw. What was it? Sheng Yang asked. It lacked affection, so it couldn't touch readers' hearts. Ms. Chui took out a composition with full marks. Come, take a look at this one. After reading the composition rapidly, Sheng Yang had to admit that she was really defeated. This composition not only had all the strengths of her composition, but was also very suspenseful and made readers helpless to finish reading it in one sitting. At this time, little Fong Duo came over. She pushed her way through the crowd with difficulty to reach Sheng Yang and comfort her. Yang, don't take it seriously. You're too perfect. One little flaw isn't bad. But instead of feeling comforted by her, Sheng Yang felt worse. Sheng Yang gently stroked her chin. She was always quick to solve any problem and never left problems unsolved overnight. So, she looked at Ms. Chui intently. Can you help me improve my composition, Ms. Chui? May I go to your office at noon? She was the first student who voluntarily asked to go to the teacher's office. Sheng Yang had a strong desire for success indeed. Ms. Chui could only acquiesce. Okay then. The news that Sheng Yang scored 145 on the Chinese test quickly spread to Class 1. And someone said she did it deliberately to make the principal replace Li Mei with Ms. Chui. This was simply epic-making. Teachers normally threaten students, but when had things reversed so that students could threaten teachers? The students of Class 1 always felt superior to the students of Class 7, but now they really envied them. When they saw the Class 7 students, their arrogance decreased a lot, and they were full of envy for the Class 7 students instead. Sheng Yang defeated Li Mei in one fell swoop, which benefited the entire Class 7. Alas, why couldn't Han Jingyu and Sheng Yu in our class do this? I really like girls like Sheng Yang. If only she were in our class. Alas, why didn't she come to our class in the first place? After Han Jingyu found out about Sheng Yang's Chinese language score, he felt even more shocked and more deeply aware of the gap between them. So he worked even harder. Even if he could see no hope of overtaking her, at least he would try his best. And Sheng Yu wasn't as calm as he was. She stared at her test in her hand, while almost biting her lips to the point of bleeding. She wasn't bad at Chinese, but only scored 142 this time. So she hadn't surpassed Sheng Yang in any subject. And she heard that except for the composition, Sheng Yang got full marks and didn't make the slightest error even in reading. Is she a monster? They were both daughters of the Sheng family, but why were they so different? There were suddenly a lot of people surrounding Class 7's classroom door. Before, only boys who wanted to hit on Sheng Yang would wait here, but now there were also girls who admired Sheng Yang. Fong Duo narrowed her eyes, nibbled on a pen, and felt troubled by a great sense of crisis. The bell is mine. Yi also felt offended, so he declared to those students, Sheng Yang is my idol. You guys stand aside. Soon it was noon. Ms. Chui returned from lunch and suddenly sensed a very strong gaze. When she turned, she saw a beautiful girl staring at her, and her eager gaze seemed capable of shooting through her. Ms. Chui's heart trembled. She was really punctual. Sheng Yang, your problem is that your emotional descriptions are too empty. Do you read the monthly magazines that other girls read? Ms. Chui didn't encourage her students to read these cheesy, over-sentimental romance novels, but she thought they could help Sheng Yang. Yes, Sheng Yang was different from other girls. She should teach students in accordance with their specific aptitudes. A gleam of confusion flickered across Sheng Yang's beautiful eyes. She shook her head, like a lost kitten. Ms. Chui's heart was pounding hard. Wow! Even she was almost mesmerized by this gorgeous girl. She quickly took out a large stack of monthly magazines from a locked drawer, all of which were confiscated from other students. Sheng Yang began to read them at a speed so fast that Ms. Chui even wondered whether she was reading or not. After a while, Sheng Yang shook her head. I don't like these and I don't think they help me in any way. Her pretty little face looked a bit pitiful. Ms. Chui gritted her teeth and whispered to Sheng Yang in a voice only the two of them could hear. Well, I can tell you another method, but don't tell others I told you this, okay? Okay. Would you like to try a relationship? The whole afternoon, Fong Duo tried her best to protect her goddess. Fearing that someone would take advantage of her absence if she was away, she didn't even go to the toilet. During break time, Sheng Yang didn't read a book but cupped her exquisite jaw in her hand, looking forward and musing to herself. Suddenly she turned and asked, "Who's the most popular boy at school?" Fong Duo spoke without even thinking. "Of course it's Han Jingyu, God Han." Then she froze and turned stiffly. "Wait a minute. Does Yang Yang want to start a relationship?" Although Fong Duo cherished her friendship with Yang Yang very much and vowed to be this little fairy's guardian angel, she would be glad to see Yang Yang fall in love, especially if the boy was Prince Charming Han Jingyu. She could almost imagine how beautiful these two would look standing together. To her, it would be like eating a big bowl of delicious ice cream in hot summer or grabbing a piece of driftwood when she was about to drown. But just as she was fantasizing, Yang Yang stopped asking and merely stared at the 145 on her test paper. "Oh, come on, don't tantalize me." Fong Duo's little head was racing. No matter what, as long as Yang Yang had such ideas, she would assist. Fong Duo didn't know that she completely misunderstood Sheng Yang. Coincidentally, when school ended, they happened to see Han Jingyu, and he wasn't far away. He was carrying a school bag, and his short hair looked quite cool, making him look a bit mature. At 1.8 meters tall, he was very eye-catching, and his tall and straight figure was like a green pine. Sure enough, Fong Duo noticed that Yang Yang was staring at Han Jingyu's back as if thinking about something. Fong Duo rolled her eyes and deliberately said loudly, "Oh, Yang Yang, would you like to eat that matcha cake?" Han Jingyu usually turned a deaf ear to other students' conversations after school. He normally got into his car and went home as quickly as possible. Today, however, he heard a name he was interested in, so he couldn't help but slow down and gradually stop. Fong Duo stared intently and chuckled secretly. "So God Han has a thing for Yang Yang too?" Then Han Jingyu turned and saw Sheng Yang in the crowd. She was like a pearl, always dazzlingly bright, and it was hard to ignore her existence. Han Jingyu thought a little bit and walked towards them. Fong Duo looked calm but was shouting excitedly in her heart, "Come here, come to us." As she hoped, God Han stopped in front of the two of them, his face still cold, but his eyes a little flustered. Obviously, he was a bit nervous. "You're very good." I know." Sheng Yang didn't mean to act humble at all. She nodded seriously as if Han Jingyu was talking nonsense. Han Jingyu couldn't help laughing, and his nervousness melted away. It turned out that she wasn't laughing at him last time. It was just her way of talking. Fong Duo shrank to the side, pretending to be invisible and trying not to be a third wheel. Now she was like someone suffering from a lack of oxygen and suddenly being moved into an oxygen bar, bathing in warm sunshine and enjoying a comfortable breeze. Now she felt fully charged. A motherly smile appeared on her little face. Sheng Yang stared at Han Jingyu for a while and suddenly said, "Would you like to?" Her clear, pleasant voice came to an abrupt end. Fong Duo felt her heart almost jumping out of her throat. Finally, am I going to bear witness to history? And Han Jingyu also held his breath, somewhat sensing that Sheng Yang was going to say something shocking. For some reason, he blushed and his mouth turned dry. After another moment, however, Sheng Yang said lightly, "Forget it. Nothing." She didn't want to force herself to do something she didn't want to do just for 5 points. That was meaningless. She considered it and decided it was better to give up. Han Jingyu. Fong Duo. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. He stared at her receding figure and his Adam's apple bobbed. For some reason, he thought what she was going to say was. Across the street, spotting Han Jingyu, Shang Yu was about to wave at him and call him, but then she froze. Her hand hung stiffly in the air and didn't move for a long time. She witnessed Han Jingyu taking the initiative to talk to Sheng Yang and staring at her back for a long time after she left. She had never seen him looking like that. Shang Yu's heart was suddenly seized by resentment. Did she like to steal that much? Shang Yu's eyes were burning wildly with hatred. This was her bottom line, and she wasn't going to tolerate it. She took out her cell phone and quickly clicked on the screen. When her fingers stopped on a familiar name, she paused then tapped a few words. "Eldest brother, I miss you." She knew her eldest brother had always been eccentric and indifferent, so she wouldn't have sent such a cheesy message to him. For a long time, there was no response, but Shangyu didn't care, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Iron-hearted and immune to both soft and hard approaches, this was her eldest brother. When Shengyang returned home, she heard very beautiful piano music. She couldn't help but listen intently to the music as she stood by the side and closed her eyes slightly. Yijunqing also came in with her. Shengyang closed her eyes and listened attentively, while he stood aside with his arms folded, looking at her with seemingly lazy eyes. The sound of the piano came from the second floor, but it wasn't the piano in her room. This piano wasn't as good as the one in her room, but it played a more beautiful tone. Shengyang couldn't help feeling amazed by the performer's skill. No wonder second brother was called the Prince of Music. He had an extraordinary music talent indeed. His music seemed to be able to heal people's hearts. After the song ended, Shengyang opened her eyes. The two of them were facing each other, and their eyes met. Yijunqing gazed at her, still folding his arms, and there was no trace of panic in his eyes at all. With a smile on his face, he obviously didn't feel ashamed at all for peeping at her. The two looked at each other for a while, and Shengyang suddenly asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" "Because you're so good-looking," Yijunqing said without missing a beat. He murmured soft words of love, coupled with his stunningly handsome face. An ordinary girl would have been head over heels in love with him. Shengyang looked at him, listening quietly. She then opened her school bag and rummaged around. Yijunqing raised his brows. Huh, what is she doing? He didn't think Shengyang would be mesmerized by his words, even though he was quite confident about his appearance. In front of her, he had no confidence at all. Yijunqing lowered his arms and walked towards her. Shengyang finally got something from her school bag. It was round and cute with a Chibi Maruko-chan image on it. She gently pursed her lips and reached out straight towards him with this small object in her palm. "Is that for me?" Yijunqing couldn't believe it. The kitten-like girl nodded, looking so soft and cute. Yijunqing accepted it, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. With expectation in his eyes, he quickly opened it, then his smile froze on his face. What is this? What he saw was his own handsome face. It turned out to be a mirror. Then the girl's serious voice rang out, "You're better looking." With that, she ran upstairs. Yijunqing couldn't help smiling and looking at her back. His deep dark eyes were especially bright. I surrender. How could she be so adorable? He felt he had been bewitched by her. On the second floor, the whole family was in the piano room, and even Shangyu put aside his work and listened to his second son playing the piano. After the song ended, everyone applauded. Not knowing much about music, Shang Yushi murmured, "Second elder brother plays even better than before." At this time, a figure appeared by the door. "Oh, Yang Yang is back." Kong Weijin hurriedly came up to her, saying with a smile, "Did you hear the tune your second elder brother just played?" Shengyang nodded, then glanced at Yijunqing, who suddenly appeared behind her. Having long legs was good. He actually arrived at the same time as her. Shang Hanjing was sitting in front of the piano with a gentle smile, but his smile faded, and he stood up with a swish when he spotted Yijunqing behind his younger sister. Just because Yijunqing had a miserable life didn't mean he would allow Yijunqing to approach his younger sister. Seeing the two standing together and making a perfect couple, he felt a bit uncomfortable, as if he was seeing a wolf standing behind his rabbit-like sister and coveting her. "Oh, Junqing is here." His silly younger brother came up to greet Yijunqing with a big grin, and Shang Hanjing narrowed his eyes. Kong Weijin suddenly said, "Have dinner with us today. It's lonely eating alone." Shang Hanjing looked at his mother in shock. "Even Mom." "Thank you, Auntie." Yijunqing lowered his eyes slightly. "But I'm an outsider. It's not very appropriate, so I'd better go back to eat. Aside from me, there's also my chef. I wouldn't be alone." Shengyang listened to their conversation silently, feeling somewhat strange. Yijunqing was refusing her family's invitation, but why did their eyes soften gradually and seem eager to make him stay? "No, it's fine." Kong Weijin insisted. "Have dinner with us today, okay?" Shang Hanjing was speechless. He sat down quietly. It seemed that only playing the piano could soothe his heart. Since he was a child, he always chose to play the piano whenever he was in trouble. Others thought it was a pain to practice piano, but he felt that the piano room was a pure land in his heart. He still remembered the days when his young sister was lost, and his parents broke down. His eldest brother didn't seem to have any empathy and couldn't comfort his parents, and his third younger brother was still young. Looking at his helpless parents, he wanted to do something to help them but didn't know how to do it. So he could only keep practicing the piano to calm down and improve himself to cheer up his parents, but unfortunately, it didn't help. His little self was so helpless that he even dressed up as a girl to please his mother, hoping that she would stop numbing herself with alcohol and crying all day long. At that time, Kang Weijin looked at him but suddenly cried even louder. He was at a loss, blinking his big eyes blankly. "Mom, don't cry. Don't cry." Flustered, he wiped the tears from his mother's face, just like how she comforted him when he cried. He tried to carry her heavy burden. Kang Weijin cried very sadly, but when she finally stopped crying, she solemnly promised him, "I promise you I won't cry anymore because I still have you." "Hanjing, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Kang Weijin choked with sobs. Sheng Hanjing would never forget that scene. Since then, his mother hadn't gotten drunk or cried anymore. She had kept her promise to him, but he knew that the pain had never disappeared in her heart, and she had never forgotten his younger sister and looked for her all this time. Although she couldn't find her daughter, she always comforted herself that she must still be alive and was living somewhere quietly. "Oh, second elder brother, you play really well. Your music sounds so sentimental and touching." Sheng Yushi didn't know much about music, but he could tell the music was very beautiful. Sheng Yang's eyes lit up suddenly. "Sentimental and touching? Yang Yang, what's the matter with you?" When Kang Weijin asked her, Yi Junqing also turned to her, gazing at her silently. "I didn't do well on the Chinese exam." Sheng Yang suddenly brought up this topic. Kang Weijin thought for a while. "I remember you're not good at Chinese, right?" "Well, I mean, not as good as other subjects." "Which score did you get?" "Actually, you don't have to worry that much." Kang Weijin wanted to comfort her, so she wanted to know the score first. 145. Everyone was silent, and even the sound of Sheng Hanjing's beautiful piano stopped abruptly. Only Yi Junqing remained calm, smiling gently. This was his little monster's style. Sheng Yushi's face twitched. "Sister, you said you didn't do well, but you scored 145. Then what score were you expecting?" Sheng Yang touched her nose and pondered it seriously before she said, "At least 147. Sheng Yushi almost cried. "Come on. My highest score in Chinese never even topped 140 back then. Yet little sis scored 145 but is still unhappy. How could two people be so different?" "Ha ha ha. My daughter is amazing. She's like me. I got a full scholarship from HF when I was young." Sheng Yu suddenly laughed out loud. He was in his 40s, which was the golden age for men. He looked really charming when he laughed. "What? No, she inherited this from me. What's the big deal around a full scholarship? I was even invited to the White House when I was studying in the US. Humph, a full scholarship isn't hard to get at all." Then the couple started arguing over whom their daughter had inherited this bright mind from like 2 5-year-old kids. Seeing them like this, Sheng Hanjing's heart felt happy and his childhood trauma seemed to have disappeared. He improvised a song, "A Day to Remember." "It sounds so beautiful," Sheng Yushi said cheerfully. "It's a pity that sister can't play it. Otherwise, you two could have played this song together." In fact, not only was his younger sister unable to play the piano, but his other family members couldn't either. Although Sheng Yushi had no memory of those things from his childhood, every time he listened to his second elder brother playing the piano, he could sense his brother's sadness and loneliness. He wanted to comfort his second elder brother, but didn't know how. But now his second elder brother didn't look lonely anymore. Under a warm orange light, he was smiling. It was the most sincere smile he had ever seen. Yi Junqing leaned against the wall, his long legs crossed, and his eyes slowly falling on Sheng Yang's white, flawless fingers. Sheng Yang's fingers were gently tapping to the beat following the piano. Is it true she can't play the piano? Thinking about it, Yi Junqing couldn't help but smile. Why didn't he believe she couldn't play the piano? Is there anything my little monster can't do? The only thing she didn't know how to do was probably how to date. He lowered his head and smiled, looking exceptionally charming. "Sheng Yu's home. Not bad. You did much better this time." Jiang Sini checked Sheng Yu's tests one by one and finally felt relieved. She heard that the exams this time were quite difficult, so she specifically asked Shang Yu's teachers, and they told her that Shang Yu achieved her normal standard this time and even progressed in physics, which relieved her. However, looking at the ranking, she frowned. Only third place? What's wrong with you? Jiang Xini was usually gentle and Shang Yu wasn't quite afraid of her, but since Sheng Yang returned, her mother seemed to have turned grumpy and Shang Yu was even a bit scared of her. With a trembling voice, Shang Yu said, "Someone outdid herself this time, but she's usually not as good as me. Just this time." There was nothing wrong with that. This was the first time that Sheng Yang had taken a major exam. It was true that Sheng Yang hadn't surpassed her before. Jiang Xini's face softened a bit when she heard this, and she gently held Shang Yu's hand. Yeah, you and Anur, Sheng Yu's younger brother, are my only hopes. Don't let me down." Sheng Yu nodded. For some reason, she felt her mother was turning scarier and scarier, so she didn't dare to say anything. She nodded obediently. By the way, Jiang Xini released her hand suddenly and looked at her. Yeah, how did Sheng Yang do on the test? She cared about Sheng Yang's performance very much. Last time, Sheng Yang got a perfect score on the math test, which made grandmother Sheng very unsatisfied with her. She invited grandmother Sheng to visit her home several times, but she refused and didn't view her as closely as before. Although Jiang Xini thought Sheng Yang's score was just a flash in the pan last time, she still asked. In college, she seemed to have no desires, but in fact, she had secretly competed with Kang Weijin in almost everything. It was the same now. She wanted not only to sign a contract with Ming Qi, but she also wanted to beat Kang Weijin in terms of career, or to be exact, in everything. When Shang Yu heard her question, her heart flipped, stared at by her mother. She sweated, then looked away and said casually, "Well, I have no idea. After all, we aren't in the same class, but she failed Chinese exams several times before. I heard it from He Yuan." "Really? You can check if you don't believe me." Sheng Yu suddenly seemed annoyed. "What does her score have to do with you? Why do you even care? Now I told you, but you don't believe me." Jiang Xini felt stunned, then returned to her normal motherly manner. Maybe she was being too pushy. Since Yaya said so, she couldn't be lying. If Sheng Yang did so poorly in Chinese, it wouldn't help even if she was a bit better in math. So Jiang Xini tried to soothe Sheng Yu. "Okay, Yaya, I understand why you've been so upset recently. Sheng Yang's return has inevitably disrupted your rhythm. Relax and don't feel so affected by her." "Okay." Sheng Yu bit her lip. Looking at her mother's gentle smile, she felt a little worried. Her mother would definitely go to the school celebration. Paper couldn't wrap up a fire, and her mother would find out Sheng Yang's ranking on this exam sooner or later. Now she just hoped that her ensemble with Han Jingyu during the school celebration would get her some glory and calm the storm a little bit. Late at night, only the clock was ticking and time passed silently like water. The room was quiet, and Yi Juncheng was examining Sheng Yang's papers unbelievably quickly. He propped his arm against the table, standing casually and staring at the test paper. He offered to check Sheng Yang's Chinese test with the excuse that he was her tutor. Okay. At a loss for how to improve her composition, Sheng Yang handed him the test paper. She only lost 5 points on this composition. Yi Juncheng read her composition, and without reading the teacher's comments, he had already figured out her problem. "I'll help you." "Okay." Sheng Yang cupped her own palm-sized face on her hands and blinked her amber eyes, looking as delicate as a little flower with no idea about how adorable she looked now. Yi Juncheng's Adam's apple bobbed, and he almost lost control of himself. He tousled his hair, covering half of his handsome face and concealing the desire on his face. "Gosh, she's killing me. What's the matter?" "Yi Juncheng?" Her voice, like a feather brushing across his heart, simply bewitched him. With rustling sounds, her gorgeous face suddenly appeared close, and the two of them were so close that their noses almost touched. Sheng Yang was suddenly stunned. Her eyes were glassy, her expression was blank, but she still looked like a delicate porcelain doll. "What's wrong?" Yi Juncheng tried to compose himself. Her rosy lips were like soft jelly, challenging his self-control. "I feel a bit." Sheng Yang suddenly broke off. "A bit what?" His low, magnetic voice rang in the room. "I feel a bit out of breath." Yi Juncheng suddenly lifted his hand, and a book appeared in his big hand. "Do you like this?" Sheng Yang's eyes brightened instantly and turned unabashedly hot. At first, There were two small sparks of fire in her eyes which soon grew rapidly and burned ablaze. "Where did you get this book?" She hurriedly grabbed the book, flipping through it with relish. Hasn't this compilation of ancient medicines been out of print? She had been looking for this book for a long time but failed to find it. She had already given up. She didn't expect Lee Juncheng to get her a copy. Where there's a will, there's a way. Lee Juncheng didn't know whether to sigh or smile when he saw how she looked at the book. It was like she was looking at her lover. He suddenly had a headache. As Sheng Yang said, as handsome and popular as he wasn't as attractive as these lifeless books and materials at all in her eyes. "Thank you." Holding the book tightly, she seemed to be at a loss in regards to how to express her gratitude. She suddenly walked forward and gave him a hug, which caught Lee Juncheng completely off guard, and a look of distress flashed across his handsome face. It was just a very short hug without any emotion aside from gratitude, but her girly scent with a light orange fragrance soon filled his nose, although she just symbolically touched his waist. But her small movements created a storm in Lee Juncheng's heart. His narrowed eyes were wide open and a gleam flickered across his eyes. She left his embrace soon after. The ends of her fluttering hair inadvertently brushed the tip of his nose, leaving a lingering sweet fragrance. His heart was still pounding hard, but she had already tied her hair into a bun and sat down at her desk. Lee Juncheng propped his hand against the wall, gazed at her, and smiled silently and helplessly. He suddenly didn't feel that upset, and his fingers stroked his chest which her face had just touched. At least she hugged me. Soon it was the day of the school celebration, and a parent-teacher meeting was also going to be held today. Parents could attend the school celebration with their children. To decide who would attend the school celebration, Sheng Yu and Kang Weijin had been competing for half a month. At the company, they compared who brought higher profits to the company. At home, they compared who could drink more and even played the finger-guessing game. So rumors swirled that the couple quarreled frequently because of their newly returned illegitimate girl, although these rumors didn't reach their ears. In the end, half a month later, the two reached an agreement that they would go together. Making money certainly wasn't as important as their beloved daughter. Shang Yu put on a custom suit and combed his hair to the back of his head. Although his face was a little wrinkly when he smiled, he exuded the charm of a mature man. He looked as handsome as a male celebrity walking on the red carpet. Kang Weijin put on her new haute couture evening dress. Although she was no longer young, her skin was still firm and her face was still beautiful. There was something domineering and confident about her in her every single move. At this time, Sheng Yang ran downstairs. She was just carrying her school bag, wearing a white shirt and a black skirt. Seeing her parents dressed like this, she was speechless for quite a while before she said, "Aren't you a bit overdressed?" The two of them stared at Sheng Yang's clothes, and in the end, Kang Weijin said, "No, we aren't overdressed at all. You've done so well in school, and we certainly can't disgrace you. But Yang, aren't you going to perform today? How can you be dressed so plainly?" "It's okay." Sheng Yang blinked lazily. "I didn't rehearse anyway. The show isn't so important." But Sheng Yu and Kang Weijin treated her show at the school celebration very seriously. She was their baby girl and scored number 1 out of the whole grade on the last exam. She would be on stage to receive an award today. How could she be dressed so casually? So Sheng Yang was pushed upstairs by the pair. Of course, after entering Sheng Yang's closet, Kang Weijin let Sheng Yang choose her clothes herself. Wielding all the power at the company, she seemed a bit aggressive on the outside, but in front of her children, she always respected their choices. A Go master had once offered to take her second son as his disciple, but he insisted on learning music, and in the end, Kang Weijin respected his choice. Sheng Yang chose a dress that looked more formal, and Kang Weijin asked her exclusive makeup artist to do light makeup and a beautiful hairdo. In the school auditorium, "Why hasn't Yang come yet?" Fong Duo muttered as she looked around. Without her beloved Belle there, she seemed to have lost her soul and was very uneasy. And many other people also noticed that Sheng Yang hadn't come yet. The principal was still giving a speech on the stage. He Yuan leaned close to Sheng Yu's ear and whispered, "Yeah, is your cousin not coming because of stage fright? Our school often holds large-scale events. Unlike her, we're all well-bred and have gotten accustomed to all kinds of performances since childhood. I'm afraid she has nothing to perform, right?" "That's not true," Shang Yu said with contempt. I think she can at least sing folk songs. Bailwan village was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Due to the lack of entertainment in this village, many villagers sang folk songs for fun. Huh. He Yuan and several girls around burst into laughter. Sing folk songs? Oh my god, that's hilarious. Perhaps she'll dress like a village girl today. Can you shut up? At this moment, a cold, irritated voice was heard. It was Han Jingyu. He was on duty today, so he overheard their words while patrolling. Now he was staring at them coldly. He didn't have a good impression of these girls and didn't even bother to speak to them. He Yuan and the other girls immediately shut up. Although they didn't expect God Han to like them, they didn't want God Han to dislike them either. Only Shang Yu was astonished, staring at Han Jingyu, who wasn't even turning his head. Is he helping Sheng Yang? And he seemed to have yelled at her too just now. Sheng Yang suddenly felt wronged and her eyes turned red. Halfway through the principal's speech, Sheng Yang still hadn't come yet, and even Chen Lan couldn't help looking at her watch frequently. What happened? Sheng Yang is supposed to go onto the stage and accept an award. It'd be embarrassing if she doesn't show up. How do I explain myself to the principal? Maybe I could get someone else to accept the award in Sheng Yang's place? Chen Lan went up to Fang Duo and said to her with a lowered voice, Fang Duo, if Sheng Yang doesn't come in time, you will go onto the stage to accept the award for her. Okay. Huh. Me. Fang Duo was terrified. Last time Yang Yang got a perfect score on the math test, she picked up Yang Yang's test paper for her, but that was just in class. This time the entire school was involved, and her parents would be watching her. What if her parents misunderstood her and thought she was accepting an award on her own merits and they passed out in joy? Okay, that's it, Chen Lan said and hurried away, leaving Fang Duo dumbstruck and at a loss for what to do. She could only pray in her heart. Yang Yang, please come quickly. This is your award. Perhaps her prayer worked. She suddenly heard someone shouting. Who is that beauty? Is she a student's mother? Whose mother is she? Wow, she's so beautiful and graceful. Yes, she's sassy and beautiful, and her husband is also drop-dead handsome. At first, people were gossiping in low voices, then the voices grew louder and louder, almost drowning out the principal's tedious speech. Now no one was listening to him. Who the Hades stole his thunder? But when he looked up, his anger was instantly gone. He coughed awkwardly and continued to give the speech. Zhang Xini walked in when the principal was halfway through his speech. She was busy finalizing the agreement with Ming Qi, so she was delayed a little bit. When she entered, she realized everyone was staring at her. Zhang Xini was slightly surprised but smoothed her hair, trying to appear graceful and charming. Every time she attended a parent-teacher conference, the students would envy Shang Yu for having such a young and beautiful mother, so she had long gotten used to these admiring gazes, but she didn't expect so many enthusiastic and hot gazes directed at her today. Upon seeing someone beckoning at her frantically, she smiled, gathered a string of hair behind her ear, and greeted the students. When the students saw that, they suddenly paused and looked a little embarrassed. They happened to be standing around Shang Yu, so they said to Shang Yu, your mother. So ashamed, Shang Yu lowered her head and wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Whenever a distinguished and beautiful parent showed up, the other parents would come up to greet them. Seeing a student parent she knew walking towards her, Zhang Xini said, Hi, Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang paused and looked embarrassed but greeted her back perfunctorily. After that, she hurriedly stepped around her, all smiles. Mr. Shang, Mrs. Shang. Nice to meet you. I'm the wife of Zheng Chenggong, the chairman of Guangming Infrastructure. If she could get a contract from a mega company like the Shangs, her family's company would benefit greatly. Kong Weijin pursed her lips expressionlessly and said bluntly, Mrs. Zhang, I'm here to attend my daughter's parent conference. I am here on my personal time. I don't want to talk about business now. It was only when you were in a high position that you could say whatever you wanted to say. However, it was exactly because of Kong Weijin's character that she had offended many people. But so what? Those people didn't dare to talk back to her because she was too powerful. It would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Mrs. Zhang could only maintain her gentle smile. Okay, Mrs. Shang, you're right. That being said, she still tried to stand closest to Kong Weijin, waiting for an opportunity to talk to her. Besides, It wasn't only Ms. Kong but Sheng Yu, the leader of the Shangs, was also here. Mrs. Zhang looked at Sheng Yu and exclaimed inwardly, "People's fates are really different." She married a 40-year-old bald man with a large beer belly when she was only in her 20s to live a decent life. Now their child was still in his teens, but her husband was already in her 60s, looking even uglier. But Kong Weijin's husband, Sheng Yu, was capable, handsome, and so attractive. After Mrs. Zhang made her move, many others flocked over, rushing to greet Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu. At first, the couple responded perfunctorily, but as more and more people swarmed over, they didn't respond anymore. They didn't want to ruin their daughter's school celebration. Seeing more and more people bypassing her and heading straight towards Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu, Jiang Xini finally realized that people weren't looking at her at all, and she was making a fool of herself. She felt utterly ashamed and annoyed. But after all these years, she could look composed in any situation. She still stood there calmly like a sculpture, but her white hands were tightly clenched and her nails almost dug into her palms. Didn't Kong Weijin just have a richer family than her? If she hadn't been burdened by her useless parents, she would have lived a better life. Thinking this, she turned back and stared at Kong Weijin's dress, her eyes deep and dark. She wanted to buy that dress too, but she would never forget what the shop assistant said to her at that time. "Sorry, Mrs. Shang, we can't sell this dress to you." "Why?" "My credit card limit is 5 million yuan, so I can afford it." The shop assistant smiled contemptuously. "But only our VIP customers can buy this dress." What a disgusting snob. Jiang Xini raised her head, forced back her tears, and put on a graceful smile. She could tolerate more than Kong Weijin, and she must live better than Kong Weijin. It didn't matter. What was the point of Kong Weijin dressing up like this? She had Yeye. Yeye had always been her trump card. Seeing Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu turning impatient, the others didn't dare to get close to them anymore but kept a distance from them. The principal's speech was finally over. At this time, a girl in a white tiered dress walked in gracefully. Her legs were long and slender, her skin was tender, and her neck was beautiful. Sheng Yang, who never wore makeup, put on light makeup today. With strands of wispy curls on either cheek, she was as adorable as a little flower elf. Yang, Kong Weijin called her daughter in a small voice, beckoning to her cutely. Completely different from how she looked earlier, now she just looked like a cute, excited schoolgirl. Sheng Yang hurriedly went up to her. It wasn't too bright and the others were focused on the stage, so not many people noticed. At this time, the principal began to read the names of the people who scored first in each subject on the exam. Mathematics, first place, Sheng Yang. Jiang Xini frowned and was very unhappy. Just like Kong Weijin, this girl was also good at mathematics. She remembered that when they were in college, Kong Weijin always scored full marks in advanced mathematics, several points higher than her. Kong Weijin gently nudged Sheng Yang. "Yang, go on stage." Sheng Yang hesitated. She wasn't very comfortable with the dress she was wearing because she felt it wasn't as convenient as the casual wear she usually wore, but she was okay with it. Anyway, it was just a piece of cloth. Whether it was made of natural fibers, synthetic fibers, or man-made fibers, it didn't make much difference. So she slowly stepped onto the stage, and the audience was immediately in an uproar. Even the principal was a little stunned, then jested. "Sheng Yang, you're dressed very nicely today." Since she appeared, Han Jingyu's gaze had followed her, and he felt as if something was slowly breaking apart in his heart. Even his brain was humming. She had always been beautiful, so beautiful that she wasn't even like a mortal but a fairy. Today, she was even prettier than usual. Her pretty little face was full of collagen but expressionless. Coupled with this dress that set off her beautiful figure, she looked both beautiful and adorable. Shang Yu stared at Han Jingyu, and a twinge of sourness suddenly seized her, and her mouth tasted bitter. "Come, Sheng Yang, this is the gold medal you won." The principal solemnly put the gold medal into Sheng Yang's hands. Sheng Yang weighed the medal in her hand and remained deadpan. "What's wrong, Sheng Yang? The gold content shouldn't be any more than 1.2%, right?" The smile on the principal's face stiffened. The gold medals were awarded every year, but this was the first time someone asked this. Because Sheng Yang was still wearing a microphone, the audience all heard her words and couldn't help but laugh. Fong Duo in particular was almost rolling on the floor laughing. Yes, that's my Yang Yang. Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu couldn't help but laugh too. Their daughter was really blunt, but that was exactly what made her cute. The principal tried to alleviate his embarrassment. Sheng Yang, if you do well on the college entrance examination, I'll give you a high percentage gold medal and I'll pay for it myself. Sheng Yang was still expressionless, but a resolute gleam flickered across her amber pupils. Deal. Sheng Yang accepted the award and was about to step down from the stage when the principal held her arm and said, Sheng Yang, wait a minute. He just wanted to save her trouble. Okay. So Sheng Yang stayed on stage. This was unprecedented in Yin City High School's history. Then the principal announced, first place in Chinese, Han Jingyu. Looking at Han Jingyu, who was walking onto the stage, Jiang Xini smiled. She heard Yaya mentioning this boy and had looked into his background. He got first place on every exam, was good-looking, and seemed to have a good personality. Most importantly, he was the only grandson of the Han family, which was said to have some connections in the government. She created such a high starting point for her daughter. She hoped that Shang Yu would use this as a springboard and make good use of her resources. Han Jingyu was standing next to Shang Yang, and his breathing couldn't help but quicken. When the principal handed him the medal, he noticed that Han Jingyu looked a little different from usual as his fingers were trembling slightly. The principal lowered his voice and asked with a smile, Jingyu, you should be accustomed to receiving awards, right? Why do you look a little nervous today? Han Jingyu pursed his lips and said nothing. The principal stopped teasing him. The two on stage were both the students that he couldn't handle. Next, first place in English, Sheng Yang. First place in physics, Sheng Yang. First place in chemistry, Sheng Yang. First place in biology, Sheng Yang. This name repeated her name a full 4 times, and everyone was shocked. Aside from Chinese, Sheng Yang literally won first place in every single subject, and those who wanted to establish a relationship with Shang Yu and Kong Weijin all seized the opportunity to flatter them. Your daughter is amazing. Mr. Shang really has good genes. We're flattered. Shang Yu thanked them and Kong Weijin also nodded frequently. But gradually she became upset. Why did these people talk as if it was all Shang Yu's credit? Could he give birth to this child alone? She secretly snorted and felt a bit unhappy. Jiang Xini could barely stand. Her composure was completely gone, and she propped her palm against a table to support herself. Suddenly, her piercing glare darted at Shang Yu, but the latter lowered her head, not daring to look at her at all. It turned out that this was why she won third place, huh? She really had a good daughter who couldn't beat Kong Weijin's daughter in anything. She was from a village school. How could she have done so well on the exam? Did Kong Weijin help her cheat? It was possible. Kong Weijin was a woman who would do anything to get her end, and she was in charge of the Shangs Corporation. Who would dare to not listen to her? Jiang Xini's heart welled up with resentment. After the short but shocking awards ceremony, it was time for the students to put on a show, and many students were wiping and preparing their instruments. The most eye-catching part of the show was the musical instrument performance. Seeing Han Jingyu and Shang Yu arrive to prepare the piano, these students all made way for them. Fong Duo's show was sand painting, so she stood aside, wondering what exactly Yang Yang was going to perform because she hadn't seen Yang Yang practicing at all. Although the sand painting show was easy, she was still very nervous, but Yang Yang looked so calm and even finished a test paper. At this time, Oyi waddled over. Oh! Sheng Yang looked at him, stunned by Ms. Chin's special taste. Oyi chose to perform in Ms. Chin's dark fairy tale show and acted as a tree. Because of limited funding, this tree was thick and short, just like a penguin. Hey, my idol, why haven't you prepared for your show yet? If you don't know what to perform, you can join me. Oyi tried to persuade Sheng Yang, his face showing from a hole in the trunk of the tree. No, Sheng Yang said lightly. Even if she hadn't prepared anything, she could improvise. Oyi looked a little disappointed, but soon bounced back and waved at them. Okay, let's go. At this time, Shang Yu, who had prepared for her performance, walked over. She put on slightly heavier makeup than usual, looking a bit mature. Yang Yang, haven't you decided what to perform yet? Sheng Yang looked up lazily. I'm not that familiar with you, am I? Shang Yu's face stiffened. Fong Duo couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Yang Yang was great. Shang Yu was really disgusting. She had wanted to dish Shang Yu like that for a while. He Yuan stared at Sheng Yang. Just because you did well on the last exam doesn't mean you can be so arrogant. Let's wait and see. She was naive. No matter how long she waited, she couldn't catch up to Sheng Yang. The gap between her and Sheng Yang was simply like the one between God and man. Impossible to close. Sheng Yang looked up, her eyes icy. Okay, let's wait and see then. You. Little Fong Duo applauded like an excited seal. She saw Yang Yang's mother just now, and she was so domineering. Like mother, like daughter. No wonder Yang Yang was so domineering. Yes, Yang Yang had every right to be domineering. Cousin, I never meant to offend you. Don't get me wrong, Shang Yu hurriedly said. If you don't know what to perform, you can perform along with me in Hanjing you, which will save you a lot of trouble. Upon hearing what Shang Yu said, everyone looked at her and thought she was offering this for Shang Yang's good. To help her cousin, she was even going to offer up her long rehearse program. Many people were moved by Shang Yu's look of sincerity. Sheng Yang was just an insignificant person who hadn't even been recognized as a member of the Shang family by grandfather Shang and grandmother Shang. But Sheng Yu treated her so nicely. Oh, Fong Duo wasn't that gullible. She had a hunch that Shang Yu was playing some dirty trick. Then what do you want Yang Yang to perform in your show? Sheng Yu lowered her eyes. You know, Yang Yang doesn't know how to play piano or other musical instruments. So, she spoke as if she had sincere consideration for Sheng Yang. Then she slowly said, well, you can help me in Hanjing you lift the piano cover. Upon hearing that, even the others felt it wasn't very appropriate. Wasn't this like treating Sheng Yang like a servant girl? But then they thought Sheng Yu was right. After all, Sheng Yang couldn't play any musical instrument. Sheng Yang just needed to lift the lid of the piano. That would be easy for her. Fong Duo was so angry that if Sheng Yang hadn't stopped her, she would have bitten Sheng Yu. Let's go. Sheng Yang didn't even look at Sheng Yu. She didn't want to waste time on irrelevant people. Sheng Yu was a little disappointed that Sheng Yang didn't get angry. She hated this feeling very much. Her life was almost ruined by Sheng Yang. But Sheng Yang didn't pay her any attention at all. In fact, she had expected that Sheng Yang would refuse, so she deliberately provoked Sheng Yang and wanted to see Sheng Yang lose her composure. But the two had left, but Sheng Yu was still gazing at their receding figures, pondering, her eyes unfathomable. Yeah, you're so generous in allowing her to open the piano cover for you. I don't know why she refused. What an ingrate. He Yuan turned and smiled at Sheng Yu. Yeah, what about me? I can do it for you. If she did that, she wouldn't have to perform on stage because she had nothing to perform, and she could also get in close contact with God Han. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Sheng Yu thought for a long time and reluctantly said, fine. He Yuan had been acting as her lackey for so long. If she didn't give He Yuan some benefit, their friendship wouldn't last long. He Yuan jumped up happily. Great. Yeah, you're too kind. Fong Duo accompanied Sheng Yang to the instrument room. She was still fuming with rage. Little BTSH, not disturbed at all, Sheng Yang began to rummage through the remaining instruments. Seeing that, Fong Duo quickly came up to help her. Playing an instrument took practice, but she had never seen Yang Yang practice any instrument before. What exactly was she going to perform? She rummaged and was a little discouraged. All the good instruments had been picked, and now they weren't left with many choices. Yang, why don't you tell me what instrument you'd like to play? I can call my brother and ask him to get that instrument for me as soon as possible. Fong Duo's family was rich too. In fact, most students in Yin City High School were from rich families. No need. Sheng Yang's lazy gaze finally turned serious, and she picked something out of a box. Fong Duo stared at the thing, and her mouth opened and closed as if she was acting as a mime. After quite a while, she pinched her throat and found her voice. Yang, are you sure you're going to play this instrument? Yes. But this thing couldn't even be called an instrument compared to the piano and violin. Fong Duo gulped lightly, then looked into Sheng Yang's clear and calm eyes. Although there was no expression on her face, Fong Duo knew she had decided and no one could change her mind. So, she could only clench her little cute fists. Okay, Yang, I believe you. No matter what her bell did, it was always pleasing to the eye. Even if she sang out of tune, she would still be the most beautiful in her eyes. The two came out and heard the students gossiping loudly, especially that student called He Yuan who was cackling like a noisy hen. When she spotted Sheng Yang and Fang Duo coming out, her voice turned even louder. Shang Yu had granted her such great benefits, so she certainly had to work harder. Have you heard that a big shot has come to our school today? The famous musician, Mr. Yang? Now he's watching our performance with the principal. This is a good opportunity. If he picks someone as his last disciple. Hearing what she said, many people developed regrets. Why didn't they choose to play some musical instrument? Why were they doing a dance or recitation today? What if they won Mr. Yang's favor? That would be a very good springboard. Shang Yu happened to come over and hear what He Yuan said, and she could hardly conceal her excitement. Really? Yeah, of course it's true. Here comes your chance. Yeah, of course it's true. Here comes your chance, He Yuan said with a smile, squinting at Shang Yang and Fang Duo with contempt at the same time. Shang Yu blinked, musing. When Shang Yang heard these words, her eyelashes trembled slightly and Fang Duo turned to look at her. It seemed that Yang Yang had also heard of this Mr. Yang. If Yang Yang could play some musical instrument, why didn't she give it a try? So she asked Yang Yang seriously, "Would you like to change instruments?" No. Sheng Yang only looked uneasy for a moment. It was like a pebble falling into a lake, and the lake soon returned to calm. Shang Yu and Han Jingyu were about to take the stage, and He Yuan changed into clothes of the same color in order to match with them. Although she would just open the piano lid for them, she still valued this chance very much. Shang Yu suddenly pulled He Yuan aside and whispered, Yuan, I want to tell you something. I hope you don't get angry." "Well, what is it?" Although I allowed you to be on stage with us, this show won't be performed by me alone. There's also Han Jingyu." She stopped abruptly halfway. He Yuan looked at Han Jingyu not far away and was immediately agitated. "You mean Han Jingyu said no? Why? I won't interfere. After lifting the piano lid, I'll just stand next to you like a quiet pillar," she said humbly. "Even that isn't okay? Keep your voice down." Shang Yu glanced back. "If Jingyu hears what you said, I'm afraid he'll dislike you even more." Jingyu? It seemed that Shang Yu didn't want her to ruin the two-person world of her and Han Jingyu. Disappointed, He Yuan drew circles on the ground with her foot. "Okay then." Shang Yu showed a relieved smile. "Good Yuan. When school finishes, I'll treat you to ice cream to express my apologies." He Yuan seemed absent-minded. How could ice cream make up for this? But she still said, Yeah, please don't feel guilty. It's not your fault." Shang Yu nodded and lowered her eyes, concealing the relief in her eyes. Shang Yu and Han Jingyu took the stage. Undoubtedly, they gave the most eye-catching performance today. They coordinated perfectly and produced beautiful music. Even Jiang Xini, who was sitting in the audience, stuck out her chest with pride. Although her daughter hadn't surpassed Sheng Yang on the exam, she played the piano so well, which was something Sheng Yang couldn't do. She turned to look at Kang Weijian's reaction, only to see Kang Weijian whispering to Shang Yu intimately. Even in front of so many people, Shang Yu still put his arm around his wife's shoulders and held her in his arms to prevent her from being bumped against by others. Thinking how Sheng Tai treated her, Jiang Xini couldn't help feeling sad. Instead of getting a sense of superiority, she was sulking. The principal was standing next to the legendary Mr. Yang while making introductions. "These two are very gifted students from our school. This is the third year they've performed as an ensemble." For a long time, Old Yang didn't speak but kept his eyes closed. The principal smiled awkwardly, thinking this genius was a bit weird. But after a while, Mr. Yang opened his eyes sharp. He frowned and said harshly, "Are there no talented students at your school?" The principal was about to speak, but before he had time to say anything, Mr. Yang interrupted him. "To be honest, the boy playing the violin isn't bad. He's considered within the upper middle level, but he's still not good enough and doesn't compare to my disciples. As for the girl who's playing the piano, what the Hades is she doing?" Cough. The principal choked on his saliva. He glanced at Elder Yang and said awkwardly, "Well, I think she isn't that bad, right? I'm telling the truth." Elder Yang turned away crossly. How did the principal have the nerve to boast about his student's gift for music? Elder Yang trusted him and specifically came to the school to pick good talents, but it turned out to be a waste of his time. He might as well have gone directly to second high school. The principal was at a loss for what to say for quite a while. Just when he thought that this matter was over, Elder Yang suddenly turned and looked at Jiang Sini standing beside him, who had been fawning on him but now suddenly turned pale. He asked, "Oh, who is your child? Has she performed yet?" Jiang Sini was very good at handling interpersonal relationships. In order for Shang Yu to be selected as Elder Yang's disciple, she ran over to stand beside Elder Yang long ago and started talking to him. Unexpectedly, Elder Yang belittled Shang Yu's performance like it was nothing. Upon hearing Elder Yang's question, Jiang Sini was in a dilemma. She certainly couldn't lie, so she could only say in a low voice, "My child is the girl playing the piano on stage." At the same time, she felt a tingling pain on her face. "Oh." Elder Yang didn't feel embarrassed but said seriously, "I think she will need to work really hard if she wants to be a pianist." "Yes, you're right." Jiang Sini forced a smile. The next few performances were all lackluster. Elder Yang was so disappointed at the shows that he stood up to leave. This frustrated and disappointed the students who hadn't performed yet. They were really unlucky. Elder Yang had already reached the door when he suddenly heard a burst of laughter from the students. He frowned and turned around, only to see a girl in a white dress standing quietly on the stage. At a distance, he couldn't see her clearly. Her silhouette, however, had a dreamy beauty. Upon seeing Yang Yang come on stage, Fong Duo immediately applauded like a little seal again. Yeah. Her voice resounded throughout the whole auditorium, fearlessly loud. Seeing her so excited, the other students in the other classes all laughed. Why is Fong Duo so excited? Shang Yang hasn't even performed yet. But to be honest, Shang Yang looks gorgeous on the stage. Haha, what's she going to do with the triangle? Isn't that for elementary school students? Do we just need to look at her face? Kang Weijin and Shang Yu also noticed at a glance the girl cheering on their daughter most loudly. She stood in the crowd and her eyes seemed to be glowing. While Kang Weijin was domineering and serious at work, whenever it came to her daughter, she became very sentimental. That's great. Our daughter has a good friend. Yes. Shang Yu held her tightly in his arms, and the two of them almost cried with joy. When Elder Yang heard triangle, he smiled and quietly walked back. The principal didn't know what Mr. Yang was going to do and could only follow his steps back. He Yuan, who was next to Shang Yu, choked with laughter. When was the last time I saw this thing? Shang Yu almost burst into laughter too and looked at the stage with interest. Among the musical instruments, the triangle was definitely one of the most unremarkable. She had taken precautions against Shang Yang earlier, thinking that Shang Yang would make some spectacular move again, but it turned out that she worried too much. Shang Yang was just grandstanding. Holding the triangle gently, she looked like an elf, pretty and playful with her dress today. In fact, compared to other musical instruments, a metal instrument like the triangle seemed to be more suitable for her, perfectly setting off her elegant and aloof temperament. Elder Yang, the girl is... The principal had just wanted to introduce Shang Yang when Elder Yang suddenly snapped. Shut up. The principal immediately shut up. He was really confused by Elder Yang. It was he who turned back to watch the show. Why did he suddenly lose his temper? The lights dimmed suddenly, the curtain closed, and the entire auditorium fell into darkness. The students and teachers couldn't help feeling agitated. They didn't know what the Hades was going on. Suddenly there was a crisp sound, which made people's eardrums tremble slightly then they had goosebumps. Unlike the magnificent, flashy sounds of the instruments that were played before, the tinkling sounds were so refreshing and touched people's hearts. And as the rhythm got faster and more intense, the audience got more and more attracted to the music and felt as if they were in the mountains, listening to the gurgles of spring water, and their restless hearts instantly calmed down. When the lights went out, the audience was in an uproar, but now no one spoke and everyone was intoxicated by the beautiful music. The music felt like gentle tentacles touching the depths of their souls. The moment the lights turned on, Elder Yang took the lead to applaud. I can't believe you produced such beautiful music with such a simple musical instrument. Bravo! Kang Weijin and Shang Yu were also shocked. When they saw their daughter taking the triangle out, they had only assumed it was perhaps the only musical instrument she could get when she lived in Bailwan village. But they thought it didn't matter. If Yang Yang really liked music, they would hire famous music teachers for her at any cost, and Han Jing would also be happy to tutor her. But now, they discovered they were wrong. Yang Yang was very talented in music. Although she might not have seen many instruments, she had played the triangle to the extreme. Fang Duo glanced at Shang Yu and He Yuan, who were almost mad and suddenly understood Yang Yang's intentions. What was the point of playing the same instruments as you guys? Everyone was on simple mode, while only you were on Hades mode and completely defeated them. They must be so mad. Ha ha ha, Fang Duo laughed out loud. Yang Yang was great. Oyi also looked at his idol, wondering how to persuade her to teach him to play the triangle. He used to think that the triangle was a kid's toy, but after watching his idol's performance, the triangle suddenly became such a high-end and classy instrument. When Sheng Yang stepped off the stage, Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu immediately walked towards her. The school celebration wasn't over yet, but they couldn't help but want to talk to her. Finally recovering from her shock, He Yuan's lips curled. What's the big deal? It's nothing more than a triangle. Her words comforted Sheng Yu a little bit, but then she saw Elder Yang walking straight towards Sheng Yang. Elder Yang walked up to Sheng Yang and looked at her with shining eyes, speaking in a gentler voice than ever before. Hi, little girl. Would you like to study music with me? Although he assumed the girl chose to perform the triangle because she couldn't play any other musical instrument, she had a great sense of music and rhythm. He was seriously considering taking this girl as his last disciple. Standing beside Sheng Yang, Fang Duo was grinning from ear to ear. Many of the performers today were professional music students. Yang Yang wasn't a professional music student, but won the favor of the famous musician Mr. Yang. Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu were quite calm. Although Elder Yang was very famous, they were confident that in another decade, their second son could definitely surpass him. But they didn't interrupt. This was a very good opportunity. If Yang Yang wanted to study music, they would support her. Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu were both shrewd and powerful business people, but whenever it came to their daughter, they had no principles as long as Yang Yang was happy. Sheng Yang said without hesitation, no. She refused him flatly. Elder Yang was silent for a moment, his wrinkled face a little anxious. I can take you as my last disciple. He kinda liked this girl's character. Many bystanders gasped in surprise. How many people would do anything to become Elder Yang's disciple? But Sheng Yang actually refused him. Okay, but I'm not interested. Sheng Yang still didn't even think about it. Elder Yang gritted his teeth. As long as you agree, I can accept you as my disciple right now. A cold light flashed in Sheng Yang's eyes, and she said impatiently, I don't like to say the same thing 3 times. She even said this with disgust. Elder Yang's face turned purple in embarrassment. Seeing her daughter unhappy, Kang Weijin immediately came up and looked at Elder Yang unhappily. Elder Yang, you don't have to be so pushy. My daughter doesn't want to learn from you, and she has an older brother who can play the piano. Elder Yang's eyes flickered. May I ask who her brother is? Although Elder Yang was proficient in music, he wasn't very good at handling interpersonal relationships. He was often immersed in the world of music and couldn't extricate himself. Sheng Yu's eyes sparkled and he said slowly, Sheng Hanjing. Oh, I've heard of his name. Elder Yang immediately took a step back. Although Sheng Hanjing wasn't as successful as he was now, when he was at Sheng Hanjing's age, he didn't have Sheng Hanjing's current international popularity at all. Looking at Sheng Yang, he became even more interested in this girl. No wonder she performed so well. It turned out she was Sheng Hanjing's younger sister. What a do. He wanted to take her as his last disciple even more now. Sheng Yang was a hit during the school celebration. In addition to getting first place in the 5 subjects except for Chinese, she even refused Elder Yang, who begged her to be his disciple. When the Sheng family people were about to leave Yin City High School to go home, Kang Weijin suddenly said, Wait a minute. I'm going to the bathroom. The father and daughter waited for her. After quite a while, Kang Weijin came out, but the smile on her face disappeared. Her eyes were red as if she had just had a breakdown. Sheng Yu had never seen her look so sad, so he immediately grabbed her sleeve. Who bullied you? Although he didn't think anyone would dare to bully Weijin, her sad expression eroded all his sanity. Sheng Yang frowned when she saw her mom like this. Kang Weijin refused to say anything, but Sheng Yu insisted on getting to the bottom of it. He went to check the surveillance video only to see that a few rich ladies and their children came out of the restroom earlier than Kang Weijin, but all of them looked a mess. Their faces were bruised, and they seemed to have been beaten by someone. Shengyu was confused, but there was no camera in the bathroom, so he couldn't find out what exactly happened. When they got home, their two sons came downstairs with a big smile. "Mom, Dad, how was Yang school celebration today?" Seeing his always confident and vigorous mother so haggard, Shang Hanjing's eyes narrowed. He hurried downstairs and asked her with concern, "What happened, Mom?" Kang Weijun refused to tell him the reason, but it seemed that she had calmed down. "I'm fine. I just need a short rest." No one believed her, but Kang Weijun refused to say anything. What could they do with her? Soon after, Sheng Yang went upstairs to study. Seeing Sheng Yang's figure disappearing completely at the end of the stairs, Kang Weijun said hoarsely, "My Yang has been wronged." Her voice was completely hoarse. "What's the matter?" Sheng Yu clasped her shoulders. Sheng Hanjing had a vague guess, pursing his lips. They actually said my Yang is your illegitimate daughter. How dare they? After all these years, my Yang finally came back to me. She's already suffered a lot of injustice and a lot of grievances. Why are these people still so mean to her? Kang Weijun choked and told them what happened in staccato. No one interrupted her as they listened in silence. Why? Why didn't Yang even mention this? I'm not a good mother. Sheng Hanjing couldn't help but clench his fists, but he tried to comfort his mother. Yang is very broad-minded, so she wouldn't care about these things at all. Kang Weijun clutched her chest. But I care. I can't just pretend I didn't hear anything. She's already suffered so much. So why does she still have to suffer this? Shang Yu pursed his lips tightly silently, then suddenly looked at his beloved wife. Which companies did those people who hit you today come from? Fuli, Siyang, and Bale. Kang Weijun had always had a good memory. I see. Shang Yushi seemed to suddenly age several years old at once. I'll use my connections at school to find out who slandered sister. I will never let them off. Kang Weijun rubbed her eyes. Although your father and I announced that Yang is our long-lost daughter, many people didn't believe it. We planned to hold a banquet to tell everyone about this, but we worried that Yang might have not adapted to her new life. If she was exposed to the spotlight, everything about her private life would be dug out and magnified, which she might not have been able to bear, so we gave up the plan. But we didn't expect that someone would take advantage of this and slander her so despicably. Shang Yu hugged her. Our daughter is so good. She isn't afraid of anything, not to mention that she has us as strong supporters. Let me ask her for her opinion on the banquet. It seems that this banquet can't be delayed any longer. At the corner of the second floor, after hearing all this, a tall and slender figure left silently. She had just returned to the room and sat down when someone sent her a message on the computer. His avatar was a musical staff with notes, which was really unique. Sheng Yang opened the message. Teacher, can you comment on my new song today? Sheng Yang typed quickly. I'm not in the mood today. The other person was shocked. No credit, no discounts. 1,000,000 yuan for simple comments on a piece of music, but she still didn't bother to make this easy money. But if she didn't take money seriously, where else could he find such a good teacher? Although he was a little unhappy, he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction to his teacher at all. Sheng Yang was about to close the webpage when something suddenly occurred to her, and she asked, Do you know Yang Zi? This person was introduced to her by Ming Qi, and he hoped she would provide some comments on his music online, and she didn't even need to show up. Sheng Yang assumed she would just have to type a few words and earn 1,000,000 at a time, which was a good deal. At first, the other person didn't trust her much, but after he revised his music according to her comments, he found the outcome miraculous, so he gradually respected her more and more. As time went by, he almost treated her as a god now. Sheng Yang vaguely remembered that this guy once mentioned Elder Yang's name. He felt flattered. Teacher, he's my disciple. Well, he's the only one of my disciples who isn't that bad. After getting no response after quite a while, the man asked tentatively, Teacher, did he do something to offend you? No. I'm leaving. Okay, teacher. He was very obedient. Sheng Yang leaned back in her chair, not in the mood to read. Her favorite thing suddenly didn't seem so appealing to her. She said she wasn't in a mood, which was true. Whenever she closed her eyes, the image of Kang Weijun crying bitterly popped up in her mind. For some reason, she felt very unhappy and uncomfortable about that. She wanted Kong Weijin to laugh from the bottom of her heart, just like before, instead of forcing a smile when she returned. As she felt upset, she got a phone call. Sheng Yang picked it up. Hello? Her voice was indifferent as usual, but Yi Junqing instantly noticed that her mood was off. He held his phone with his other hand and spoke with his voice lowered. What's wrong? Nothing. Sheng Yang lowered her eyes and said casually, Where are you? It's a bit noisy over there. Just a minute. With a hand in his pocket, Yi Junqing walked out of the room in front of a group of people who were waiting for him to make a decision, found a quiet conference room, and stood against the wall. It was evening on her side, but midnight on his side. The sky was pitch black. He had been up for a full day and night, but didn't look tired at all, although his deep attractive eyes were a bit red. The cynical smile disappeared from his face, and he asked again, What's wrong? He never liked to repeat what he said to anyone, but she was the exception. Sheng Yang's tense nerves relaxed somewhat. She asked, Aren't you the one who called me? Shouldn't I be asking this? My sixth sense felt there was something wrong. That's why I called you. Sheng Yang blinked and was speechless. Whatever. She knew she couldn't believe everything Yi Junqing said. Okay, just tell me. Sheng Yang blinked and asked, How do I make a person happy? The moment Yi Junqing heard that, his breathing almost stopped. Assuming that his little monster finally noticed him, he couldn't wait to fly back to her by private jet. But in the next moment, his sense of reason sobered him up. Who do you want to make happy? Sheng Yang briefly told him what happened, and Yi Junqing was speechless. Sure enough, his little monster hadn't found out about his feelings for her yet. Fortunately, he hadn't voiced his misunderstanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him anything. But he was very happy. He was probably the first person around whom she put her guard down. Yi Junqing propped his chin up with a hand, looking casual but his tone serious. They want to give you a lot, but they want very little from you. What do they want from me? I'll buy it. Sheng Yang said cheerfully. If she could make her mother happy, she would spend all the money in her bank account. You don't have to buy anything. Huh. Yi Junqing said something which surprised Sheng Yang. Is it that simple? Are you sure? Yes. When my parents were still alive, this worked every time. Yi Junqing reminisced, and his voice turned slightly hoarse. This time he wasn't acting pitiful, but after hearing Sheng Yang's heartfelt words, he suddenly missed his parents. Okay, let me try. Sheng Yang paused and said, You helped me. If I succeed, I'll grant you a request. Young Master Yi's eyes brightened when he heard that, and he almost blurted out something he had long been dreaming of, but in the end, he managed to choke it back. Well, then I'll have to think about it. His tone was meaningful. Sheng Yang didn't overthink it and hung up the phone. In the kitchen, Kong Weijin was cooking a pot of fresh and delicious chicken soup. There were many servants in the family and she was always busy, but when it came to Yang Yang, she always did everything for her daughter herself. Sheng Yang crouched low and gradually approached her. Her amber eyes looked like a kitten's eyes, and now walking on tiptoe, she looked even more like a kitten. Sheng Hanjing happened to enter the kitchen to check if his mother was okay when he noticed Sheng Yang's weird behavior. Sister. Sheng Yang turned to look at him and hushed him. Shoo. Sheng Hanjing didn't dare to say anything. In his soft and clean white sweater, he stood by the kitchen door, watching silently. His expression was even piously gentle, as soft as water. Yang Yang was so adorable. Kong Weijin was concentrating on cooking soup, clueless to what was going on behind her, muttering to herself, Drinking soup can make Yang Yang more and more beautiful, but my daughter is already beautiful enough. Haha. What happened today haunted her like a nightmare, leaving a shadow in her heart, but she had to move on. She didn't want her sadness to affect Yang Yang. Otherwise, it would hurt her daughter too. So she was trying to distract herself. At this moment, her body stiffened, and with a clang, the spoon in her hand fell into the jar. A soft, fragrant person hugged her shoulders from behind. Sheng Yang's movements were a bit stiff. Aside from the last time she hugged Yi Junqing to thank him, this was the first time she had ever hugged someone. And she wasn't very comfortable with this kind of close contact. But the image in her mind of Kong Weijin wailing lingered and made her heart hurt. So she tried to ignore this discomfort. While hugging Kong Weijin from behind, she reminded her, "Mom, spoon." Her voice was as soft as a marshmallow. Never mind. Kang Weijian's voice was trembling and seemed to come from her chest. The depths of her heart seemed to be churning with a storm. She could hardly control the outpouring of her emotions, but she was afraid of hurting Yang Yang. This hug hadn't come easy but came just in time. Kang Weijian didn't dare to move, but her tears of joy, like pearls, kept falling. Seeing this, Shang Hanjing couldn't help smiling. Then he took out his cell phone and recorded this beautiful and warm scene for them. Sure enough, the unpleasant haze dissipated. Because of Yang Yang's comfort, Kang Weijian quickly regained her vitality and turned cheerful. Generally, happy things were positive and bad things were negative, which could really be offset. At the dinner table, Kang Weijian filled a bowl of soup for Yang Yang and raised her eyebrows at Shang Yu triumphantly. Yang Yang hugged me. She just hugged me. Shang Yu didn't try to bicker with her today. Seeing how cheerful she was, he felt slightly relieved. When he saw his wife devastated earlier, a string in his mind was suddenly pulled taut. He was so afraid that the tragedy from that year would happen again, that his wife would collapse and have to rely on medicine to survive again. Fortunately, Yang Yang became her salvation. As long as Yang Yang was here and the family was together, any problem could be solved. Shang Yang sipped soup like a kitten, and the heavy depressed feeling in her heart also disappeared. When Yi Junsheng told her that she just needed to give her mom a simple hug, she didn't believe it could be so simple. Mom had cried so badly. Could a small hug heal her? Now it seemed that it really worked. She sent a text message to Yi Junsheng. Your solution really worked. You're much smarter than me. I should learn from you. After reading the text, Yi Junsheng laughed. Sheng Yang was Sheng Yang. She never forgot about studying at any time. I've already figured out what I want from you. Sheng Yang. What is it? Yi Junsheng. Treat me to dinner. Sheng Yang. That's easy. Yi Junsheng. No, it's not. I want you to cook the meal for me. Sheng Yang was silent for a while before saying, Okay, I'll keep my word. I'll cook for you when you come back. Okay. At that time, Shang Hanjing was also sending a text. He was sending the photo he had just taken to his eldest brother. He still remembered how desperate his parents were when his sister was gone. Even though the eldest brother was iron-hearted, he must still have some memories from that year. The girl in the photo held her mother tightly, and there were tears on her mother's face, but she looked very happy. It was a very moving scene. Warmth seemed to well up in his heart. When he was taking this photo, his fingers couldn't help but tremble, and he could hardly hold his phone. Shang Hanjing waited quietly for the habitual from his eldest brother. He sent the photo regardless of whether eldest brother would feel moved or not. This time he didn't wait long. He received a reply only 10 minutes later. Shang Hanjing put down his chopsticks and picked up the phone. He unlocked his phone, checked the message, and smiled. On the screen, it wasn't the usual, but got it. After the school celebration, everyone had a pleasant weekend. Then it was Monday. Early in the morning, Fong Duo whispered mysteriously to Shang Yang, Yang Yang, big news. This weekend, many of the students' families went bankrupt and they didn't come to school today. Most of them are from the first class, 5 or 6 of them. Oh, yes? Shang Yang flipped through her book and didn't pay much attention. She preferred to spend time and energy on herself rather than on others. But unlike her, Fong Duo gossiped about others with great interest, just like a lynx jumping up and down in a melon field. For some reason, she somehow felt that there must be some inside story she didn't know. Otherwise, why had so many people gone bankrupt at the same time? This was too strange, wasn't it? Soon, she got the answer she wanted, which turned out to be right by her side. Fong Duo was surprised. Yang Yang, was your dad responsible? Before Sheng Yang answered, Oh Yi came over. Idol, is your father that powerful? His idol's father was just as awesome as his idol. He had also heard about it, not because he liked to gossip, but because it was big news. Sheng Yang pursed her lips. I don't know much about it. Although Yang Yang said she didn't know much about it, it must have had something to do with her because people kept saying bad things about Yang Yang. Fong Duo and Oh Yi exchanged a glance. That was the benefit of having a rich daddy. Sheng Yang's father was cool. He had actually done so much to protect his daughter. Sheng Yang was walking down the hallway when a person came towards her. Sheng Yu scowled as soon as she saw Sheng Yang. After all those things, Now she really hated this girl. Elder Yang despised her piano performance that she had rehearsed so hard for, but he offered to take Shengyang on as his last disciple, and the most irritating part was that she refused. Wasn't it just because her parents were in charge of the Shang Corporation? And what happened today made her feel even more uncomfortable. Her father simply ignored her, and she could only see her father a few times a year. But Uncle, who had always been rational, did such crazy things just for Shengyang? When they passed each other, Shengyu suddenly said, "Shengyang." Shengyang didn't stop. She didn't know Shengyu well, so she didn't want to waste time on her. Shengyu hurriedly caught up with her and blocked her path. "Shengyang, let me kindly remind you of something." Shengyang glanced at her, deadpan, which Shengyu hated the most. It made her feel as if she was being scorned by the strong. It made her feel vulnerable and powerless. "Uncle has done so much for you. But don't be smug. This isn't good. If Grandma and Grandpa found out he abused his power, they would get angry." "So?" Shengyang smiled coldly. "So? You can't be so selfish and just think about yourself. You should also think about Uncle." Shengyu seemed more energetic than Shengyang. She really wanted to show Uncle and Aunt Shengyang's true colors. They simply didn't know what an ingrate they had raised. "You seem to have a lot of free time?" Shengyang asked as she suddenly raised her brows. "What?" Shengyu couldn't believe what she heard. She provided Shengyang with a kind reminder, but she wasn't grateful at all. But before she finished what she wanted to say, Shengyang had passed her and walked forward at an unbelievable speed. Shengyu clenched her fists resentfully. How could there be such a woman in the world? After school hours, as soon as Shengyu walked out of the school gates, she saw a familiar whitesman. Her eyes lit up, but soon after, she showed a self-deprecating smile. Shang Yushi must be here for his biological sister. With his sister to accompany him, how would he remember his cousin who literally grew up with him? What was new was always better. That was human nature. "Aw, yeah. Brother Yushi is walking towards us." Hiyuan screamed, unable to restrain her excitement. Shengyu remained expressionless. After all, she thought he came to see her last time, but she turned out to be wrong. She lowered her head and stared at her toes. It wasn't until she saw a shadow on the ground that she lifted her head. Hiyuan was better at pretending than Lu Shu. Although she was so enthusiastic earlier, when she saw the handsome Shang Yushi standing in front of her, she immediately put on a perfectly gentle smile and gracefully pulled her hair behind her ears, looking quiet and obedient. Shang Yushi looked at Shang Yu deeply without any smile on his face. Yeah. Do you have time? Can we talk?" Shang Yu's lips curled, and she didn't want to agree right away. "Do you think I'm at your beck and call? Didn't you deliberately ignore me and only attend to your biological sister last time?" Hiyuan seemed more excited than her, hurriedly pushing her. Yeah. Hurry up." Shang Yushi pursed his lips and still looked at Shang Yu. His eyes were unfathomably dark and his voice was heavy. Yeah, it's very important." Shang Yu pretended to be reluctant. "Okay, then." Seeing that the two were about to leave, Hiyuan felt anxious. Yeah, can I? Why isn't Shang Yu taking me with her? I'm Shang Yu's best friend, right?" Shang Yushi said. "Sorry, miss. My cousin and I need to talk privately, and it isn't convenient to have anyone else there." Shang Yu snickered. So domineering. Yes, this was the third brother she had known since childhood. At the best restaurant near the school along the way, many girls looked at them, whispered, screamed, and smiled shyly, which temporarily satisfied Shang Yu's vanity and made her feel less aggrieved. She ordered a cup of milk tea, sipping it quietly. She thought if third brother apologized to her and gave her a nice gift, she could forgive him for what he did to her that day, but she wouldn't forgive him so quickly. She certainly would strike a pose to rouse his guilt. Shang Yushi hesitated for a moment before he made up his mind to speak. He said, "My mom cried last week." "What? Aunt cried?" Shang Yu was taken aback. Would a tough woman like Aunt cry? Did Yang make her unhappy? Shang Yushi suddenly looked at her with a mixed expression. "No, but it has something to do with Yang. Alas." Shang Yu sighed deeply. "I talked to her this afternoon. She should be grateful for Uncle and Aunt. If it weren't for them, she would still be suffering in that poor village. But she doesn't seem to take me seriously." Shang Yushi was still looking at her with that complicated look. Without interrupting, He let Shang Yu finish. Only then did Shang Yu realize that third brother was looking at her silently. She raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? Yeah, let me ask you something. Yes? Have you ever spoken up for my sister when the rumors fly around? Even once? Shang Yushi solemnly looked at Shang Yu, and the time they spent together in the past came to mind. Shang Yu had always been sensible and considerate. Everyone said she was a good girl. Shang Yu was stunned, then looked away. What rumors? When Shang Yushi saw her pretending to act ignorant, his heart was like a leaking boat, sinking deeper and deeper. He patiently explained, they say Yang Yang is my dad's illegitimate daughter. Oh, that. Shang Yu turned and said firmly, of course I've spoken up for her. How could I just sit by and watch them slandering Yang Yang and smearing the Shang family? Really? Shang Yushi lowered his head, stirred his latte, and said no more. Third brother, don't you believe me? Shang Yu was anxious. I really have. Okay. Shang Yushi grunted in response, pondering. Lowering his head, Shang Yushi was thinking about what his friends at Yin City High School told him. His friends said they were sorry. They failed to speak up against the rumors for him, although they had tried. Because of Shang Yu's ambiguous remarks, no one believed them. Her words gave everyone the feeling that she was concealing the truth to preserve the Shang family's dignity. This was the Shang family's business, so it was difficult for them to intervene too much. Now that Shang Yushi had asked them about the rumors, they told him everything they knew. They said they felt really sorry for the victim of the rumor, Shang Yang, and couldn't understand why Shang Yu had acted that way. Shang Yu was also from the Shang family. If she hadn't said what she had, the rumors wouldn't have been circulated to this degree. When Shang Yushi heard that, he fell silent. He was pure-minded, but he wasn't a fool. It wasn't only one friend who said this, but all his friends at Yin City High School. Suddenly, a hot liquid dripped on the back of his hand, disrupting his thoughts. Shang Yushi looked up only to see that Shang Yu had stood up, her eyes red and her face covered with tears. He was frightened. Third brother, I grew up with you. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Why do you believe the rumors people say about me? Her shoulders twitched in anger. I don't. Yes, you do. You're too much. I'm too disappointed in you. Shang Yu grabbed her school bag and left without looking back. Hey. Yeah. Shang Yushi was at a loss. That night, Shang Yushi had already put on his pajamas, but lying on the bed, he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't dare to tell his parents about this. What if his parents blamed Yeya? There was no solid evidence, so he didn't know whom to believe. In the end, he decided to turn to his second brother for help. Second brother was the most gentle one in the family. Even if he told second brother, he would keep this secret, so Shang Yushi knocked on his second elder brother's door. At this time, Shang Hanjing was still reading. In addition to music, he was also studying for a degree in psychology because he liked to study human nature. Because of his intelligence, the school allowed him to self-study, so he was exempt from attending classes. In his glasses, he looked so gentle and refined, and his profile and jawline were simply perfect. Seeing his younger brother entering, he took off his glasses, revealing those eyes that were always gentle. What's the matter? Even his soft and warm voice seemed to have infinite healing power. Shang Yushi sat down dejectedly. I've encountered a bottleneck. Shang Hanjing was surprised. Is it so serious? His younger brother was always optimistic and could even swallow bitter medicine with a sweet smile when he was a kid. He rarely saw his younger brother so unhappy. Shang Yushi sighed and told Shang Hanjing the whole thing. Shang Hanjing listened quietly without interrupting or commenting. After that, Shang Yushi felt much more comfortable and murmured, Did I really misunderstand her? Shang Hanjing smiled. Let's do a test, okay? We'd better believe what we see with our own eyes and hear with our own ears. Shang Yushi was stunned for a moment and stared at his second elder brother blankly, who said that second brother was the best-tempered and the easiest one to get along with in their family. He was actually quite cunning. Aware of what Shang Yushi was thinking, Shang Hanjing touched his nose. Hey, I'm helping you. I know. Shang Yushi looked at his second brother, but his opinion of him changed completely. He used to think that eldest brother was the person he couldn't mess with in this family, but now he discovered that the second elder brother was even more dangerous. Yi Juncheng would return to China today. To keep her promise, Shangyang brought the ingredients and went to his house to cook on time. She lifted her head and looked at the seemingly low-key but actually luxurious building in front of her. This seemed to be her first visit to his house. The lock at the door was a coded lock. As soon as Shangyang saw it, she put down the ingredients, rubbed her hands excitedly, and was itching to decode it. An 8-digit code lock. There would be quite a few permutations and combinations of numbers, but with careful observation, she could tell which buttons were more worn. Then it wouldn't be difficult to decode. Yi Juanqing's home was obviously heavily guarded, so there must be more than one lock to his house. With excitement, she was ready to tackle all the locks. As soon as her little delicate face leaned close to the door, however, she heard a click, and the faint smile on her face disappeared. She pushed the door gently and it opened. She tilted her head. Was it a pupil lock or a face lock? When did Yi Juanqing enter her features into his security system? Although it was too easy to enter his home, which disappointed Shangyang a little, her displeasure was immediately gone as soon as she entered because she really liked the decor. Walking in, she spotted several antiques that she had been longing to see but had long disappeared. It turned out that he bought them and hid them at home. In addition to antiques, there were even fossils. His home was comparable to an epic museum. Holding the ingredients like a housewife, Shangyang was walking and making observations. She had thought this house's decor would be flashy and showy, but it turned out to be so cool. Everything here attracted her like a magnet. She would definitely visit this house often in the future. As soon as she entered the kitchen, her phone vibrated and Shangyang took it out. "Are you at my house?" Yi Juanqing's voice was hoarse and low. After a long period of high-intensity work, coupled with the exhaustion of traveling, he was very tired. "Yes. There's a small refrigerator in the kitchen." Shangyang followed his instructions to open the refrigerator, then looked at the ingredients she had brought and became completely speechless. Well, she might as well use the ingredients in his refrigerator. Yi Juanqing had expected this outcome and couldn't help laughing. The little monster seemed to be extremely smart but was seriously lacking certain knowledge. But this contrast made her even cuter. "Have you ever cooked before?" Shangyang answered honestly, "No." "Huh. Then I'm a little worried." "Are you worried about your kitchen that much?" Shangyang looked around inside the refrigerator. Meat section, seafood section, fruit section, seasoning section, vegetable section, everything. It wasn't a small refrigerator, but literally a small mobile supermarket. "No, I'm just worrying about you." Shangyang thought he was kidding, but then he began to nag like a worried mother. "There's an emergency button on the side of the stove to stop a fire, and it will automatically notify the closest fire alarm on standby." "I see." Shangyang was absent-minded, but Yi Juanqing was even more worried and began to regret making her cook for him. Fortunately, he wasn't far from home now. Hanging up the phone, Yi Juanqing frowned and urged Gao Feng, "Drive faster." Gao Feng turned and said with a smile, "Master, this is the fastest I've ever driven." But when he saw Yi Juanqing's face, his smile froze abruptly. Yi Juanqing's face was cold. "Get out." Did I say something to offend him? But Gao Feng didn't dare to say anything as he quickly got out of the car. Standing on the road blankly like a poor ostrich, he watched his master getting into the driver's seat. Yi Juanqing knocked on the steering wheel impatiently, looking at him with a dangerous smile. "Do you want to stay on the road?" "Oh. Okay." Gao Feng pulled open the side door and got into the car at lightning speed. He was trembling. This was the first time young master had driven him, but soon afterward, more frightening things happened. Master rarely drove. He didn't expect master to drive so fast that the car was almost flying. There were many cars on the road, and seeing the car logo, the cars behind it unanimously avoided it for fear that if they scratched this super expensive car, they would go bankrupt paying for any damages. The drivers overtaken by this car were all dumbfounded. What was that? Was it a race car? In the kitchen, Shangyang cupped her soft cheek with a hand, at a loss for what to do. She had never cooked. When she was living with Grandma Lu, the latter never let her cook and didn't even let her help, saying that she just needed to concentrate on studying. After a while, Shangyang squatted. She took out her phone and searched for recipes online. What dishes should she cook? Shangyang found some recipes, but wasn't satisfied because there wasn't much variety and the dishes were too simple. After turning to a certain web page, she was interested. It read, Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The recipes looked very beautiful yet challenging. Shengyang glanced at the refrigerator and found that there were enough ingredients. Then she glanced at the stovetop. There were quite a few burners, which would be more than enough for her to cook several dishes at the same time. Besides, this kitchen was an AI kitchen. Some devices could be voice-controlled, and there were large screens on the wall. She could project a recipe from her cell phone to the screens and follow the recipe while cooking. Shengyang smiled, rolled up her sleeves, and began to cook. The car stopped steadily at the gate. Yi Juncheng hurried out of the car and ran into the house. Ak Gao Feng propped his hand against a tree, bent over, and threw up hard. Yi Juncheng went straight to the kitchen. As he got closer and closer to the kitchen, he smelled an increasingly strong and reassuring scent, just like the smell of home when his parents were still alive. Smelling this familiar scent, he felt his nose turning a little sore. He quickened his pace and entered the kitchen at lightning speed, only to see Shengyang busily cooking extremely quickly. Holding a pot and a spatula in her hand and watching the video on the large screen from time to time, she was skillfully tossing the ingredients in the pot and managing the stovetop temperature. Seeing this, Yi Juncheng couldn't help but laugh. What on earth was he worried about? Her learning abilities were superb. Was there any skill in the world a genius like her couldn't learn? He worried too much. But if he could do it over again, he would still choose to rush back as fast as possible. Hearing his footsteps, Shengyang turned leisurely. When she saw Yi Juncheng standing by the door, her rosy face cracked into a bright smile. There you are. It was the joy of learning new knowledge. Yi Juncheng gazed at her, dazzled by her bright smile. She was just like a wife seeing her husband come home and giving him a pure and happy smile. He suddenly stepped forward and put his arm around her waist. Shengyang raised her eyebrows. "Don't move," he said hoarsely. An apron suddenly appeared in his hand, and he opened the apron, wrapped it around her slender waist, and tied it for her. Perfect. Shengyang knew Yi Juncheng was a perfectionist just like her, so she didn't say anything. The dishes were ready and filled the entire big table. Gao Feng, who was still pale from his nausea, was immediately attracted by the delicious dishes on the table and couldn't help gulping. Then he looked at Shengyang with amazement. Did Miss Shang cook all the dishes? Even the vegetable shavings? Of course, Shengyang didn't actually make 108 dishes. She picked more than 20 top dishes, which was already too much for the two of them. Yi Juncheng analyzed the dishes crowding the table, then took out his cell phone and dialed. "Auntie, it's me, Juncheng." He looked at Shengyang. "Yang is at my house, and she cooked a few dishes for me. Please come have a taste with Uncle, Brother Hanjing, and Yushi." The Shang family? In less than 10 minutes, the whole family appeared in Yi Juncheng's home. Looking at the dishes filling this large table, Kong Weijin was at a loss for what to say and cast a complicated look at her daughter. Yang must love Yi Juncheng so much. Since they were at Yi Juncheng's home, Yi Juncheng showed great hospitality. "Uncle, Auntie, please take a seat. Brother Hanjing, Yushi." The Shang family had mixed feelings which was hard to describe in words. It wasn't until Yi Juncheng asked them to sit that they all sat down awkwardly. Even Shang Yushi, the simplest-minded one among them, realized that something was wrong. Was the relationship between her younger sister and Yi Juncheng really that simple? Then why had his sister never cooked for him? Shang Yushi felt very jealous and looked quite sour. Shang Yang thought Yi Juncheng's idea was quite appropriate. She had always wanted to do something for her family, but she had no clue of what to do. At home, they never let her do anything, not even let her carry her own school bag. She could take this chance to treat them to a big meal today. Shengyang was about to serve them rice when Yi Juncheng said, "Let me do it." The two operated so well, just like a married couple, which reminded Kong Weijin of her and Shang Yu from their early days. Shang Yu kept his head down, unable to bear seeing his daughter being so close to another man. But soon, he was shocked by the delicacies and forgot to feel jealous. "Yang, were these dishes really cooked by you?" Shengyang said honestly, "Yes. Sister, this is too delicious." Shang Yushi gobbled down the food and almost couldn't stop. He had never eaten such delicious food. Shang Hanjing was eating with poise, but he narrowed his eyes and looked at his sister, feeling shocked too. He had traveled around the world over the years, visited various Michelin star restaurants in different countries, and tasted mysterious local delicacies hidden in small alleys. But some of the dishes made by his sister could match those foods in taste. Some even exceeded them. Shang Hanjing stared at Sheng Yang and couldn't help asking, "Did you cook a lot before, sister?" Hearing that, Kang Weijin felt distressed again. This child must have cooked a lot, so she could cook so well. Sheng Yang immediately clarified, "This is the first time I've ever cooked. I cooked according to the recipes I found on the internet." The others looked at each other, speechless. It seemed that Yang Yang was quite talented in everything. But hearing this was her first time. Everyone looked at Yi Junqing again. Yi Junqing didn't deny it at all. His charming eyes glowed, and he smiled. "Is there anything you'd like to ask me?" "Well, no." Everyone was speechless. Shang Hanjing wanted to ask him some questions, but he gave up since Yang Yang was still around. Alas, while the priest climbed a foot, the devil climbed 10. This man looked so gentle and kind-hearted and his eyes were so innocent. But why did he steal his little sister? After the family went home, the two brothers went upstairs and Kang Weijin and Shang Yu stayed with Sheng Yang in the living room. They looked at Sheng Yang hesitantly and seemed to have something to say. Sheng Yang asked, "Mom, Dad, do you have something to say to me?" "Yang Yang, we plan to hold a small banquet for you. We'll invite our friends and relatives to come and officially tell everyone your identity. It's a coming-of-age gift for you. Would you like that?" Sheng Yu said, and the couple waited nervously for Yang Yang's reply. Sheng Yang subconsciously wanted to refuse because she didn't like fuss and she would rather devote her time and energy to her studies and research. But as the words of refusal slipped to the tip of her tongue, faced with the expectant faces of her parents, she closed her eyes and the image of her mother crying so hard that her eyes swelled like walnuts popped up in her mind. She didn't care about the banquet, but this was a very strange relationship. They were hurt not because of themselves, but because of her. Sheng Yang was surprised that she would care so much about others' feelings. But the ice in her heart seemed to be melting away and gradually turned into a trickle. She suddenly compromised and nodded gently. Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu were relieved. Although they said it would be a small banquet, it definitely wouldn't be small. How could the coming-of-age banquet of the daughter of the famous Shang family in Yin City be small? They wouldn't invite irrelevant people, but even so, the scale of the banquet would still be unprecedented because many people would scramble to attend. Shang family home. Grandfather Shang had returned from abroad. In addition to the business community, the Shang family now had footing with other countries' political circles to open up the global market. As soon as Grandfather Shang returned, Grandmother Shang began to nag. In fact, the mahjong table was equivalent to a miniature society. News of Sheng Yang quickly spread to Grandmother Shang's ears. It turned out the village girl took first place in the whole grade on the first exam she took, doing even better than Sheng Yu and not disgracing the Sheng family at all. But Grandmother Shang was stubborn. She only trusted what she wanted to believe and liked to find fault with people she didn't like. She didn't like Kang Weijin but liked her 3 grandsons. After all, they were her grandsons. But she really disliked Sheng Yang because she grew up in a small village and was a girl. Grandmother Sheng complained. "Do you know they're going to hold a coming-of-age banquet for Sheng Yang? Why do they even bother? She should be grateful that we took her back. Otherwise, she might still be suffering in that village. She should be content. How can she egg her father on to hold a coming-of-age banquet for her? I think you dotes on her too much. I know she's a calculating girl, but what's the use of that? The futures of women lie in their husbands. I don't think any young man from a decent family will want to marry her. Excellent young men want to marry fair ladies who receive the best education. No matter how well she did on the exam, it's simply useless." Grandmother Shang's proudest achievement in life was marrying Grandfather Shang. Just like Jiang Xini, she was born into an ordinary family. Because of this, she preferred Jiang Xini to Kang Weijin. When she was young, she was very charming and many men pursued her, including Grandpa Shang, who pretended to be poor. At first, she wasn't interested in this poor young man at all. But then she accidentally found out about his real identity and quickly seized her opportunity. Although the Shang family was already quite wealthy at that time, it achieved rapid growth in the hands of Grandfather Shang and Sheng Yu and became one of the most powerful families in Yin City. In terms of business vision, Sheng Yu was similar to Grandfather Shang, although he wasn't as cruel and heavy-handed as Grandfather Shang. However, with his wife's assistance, the company developed very well, even better than under Grandfather Sheng's management. This was why Grandfather Sheng willingly handed the company over to them. Grandfather Sheng absently listened to his wife's nagging, but didn't think his elder son and his daughter-in-law did anything wrong. After all, Sheng Yang was his biological granddaughter. Since they had acknowledged her, they should treat her well and give her what she deserved. Otherwise, people would laugh at them. By the way, I heard that some people offended Sheng Yang for some reason, and you and his wife were so angry that they even bankrupted those people. That's too much. I think you must have been egged on by his wife and daughter. What a bad girl. Growing up in that lousy place. Even the good genes of our Sheng family can't save her. What? Grandfather Sheng was shocked. Seeing that Grandfather Sheng had such a reaction, Grandmother Sheng immediately began to gabble away 20 to the dozen. In fact, Sheng Yu hadn't used the Sheng Corporation's funds to take revenge on those people. He and Kong Weijin had founded a company called Kongbao when they were still in college. After all these years, it had developed into a very large company. But Grandfather Sheng had long regarded Kongbao as the property of the whole Sheng family. He didn't oppose the return of this granddaughter, but didn't have as deep affections for this girl as his elder son and his elder daughter-in-law. Now, he was truly annoyed by her. The Sheng Corporation was his brainchild, his life. Grandmother Sheng liked Hanjing the most among all his grandchildren, while he liked the eldest son of Sheng Yu and Kong Weijin. That kid was ruthless and prioritized only his career, perfectly inheriting his character. Seeing Grandfather Sheng scowling, Grandmother Sheng was pleased that she had finally succeeded in arousing his dislike of Sheng Yang and continued to add inflammatory details. Enough! Grandfather Sheng suddenly yelled, startling Grandmother Sheng. I see. With that, Grandfather Sheng hurried upstairs. As soon as he went upstairs, Jiang Xini and Sheng Yu came in with big bags. Jiang Xini said gently, Mom, I heard that Dad came back. Yes, he's upstairs. Grandmother Sheng was still angry about being yelled at by Grandfather Sheng. How dare he yell at her? Did he forget how he pursued her like a simp when they were young? She felt so wrong that she almost cried. Yeah, and I brought some American ginseng for Dad. Let us go upstairs and give him the ginseng. Jiang Xini wanted to deliver her present to Grandfather Sheng in person to impress him more. This American ginseng wasn't cheap, and a single piece had cost her more than 1 million yuan. Just put it here. Grandmother Sheng glanced at Jiang Xini's stiff, smiling face, knowing what she was thinking. She was quite satisfied with this daughter-in-law, except for the fact that she was ridiculously stingy. Every time she bought some gifts, she made a big deal of it, which was pathetic. Jiang Xini keenly perceived Grandmother Sheng's contemptuous stare, which pierced her body like a thorn. Her face turned pale. She knew her mother-in-law was laughing at her, but what could she do? Her family wasn't as rich as Kong Weijin's. The next day, in the Class 7 classroom, during class, Sheng Yang was exercising and Fang Duo sat to the side, gazing at Sheng Yang's face and building up the energy to study today. Sheng Yang glanced at her. You're a little dejected today. Yang, you're right. What's the matter? Sheng Yang asked flatly, accustomed to Fang Duo's moodiness. Fang Duo looked sad. Just like some people have to listen to music while doing homework, I like to be with my god Sylvia, the internet celebrity, while I'm doing my homework. But she's disappeared for the past 2 days. 2 days. And do you know what reason she gave? Sheng Yang didn't even put down the pen in her hand and said lightly, she said she was too tired of cooking? Yes. How did you know? Do you follow Sylvia too? No. Fang Duo's eyes were glowing and she continued. God, if I had 1/10,000th of her ability, my parents would give me anything I wanted and definitely wouldn't make me cook. And her hands are so beautiful. How could she use those little delicate hands to cook? Sheng Yang said absently. What if she didn't cook for her parents? Huh. Yes, that's possible. Fang Duo pondered. Did she cook for her boyfriend? But soon she denied her own conjecture. Impossible. Sylvia couldn't have a boyfriend. I don't think any boy could win her heart. I think she probably likes girls. Sheng Yang coughed lightly. Are you sure your idol wouldn't hit you if she heard what you said about her? She doesn't know, Fang Duo said carelessly. At this moment, Yi arrived. Are you talking about Sylvia? Do you follow her too? Fang Duo was surprised. Apart from Ming Qi, Sylvia was the second person both she and Oyi liked. This was really unexpected. Of course. I'm always with the times, okay? Oyi patted his chest. And not only do I follow her, but I also fell for her. I want to pursue her. Fong Duo said mercilessly, haha, you don't have a chance. Humiliated by Fong Duo, Oyi looked at his idol, begging for help. Sheng Yang smiled awkwardly. This isn't appropriate. She's your idol. Okay? Oyi walked away dejected. His secret love ended before it even started. Forget it. He would work on himself first. He would set a small goal first. Score 150 on the math test. School gates. Upon seeing Shang Yushi from a long distance, He Yuan said to Shang Yu excitedly, Brother Yushi came to see you several times in a row. Yeah. You must be more important to him than Sheng Yang. Look how many girls are looking at you enviously. Shang Yu couldn't hide her smile. I don't need to compare myself to her. Yes, it's demeaning to compare yourself to her. How could she compare to you? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't mean that, Shang Yu said and walked quickly by herself. He Yuan was left behind once again and was very disappointed. Alas, she's leaving me behind again. Third brother, why did you come see me again? Aren't you busy with college life? Sheng Yu asked Sheng Yushi with a smile. Although Sheng Yushi had left for university, his school wasn't far from home, so he could go home often, but he still had many social and campus activities. Sheng Yushi gave a wry smile. Oh, yeah. Am I bothering you? Of course not. Did you forget, third brother? I didn't do well in math in my second year of junior high school, and you took the time to help me with my math lessons, although you were going to take your senior high school entrance exam. Shang Yu deliberately emphasized their past and appeared to reminisce. We grew up together and have been through a lot of ups and downs together. No one can sow discord between us. Sheng Yushi nodded solemnly. He thought half of what Sheng Yu said was right. After all, he really cherished their past. When he was a child, his cold-tempered eldest brother barely played with him aside from when he was rebuking him. Second elder brother was very nice, but too busy. Only Shang Yu was about the same age and had similar interests, so they often hung out together. Their memories of adolescence were the most unforgettable. Shang Yu talked to him a lot about their past, and they chatted feverishly. At this time, the waiter brought them their desserts. Shang Yushi ordered a glass of sparkling water with lemon. Shang Yu handed the water to him and said with a smile, You just never change. This was your favorite when you were a child, and you still like it now. Yes. Shang Yushi lowered his head. Do you know why I've been coming to see you lately? Well, I feel suffocated at home. Every day, I just don't want to go home. So I came to chat with you. Shang Yu froze for a moment, then stirred the milk tea in her cup, causing it to ripple. Oh, I shouldn't have said that to you. That just ruined our happy moment. No, I want to listen. Shang Yu put her hand on the back of Shang Yushi's hand. Third brother, I'm always on your side. You can share your unhappiness with me. Shang Yu asked, Why do you feel suffocated? Shang Yushi scratched his head. Well, maybe I shouldn't talk to you about my family matters. Oh, that's okay. Do you view me as an outsider? Shang Yu suddenly turned angry. I call you third brother because you're my brother in my heart, and so are eldest brother and second elder brother. After a pause, she went on, Tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. I'll keep it a secret. Upon hearing that, Shang Yushi seemed to be relieved. Actually, I don't like my sister much. After all, we met each other not long ago, and I don't have too deep feelings for her. I understand what you mean. Shang Yu looked straight into his eyes and said meaningfully, Yes, unlike me, who grew up with you, she's almost a stranger to you. But since she came back, my parents have ignored me a lot. Shang Yushi looked wronged. Mom always yells at me. In fact, I'm happy when my parents yell at me. Eldest brother looks so cool when he yells at me. Sister looks so cute when she yells at me. V. Oh no, how could they treat you like this? Shang Yu covered her mouth with a hand, looking shocked. She then said, But that's understandable. After all, Yang has always been the source of pain in your mom's heart, and now she's finally returned. But this is too unfair to you. I think you should talk to aunt and uncle about this. Talk to my mom? Shang Yushi shook his head. Whenever it comes to my sister, my mom never gives in. Well, I don't mean to offend, but I think Annie goes too far. Shang Yu thought for a while, and then cautiously said, "Did Yang Yang say something to her? Auntie is so smart and capable at the office. So why does she play favorites at home?" Shang Yu didn't know that Shang Yushi was actually tricking her into revealing her true thoughts. Little did she know that the consigliere acting behind him was Shang Hanjing. Shang Yushi pursed his lips. "So, I don't know." He scratched his head again and again, messing up his hair. Shang Yu lowered her eyes. Before Yang Yang returned, "Have you ever investigated her or the place she lived? It must be very difficult for a beautiful girl like her to survive in such a harsh environment. She can't be a simple-minded person." Shang Yushi was taken aback. Yeah, what do you mean? I don't quite understand you." Shang Yu smiled meaningfully. "Nothing. Third brother, you're too innocent. Just don't take my words to heart." "Okay." Shang Yushi lowered his head, his eyes cold. After returning home, Shang Yushi went to his sister's room first. Standing at the door, he couldn't help but hold his breath out of fear of disturbing his sister's studying. He then slowly walked towards his second brother's room. Seeing that the second brother's room was empty, he walked towards the piano room. As expected, his second brother was practicing playing piano in the piano room. Considering that his younger sister was studying, he tried to keep the volume as low as possible, although the soundproofing was very good. Shang Yushi listened quietly until his second brother finished a song. Shang Hanjing turned around and saw Shang Yushi. He immediately smiled and said, "Hi, Yushi." His smile was as warm as sunshine in the autumn, not too hot, at just the right temperature. Seeing his smile reminded one of beautiful red leaves all over the sky. Seeing Shang Yushi dejected, Shang Hanjing stepped forward with concern. "Yushi, what's wrong with you?" He blinked and could guess what had happened. Tall as Shang Hanjing, he looked like a lost little wolf pup at this moment, head down and shoulders bowed. "Alas, second brother, I'm so disappointed." Shang Hanjing stood with him. The two were both handsome but had two distinct styles. He patted Shang Yushi on the shoulder gently. "Don't take it to heart. Your childhood memories are still beautiful and true, but people change." Shang Yushi didn't move but felt much better. Second brother was second brother. Although he didn't tell second brother what happened, second brother knew what the problem was and knew how to comfort him. When he had just heard his second brother's suggestion, he thought it was a good idea. But now the reality was so cruel, so bloody. It was really hard for him to accept it. But if he didn't figure out the truth, it would be unfair to Yang Yang. After that day, Shang Yushi began to alienate Shang Yu. He didn't do it abruptly but gradually. This was Shang Hanjing's suggestion because if he suddenly alienated Shang Yu, she would suspect Ye, which would cause unnecessary trouble to Ye. Although they weren't afraid of anyone, they didn't want to put their sister at risk. A week passed, and then 2 weeks later, Shang Yu realized Shang Yushi wasn't coming to see her anymore, and she felt very uneasy. Besides, even when she called Shang Yushi, he didn't answer. She tried sending him text messages, but he gave no response either. This had never happened before. He was so obviously cold to her that Shang Yu became flustered, wondering what she had done wrong. This was like holding a handful of quicksand in her hands. The more she wanted to hold it tightly, the faster it flowed from her hand. Shang Yu wanted to go to Shang Yushi's school to ask him what issue he had with her, but she didn't have the courage. After thinking about it a few times, she gave up. She couldn't do that. Otherwise, he would look down upon her. She decided to put this matter aside for now. However, her mood was completely messed up by this incident. Ming Qi would sign a contract with the Shang Corporation today. This was big news and attracted a lot of attention. Ming Qi was a household name in China, and the Shang Corporation was the first company he would sign within this industry. So this incident attracted a lot of attention. In the morning, Shang Yu was surrounded by students. After all, the Shang family had many business partners and employees at this school. Yeah, I heard that after your parents signed the contract with Ming Qi today, your dad will become the Shang Corporation's vice president, and your grandfather will also give Kongbao to your dad to manage, right? Shang Yu looked quite proud. Although third brother had cold-shouldered her recently, it didn't matter. When God closed a door for you, he would open a window for you. But she still tried to look humble. I didn't know that my parents were going to sign a contract with Mr. Ming until today. As for the other things, I don't know much about it. Signing a contract with Mr. Ming. This was an opportunity that many companies would give everything to get, and many people were very jealous of them. It was said that Ming-Chi agreed for the sake of Shengyu, so what else could they say? They could only blame themselves for not having such a good daughter. Although the other daughter of the Sheng family, Sheng Yang, did very well on the last exam, it was nothing. After all, wealth brought by good contacts was far more valuable. In Class 7, Fang Duo hurried back and pounded the table with her hand in anger. I can't figure it out. How could Mr. Ming take Shengyu as his friend? I used to like him very much, but I've decided not to like him from today on. I'm no longer a fan. He may have a high IQ, but he has a bad taste in friends. Stupid. Fang Duo snapped angrily. Sheng Yang listened but didn't react. She didn't pay much attention to Ming-Chi's network of relationships. At lunch break, the news was broadcast on TV. Hearing that Ming-Chi was about to sign a contract with the Sheng Corporation, Sheng Yang raised her brows. Then she heard that the biggest beneficiary this time would probably be the second son of the Sheng family. Originally, the Sheng family was in Sheng Yu's firm grasp, but now his younger brother returned to the battlefield, so the Sheng Corporation's future became uncertain. Then the anchor began to talk about how Sheng Yu used Kongbao to create a financial crisis that seemed to irritate his father, so his position in the company was under threat. The winner still remained to be seen. The anchor was gossiping about the Sheng family excitedly, and the audience was listening with relish. Sheng Yang finally stopped writing. She didn't care what kind of ambitions her second uncle, whom she hadn't met yet, had, but if he dared to threaten her parents, she would make him regret it. Ming-Chi was happily waiting for the contract signing, waiting for Sheng Yang's praise. Fang Duo was right. He had a high IQ, but his EQ was indeed low. Sometimes he could be very thoughtless. That was why he seemed a bit moody. Everyone had strengths and weaknesses. God had bestowed him with too much talent in medicine, so his emotional intelligence was almost zero. At this time, his cell phone rang. He picked it up slowly, but when he saw the call was from Sheng Yang, he hastened and the phone almost fell out of his hand. Sheng Yang's message only had one word. It was how Fang Duo scolded Ming-Chi before. Stupid. Ming-Chi. In the meeting room at the moment, Jiang Xini was sitting triumphantly in the spot that used to belong to Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu because she had made such a great contribution to the company this time, and no one dared to protest. The contract hadn't yet been signed. They couldn't afford to offend her now. Everyone knew how bad Ming-Chi's temper was. If he was in a bad mood, he might refuse to sign the contract. Shang Tai didn't show up. In fact, from beginning to end, Shang Tai had no idea what happened, although Jiang Xini claimed Shang Tai was in charge of this. That was because if she didn't say so, Grandmother Sheng would never have let her intervene in this matter. Grandmother Sheng only loved her sons. For her, daughters-in-law were only tools. No matter how nicely she treated Grandmother Sheng, the latter wouldn't have any feelings for her. In Grandmother Sheng's opinion, even if Jiang Xini had a successful career, it was just because her son did a good job and didn't have anything to do with her daughter-in-law. She had been serving Grandmother Sheng for so many years, so she already understood her mother-in-law's character very well. At this moment, her cell phone rang. She glanced at it only to see it was Sheng Yang. Today, the news about the contract signing matter was everywhere, so he knew it. Jiang Xini took a deep breath, picked up the phone, went to a corner to answer the call. Hello. Her husband's lazy and careless voice rang in the phone with a touch of coldness and sarcasm. Phew, you're quite capable. Jiang Xini was silent. Even if my father wants me to be the vice president, I won't accept it. It's okay. I'll serve as the vice president for you. TSK, this is what you wanted, right? Then why did you use me as an excuse? Jiang Xini was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, For our children. Really? Shang Tai sneered. It seemed that he was smoking, so his voice was slurred and a woman's laughter could be vaguely heard over the phone. Jiang Xini, you can swindle others, but you can't cheat me. I know you too well, okay? He blew out a puff of smoke impatiently, and a woman was heard over the phone screaming that she had been burned. Have you forgotten what you promised me? If I had known you would break your promise, I wouldn't have agreed to marry you. Shang Tai said. This was a warning. Jiang Xini hung up the phone feebly. She knew that Sheng Yang meant what he said. He might file for a divorce at any time, so she must find a way to keep him at all costs. While she was trying to climb up step by step, her husband didn't help but hinder her. She was really tired. With this in mind, She looked at Shang Yu and Kong Weijin, who were sitting shoulder to shoulder, talking and laughing, and her eyes were full of envy. Except for her family background, she wasn't inferior to Kong Weijin in any regard, but their lives were so different. Because of her environment growing up, she had humbled herself and tried to please everyone around her, but she wasn't lucky enough to have a good husband like Shang Yu. She often wondered if she grew up in the Kong family and Kong Weijin was brought up by her parents, would their lives have been swapped? Therefore, she couldn't wait to see the miserable life of Kong Weijin's daughter, who grew up in that remote little mountainous village, despite inheriting Kong Weijin's genes. Jiang Xini was lost in thought when someone next to her called her, Mrs. Shang. Huh. Jiang Xini returned from her reverie and immediately put on a gentle smile, looking nice and good-tempered. Mrs. Shang. The other party pointed at the watch and motioned her to check the time. The time we agreed with Mr. Ming has passed. Will he come? Sure. Under the gaze of the reporters, Jiang Xini said firmly, you know it's common for Mr. Ming to be late. I'm afraid that he may refuse to come if I push him. The other party hurriedly said, then don't push him. We'll just wait. What he was afraid of was that Ming Chi wouldn't come. He didn't mind waiting as long as Ming Chi came. Besides, what Jiang Xini said was right. It was normal for Ming Chi to be late. 15 minutes had elapsed since the appointed time. Even Jiang Xini was a little restless. Under everyone's stares, she excused herself to go to the bathroom and secretly called Ming Chi's assistant. As soon as the call connected, hello, Jiang Xini smiled. Toot toot, the phone was hung up the next second, and she was stunned. This situation generally occurred when the cell phone signal was bad or the other party had blacklisted her. Of course, she could only believe it was the former. Why would Ming Chi suddenly change his mind since he had promised her? Little did she know that Ming Chi's principle was that he had no principles. Before signing a contract, he had every right to change his mind. Even if he had signed a contract, he would rather pay liquidated damages than do anything he didn't want to do. The minutes ticked by. People began to whisper, and the whispering became louder and louder. A reporter couldn't help but ask impatiently, may I ask what happened? Didn't you say that Mr. Ming would come today? It's been over an hour now. If he isn't coming, just tell us. Our time is precious. Yes, I put my other work aside and have been waiting here. Isn't this a waste of my time? How can I explain to the editor? The reporters all complained, and the scene was chaotic. This was the first time Jiang Xini had faced such a situation, and she was completely at a loss for what to do. So she could only throw Kong Weijin a glance for help. So she could only cast a glance at Kong Weijin for help, hoping that she could help out. After all, Kong Weijin was in charge of the Shang Corporation. She wouldn't just sit by and watch the situation get out of control, right? It wasn't good for her either. However, Kong Weijin didn't even move and smiled at Jiang Xini. You should take responsibility for your own affairs. She rarely helped her subordinates unless she had to, since it allowed them to exercise their ability. Her subordinates appreciated her very much for this, even after they left the Shang Corporation, because this could allow them to tap into their potential. Otherwise, they would never take the first step and just be snails hiding in their shells. Jiang Xini was very angry, but could only try her best to appease the reporters. Wearing high heels and sandwiched and pushed around by the reporters and photographers, she staggered and fell to the ground. Ah, don't step on me. But it was so noisy that her voice was drowned out. At this time, someone shouted, Mr. Ming has come. Hearing that, the reporters and photographers all ran in the opposite direction, which saved her. She staggered to stand up. Her makeup and hair were messed up, but she was very happy. Her discomfort just now was only temporary. Now that Ming Chi had come, it was her showtime. She hurriedly took out a mirror to fix her makeup. Although it wasn't as good as before, it was much better than just now. At this time, she cast a triumphant glance at Kong Weijin. If Kong Weijin had helped her a moment ago, she might have helped her save face. But now, no way. Ming Chi had stridden in. No one dared to stop him, and everyone made way for him. In a gray suit today, Ming Chi looked amazingly handsome. He was in his early 30s, and there was something noble and classy about him. No one could resist his mysterious charm. Mr. Ming. Jiang Xini gracefully came up to greet him. Ming Chi frowned and suddenly asked, why didn't you make it clear before? Jiang Xini was confused. Then Ming Chi took a deep look at her, bypassed her and walked towards Shang Yu and Kang Weijin not far away. Walking up to them, he abruptly changed his attitude and even smiled. With a smile, he looked so handsome and charming. The reporters and photographers pressed the shutter madly for fear of missing this historic moment. Kang Weijin was also a little confused. "Hi, Mr. Ming. Are you here to sign the contract with our company?" "Yes." Jiang Sini rushed up, still not giving up. "Come here, Mr. Ming. I'll sign the contract with you." "Not you." Ming Qi pushed her aside impatiently and looked at Shang Yu and Kang Weijin in front of him. "I'm here to sign the contract with you too." Shang Yu and Kang Weijin were stunned. They had always believed in no pain, no gain. They had never expected such a surprise. The other people on the board of directors were surprised too. It seemed that Ming Qi was actually on good terms with Shang Yu and his wife instead of Jiang Sini. Did Mr. Ming agree to sign the contract with the Shang Corporation because of the couple? Shang Yu and Kang Weijin. What the Hades is going on here? This is the first time we've met Ming Qi. But Shang Yu and Kang Weijin certainly wouldn't reject pennies from heaven. So, Kang Weijin smiled and reached out to shake hands with Ming Qi. "Okay, let's sign the contract." Ming Qi was about to shake hands with her when Shang Yu preempted her to hold Ming Qi's hand. They shook hands, which marked the formal initiation of their cooperation. The media frantically took pictures to record this momentous moment. Jiang Sini was devastated, and her body was trembling. Earlier, she was desperately signaling at Kang Weijin. Why did she choose to ignore her? How could Kang Weijin do this to her? It was her who had put so much effort into building connections with Ming Qi, and it was her who had been discussing the contract with Ming Qi. How could Kang Weijin steal her achievements? Didn't she feel guilty? Didn't she feel ashamed? But no matter how aggrieved she was, nothing could be changed, and the board wouldn't let her interfere with the contract signing. After all, for them, it didn't make any difference whether the contract was signed by Ms. Kang or Mrs. Shang, as long as they could make steady profits in the end. Cooperating with Ming Qi was very profitable. They certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Realizing that she lost to Kang Weijin once again, Jiang Sini turned ghastly pale. After the signing ceremony, Ming Qi was about to leave and Kang Weijin hurried to catch up with him. "Mr. Ming." Ming Qi turned deadpan, and when he saw it was her, he smiled and nodded at her, motioning for her to continue. Seeing this, the reporters and photographers couldn't help but shoot madly. Ming Qi, who was always capricious and moody, had actually smiled several times today. Shang Yu followed his wife, and when he saw Ming Qi smiling at his wife, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Looking at Ming Qi, who looked so handsome and suave, he couldn't help feeling jealous. Ming Qi was just younger than him. When he was young, he was even more handsome than Ming Qi. He looked away, curling his lips, looking so cute, but no one noticed his expression. "Mr. Ming, can we have dinner together? You, Mr. Shang, and me." Although Kang Weijin happily accepted pennies from heaven, she still wanted to figure out why she was so lucky. Hearing that, the other members of the board of directors felt a little panicked. Wasn't President Kang going too far? Would she offend Mr. Ming? Everyone knew Ming Qi's temper was very weird. A big shot once wanted to treat him to dinner to curry favor with him, but Ming Qi threw a tantrum, accusing that person of using unfair means to compete. In fact, they thought it would be better to keep a distance from Ming Qi after signing the contract with him. Otherwise, he might be unhappy and revoke his cooperation. Jiang Sini happened to walk out dejected at the moment. Seeing this scene, she smiled gloatingly. Kang Weijin was really naive. Did she think Ming Qi was the same as her other business partners? Everyone knew he was moody and eccentric. She had heard this before, and after this feeling became stronger and deeper. Jiang Sini, who was going to leave, simply stayed and quietly waited to watch Kang Weijin make a fool of herself. No. Sure enough, Ming Qi frowned. A storm seemed to be about to come. Upon seeing this, a board member hurriedly said, "Mr. Ming, President Kang didn't mean to offend you. We know your time is precious. Please don't take it to heart." Ming Qi looked at the board member standing between him and Kang Weijin. He pursed his lips and remained silent. Then he pulled the guy away and smiled gently at Kang Weijin again. "I mean, of course we can have dinner together, but it's my treat, not yours." Kang Weijin. Shang Yu frowned, feeling even more suspicious. Watching this, Jiang Xini almost couldn't believe her eyes. What the Hades had Kong Weijin done? At a top-notch Michelin star restaurant. They were on the 88th floor of the TV tower in Yin City, where you could overlook the whole city. The nighttime view underneath was extremely beautiful and romantic. Although it was very difficult to book a table at this restaurant, Ming Qi swaggered in when the manager recognized him. Shang Yu and Kong Weijin were surprised to see this because even if it were them, they would have had to make a reservation first. Ming Qi turned around and explained, "I saved the restaurant owner's father, so I don't have to make a reservation." Okay. For some reason, Shang Yu was very cold to Ming Qi. Kong Weijin was stunned and hurriedly said, "It's really hard to book a table at this restaurant. Mr. Ming, you saved so many people's lives. You deserve this preferential treatment." Yes. Ming Qi touched his nose and smiled, a little smug. They sat by the window where they could get the best view. At this moment, Shang Yu and Kong Weijin realized that this table was reserved for Ming Qi. "It seems the owner of this restaurant is very grateful to you," Kong Weijin couldn't help exclaiming. Ming Qi muttered to himself in a low voice, "And I'm also very grateful for your daughter. If it weren't for little Shang Yang, he wouldn't be where he was today." Kong Weijin was taken aback. "What? Nothing." Ming Qi touched his nose and changed topics. Little Shang Yang didn't seem to want others to know that she knew him because it would attract a lot of attention. She preferred a peaceful life, so he could only keep their relationship a secret. But he still wanted them to know how great their daughter was. So he looked at Kong Weijin. "President Kong, you've given birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter, but you still look so young." Kong Weijin was taken aback again and smiled a bit nervously. "Oh, Mr. Ming, you even know how many children I have?" "Of course." Before Sheng Yang returned to her family, Ming Qi had conducted a thorough investigation on the Sheng family. If Sheng Yang didn't like her new home, he would have adopted her as his daughter. Anyway, he didn't have any children. He was quite relieved after the investigation. Her 3 brothers were decent young men, and none of them had bad temperaments. And her parents didn't seem to have abandoned her back then. They had been looking for her and never given up. Shang Yu looked a bit unhappy, and when he heard what Ming Qi said, his face grew even darker. "This is a cream made by my laboratory made with sheep placenta. It's not for sale. Please allow me to give it to you as a gift." Ming Qi took out a box of moisturizing cream. No woman could resist such a gift that would help them look young. But Kong Weijin didn't want to accept Ming Qi's gift for nothing. "Mr. Ming, this dinner is on us, okay? Otherwise, I would be ashamed to accept this gift. In fact, this moisturizing cream was invaluable, and many rich women would pay any price to get it." Ming Qi didn't resist anymore. "Okay, then." Shang Yu's handsome face was horribly gloomy, and suddenly something was pushed in front of him. Ming Qi smiled. "Mr. Shang, this is for you." Shang Yu was stunned. "For me?" "Yes." The 2 sitting opposite were Shang Yang's parents, so Ming Qi was very respectful towards them. Only then did Shang Yu's face soften slightly, and Kong Weijin also leaned close to see what the present was. A gift given by Ming Qi certainly wouldn't be ordinary. Shang Yu opened the box. There were a few pills inside. As soon as he opened the box, the strong smell of medicine wafted towards his face. Ming Qi said, "These are great tonic pills, specifically made by me. I think Mr. Shang must be very busy with work, and it must take a lot of energy. These pills can give you strength." Shang Yu thought something didn't feel right as he listened. Was Ming Qi implying that he wasn't strong enough? But Kong Weijin liked this gift. This was very suitable for Shang Yu. She wanted to spend more time with her daughter, so she didn't work as hard as before. Therefore, the heavy burden was on her husband now, so he had to work even harder than before and often stayed up late. But Shang Yu didn't look happy at all. Even as he left with Kong Weijin after dinner, he still looked moody. After they left, still sitting in his seat, Ming Qi picked up a red wine glass, sipped it, looked at the wonderful view outside, and was in good spirits. He felt that he performed very well today, which made up for his previous mistake in which he almost signed a contract with Jiang Xini. Back then, he only knew that Jiang Xini was little Shang Yang's aunt, and Shang Yu was her cousin, but he had no idea that they weren't on good terms. At this moment, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the screen and immediately frowned unhappily. "Hello." The caller was the financial giant who had quarreled with him last time. Lu Zhu. He had businesses all over the world and had a very keen nose for economics. In Ming Qi's eyes, this guy had nothing but money. He was also one of the people saved by little Sheng Yang before. Lu Ziyuan's sneer rang over the phone. Why didn't you sign with the second son of the Sheng family? His tone was full of ridicule. Ming Qi was immediately annoyed. So you knew? He bragged about this to Lu Ziyuan, but he just laughed and didn't say anything. He thought Lu Ziyuan was just being jealous. After all, they had been vying for Sheng Yang's favor. However, it turned out that Lu Ziyuan had known the Sheng brothers weren't on good terms, but Lu Ziyuan hadn't told him at all. Yes, Lu Ziyuan was lying on a long, soft leather sofa. From this angle, he had the best view of New York. At this time, it was late at night in Yin City, while in New York, the evening was just getting started. You old fox. Ming Qi gnashed his teeth with anger. I view that as a compliment. Lu Ziyuan took a sip of brandy. You know, all businessmen are profiteers. They could get on well with each other, but whenever it came to Sheng Yang, they were like concubines competing for the king's favor in a harem. Lu Ziyuan chuckled and a gleam flashed across his eyes. Lu Ziyuan chuckled and a gleam flashed across his eyes. You're too wrapped up in medicine. Considering your EQ, I hope you didn't do anything else to annoy Sheng Yang. Lu Ziyuan's guess was right, the old fox. On the way home, Kang Weijin realized Sheng Yu was in a terrible mood, but she didn't say anything. When they got home, Sheng Yu sat down on the sofa and suddenly said, let's cancel this contract with Ming Qi, okay? Why? Kang Weijin was a little puzzled. This contract would be very profitable and would greatly boost the company's influence. Her husband had never been so unreasonable. Sheng Yu clasped his hands and turned aside. Ming Qi never easily agrees to sign any contracts with people and has a bad temper, but he hasn't explained why he insisted on signing this contract with us. Don't you think that's strange? What on earth does he want? Kang Weijin stroked her chin. I don't think he's as bad-tempered as the rumors say. Maybe the rumors are wrong. Sheng Yu turned angry when he heard this. Then what do you think he wants? He could have signed with a company in Beijing, and he has tons of choices. Why did he just choose our company? Sheng Yu, you're so weird today. Kang Weijin sat next to him on the sofa. You used to be very concerned about work. Why are you acting so strange today? Kang Weijin had no idea that her husband was jealous. In her view, she was a dozen years older than Ming Qi, and Ming Qi was the dream lover of countless women. So how could he possibly be interested in her? But little did she know that a man could be very narrow-minded and possessive when it came to his beloved woman. Sheng Yu remained silent. Kang Weijin was too busy to soothe him. Soon after, someone called to talk to her about progressing this project. Walking downstairs, Sheng Yang happened to overhear their conversation. Sheng Yu looked at her and scratched his head. Although he was a middle-aged man, he looked like a bewildered teenage boy at this moment. He said awkwardly, Yang, do you also think I'm being ridiculous? Before Sheng Yang answered, he muttered to himself, but I just care about your mother too much. Very, very much. His tone was extremely firm. Sheng Yang didn't quite understand what it was like to care about a person, but she remembered how upset she was when she saw Kang Weijin crying some time ago. She didn't know how to describe her feelings back then, but she just didn't want to see her mom crying. Perhaps this was what it was like to care about a person. It was a very strange feeling, but when she saw Kang Weijin smiling afterward, she felt very happy. Sheng Yu knew Yang didn't talk much, but he just couldn't help confiding in her. I'm very afraid that Ming Qi is pursuing your mother. Sheng Yang frowned and realized that something was wrong. Ming Qi? Yes. Somehow, with Yang, Sheng Yu felt very relaxed. He felt very comfortable talking to her, although Yang seemed to be aloof, so he told her what happened today. Sheng Yang was silent for a while, then said, I think Ming Qi signed the contract with you not because of Mom, but because of me. When Sheng Yu heard that, he was so shocked that his pupils constricted, and then, haha. Sheng Yu waved his hand. Yang, you don't have to make up this story just to comfort me. How could Yang possibly know Ming Qi? Actually, he was even surprised that she knew Yi Junqing. Even he and Weijin rarely encountered people from Beijing. Seeing as Sheng Yu didn't believe her, Sheng Yang didn't bother to explain too much, but looked at him firmly. Dad, You should have some faith in your mother and yourself." Her words instantly dispelled the dark clouds in Shang Yu's heart. Yes, if he invalidated the contract, he would look as if he was afraid of Ming Qi. At least he would lose to Ming Qi on momentum. That wasn't a good choice. After realizing this, Shang Yu stared at Sheng Yang. Before, he would never have told his sons about a matter like this. He would have buried it deep in his heart and let it ferment. But after confiding in his daughter, he felt much better. This feeling was great. So this was how it felt having a daughter. As soon as Sheng Yang returned to the room, the phone she tossed in the corner buzzed. Without checking it, she finished her exercises first, then walked slowly to the corner, picked up the phone, and glanced at the screen casually. The caller ID was 1, so it was a text from Ming Qi. Yang, I've signed a contract with your parents." His tone was ingratiating, and he was obviously expecting praise from her. Sheng Yang stared at the text message with a complex look. Thinking about the situation earlier, she simply replied with a word. Waiting for Sheng Yang's reply anxiously, Ming Qi hurriedly picked up the phone when it buzzed, only to see a big word on the screen. Stupid. Ming Qi was dumbfounded, then sat in a corner, feeling depressed. What did I do wrong again? After the last school celebration, Elder Yang was still trying to persuade Sheng Yang to become his disciple, although he had never done it before. Many people were very diligent and worked very hard these days, but talented people were hard to come by, not to mention that Sheng Yang had a superb knack for music. If she didn't pick up music, it would be a waste of her talents, which was really a pity. He almost wanted to put a knife against her neck and force her to study music. Therefore, Elder Yang, who was a rare sight at the school in the past, often showed up at Yin City High School, trying to pressure the principal to persuade Sheng Yang. The principal was helpless. He had no way of intervening in Sheng Yang's affairs. He even had to change Sheng Yang's Chinese teacher as she demanded, not to mention pressure her to study music. Therefore, he could only beat around the bush. She's very busy with her studies. You know, she's number 1 in her grade. How could she have time to study music? What do you mean by that? Old Yang stared. You mean studying music is a waste of time? I absolutely didn't mean that, the principal said awkwardly. Elder Yang, we have many other students who are musically talented at our school. Would you like to see them? No, I just want her. Shang Yu spotted Elder Yang at school and followed him along the way, hoping to make a good impression on him. Then she unexpectedly overheard Elder Yang's conversation with the principal. Outside the principal's office, she clenched her fists. If Sheng Hanjing were her second brother, would everything be different? Then her life must be much easier. At this time, Elder Yang seemed to be talking on the phone. Hi teacher, yes, I'm little Yang. Seeing Elder Yang speaking on the phone respectfully while bent over, the principal couldn't help secretly chuckling. He had never seen Elder Yang like this before. However, the person whom Elder Yang called teacher must be the national treasure and senior artist Mr. Qian Xianchao. What? Are you also in Yin City, teacher? I'm here too. Alas, I was planning to go back 2 days ago, but I found a musical genius. Unfortunately, she refused to learn music from me. You'll come over and have a look? Okay. I'm sorry for bothering you, teacher. When the principal heard this, his smile froze. It was certainly an honor that these celebrities were coming to their school, but Elder Yang was already so hard to deal with. If another one came, it would be like Mars hitting the Earth. Sheng Yu heard everything very clearly outside. Mr. Qin Xianchao, Elder Qian, was even more famous than Elder Yang. Elder Yang refused to take her as his disciple? It didn't matter. Now she had a better choice. Sheng Yu smiled confidently and leisurely walked away. In the evening, as soon as Sheng Yang finished her exercise, she saw the person who always called her teacher sending her a message. Their avatar was a note plus a staff. Their name was Qin Xianchao. His name on Sheng Yang's phone was Money. On the one hand, his surname was Qian, which meant money in Chinese, and on the other hand, although he always called her teacher, in her heart, he was just her customer who would pay her money. This was her way of naming people, clear and concise. For example, Ming Qi's name was 1 on her phone because Ming Qi was the first person she saved. This arrangement was very orderly. Teacher, Qin Xianchao asked carefully, Mr. Ming said that you're in Yin City, and I'm in Yin City too. Can I visit you? Qian Xianchao thought she must be a great musical secret who had experienced so much of life and was talented with no equal. He really wanted to meet her. I can pay you. No. Sheng Yang rejected him flatly. Qian Xianchao said humbly, Okay, teacher, it's up to you, but do not blackmail me, please. Sheng Yang had already moved the mouse pointer to the blacklist button. Seeing his message, she stopped. Being rejected by his teacher, Qian Xianchao was in a bad mood. So when Elder Yang came to get him in the morning, he was startled by his dark face and didn't dare to say anything. Teacher, if you're in a bad mood today, we can make it another day. No. My time is precious. Qian Xianchao snapped grumpily. I want to see how difficult that student is. Elder Yang didn't dare to say any more, and the car sped away. When they arrived at Yin City High School, Qian Xianchao walked straight to the Class 7 classroom without waiting for the principal to come. On the way to the teaching building, there was a winding path, which was the only way to the teaching building. Suddenly, there was a melodious violin sound from far away. A gentle and demure girl in a floral dress was sitting on the bench and playing the violin. She lowered her eyes, and the sunlight seemed to be dancing on her eyelashes. In fact, Sheng Yu was better at the violin than the piano. She never showed it because Han Jingyu was best at the violin. To perform with him, she chose piano. She wouldn't lose to anyone in her violin playing. That day, Elder Yang said she had no talent for music after listening to her piano performance, which was too arbitrary. Sheng Yang grew up in a small village. How could she know how to play high-end instruments such as the piano and violin? The only instrument available to her was a triangle, so she practiced it day and night. That was why she was so good at playing it. But in fact, Sheng Yang's musical attainments were not even close to hers. Elder Yang also pricked his ears and listened carefully. The music seemed to be pretty good. Then he glanced at Sheng Yu, who wasn't far away. She had improved a lot in such a short period, which was quite impressive. Qian Xianchao pointed at Sheng Yu and said to Elder Yang coldly, Is she the student you mentioned? Before Elder Yang could answer, he said, Are you out of your mind? Sheng Yu's hand twitched and the violin creaked. Then her violin performance became out of tune. Is she worth my coming in person? You must be out of your mind. Qian Xianchao snapped crossly. Although they were about the same age, their statuses were completely different in the world of music. Of course not, Elder Yang hastily clarified. He didn't want to be scolded by his teacher at all. Luckily not, or I would have thought you had dementia. Qian Xianchao was sharp-tongued, and because he was in a bad mood today, his words sounded even meaner. The two simply bypassed Sheng Yu and walked directly to the teaching building. Sheng Yu put down the violin, shaking with anger. In the Class 7 classroom, the students were frolicking and it was very noisy. Seeing two old men appearing at the door abruptly and peeping into the classroom, the students wondered if they were bad guys. Fong Duo stroked her chin. Why do these two old men look so familiar? Oh, Yi leaned close. I also thought that. Whose grandfathers are they? No. I saw them on TV. Fong Duo suddenly remembered. The one on the left is Elder Yang, who came to our last school celebration, and the person on the right is Elder Qian. Our president has personally presented him with awards. Oyi glanced at her. She spent so much time and energy watching TV. No wonder she didn't do well in school. Then why did they come to our class? Our class isn't an art class and doesn't have many art students. Sheng Yang had just finished one page of a test paper when a student hurried in. Goddess of study, someone wants to see you. She raised her eyes and glanced. It was Elder Yang again, and she recognized the old man next to him as the money guy. He had once sent her his resume with his picture on it, so she knew what he looked like. She pursed her lips and glanced at the test paper. There were still 5 questions left. Her obsessive-compulsive disorder stopped her from doing anything before finishing the test. So she didn't stand up and continued with the test. What is she doing? She is wasting our precious time. How could she make us wait? Elder Qian scowled and wanted to leave. The little girl was really arrogant. Elder Yang hurriedly tugged at his arm. Teacher, wait. Just a minute. When you meet her, you will find out how good she is. Elder Qian frowned and snorted, not taking Elder Yang's words seriously. Sheng Yang didn't let them wait too long. She always resolved things very quickly, so every time she took an exam, she submitted her exams quickly or slept on her desk. If she was allowed to read during exams, She could even make use of the remaining time and finish reading a book during every exam. About 5 minutes later, she got up and went straight to them. Elder Yang looked at Sheng Yang with glowing eyes while Elder Qian had a bad first impression of Sheng Yang, so he drew a long face at her. Humph. It was a blessing that his disciple was willing to take her as his disciple. Did she know how many people had been turned away by his disciple? Elder Qian didn't understand what Sheng Yang was thinking while she was looking at him indifferently. So this guy was the one who called her teacher on the internet? But he looked quite different from online. She even wondered whether he was really that person or not. So, what did she perform? Elder Qian asked. The triangle, Elder Yang said excitedly, his eyes unexpectedly shiny. Triangle? Elder Qian curled his lips. Although all instruments are equal, have you ever seen her perform other instruments? If not, you'd better not rush to a conclusion, right? Because of Elder Yang and Elder Qian's fame and prestige, although Yi and Feng Duo were worried about Sheng Yang, they didn't dare to eavesdrop on their conversation blatantly, so they glued their faces to a piece of glass of the nearest window. Elder Yang and Elder Qian looked at their hilarious faces pressed against the glass and were speechless. What were these two silly kids doing? Yi looked at Feng Duo and said, "The atmosphere isn't right. Is my idol gonna fight them? I think it's very likely." Ms. Chen said Elder Yang has been coming to see Yang Yang frequently, trying to persuade her to be his disciple, and Yang Yang seems annoyed. Alas, Feng Duo stroked her chin. But they're so old. If Yang Yang hit them, she'd be in serious trouble. The two of them stared at each other, both frowning. A student by the side was licking a lollipop and said, "These two old men aren't nobodies. If they get hurt, the goddess of study may be arrested. Why are they so annoying? My idols rejected him. Why does he still keep pestering her?" Yi said angrily. Outside the classroom, Elder Yang took out his cell phone and showed Elder Qian a video of the school celebration. He got this video from the school. Elder Qian took the phone and glanced at the screen indifferently, but the next second, his ears pricked involuntarily. The sound in the video was distorted, but Elder Yang's cell phone was good and partly retained the original flavor of the music. Even so, Elder Qian could still tell that the rhythm and strength of this triangle performance were just right. Elder Qian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After quite a while, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Sheng Yang. This performance is awesome. This girl was very talented in music. Or to be exact, she was a musical genius. As long as she received good music training, she would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Elder Qian finally knew why his disciple was so obsessed with this girl. She was indeed a musical genius. Elder Qian's tone became much more polite as he said, "If you're willing to study music from my disciple, as his teacher, I can guarantee that one day you will surely stand at the pinnacle of the global music industry." No need. Sheng Yang's amber eyes were very indifferent. "I'm not interested." "Why? This would only be good for you." Elder Qian was anxious. "You're so annoying," Sheng Yang said unceremoniously, planning to slip away. Hearing this, Yi and Feng Duo, who were eavesdropping and observing the situation, were stunned. Oh, SHT, were they going to fight? Yi and Feng Duo had decided if things weren't going well, Yi would pretend to faint and fall, and Feng Duo would catch his falling body and shout for help to attract the attention of Yang Yang and the two big shots in case they might fight. This was the best solution they could think of. Elder Qian touched his nose awkwardly. "Does she think we're annoying?" Elder Yang was a little angry now. "Sheng Yang, how can you talk to my teacher like this? Do you know who he is? Firstly, who he is has nothing to do with me. Secondly, you keep pestering me and wasting my time. Now you're blaming me? That's ridiculous." Sheng Yang smiled coldly and looked straight at Elder Qian. "Now I can only blacklist you." "Blacklist me?" When Elder Qian heard that, something suddenly occurred to him, but then he shook his head and denied that possibility. How could his teacher be her? That was impossible. He heard that her brother was Sheng Hanjing. Elder Qian would rather believe that his teacher was the young genius Sheng Hanjing over this obscure little girl. After all, he called that person teacher, and now his disciple wanted to take her as his disciple. If she was really that person, then wasn't this all a mess? Seeing that he refused to believe her, Sheng Yang quickly took out her cell phone and blacklisted him. She didn't want to take his money now. Anyway, She had many ways to make money. With a trembling hand, Elder Qian took out the cell phone in his pocket, and Elder Yang watched his teacher's actions with confusion. Then Elder Qian stared at his cell phone, his body shaking slightly. Seeing that Elder Qian was about to faint, Oyi immediately rolled his eyes and slumped backward according to the plan. Fong Duo was observing too intently and forgot to catch his falling body. Hearing a bang, she looked back in surprise and yelled, "Oh, God! Someone fainted. Help!" The plan finally succeeded, except that Oyi truly fainted, and there was complete chaos. In the infirmary, Oyi hadn't woken up, and Elder Yang and Mr. Qian were also there. Sheng Yang was also there. She was a bit worried about her little fan. He wasn't very smart. What if he injured his brain and turned even dumber? She secretly put a pill into his mouth. Elder Yang didn't pay attention, but Elder Qian noticed that it was energizing pills made by Mr. Ming Qi, which weren't for sale and could activate brain nerves. Mr. Ming Qi introduced that teacher to him. At first, Elder Qian didn't quite trust him, but gradually he was completely conquered by the other party. Now the girl took out Mr. Ming's energizing pill, which proved that she was the same teacher. Elder Qian had mixed feelings. He was excited yet shocked. He had guessed the teacher might be young, but he didn't expect her to be so young. Elder Qian sighed internally. Little did Elder Qian know that the pill that Sheng Yang fed Ouya wasn't made by Ming Qi but herself. She taught Ming Qi how to make the pill, and the pills she made worked better than those made by Ming Qi. "Oh, so it's you," Elder Qian said respectfully. Hearing that, Elder Yang was stunned. What was going on here? Why was his teacher so respectful to a little girl? "Yeah," Sheng Yang answered unceremoniously as she sat down. "What the Hades is going on here?" Elder Yang looked left then right, completely confused. "This is my teacher. She gave me a lot of good advice on my music." After taking the energizing pill, Oyi soon woke up, but when he heard these words, he still didn't dare to move or open his eyes. He must be still dreaming. How could his idol be Elder Qian's teacher? Elder Yang was dumbfounded. "Is she the one you mentioned?" Seeing Mr. Qian nod, Elder Yang was so ashamed. What a dumb thing he had done. He lowered his head awkwardly. "Sheng Yang, I won't come to you again in the future." Elder Qian looked at Sheng Yang eagerly, no longer as haughty as he was earlier. "Teacher, can you unblacklist me?" "No. I'll pay you double the money from now on." "No." Elder Qian glanced bitterly at his disciple who caused him great trouble and gritted his teeth. 5 times. Sheng Yang turned to leave, even ignoring her little fan. "Wait a minute," Sheng Yang secretly smiled. Sure enough, the bargaining routine Grandma Yang taught her really worked. 10 times. Elder Qian pinched Elder Yang angrily, meaning that the extra money would be paid by him. Elder Yang bowed his head, dejected. He but didn't dare to say anything. It was all his fault. Sheng Yang turned around slowly. "Well, for the sake of money, I'll give you a chance." "Oh, teacher, please, save me some face. Why did you just speak it out blatantly?" Class 1 He Yuan ran back in a hurry, and Sheng Yu immediately raised her head. She really wanted to know what happened among Elder Qian, Elder Yang, and Sheng Yang, but she didn't want to find out in person because it would appear that she took Sheng Yang very seriously. So, she mentioned it in front of He Yuan inadvertently, and as she expected, it aroused He Yuan's interest and she immediately ran to check it. He Yuan took a big mouthful of water then said, "Elder Qian and Elder Yang have left." "So, what happened?" Sheng Yu couldn't wait to ask. "She must have failed Elder Qian's test," He Yuan said with a contemptuous smile as he told this to every student she encountered as a joke. Sheng Yu was very satisfied to hear this result. She lazily leaned back in her chair, and her clenched hands finally relaxed. Elder Qian was too picky. She didn't pass, but Sheng Yang didn't pass either. After Oyi returned from the infirmary, he felt that something was wrong with him. He was so energetic as if he was on drugs. Looking at the mathematical Olympiad problems, which used to be so difficult to him, he suddenly discovered they turned so easy. And he hurriedly got started on these problems, and the pen in his hand didn't stop at all. Fong Duo trotted over, bowed to him seriously, and apologized. "Oh Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't catch your body. You can beat me, scold me. Oh, it's no big deal." Oh Yi waved casually. "Go about your business." Fong Duo was stunned. Oh Yi always liked to tease her, saying that she was stupid, but now he almost died due to her negligence and he wasn't even blaming her. Fong Duo reached out to touch his forehead. Are you all right? Hey, go away. Oyi said impatiently, don't disturb me. I'm doing the questions. I suddenly discovered they turned so easy. Easy? Fong Duo was stunned. These were mathematical Olympiad problems. But with doubts, she stuck her head close and looked. Huh. Aren't these the few questions you said you didn't know how to do yesterday? Did you ask the teacher how to do them? No. I just figured it out that I was stuck in a dead end. Now I worked out another way to solve them, and they suddenly became so easy to do. Fong Duo was surprised. Why did you suddenly come up with the solutions to all these math problems? What happened to you? I don't know. Oyi kept writing while speaking. I doubt if that knock on my head just now released the potential of my brain. There was news like this, right? For example, an old lady living in a village could suddenly speak English after her head was bumped in a car accident. Hearing his words, Fong Duo fell into a reverie and she suddenly raised her head and said with great interest, Oyi, do you think I should knock my head too? Oyi glanced at her and waved his hand. Forget it. The chances of that happening are small. What if you become even dumber? Fong Duo didn't argue with him this time. She thought about it for quite a while then smiled. Yes, what if I transmigrated to the ancient times? The brain circuits of boys and girls were really different. When school was about to end, Shengyang was collecting books and suddenly remembered something. So she turned and asked Fong Duo coolly, after the last school celebration, my mother asked me to invite you to my house. Do you have time? Fong Duo was so overjoyed that she bounced off her chair like a rocket. I'm going. Then she would be able to see handsome brother Hanjing and brother Yushi again, as well as Yang Yang's cute yet domineering parents. She was happily spinning in circles. Fong Duo's movements attracted Oh Ye's attention. He was very quick thinking today, so he finished his homework at school. Idol, can I go too? In fact, he had always wanted to visit his idol's house to see if it was buried by books. He really wanted to understand the gap between him and his idol. Yes, Shengyang said. She lowered her head and sent a text message. Mom, I will be bringing my classmates home today. Today? Kang Weijin felt a bit nervous. Is it inconvenient? Shengyang asked. I can ask them to come over another day. No, it's fine, Kang Weijin said hurriedly. She hung up and looked at Shang Yu and Shang Yushi, who were sitting on the sofa in their pajamas while eating snacks. Glancing upstairs where Shang Hanjing was still practicing the piano, she took a deep breath. Yang Yang will be bringing her classmates over today, and they will get here in about half an hour. What? Hearing that, the two immediately got up from the sofa. Then Shang Yushi went to inform his second brother of the news, while Shang Yu went upstairs to change. This was the first time that Yang Yang was bringing her classmates home. They must be her good friends, so they had to impress them perfectly. Half an hour later, the car was approaching the Shang family's villa. Sitting to the left and right of Shengyang, Fong Duo and Oh Yi sat stiffly. The Shang family was very wealthy and influential, and Sheng Yang's parents were also powerful people. Would they be easy to get along with? They suddenly regretted making this decision to come over too hastily. We've arrived, Sheng Yang said casually. They slowly got out of the car after the driver opened the door for them. Oh my God. At Yin City High School, most students were fairly well off, but Fong Duo and Oh Yi were still shocked by what they saw. No wonder people always said the Shang family was among the most influential families in Yin City. It definitely wasn't an exaggeration. Their families couldn't compare to the Shang family. In ordinary families, the dad usually made money while the mom was a housewife, but both Shang Yang's parents were very capable people, not to mention that they loved each other so much. Although it was rumored that Shang Yang was the illegitimate daughter of Uncle Shang Yu, Oh Yi and Fong Duo didn't believe it at all. They saw Annie Kong that day, and she looked so young and beautiful. And everyone could tell how much Annie Kong and Uncle Shang Yu loved each other. Let's go, Sheng Yang said leisurely. She led them to the door, and before she pressed the doorbell, the door opened abruptly. Caught off guard, Fong Duo and Oh Yi were startled. Standing at the gate were Shang Yu, Sheng Hanjing, and Shang Yushi. Kang Weijin was absent because she was busy dressing up, doing her hair, and selecting the right jewelry. Shang Yu stood by the door, trying to strike his best pose. His attitude was completely different from how he usually treated his subordinates. Now he was waving his hand stiffly. Hi, welcome. Hi, welcome. He tried to be as kind and amiable as he could. He swore this was the first time he tried so hard to impress someone. His second and third sons had brought their classmates home before too, but he normally just kept a poker face and didn't see anything special about them. But this time was different. These were his daughter's classmates, Yang classmates. He was imagining her classmates saying to other students in class, Yang father is so handsome as the stars. So he had to make a good impression on these kids. Sheng Hanjing was much calmer than his father. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with them, as graceful as Prince Charming. Fong Dong almost couldn't believe it. Me? Yes. His voice was clear and melodious, not as low and gruff as most men. Fong Duo almost fainted in excitement, and Oyi hurriedly reached out to hold her up, but this time, Fong Duo rejected him and shyly shook hands with Sheng Hanjing. Sheng Hanjing's hands were soft, wide, and warm. Fong Duo almost fainted again. This time, Oyi didn't notice and Sheng Yang hurriedly caught her. Oyi couldn't help but marvel that his idol reacted really quickly. Sheng Yushi squeezed his fist. He couldn't lose to second brother. Since second brother returned, he had always felt vaguely in crisis. Hi, I'm Sheng Yushi. As you all know, I used to be the most popular student at Yin City High School. We have a basketball court, squash court, swimming pool, and game room here at my home. Let me show you around. Fong Duo and Yi looked at each other confused. Was he showing off how wealthy his family was? Or was he just trying to be friendly? It was only when they entered the house that Kong Weijin came down the winding wooden stairs. She smiled elegantly as if she was at a very important business banquet. She held the railings with her white and delicate hands. Hi, nice to meet you. Make yourselves at home here. Sheng Yu secretly felt envious inside. My wife can always handle any situation with ease. Fong Duo simply couldn't take her eyes off Kong Weijin. Wow, Annie is such a beauty. No wonder Yang was so beautiful. She had inherited her mother's beautiful looks. Even the stars couldn't beat Sheng Yang's mother in beauty. Besides, she had once seen Yang's mother during a business negotiation on TV, and she was so cool. Everything seemed to be in her control. She was so beautiful and yet so capable. She was literally a model for contemporary women. At this moment, Oyi suddenly stood up and Sheng Yu asked him kindly, May I help you? Grandpa, I want to go to the bathroom. Where is the bathroom? Oyi blurted out. Grandpa? Sheng Yu touched his face and felt hurt. Do I look that old? Seeing that, Oyi hurriedly explained. Yang is my idol and in my heart. I respect her like I respect my father. So to show my respect to her, I'm calling you Grandpa. Sheng Yu was stunned. Both Sheng Hanjing and Sheng Yushi couldn't help laughing. Kong Weijin laughed gloatingly. An old man was an old man. Sheng Yu even bragged to her that he looked younger than 20-something guys. Now he was finally waking up to reality. Grandma, second uncle, third uncle. The three were all speechless, and after a long silence, Sheng Hanjing weakly told the servants to take him to the bathroom. They all felt dejected. They suddenly felt so much older at being addressed like that. Sheng Yang didn't mind, though. Since it was customary to address someone respected as father, she was okay with it. Although her family didn't seem to like it. Kong Weijin prepared a whole table of dishes. After the meal, Sheng Yang took Oyi and Fong Duo to the garden. The area of this garden was comparable to that of Fong Duo's home, and there were all kinds of precious flowers in the garden. The orchid beside Fong Duo was a lotus petal orchid that auctioned for more than 10 million yuan. Fong Duo's father loved to grow flowers and grasses, so she knew a little about plants. Her eyes were really open today. Oyi didn't know anything about plants, but he didn't want to be looked down upon by his idol and Fong Duo, so he assumed the air of an expert. This looks good. Pretty good. Very good. He had run out of words to praise this flower. They walked for a long time before they reached the end of the garden. There was a high wall here. At this moment, they suddenly saw a dark shadow jumping down from the wall. Oyi was startled, but still shielded the two girls behind him. Don't worry. I will protect you. Fong Duo yanked away Oyi, who was standing in front of her like a wall. Although it was just a quick glance and the light was dim, It was enough for her to see the other person's gorgeous face clearly. Wow, a perfect silhouette. What a handsome man. Her pupils constricted, and she seemed to turn into a wax figure. She had never seen a guy so handsome. Was he really a human? Sheng Yang folded her hands across her chest, lazily looking at Yi Juncheng in front of her. Why do you always climb over the wall onto my property? Well, it's just once in a while. Yi Juncheng smiled, then turned his eyes to Feng Duo and Oh Yi. Are they your classmates? Yes. Feng Duo was so excited that she even jumped, completely forgetting to hold back. Yang Yang, your neighbor is as beautiful as a celestial being? He was definitely the most beautiful person she had ever seen aside from Yang. His face was literally flawless, and his charming eyes made her heart race. Hi, Yi Juncheng added with a smile. I'm not only Sheng Yang's neighbor, but also her tutor. While Feng Duo gasped, then looked at Yang, who looked so calm. Oh my god. How can Yang be so calm in the face of such a gorgeous guy? Yi was also shocked by Yi Juncheng's handsomeness, but he was a man anyway, so he wasn't as enraptured as Feng Duo. But hearing what Feng Duo said next, he gaped in shock. Hi, gorgeous neighbor. Would you like to give birth to a monkey with Sheng Yang? Feng Duo suddenly asked. When she realized what she had said, she just wanted to slap herself. Monkey means baby. Oops, how could I just blurt out what I was thinking? She hurriedly looked pitifully at Sheng Yang as if begging for forgiveness, hoping that Yang wouldn't get irritated and kick her out. Sheng Yang looked at her quietly. And after quite a while, she said seriously, humans can't give birth to a monkey. PFT. Feng Duo couldn't help bursting into laughter. Was that the point? Yi Juncheng couldn't help but smile when he heard what Feng Duo said, but then he was dumbfounded when he heard Sheng Yang's words. He smiled and said meaningfully, your friend is quite interesting. The next day, Feng Duo and Oh Yi told the students about their experience at the Sheng family home, and the students felt very envious. Not everyone could visit the Sheng family house and become friends with the Sheng family, but they couldn't blame anyone. They should have been friendlier to Sheng Yang in the first place. She wasn't an illegitimate daughter of Sheng Yu, but the long-lost daughter of Sheng Yu and Kong Weijin, and her parents treated her even more intimately than their sons. After meeting Yi Juncheng, Feng Duo was no longer obsessed with fixing up Sheng Yang and Han Jingyu. She asked with gusto, Yang, so is he the man you said is even better looking than Han Jingyu? Sheng Yang nodded. Wow, you really have good taste. Han Jingyu happened to pass by with a book in his arms and overhear their conversation. Better looking than me. Have a taste. So did Sheng Yang fall for some guy? He suddenly felt a sharp pain inside. He returned to the classroom blankly and opened his book. His deskmate knocked on his table several times, but he didn't even hear. God Han. His deskmate couldn't help but poke him twice before Han Jingyu finally came out of his reverie. Huh. He was expressionless as usual, but his eyes were dim, and the gleam of perseverance in his eyes was gone. His deskmate said awkwardly, well, you're holding the book upside down. Oh, okay. Han Jingyu hurriedly turned the book around, embarrassed and shocked. Since childhood, his favorite things were to study and get first place in exams. This hadn't changed up until now. But now, he was actually distracted by something. It seemed that the most important thing in his life had become the second most important. He was shocked and his eyes darkened. Depressed, Han Jingyu walked home dejectedly after school. When he walked to the school gates, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure which belonged to someone he hadn't seen for a long time but was looking forward to seeing. Uncle Ming Chi, who thought he had a good disguise, ran away when he heard this voice. He didn't come to see his nephew. But seeing him running, Han Jingyu was even more certain that this guy was Ming Chi and ran faster after him. He was no longer a kid and had grown much taller and stronger. As Han Jingyu caught up to him, Ming Chi could only stand in place, staring at him coldly. Why are you chasing me? Uncle, have you been in Yin City for a long time? Han Jingyu had read the news about Ming Chi's partnership with the Sheng family, but he didn't tell Sheng Yu the famous Ming Chi was his uncle. Yeah, Ming Chi said coldly, not any nicer to Han Jingyu, although he was his nephew. This was his style. Why did you come to my school, uncle? I just passed by. Why don't we get dinner together? My treat. Why don't we get dinner together? My treat. Han Jingyu was a good nephew. Unfortunately, Ming Chi wasn't a good uncle, but Han Jingyu admired Ming Chi very much. Ming Chi was just about to refuse when his eyes suddenly lit up as he saw the figure not far behind Han Jingyu. He came for her today, so he immediately pushed aside Han Jingyu and ran forward. Confused, Han Jingyu hurriedly caught up with him. Sheng Yang. Standing in front of Sheng Yang, Ming Chi smiled like an idiot, looking completely different than he was in front of Han Jingyu. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Little Sheng Yang ignored him again. Han Jingyu was surprised. Do you know each other? Ming Chi frowned at him. Why haven't you left? Didn't I tell you I'm not going to dinner with you? Sheng Yang didn't expect Ming Chi and Han Jingyu to know each other, but she wasn't as surprised as Han Jingyu because she was very indifferent to things that she didn't care about. After all, a human's energy was limited. What did you come to see me for? Sheng Yang asked. Why don't we get dinner together? My treat. Ming Chi asked, grinning from ear to ear. Han Jingyu was shocked. He had never seen his little uncle speaking to someone so humbly. No, Sheng Yang rejected flatly. Helpless, Ming Chi pushed Han Jingyu forward. He's your classmate, right? He wants to treat you to dinner. You won't refuse him, right? Under Sheng Yang's inquisitive gaze, Han Jingyu's body tensed. How would she answer? I'm not going. Sheng Yang wasn't interested. She looked at Han Jingyu and said bluntly, I don't know him well. When Han Jingyu heard that, his tense body finally relaxed and a self-deprecating smile hovered on his lips, but his eyes were sad. Look, yeah, isn't that Han Jingyu and Sheng Yang? He Yuan tugged at Sheng Yu's arm and said with disdain, How dare she? Is it because she's ill-bred? She understands the relationship between Han Jingyu and you, but she's still blatantly seducing him. Some people really think too much. Carrying her school bag, Fong Duo happened to pass them. She mocked, How could Yang Yang possibly fall for Han Jingyu? Before she met Yang Yang's gorgeous neighbor, she thought God Han and Yang Yang suited each other well, but now, she must have been out of her mind by thinking that. Fong Duo, stop bragging. He Yuan shouted. If this were before, Fong Duo would have argued with He Yuan, but now after spending so much time with Sheng Yang every day, she had learned to keep cool. She just said indifferently, Are you sure I'm bragging? These simple words irritated He Yuan even more. He Yuan almost had a heart attack out of anger. Shut up, Fong Duo. Fong Duo ignored her and speeded up her pace to reach Sheng Yang. Between quarreling with a little BTCH or watching Yang Yang's beautiful face, she certainly would choose the latter. Upon hearing He Yuan's words, Sheng Yu couldn't help resting her gaze on the other tall figure. The figure was standing between Sheng Yang and Han Jingyu, wearing a black trench coat and black sunglasses. She felt the figure was a little familiar and couldn't wait to step forward to see who he was. But a voice in her heart told her not to, so she just frowned and didn't move. But after quarreling with Fong Duo, He Yuan beside her was so angry that she strode forward. Why are those two men surrounding her? I'd like to see who the other man is. Why was Fong Duo so smug? Hey, He Yuan. Sheng Yu wanted to stop He Yuan, but He Yuan didn't listen. She rushed over, red-eyed. Seeing Ming Chi again, Fong Duo smiled gently. Hi, Mr. Ming. Although she had called him stupid, seeing that he chose to sign a contract with Sheng Yang's parents in the end, her impression of him was reversed. Hi, Fong Duo. Ming Chi smiled. Han Jingyu felt so aggrieved. His little uncle was even more amiable to Fong Duo than to him. Why? But as far as he knew, his grumpy, eccentric little uncle was never gentle to anyone. His little uncle once did drug experiments with a big shot in the medical industry for a full half year, but still couldn't remember his name. Hey, you, pass me the test tube. So annoyed, that big shot almost threw a tantrum on the spot. But his little uncle remembered Fong Duo's name. Han Jingyu was both confused and flustered. He stared at Ming Chi, and his always expressionless face looked perplexed and bewildered. Why are you still here? Since Han Jingyu was useless, Ming Chi became even more impatient with him. Do you know each other? Sheng Yang noticed that Fong Duo's eyes suddenly lit up. Han Jingyu was about to explain when a harsh voice rang out. Fong Duo, this is the man who you said is more handsome than God Han? Haha, are you kidding me? He's so old, He Yuan said contemptuously. She had thought Han Jingyu and the old man were competing for Sheng Yang's love, like in some corny TV drama. This must be Sheng Yang's trick to make God Han want to conquer her. She hated this kind of manipulative girl most. In fact, the man wasn't too old, but he was already old enough to be their uncle. And he was dressed very simply, not wearing anything flashy. Although he could be said to be charming, he was obviously poor. Sheng Yu, who caught up with her, tugged at He Yuan's sleeve. But He Yuan was still laughing at this old man. Fong Duo grinned triumphantly and quietly watched He Yuan's stupid performance. What are you talking about? Han Jingyu's cold gaze suddenly swept over. His face was all dark. He Yuan blurted out, God Han, don't be bewitched by Sheng Yang. Bewitched? Han Jingyu thought that was just ridiculous. Half-year at a glance, Ming Qi could tell that this girl was targeting Yang Yang. How dare she bully his little Yang Yang? Fortunately, those few weren't here. Otherwise, they would swallow this girl alive. Ming Qi thought about it and suddenly rejoiced. Wasn't this his stage alone? He could take this chance to impress little Sheng Yang. Thinking this, Ming Qi looked deeply at the weak and helpless Sheng Yang. What a poor little girl. Alas, he must protect her. Who are you? Ming Qi's expression changed when facing He Yuan. Tell me your name. Hearing this familiar voice, Sheng Yu frowned. Looking at the man who was obviously disguised, she blinked. This man shouldn't, and wouldn't be him. How could such a celebrity like him show up here? Fearless because of her ignorance, He Yuan said, Why should I tell you? Uncle, I just want to remind you that you and Han Jingyu have been bewitched by Sheng Yang. She is a manipulative little btch. It had been a long time since Ming Qi left school, and he hadn't fallen in love when he was in school, but he keenly caught He Yuan's meaning when he heard her words. He turned abruptly and stared at Han Jingyu. Do you have a thing for Sheng Yang? Han Jingyu was taken aback, subconsciously fell silent for a second, and was about to deny it. But Ming Qi slapped Han Jingyu on the forehead. God Han was beaten. Both He Yuan and Sheng Yu were dumbfounded along with Fong Duo. She was startled by this slap as she didn't truly understand the relationship between the two men. Han Jingyu was called God not only because of his academic records, but also because he was good at martial arts. Once, the girlfriend of a school bully fell for him, so the school bully went to provoke him only to be beaten by God Han. But God Han was unscathed. Now He Yuan was more convinced that the two men were fighting for Sheng Yang's favor. She just hoped that after the fight, the two could see Sheng Yang's true colors. Ming Qi continued to beat Han Jingyu relentlessly, saying angrily, Do you think you're worthy of her? Why didn't God Han fight back? Maybe the Ming family people had a violent gene. Han Jingyu went to learn martial arts just to fight his mother. After a couple of hard hits, Han Jingyu said aggrievedly, I don't. Ming Qi breathed a sigh of relief, but then he glared at He Yuan. He Yuan felt a chill down her spine. This is my little uncle, Han Jingyu suddenly said. He Yuan was stupefied, then her face blushed red. This was too embarrassing. When Sheng Yu heard this, she let out a long sigh of relief. At least it wasn't what she thought. Well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. So this man was Han Jingyu's little uncle? But what did she say earlier? He Yuan was at a loss for what to say. Utterly embarrassed, she glared at Fong Duo resentfully. If Fong Duo hadn't irritated her, she wouldn't have said those words. You don't have to apologize. Ming Qi narrowed his eyes, then took off his sunglasses. Because I won't accept it. Hearing that, Han Jingyu sighed inside. He Yuan had messed around with the wrong person. The moment when Ming Qi took off his sunglasses, Han Jingyu, Fong Duo, and Sheng Yang were very calm, but He Yuan was stupefied again. How could this old man be the famous miracle-working Dr. Mr. Ming? Sheng Yu clenched her hands, then looked at Sheng Yang. Although she stayed expressionless, her face was still so attractive. Did Sheng Yang really know Ming Qi? She seemed to know Ming Qi very well. Sheng Yu still remembered that she had sent so many text messages to Ming Qi's assistant, but never got a response. She felt very frustrated when she realized how differently he treated her and Sheng Yang. Besides, she had thought that she was very close to Han Jingyu. But Han Jingyu had never mentioned to her that his uncle was actually Ming Qi. At this time, someone shouted, Ah, Ming Qi. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Some were taking pictures and some were taking videos. But due to Ming Qi's unapproachable aura, no one dared to get too close to him. Fong Duo smiled with relief. She was asked not to reveal the real relationship between Yang Yang and Mr. Ming, but now Mr. Ming had exposed it himself, and she finally didn't have to keep it a secret. Sheng Yang helplessly sighed. She really didn't like to attract too much attention, but Ming Qi said firmly, Sheng Yang is my good friend. Whoever dares to bully Sheng Yang is my enemy. Ming Qi thought he was helping the weak and helpless Sheng Yang. Ming Qi showed that he meant what he said. The next day, He Yuan transferred to another school. Although the He family had a decent standing in Yin City, she still disappeared from the school. Everyone was talking about the matter of He Yuan, and at the same time, they were in awe of Sheng Yang. No one dared to speak ill of Sheng Yang in private anymore. Han Jingyu looked at He Yuan's empty seat and had mixed feelings. How did Sheng Yang get to know his little uncle? And why did his little uncle treat her so specially? Sheng Yu was very upset. She had never expected that Sheng Yang knew Mr. Ming well, and just like Han Jingyu, she couldn't figure out how Sheng Yang, a village girl, got to know a big shot like Ming Qi either. The news went viral, and soon the Sheng family heard it too. Sheng Yu scratched his head. Yang Yang, do you really know Ming Qi? What? Has Yang Yang mentioned that to you? Kang Weijin suddenly felt a little bit jealous. Why hadn't Yang Yang mentioned it to her? Sheng Yang had just drunk a glass of juice, and her pink lips had a slight sheen. She said leisurely, yes. Is that why Mr. Ming wanted to sign the contract with us? Sheng Yu asked, and couldn't help looking at Kang Weijin. Oh, I had thought. He didn't finish. It was so embarrassing. Kang Weijin looked confused and shrugged. You had thought what? Sheng Yang said bluntly, he had thought Ming Qi fell for you. PFT. Sheng Yu's face was flushed. Oh my God, my dear daughter, save your dad some face. Kang Weijin charmingly pushed back a wisp of hair. So I'm still quite attractive, right? So you were so worried. Hearing that, Sheng Yu immediately said firmly, sure. You're always attractive in my eyes. They gazed at each other affectionately, and Sheng Yang said awkwardly, should I leave now? No. Sheng Yu and Kang Weijin said in unison. Then the two leaned in respectively from the left and right of the sofa, asking curiously, Yang Yang, how did you meet Ming Qi? Yang Yang, how did you get to know Ming Qi? This was also a question that puzzled everyone. I saved him once, Sheng Yang said, deadpan. However, she not only saved Ming Qi but also many other people. Her parents were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Forget it. They had plenty of time to ask what exactly happened between their daughter and Ming Qi in the future. Sheng Yu finally found his voice, grinning and muttering, Bailuan Village is really a treasure land. Many people would never see people like Ming Qi and Yi Junqing in their entire lives, but Yang Yang met and even saved their lives. Although Yang Yang was lost, she was actually the chosen one. With these two connections alone, she would have a very bright future. Not to mention that Yang Yang herself was amazing and worked so hard. His eyes were warm, and he couldn't help looking at his daughter affectionately. At this time, their home phone rang and Sheng Yu picked it up. Hello. Grandfather Sheng's solemn voice rang over the phone. Sheng Yu. Dad. Sheng Yu frowned. Seeing Sheng Yu frown, Kang Weijin came over to listen. The coming-of-age party of Sheng Yang you mentioned. Sheng Yu's eyes flickered. This coming-of-age party was meant to show everyone that Yang Yang was their long-lost daughter and the apple of their eyes. They were going to give Yang Yang the majestic party that every girl wanted. How could her grandparents not show up at the party? So he invited his father and mother. His mother rejected flatly, insisting that Yang Yang was a disgrace to the Sheng family, and his father just caved into her decision. He only coldly told Sheng Yu that he would go to the party as a representative, but would only stay for 10 minutes to say hello to some business partners. He was too busy to stay for this trivial matter. Sheng Yu tried to persuade them twice, but they wouldn't change their minds, so Sheng Yu just gave up. If they didn't want to come, that was all right. He, Yang Yang's father, would give her everything. But why was his father bringing up this now? Grandfather Sheng hesitated and said, I thought about it and thought it'd be inappropriate if I just stayed at the party for 10 minutes. I'll be there from the very start of the party. As her grandfather, I'll deliver the speech. He thought his son would definitely agree. However, to his surprise, his son rejected him as resolutely as before. Dad, no need. I know you're busy. You don't have to come. Grandfather Sheng's face darkened immediately. But Ming Qi would be there that day. If he, the head of the Sheng family, wasn't at the party, it would be extremely detrimental to their company's stock price and would prevent him from cozying up to big shots in the capital. So he could only say brazenly, "The gift I bought for Sheng Yang should be arriving soon." Sheng Yu chuckled. How long had Yang Yang been back? And it wasn't until now that Grandfather Sheng thought about buying her a gift. He certainly knew what his father was thinking. "Dad, I don't think Yang Yang will like your gift. Take it back." Sheng Yu. Grandfather Sheng suppressed his anger. Otherwise, he would have jumped up in rage. "You need to understand clearly that it's you and Kong Weijin who made a big mistake first. How can you use the family company to amuse your daughter?" Kong Weijin had already covered Sheng Yang's ears, preventing her from hearing Grandfather Sheng's nonsense. Sheng Yu was expressionless and his eyes were icy. "Dad, Kongbao is a company founded by Weijin and me. It has nothing to do with the Sheng Corporation. We use our own money for our daughter. What's the problem with that? Do you want us to separate Kongbao from the Sheng Corporation?" "You." Grandfather Sheng was too angry to speak. Kongbao was the most profitable company in the Sheng Corporation. If it separated from the Sheng Corporation, it would be tantamount to severing the Sheng's arms, and they might be overtaken by the one family who were next up in line. Grandfather Sheng didn't dare to provoke Sheng Yu anymore and could only hang up angrily. "I told you. You can't let Kong Weijin manage our company. She's an outsider and has bewitched my son. Now you reap what you sow," Grandmother Sheng muttered as she admired her newly bought jade bracelet. Grandfather Sheng raised his hand and smashed the bracelet. Grandmother Sheng was startled. "It's all your fault." Grandfather Sheng's face was grim. "Do you forget what you said when they came to invite you to the party? You said that even if they knelt and begged you, you wouldn't go. But you didn't say anything when I said that." Grandmother Sheng sat on the sofa and burst into tears. "So now it's my fault?" Grandfather Sheng glared at her. "I was busy making money. Look at the two good sons you raised. One only loves his wife, and the other is a useless dandy and makes trouble for me every day." Grandmother Sheng felt so aggrieved. Hadn't Grandfather Sheng always been proud of Sheng Yu? He always said a tiger father wouldn't beget a dog son, didn't he? Now that he was fighting with Sheng Yu, he was blaming her for raising their kids poorly? But who was actually to blame? Grandmother Sheng glanced at Grandfather Sheng but didn't dare to say anything. Yes, Kong Weijin was to blame. Since this woman married his son, he was bewitched and stolen by her. After a while, Grandfather Sheng's gift was delivered and Sheng Yang was required to sign and accept it. Sheng Yang's ears were covered by Kong Weijin earlier, so she hadn't heard them talking about it clearly. Besides, she was only concerned about her own business and didn't care about others' matters. At this moment, Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu were standing in front of the gift with Sheng Yang. It was a big box. They opened it and found a big doll in it which was spliced with leather pieces of different colors and studded with diamonds all over. It seemed to be quite expensive. Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu looked at each other. But late affection was cheaper than grass. Kong Weijin suddenly looked at Sheng Yang. "Yang Yang, do you like it?" Although she asked this, she didn't plan to keep the gift. If Yang Yang liked it, she would buy her an identical one. Fortunately, Sheng Yang said no flatly. Kong Weijin asked, "You really don't like it?" She was afraid that the child said that just to not disappoint her. After all, many girls couldn't resist such a gift. It was a popular item from K Jewelry. This doll studded with 648 diamonds is defective. Kong Weijin and Sheng Yu were taken aback and looked at the big doll at the same time. Yang Yang could count how many diamonds there were with a single glance. Was she a counting machine? No wonder she did so well in mathematics. However, they didn't think it was possible. Did Yang Yang say that because she didn't like this gift? Since Yang Yang didn't like it, things would be much easier. Kong Weijin made a phone call, and one of her subordinates quickly arrived. "Auction it in the name of Grandfather Sheng, and the proceeds will be donated to our foundation." "Well, just do as I say," Kong Weijin said flatly. The subordinate almost tittered. He could imagine how angry Grandfather Sheng would be. Ever since they lost Sheng Yang, Kong Weijin had set up a charity foundation. She was very afraid that her Yang Yang was abducted and sold to some poverty-stricken place. Even if there was only the slightest possibility the money would reach Sheng Yang, she still gave it her all. Besides, it could also help many poor children. But grandfather Sheng didn't like that and advised her not to donate her own money to the foundation, but to incite others to donate. Then she would gain a good reputation without forking over any money. If Ms. Kong auctioned off the gift grandfather Sheng bought and donated the money to the foundation, grandfather Sheng would be so mad but he couldn't get the money back. Otherwise, the public would lash out at him. What a smart move. Upon overhearing the quarrel between grandfather Sheng and grandmother Sheng, Jiang Sini finally realized why Ming Qi made a fool of her back then. It turns out he was spurred on by that little BTCH, Sheng Yang. Sheng Yang knew Ming Qi, so she made Ming Qi make fools of her and giving them false hope. But Jiang Sini was so angry that she couldn't even eat and had a terrible headache. When Shang Yu came back, she put down her school bag angrily. "Mom, I heard that you called the school? You want Sheng'en to come back? What are you talking about?" Although Jiang Sini still looked gentle, her eyes turned cold. "Sheng'en is your biological brother anyway. You can't speak of him like this." "Humph. Biological brother." Shang Yu murmured. Her biological brother was below a stranger in her heart. She wanted those 3 elder brothers more than her own brother. Whenever she thought of eldest brother, second elder brother, and third elder brother, her heart hurt. Jiang Sini smiled. "And your brother is coming back to attend your cousin's coming-of-age party." She suddenly appeared behind Shang Yu like a ghost and put her hands on Shang Yu's shoulders silently, causing Shang Yu to shiver dramatically. She originally thought her mother was very gentle and kind. But why had she turned somewhat creepy since Sheng Yang's return? But now she understood her mother's intentions and no longer resisted the return of her younger brother and even warmed up to it a little. "Mom, I see. Sheng'en is my own brother. I will take care of him." "Good." Sheng Hanjing also told his eldest brother about their younger sister's coming-of-age party. However, it had been several days, but eldest brother hadn't even replied. So Sheng Hanjing felt a little anxious. This was a very important event. Why didn't eldest brother reply? Would mom and dad be angry? Would sister feel hurt? But he felt that their younger sister was so cute and sensible. Although she knew she had 3 older brothers, she had never asked about the eldest brother. If she had, mom, dad, and he would feel embarrassed and have difficulty explaining. "Sheng Yang. Actually, I just don't care, /" Sheng Yang had only prepared to invite Yi and Fang Duo, but Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu gave Sheng Yang a big stack of invitations for her coming-of-age party. And some students happened to ask Sheng Yang, "Hey, goddess of study, can we go to your coming-of-age party?" They were looking at her so eagerly. They had been longing to visit the Sheng family home since Yi and Fang Duo told them about their experience there. Sheng Yang looked at these students. She didn't mind them coming to her home. Touching the thick stack of invitation cards in her drawer and thinking of the tasks her parents had given her, she sighed. Then she took out the invitations and put them on the table. "Help yourselves." "Thank you, Goddess Sheng. Goddess Sheng is beautiful and nice. Goddess Sheng is really generous." Sheng Yang cupped her chin and lazily watched them grabbing the invitations with no expression. Watching this, students from other classes passing by were all envious. They didn't dare to speak ill of Sheng Yang now, and were quite envious of the students of Class 7, who could visit the famous Sheng family home. The students of Class 1 were especially envious. Sheng Yang was originally supposed to join Class 1 in the first place. Who was to blame now? Li Mei? The main responsibility lay with her. But they weren't completely innocent. When they heard that Sheng Yang couldn't get into their class and wouldn't impact their class average, they felt so glad. So now, they all lowered their heads silently. Shang Yu looked meaningfully at the porcelain doll-like delicate face in the window, while Sheng Yang looked cold and indifferent. In the past, when she was told Sheng'en was coming back, she was always upset. But now, whenever she thought about Sheng'en coming back, she smiled expectantly. At this moment, Sheng Yang happened to turn, and through the glass, their eyes met. Sheng Yu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She was suddenly seized by panic that Sheng Yang seemed to have seen through her. That night, Sheng Yang was reading under an osmanthus tree in the garden. Reading indoors was quiet, while reading outdoors was a special kind of fun. A lot of knowledge came from life. For this reason, Sheng Yu specifically installed a lot of reading lights outdoors for her. That was how he spoiled his daughter, indulging every bit of her willfulness. At this moment, when she heard a noise, Sheng Yang suddenly raised her eyelids. She looked at a figure not far away and lazily said, "It's not good for you to get accustomed to hopping over the wall like that." Lee Juncheng walked over casually, followed by two powerful Rottweilers. They had shiny black fur and looked majestic. Sheng Yu bought them to guard the door. The two Rottweilers seemed to be trying to get close to Lee Juncheng, but were also in awe of him, so they just followed behind him. When Sheng Yang noticed this, the corners of her mouth twitched. If her father saw this scene, he would be so mad. And somehow, she felt these two dogs were a bit like her third brother. Lee Juncheng waved his hand and the two Rottweilers ran away quickly, looking even more obedient than they were to Sheng Yu. The corners of Sheng Yang's mouth twitched again. Lee Juncheng sat opposite Sheng Yang, gazing at her quietly. Under the sweet, scented osmanthus tree, she looked stunningly beautiful, like a playful elf. In the darkness, her amber pupils were shining. Lee Juncheng didn't answer her question but reached out towards her very cutely and proudly. His hand was wide and his fingers were long and slender. They were as beautiful as the hands of a Japanese cartoon character. Sheng Yang felt confused. What? Lee Juncheng was still reaching his hand out to her like a child who wanted candy. Lee Juncheng was still reaching his hand out to her like a child who wanted candy. Such a handsome face, coupled with such a persistent expression, who could stand it? Invitation. Seeing her look of puzzlement, he could only provide the answer. Sheng Yang looked at him helplessly. I think you can come without an invitation. So why did you even need invitations? That's different. Lee Juncheng looked serious. Sheng Yang cupped her chin. Sometimes, she really felt that the person she rescued from the fire was cold, bloodthirsty, cruel, and ruthless. But the guy in front of her looked like a completely different person. I have no invitations left. Sheng Yang thought for a while. If you want an invitation so much, let me make a copy for you. Anyway, when the time came, her brothers would greet guests at the door and they should recognize her handwriting. Lee Juncheng nodded. Okay. He smiled secretly. In fact, he asked her for an invitation so late because he guessed that the little monster must have sent out all the invitations obediently, completing her task. But his invitation must be unique. Under the sweet, scented osmanthus tree, flowers fell like rain. She was writing seriously while he was looking at her, cupping his chin and smiling with his eyes focused on her. He didn't even notice what she was writing. Just a moment later, she finished and handed it to him. Here you are. When Lee Juncheng looked at the invitation, the corners of his deep, dark eyes twitched slightly. Invitation approval. Sheng Yang. Concise yet comprehensive. Really a unique style. But her handwriting was really beautiful. It wasn't as delicate as the handwriting of ordinary girls, but neat and majestic. Seeing him getting up and suddenly leaning forward, Sheng Yang paused and watched his handsome face getting closer and closer. His face was stunningly handsome and he smiled. He suddenly stretched out his hand, gently flicking off the golden petals from her hair. This image was really beautiful, and his chiseled jaw filled her vision. On the basketball court of S University, Shang Yushi brought some invitations to his school, intending to invite some of his friends to attend his younger sister's coming-of-age party so that he could introduce her sister to them, to flaunt her to them. Your sister's coming-of-age party? A fair-skinned boy scratched his head. Isn't your sister Shang Yu? We attended her coming-of-age party before. No. Shang Yushi waved his hand very seriously. This time, it's my biological sister. I only have one biological sister. What the Hades? Shang Yu always calls you third brother, so I thought she was your biological sister. After all, you two have the same last name. Shang Yushi was silent for a while. The Sunshine Boy seemed to be a little unhappy, then he said, She's just my cousin. So that's what it was. Then when did you suddenly get a biological sister? We've never heard of her before. Shang Yushi, you should have told me earlier. A boy smiled wickedly and put his arm around Shang Yushi's shoulders. Are you afraid I'll steal your sister's heart? Go away. Shang Yushi gave him a sideways glance. You're not my sister's type. She had a deep love for Lee Juncheng next door, and she loved him so much that she even made a whole table of dishes for him. Besides, his friend Xiao Jia couldn't compare to Lee Juncheng at all. You don't understand. Xiao Jia was still full of confidence. I've never failed on the battlefield of romance. I've literally won every battle. Don't even think of hitting on my sister, or I'll knock your brains out. Shang Yushi pulled the invitation out of his hand angrily. Don't, Master Shang. I was wrong. Xiaojia didn't want to relinquish this chance to see so many beauties. Give me the invitation. I promise I'll keep 5 meters away from your sister. Shang Yushi still refused to give him the invitation, his face blue with anger. Only then did Xiaojia realize that Shang Yushi's sister was so important to him. Xiaojia didn't dare to joke around anymore. He bowed and apologized countless times before Shang Yushi reluctantly gave him the invitation. Humph. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll break up with you. Okay, I understand. The other students were also surprised that Shang Yushi, who had always been easygoing, could get so angry. Now they really wanted to meet their friend's beloved younger sister. On the playground not far away, Shang Yu clenched her bag tightly, her expression ugly. Sensing someone looking over, she quickly hid behind a tree. But what lingered in her mind was third brother's words from earlier. Xiaojia had hit on her too, but why didn't third brother stop him back then? Since third brother left her in the cold for too long, she specifically made a trip to his school today to talk to him. But it turned out that she had invited humiliation. Shang Yu left angrily. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Shang Hanjing returned to his room after practicing piano, as usual in the piano room. He looked at the computer, his fingers hitting the keyboard quickly. He typed as flexibly and elegantly as he usually played the piano. He searched for quite a while, again and again, very patiently and meticulously. He had checked every airline and flight that his eldest brother might take to return to China, but there were no reservations linked to him, and these flights were all full. This meant that eldest brother wasn't coming back. Thinking this, Shang Hanjing sighed internally. Although sister never asked, he didn't know if she might care. He cared about every single member of the family and didn't want any of them to get hurt at all. What should he do? He had picked up the phone, but after thinking about it, he gave up trying to call his eldest brother. From what he knew about his eldest brother still wouldn't come back even if he was called. With a heavy heart, he went downstairs with a frown and happened to see his sister standing at the dining table. She had just finished jogging. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and the hair on her temples was wet. There was a drop of sweat or dew on the tip of her delicate nose. Her swan neck was slender and elegant. Her face was lively and flawlessly beautiful, and there were droplets on her eyelashes. She seemed to be thirsty and was looking for water to drink. Morning, Yang. Shang Hanjing immediately smiled as if his unhappiness a moment ago was an illusion. Shang Yang didn't notice his gloomy expression. Morning, second brother. She was about to pick up a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator until the water was grabbed by a warm and strong hand. Shang Yang tilted her head and looked at him with her amber eyes, only to see Shang Hanjing smiling and unscrewing the cap of the mineral water bottle. Was he afraid that she couldn't open a bottle? In fact, she could do it with a single hand. Shang Yang stretched out her hand, but Shang Hanjing didn't hand her the bottle of water. Shang Yang was confused. Shang Hanjing got a cup, then walked to the drinking fountain with the bottle of mineral water, poured some hot water into the cup, then added some mineral water, and mixed everything before handing the cup to her. The water was warm, neither hot nor cold. Shang Yang looked at him and grimaced naughtily. She didn't want to accept it, but she couldn't resist his gentle smile. She could refuse to listen to anyone, even her parents, but she couldn't resist her second brother's gentle gestures. Sometimes she thought her second brother might be able to convince even enemies on the battlefield to surrender with his gentle smile. Shang Yang accepted the warm water and took a sip. She had to admit that drinking this warm water was much more soothing than drinking cold water. Without shocking her body with cold water, her stomach felt much better. Shang Hanjing smiled, watching her sip water. He then suddenly remembered that their eldest brother wouldn't come back to attend Shang Yang's coming-of-age party. After thinking about it for a while, he asked, Yang, have mom, dad, and Yushi ever mention eldest brother to you? A little bit. Shang Yang paused and said, they said eldest brother isn't human. The corners of Shang Hanjing's mouth twitched. Good, at least his younger sister had a good memory. Then do you care about eldest brother? In fact, he wanted to ask whether she cared that eldest brother wouldn't come back to attend her coming-of-age party. After he said that, he looked at his sister nervously. He would certainly be on his sister's side. Although he had known eldest brother longer, unlike eldest brother, his younger sister needed more care. Of course, It would be best if the two could exist peacefully. Sheng Yang was stunned, then replied without thinking, "Why would I care about him?" Sheng Hanjing was a little surprised. He got the sense that Yang Yang was speaking somewhat similarly to his eldest brother. Neither of them was affected by emotions. He remembered that Yushi once said that every time their younger sister looked at him with a straight face, it reminded him of the way eldest brother scolded him. To be honest, there was a real similarity between the two. One was obsessed with work, while the other was immersed in her studies. Thinking this, Shang Hanjing couldn't help laughing out loud. Now he really looked forward to witnessing the first meeting between his eldest brother and his younger sister. Shang Yang didn't know why second brother suddenly laughed, so she just sipped her water, confused. After a while, she saw second brother standing up and stroking her hair gently. "Hungry? Let me make breakfast for you. As a kid, you should drink milk for breakfast. If you don't, you won't grow tall." Huh. Shang Yang tilted her head and watched Sheng Hanjing running towards the kitchen looking happy. She didn't know what she did to give him the illusion that she was a kid, but in an instant, Sheng Yang smiled. In fact, being a kid wasn't half bad. In order to quickly complete the tasks assigned by Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu, the invitations for Sheng Yang's coming-of-age party were sent out not only to the students of Class 7, but also to the teachers of Class 7. In the office, Ms. Chen and Ms. Chui were both surrounded. "Ms. Chen, Ms. Chui, congratulations. You can witness this grand meeting." One teacher from Class 3 was envious. "If you see a star or something, remember to ask for an autograph for us." Alas, Ms. Chen is really lucky to have such a well-behaved student with such a good family. Ms. Chen and Ms. Chui have really good fortunes this year. Ms. Chen said modestly, "Haha, I treat all my students equally." As for Ms. Chui, she didn't even mind teaching a slow-witted class, so there was certainly no difference to her. However, Ms. Chen emphasized, "Shang Yang is really an easy student. She doesn't talk much and is always well-behaved. Some students who get good grades are very arrogant and don't listen to their teachers. She never acts like that." Ms. Chen admitted she was really lucky to have such an excellent student. Li Mei sat alone in her seat, feeling abandoned. Alas, those people were really fickle. She heard that when Ms. Chui began to teach Chinese in Class 7, Sheng Yang immediately scored 145 points on the Chinese exam, which showed she was actually good at Chinese, and she performed so poorly on Chinese exams earlier just to kick her out. Li Mei was so angry that she couldn't sleep for 3 full nights, and she became even angrier when she learned from the deputy principal that the principal actually knew about this. She felt everyone was targeting her, and the principal was partial to Chen Lan and wanted to give her that opportunity. And now, seeing Ms. Chen and Ms. Chui acting so smug to get the chance to attend a high society banquet, she was infuriated. TSK, what was the big deal about it? She was so upright and frank that she didn't want to accept a student with a dubious background out of fear that she would ruin the class atmosphere and lead other students astray. Was that wrong? Thinking this, Li Mei brought out the transcript from the 8th school joint exam and glanced at it. Sure enough, Shang Yang got first place in the entire grade and second place in terms of total score. Although she was number 1 in mathematics this time, she didn't get a full score. She only got 147 points, which was only 1 point higher than Han Jingyu. Li Mei felt a little better. After all, she didn't get a perfect score. If not, was she still a human being? After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sheng Yang was going downstairs carrying her school bag. On the stairs, a tall and handsome figure came towards her. The moment Han Jingyu saw her, Han Jingyu couldn't help but say, "Sheng Yang." Huh. Sheng Yang stopped several steps higher than him, forcing Han Jingyu to look up at her. He didn't like this feeling, but the distance of these steps seemed very difficult to cross, too difficult. Her skin was tender and fair, and she was looking at him peacefully with her bright amber eyes. Han Jingyu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he finally asked, "How did you get to know my little uncle?" He was really curious. His little uncle never showed anyone face but was so careful with Feng Duo, Sheng Yang's friend. And why did his little uncle say he wasn't worthy of Sheng Yang at all? Yes, although he wasn't good enough for Sheng Yang now, he was working hard. How could his little uncle degrade him to that extent? Thinking this, Han Jingyu secretly clenched his fists. Sheng Yang looked at him and suddenly smiled meaningfully. "Why didn't you ask your uncle? Why did you come to ask me?" Her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He must have been cold-shouldered by his little uncle, so he came to ask her. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Han Jingyu clenched his fists harder, feeling annoyed yet helpless about the gap between them. She could see through everything, but he didn't know anything about her. After a long while, he said slowly, "If you don't want to tell me, forget it." Shengyang didn't say anything and went down step by step. Han Jingyu watched her receding figure, and after a while, he suddenly thought of something and hurried to catch up with her. "We still have afternoon classes. I'll skip." Shengyang's face was soft and cute, and her long eyelashes curled up. She spoke so casually. Han Jingyu was taken aback. Wasn't she a good, well-behaved student? Why would she skip classes? Could it be? He blurted out without thinking. "Are you going to see your boyfriend?" Shengyang turned and glanced at him as if he was saying something stupid. A boyfriend wasn't worth skipping classes. "I'm going to the Education Association." The Education Association? Han Jingyu gulped hard. They made a mistake with their question. I wrote them both ways and pointed out their mistake. Not only did they not appreciate me and give me extra points, but they also deducted 3 points. After Shengyang finished speaking, she ignored Han Jingyu and walked forward quickly. This matter was really important. It involved fairness and justice, so she would rather skip class to address it. Han Jingyu watched her receding figure and got the urge to accompany her. But thinking about the group of stubborn and talkative old men at the Education Association, he flinched. In fact, he knew which question Shengyang was talking about. He also found it problematic, but after all these years, he had become an exam tool and could perfectly guess the teacher's intentions, so he didn't overthink it and provided the kind of answer the teacher wanted. Looking at her back, he scratched his short hair with irritation. It felt like he was farther away from her. At 3:35 p.m., the bell for the third class in the afternoon was about to ring. Fong Duo and Oyi were anxious. Their idol said she was going to settle her accounts with the old men at the Education Association, then left. Goddess Shang didn't seem to mind skipping classes, but they had to protect her, which they had taken on as their duty. The next class is Ms. Chen's class. What should we do? Her seat will be empty, and Ms. Chen will definitely notice at a glance. Oya looked around nervously like a spy, muttering, "How about this?" An idea popped into Fong Duo's mind, and she handed her coat to Oyi. "You put on my coat and pretend to be Yang Yang. After all, we're in the back row and Ms. Chun is short-sighted. Maybe we can pull through. Then my seat will be empty." Just as Oyi said that, he rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. All right, let's just do that. His idol had helped him so many times, and he should go through fire and water for her without hesitation. So he put on Fong Duo's coat and hat. Because Shengyang wasn't as tall and strong as Oyi, Oyi had to bend his knees slightly, trying to look more petite. Fong Duo put a girl's hairpin on his hat again, and the more she looked at him, the more satisfied she felt. So cute. At this time, a student in the back patted Oyi on the back and asked with doubt, "Oyi, why are you sitting in Goddess Shang's seat?" He got caught in a second, but it was too late. The class bell had already rung and Oyi hurriedly lowered his head. The student in the back row was annoying and was still knocking him on the back. "Oyi, do you hear me? Why are you sitting in Goddess Shang's seat?" Oyi couldn't help but turn around and yell, "Shut up." The student in the back row was stunned, not because Oyi yelled at him, but because Oyi looked so pretty wearing that hairpin. Everyone. Chun Lan rushed into the classroom happily. The number 1 scorer on this exam was in their class again, and she was so adorable and sensible. Chun Lan was naturally proud of her. Seeing that no one called back stand up, Chun Lan was stunned. "Where's Oyi?" Oyi lowered his head and exchanged glances with Fong Duo. Their plan was half done. At this moment, the student in the back row said loudly, "Ms. Chun, I know. Oyi is here." Oyi and Fong Duo just wanted to beat this goof to death. "What? You said she went to the Education Association alone? Is she crazy?" Chun Lan was stupefied. There was more than one student who raised concerns about some of the questions issued by the Education Association in recent years, but usually, they would express their doubts to the teachers and the latter would communicate with the Education Association. No one normally confronted the Education Association directly like Shengyang. Shengyang thought differently from Chun Lan. She liked to confront the source of the problem. She heard that because her exam answers were controversial, The teacher showed it to the Education Association and the latter deducted 3 points. So she wanted to go directly to the Education Association. This was the simplest and most direct way to resolve the issue. Chunlan really wanted to take back her previous statement that Shengyang was well-behaved. No, she was one of the students that were most difficult to deal with. However, this wasn't normally obvious. Shengyang was probably the it never rained, but it poured kind of student. She was very anxious. The Education Association was a group of stubborn old men. They would scold a vulnerable girl like Shengyang to the point of crying. But now she had to finish her lessons first, so she could only rush to the Education Association as soon as she quickly finished 2 classes. At the same time, news that Shengyang had ventured alone into the den of monsters, the Education Association, spread throughout the school. After hearing this, Shang Yushi's friend in Yin City High School quickly took out his cell phone. Shang Yushi had just finished a basketball game and was sweaty. On the basketball court, his cheerleaders alone occupied more than half of the basketball court. There were banners with Shang Yushi written all over the court. He was the most popular student in high school, and even more so in college. Hello. Shang Yushi picked up the phone. His friend shouted, Shang Yushi, your sister is really cool. Shang Yushi asked nervously, what's wrong with my sister? She went directly to the Education Association because she was dissatisfied with her exam results. What? Shang Yushi was taken aback. He had a better understanding of those old men from the Education Association than others. He used to take part in math Olympiads a lot, so he often had to deal with those old men. Sometimes he did feel that there were issues with the math questions they created. Shang Yushi, there's something up with my sister. I'll have to get going. Xiao Jia and the others could only watch Shang Yushi quickly disappearing from their sight like an off-string arrow. The Yin City Education Association had been established for decades, and its decor hadn't changed since it was founded. The office was tiled in white. The average age of the people at the association was almost 60, and they were all old experts who received state subsidies. Chunlan and Shang Yushi arrived almost at the same time. They met at the door of the Education Association, obviously for the same purpose. Hi. Chunlan knew Shang Yushi because he used to be the most popular student at the school. Chunlan had confiscated countless love letters that her female students wrote to him. Miss Chen, to cut a long story short, let's hurry to rescue my sister. Shang Yushi was sweaty. Yeah. Chunlan knew that they had to be quick. These old men were quite tough. As exam question creators, they always put on an air of superiority and used to scold people. After walking inside, there was a registration desk. A woman in her 40s wearing a black suit and black-rimmed glasses lowered her head and said, deadpan, fill out a form first. Your school, your name, and whether you are a teacher or student. With that, she raised her head and handed them the form, but when she saw the person coming, she was surprised and pushed her glasses up nervously, asking, little devil, I think you've graduated. What are you doing here? To be honest, she was still a little frightened. Chunlan? Then she looked at Shang Yushi in surprise. Of course, she didn't think the woman was calling her little devil, so Shang Yushi was obviously the little devil. Shang Yushi was the little devil? Could it be that he used to come here often to deal with these old men? Shang Yushi didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with the woman and just said hurriedly, did you just see a beautiful girl going in alone? The woman choked then nodded, yes. She asked the girl to register, but the girl ignored her. Take us in to find her. Well, okay. The woman nodded. She didn't dare to stop the little devil. Even those old men couldn't do anything about the little devil. Therefore, Shang Yushi, Chunlan, and the woman hurried to an office. Shang Yushi remembered this office. It was a reception office, but it was dark and gloomy and like an interrogation room. The 6 or 7 old men were all senior exam question creators. Although they were pretty aged, if anyone dared to challenge their authority, they would keep scolding you until you cried. This was a kind of mental torture. It wasn't just the old ladies, but the old men were also very tough. Shang Yushi was very worried about his younger sister as she was a girl and was here for the first time. After repeated defeats and battles, however, he finally beat them when he came the 4th time and was given the title of Little Devil. Before entering, he could already tell it was silent inside. Both Shang Yushi and Chunlan agreed that the situation inside must be terrible now. If there was quarreling and discussion inside, that would have been fine, but there was no sound at all, which showed that Sheng Yang simply had no power to fight. My poor sister. Shang Yushi hurriedly pushed the door open, but what he saw stunned him. These old people were busy with something, but they weren't busy arguing. One was making tea, one was making biscuits, and a few surrounded the girl, asking something eagerly. The girl was eating the kind of walnut cake that the elderly loved most. She spoke to them only occasionally, but they seemed to be very excited when she spoke to them. Sister, well? Shang Yushi was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Upon hearing his voice, the old men looked at them impatiently, wondering who interrupted their chance to gain some knowledge. When they saw the people coming, the wrinkles on these old faces trembled. Little devil? They were old and had a bad memory, but they were very impressed with Shang Yushi. An old man turned and looked at Sheng Yang. You call her sister, so the big devil is your sister? Chun Lan gaped in shock. She once met with these old people who were so stubborn, but no one could change their minds. Yet now they were calling Sheng Yang big devil and Shang Yushi little devil? Shang Yushi felt a little depressed. How could he be the little devil when his younger sister was the big devil? However, he straightened up quickly. He was more concerned about how his younger sister defeated these difficult old people and made them bow their heads and call her the big devil. As if aware of what Shang Yushi was thinking, Sheng Yang handed a piece of paper to him. When they were clamoring, I simply ignored them and gave them a few questions. Then they turned quiet. Looking at the questions, Shang Yushi exclaimed and leaned back in shock. Then he stared at his sister with wide open eyes in astonishment. It was much harder to create a question than to solve it. How could his younger sister easily create such difficult questions? These questions were much more difficult than the questions he made for these old people back then. After seeing the questions Sheng Yang came up with, these old people were shocked. To figure out the final problem-solving process and answers to these difficult problems, they had to shut up and listen to Sheng Yang talk about her demands. Sheng Yang discovered that these old men were simply bullies. When students didn't protest, they did nothing and made the innocent students pay for their mistakes. But when she came to reason with them, they readily admitted their mistake like children who committed a wrong. Why did they scold other students? That was because they were more powerful than the others. However, in the face of crushing power, they could only surrender. The old man patted Shang Yushi on the shoulder. It turned out that she's your younger sister. As the saying goes, each new generation exceeds the last one. Shang Yushi felt even more depressed. He came to protect his sister. He didn't expect his sister to be so powerful. But only after a short while, Shang Yushi felt relieved. He couldn't protect his sister, but his sister could protect him. Second elder brother must be so envious of him. When Shang Yushi returned home, he told his parents about her sister's deeds. Kang Weijin and Shang Yu were shocked yet proud of their daughter. Yang Yang was really excellent. But, Shang Yu said seriously, if those old people at the Education Association really scolded my daughter to the point of crying, I'll definitely replace them with some new blood. Kang Weijin nodded with approval. Yes, that group of people should have been replaced long ago. Compared to when Yang Yang had just returned, she was no longer so careful in front of her daughter, and the two had gotten much closer. Yang Yang, she called. Kang Weijin said mysteriously, in the past 2 days, your dad and I have prepared a big surprise for you. At that, she and Shang Yu exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. In fact, Sheng Yang couldn't guess the size of the big surprise. For example, last time they said they had prepared her a small surprise, then gave her a Rolls-Royce without even knowing whether she had a driver's license. What's the big surprise? Shang Yushi was immediately intrigued. Mom, Dad, you can't tell sister, but you can tell me. You? Kang Weijin glanced at him with disgust. Forget it. You can't keep your mouth shut. Shang Yushi felt aggrieved. At home, he not only lowered the family's average attractiveness, but his status in the family was also deteriorating. The poor little boy was almost at his wit's end. The next day, news that Sheng Yang conquered those old folks of the Education Association spread throughout the school. Now she was a true legend. But because of this incident, everyone finally realized that Sheng Yang wasn't as well-behaved and obedient as they thought before. On the contrary, she had her own mind. She looked indifferent just because she didn't care. Her score had been corrected. The more obsessive-compulsive Sheng Yang looked at this test paper, the more satisfied she felt. But Oyi wasn't that lucky. Chunlan was so angry that he concealed Sheng Yang's truancy that he was punished to complete 2 tests. Sheng Yang didn't help him. Doing more tests is good for you. This will help improve your grades. Yi almost burst into tears. Dad, how can you say that? Not everyone could complete tests like his idol. Writing tests was like eating and drinking to her. It would take him hours to finish these 2 tests. The last time he bumped his head to protect his idol, he was suddenly enlightened. But that state only remained for a few days before everything returned to its original state. So, should he hit his head again before doing these tests? Would he become smart again? With this in mind, Yi told Sheng Yang of his plan. Sheng Yang glanced at him speechlessly. I think you need to do 2 more tests. Why don't you believe me, Dad? I really became much smarter after I bumped my head last time. I do. Because she did it. Going home that night, Sheng Yang changed shoes in the hallway. She lowered her eyes and suddenly smelled a familiar scent, the faint scent of sandalwood. Sheng Yang's pupils shrank, and she quickly followed the scent to the living room. There were 3 people in the living room. Aside from Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu, the one sitting in the middle was. Sheng Yang's eyes brightened, then she hurried forward. The old granny's eyes also turned tearful when she saw her. She couldn't speak, but all the emotions were in her eyes. Sheng Yang squatted down and put her head on Grandma Lu's lap. In fact, she had a deep affection for Grandma Lu. When she had just woken up in this body, it was Grandma Lu who took care of her and depended on each other. Grandma Lu was unconditionally nice to her. She had no children, but Grandma Lu didn't have any requirements. She never asked Sheng Yang for anything in return, but merely hoped she would study hard. It turned out that the big surprise her parents mentioned was indeed big. Kang Weijin smiled and said, considering your coming-of-age party is such an important occasion, we invited Grandma Lu to attend the party. She's a great benefactor to our family. This was also what Grandfather Sheng and Grandmother Sheng repeatedly told them not to do. They believed that a dumb old woman from the country would definitely put them to shame and make them a laughing stock to the other powerful families. But Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu didn't listen. They didn't mean to antagonize, but they had planned this a long time ago. They weren't ungrateful people, not to mention Yang. Grandma Lu must be present on such an occasion. At this time, Sheng Hanjing and Sheng Yushi also came back. After hearing the whole story, Sheng Yushi immediately greeted Grandma Lu affectionately. Grandma. He was as affectionate to Grandma Lu as Yang. His sister's grandma was his grandma. Sheng Hanjing, who was much more sophisticated than his brother, smiled gracefully and said to Grandma Lu in skillful sign language, Grandma, please feel at home. If you have any problem, just tell my parents and me. Grandma Lu looked at the 2 young lads and nodded non-stop. She was very glad that Sheng Yang had 2 such good brothers. After talking to Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu, she learned that Sheng Yang's eldest brother hadn't come back. Grandma Lu was a little worried about whether this brother would accept Yang, and her concern almost overflowed from her eyes. Looking at the kind old lady, Sheng Hanjing hurriedly comforted her. Grandma, you don't have to worry. Although my eldest brother is cold-tempered, his heart is very soft. However, he didn't even believe what he was saying. He just didn't want to make this old lady worry. Sheng Yushi was stunned at what his second brother said, but soon he returned to his senses. Yes, Grandma, don't worry. Eldest brother treats sister exactly the same as second brother and me. Hearing that, Grandma Lu let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. Sheng Yang sat next to Grandma Lu obediently like a quiet and obedient kitten. She looked at Grandma Lu carefully and discovered that Grandma Lu's complexion was a lot ruddier, and she seemed to have put on some weight. It seemed those people her parents hired to take care of Grandma Lu did their jobs well. Grandma Lu was used to working and didn't like staying idle. The food provided by the Sheng family was so delicious that she ate a bit too much, so she wanted to go out for a walk after the meal. Let's go. Although they didn't quite feel like hanging around, they were happy to accompany the old lady to go shopping today. The talkative and honey-lipped Sheng Yushi enthusiastically introduced everything they saw to Grandma Lu, and Sheng Hanjing, who was proficient in sign language, served as the translator. Yushi was so excited and spoke so fast that his parents, who only knew a little sign language, couldn't keep up with his talking speed at all. But Sheng Hanjing was different. He learned a lot of languages and learned them very well, including sign language. Shang Yushi spoke so fast that even Shang Hanjing couldn't keep up with him, but he didn't say anything. He merely smiled. He always indulged his family boundlessly. Grandma Lu looked at the two children silently and smiled with satisfaction. This family dynamic was really good. She always felt that although Yang Yang looked so smart, she was very insensitive to the emotional world, so she was very worried about Yang Yang. Now, it seemed that such a family could warm up any cold heart. At this moment, a person suddenly walked over to them. With a low magnetic voice, he called out Grandma affectionately. Grandma Lu could read his lips, and when she clearly saw who this person was, she was surprised. Yi Juncheng bent down and gave Grandma Lu a gentle hug. Grandma Lu didn't expect to see Yi Juncheng here, and she was instantly surprised and delighted. When she saw the child in Bailwan village, he was brought home by Sheng Yang. At first glance, she knew he wasn't an ordinary person. This child was cold-tempered and unapproachable, similar to Yang Yang, but she could tell he wasn't a bad person. So she didn't say anything, cooked him meals, and kept him at home for some time. At first, the child was very silent and didn't even say thank you, but Grandma Lu could see the changes in his eyes. He had a clear-cut stance on what he loved and hated and knew better than most people how to repay a favor. Kong Weijin said in amazement in sign language, "So you know Yi Juncheng too?" Grandma Lu replied with a smile, "This child is good-looking and has a good heart." Sheng Yang turned. "You think that because you haven't seen his other side." Sheng Yang wondered why Yi Juncheng could pretend to be so kind to her family every time, and no one even realized he was pretending. As soon as Yi Juncheng arrived, Shang Yushi, the little poor boy, felt a little depressed. Although Yi Juncheng was his good friend, he seemed to succeed in taking his place and soaking up all Grandma Lu's attention. Shang Yushi was sad. Didn't Grandma Lu, who brought up his younger sister, think he was as cute as his younger sister? Fortunately, Yi Juncheng gave up the spot next to Grandma Lu soon after. Shang Yushi quickly took that place while Yi Juncheng walked side by side with Sheng Yang at the back. "Do you know?" Yi Juncheng's next words made Sheng Yang's expression tense up. For some time, Grandma didn't feel very well. Sheng Yang pursed her lips. She knew that some old people looked very energetic on the surface and doctors couldn't find any problems with their health, but only they themselves knew that they were going to die. At that time, you hadn't found your biological parents. She was so worried about you, so she entrusted you to me. With that, Yi Juncheng looked at Sheng Yang's face and tried to find any changes in her expression, but as always, she remained deadpan. "She doesn't need to worry about me now because I have my family. I have parents and brothers," Sheng Yang said lightly, then looked at Grandma Lu, her eyes warm. Yi Juncheng was stunned. So she thought Grandma Lu wanted him to be her family and not husband? But after a moment, he laughed. A husband could also be regarded as family. He gazed at her beside him. It seemed that if he wanted to catch up with her, he must have an extraordinarily strong heart that was evenly tempered and unshakable. Grandfather Shang had waited for a long time, but still didn't receive an invitation to that coming-of-age party from his eldest son and eldest daughter-in-law. Although he knew what he had done was improper, he thought his eldest son would understand him. How could Sheng Yang's grandparents not attend her coming-of-age party? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? The Shang family was always the center of attention. As one of the most powerful families in this city, countless pairs of eyes were watching. The slightest turmoil in the family would cause a lot of rumors, not to mention such an important matter. Grandfather Shang was sure that his son would consider the overall picture, so he had been waiting, but there was still no update. His originally calm heart turned irritable day by day, and he quarreled with Grandmother Sheng all day long, which made Grandmother Sheng really suffer. Then the two received even more shocking news. Instead of inviting the two of them, Sheng Yu and Kong Weijin invited Grandma Lu. Grandfather Shang was furious. Are they going to rebel? Are they just going to ignore me? I told them not to invite that old countrywoman, but they would rather invite her than me. Are they trying to make me a laughingstock? Huh. Grandfather Shang went on a rampage and just wanted to rush out and beat his unfilial son to death with his crutches. In the end, however, he was stopped by Grandmother Shang. As a mother, she certainly didn't want her eldest son to be beaten by his father. In the end, Kong Weijin is to blame. I told you a long time ago that we should have kicked her back to her natal family after she gave birth to the children. Our little temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like her. He had thought that Kong Weijian and Yuer's management system was perfect. With one tough and the other tender, they complemented each other, which definitely benefited the company. But now, he suspected whether this was a trick of the Kong family to weaken the Shang family's century-old foundation silently. But you don't have to be angry. Someone's still sober in their family. Grandfather Sheng asked. Who? Tings. Hearing that his eldest grandson hadn't returned, Grandfather Sheng finally showed a hint of a smile. Tings is really a worthy grandson of mine. He's a lot like me. He always felt that his eldest grandson was as heavy-handed as him, and he ran the branches under his management very well. In terms of choosing his heir, it would be better to take away management power from his eldest son and give it to his eldest grandson. Then Sheng Yu wouldn't split Kongbao from the Sheng Corporation. Although Kongbao was founded by his eldest son and his eldest daughter-in-law, they wouldn't object to giving it to their son, right? But Grandfather Sheng still couldn't make up his mind about this party. If they let that old rural lady attend the party in their place, it would make his business partners laugh their teeth off. Then he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in front of them. Grandmother Sheng suggested, let's just go to the party. Even if he doesn't invite us, we can still go to the party. He's our son. So how could he throw us out? With that thought in mind, Grandmother Sheng smiled scornfully. Is it possible for us to lose to a dumb SS? That dumb SS has no self-awareness and insists on attending such an occasion, but we should make her understand that she doesn't belong here. After getting so much from our family, she should just live the life she deserves in the countryside. Grandfather Sheng listened, stroked his chin, and looked at Grandmother Sheng again. Didn't you say that you would never go to that party? Grandmother Sheng's face turned green, and she explained awkwardly. The situation has changed. If I don't go, that country bumpkin will take my place. On the day of her coming-of-age party, Shengyang got up very early to do her hairstyle, change, and put on makeup. But she didn't mind getting up early because she got up early for a jog every day. Her makeup artist Jasmine had just returned overnight from France to participate in a well-known fashion show. After such a long time of work coupled with the long journey, she still looked energetic. She wore very distinctive smoky makeup and was smartly dressed. As soon as she walked in, she asked her assistant to open the makeup toolkit. Shengyang wanted to read while having her makeup done, but then she thought it might not be convenient. So she decided to listen to a book. She put on a headset and listened carefully. Watching this scene, Jasmine frowned slightly, thinking she was listening to music. This young lady was really a bit weird. Ordinary girls would watch her put on makeup for them and examine their own faces, while this girl was so leisurely as to listen to music. After her makeup was done, it was time for Shengyang to choose her jewels, but Shengyang just said casually, "You pick." Well, okay. Jasmine actually liked this kind of young lady. She had seen too many high-class ladies who always tortured her with their self-righteous taste. Some of them had an acceptable taste, but some people had awful taste. In the latter circumstance, she would just roll her eyes and walk away. So she liked Miss Sheng's way of doing things. She knew to respect professionals. Jasmine motioned to Shengyang to take off her earphones to put on earrings. The moment she took the earphones off, the sound from the headphones came out, and only then did Jasmine discover she wasn't listening to music but French. Other people might not understand the language, but Jasmine was a Chinese-French mix and worked in France year-round. Do you know French? Jasmine didn't like chatting at work, but now she couldn't help asking. Shengyang said indifferently, well, a little bit. The corners of Jasmine's mouth twitched. A little bit? But the words in French I just heard seemed very complicated. She realized it was actually about the core design of K's jewelry. Brand K attached great importance to the protection of property rights. Although she was a Brand K designer, she wasn't authorized to know such core content. How did this young lady get access? May I ask? Jasmine looked surprised. How did you get this? Someone gave it to me. Shengyang blinked. She wasn't lying. That person asked her to perfect his design. She was busy, so she didn't want to help him, but he paid a really good price, so she agreed. Jasmine didn't ask any more questions. Money made the mare go. She guessed this material must have been obtained by Miss Yang's parents, but she didn't understand what the young lady wanted this information for. Could this wayward young lady understand the professional vocabulary of jewelry? Jasmine served a lot of celebrities, and it was the first time she had seen someone like Shengyang. All right, Jasmine said expectantly. Okay. Jasmine smiled, hoping Shang Yang would look at herself in the mirror and be stunned by her own beauty, thus marveling at her craftsmanship. She, Jasmine, was known as God's right hand in the makeup industry. She had always been known for her natural makeup style. Her makeup could make her customers look reborn, but people could still tell they were the same person. Sheng Yang glanced at the mirror lightly. Jasmine's face seemed to be frozen by gel? That's it? She held Sheng Yang's hand, her red lips slightly deformed in surprise. Don't you have anything else to tell me? Sheng Yang thought for a while. Thank you. No matter how disappointed Jasmine was, she could only let Sheng Yang go. Does Miss Shang have any idea how stunningly beautiful she is now? Where's your sister? Xiao Jiao was sitting at the table, a little bored. He had been hearing Sheng Yushi say how beautiful and pure his sister was, so he was really looking forward to seeing her and even lost interest in other beauties. If Shang Yushi's sister fell for him at first glance and insisted on marrying him, he wouldn't mind accepting her love. Then even Shang Yushi wouldn't be able to do anything. So Xiao Jia felt that he couldn't act blindly. However, he thought there might be another possibility that Shang Yushi's sister was actually not that beautiful. It could be because she was Shang Yushi's sister that he kept boasting about her beauty. But Xiao Jia stroked his chin. Shang Yushi's sister shouldn't be too ugly, right? He imagined how Shang Yushi might look like wearing women's clothing. Shang Yushi was horrified by his gaze. Why are you looking at me? I'm not gay. Okay? With that, he covered his chest out of fear. Xiao Jia. At this time, Shang Yushi stood up abruptly and waved his hand frantically. Sister, here. There were too many people, so he simply jumped up so that Sheng Yang could see him. Xiao Jia followed his gaze and turned his head. Not only Xiao Jia but Shang Yushi's other buddies also looked at Sheng Yang at the same time. Then everyone was petrified. Sheng Yang was walking towards them slowly. She was wearing a V-neck ivory white dress with an irregular fringed earring on one side. Her curly, pitch-black hair hung down to her waist, as soft and fluffy as seaweed. She had a small baby face with exquisite features. No one could deny that she was gorgeous. Third brother. Her voice wasn't sweet but clear and aloof, which was in stark contrast to her sweet appearance. Every boy was excited, especially Xiao Jia, who kept hammering Shang Yushi's chest with excitement. No wonder Shang Yushi kept boasting about his sister. This girl was as adorable as a little fairy. Seeing this young man continue to hammer her third brother's chest, Shang Yang glanced at the boy expressionlessly, warning him to stop it. Xiao Jia hurriedly put down his hand. For the first time, he felt shy in front of a girl. He said shyly, "Hello, I'm your brother's friend. My name is Xiao Jia. I'm Sheng Yang. I know. We all know. Your brother always mentions you." Really? Sheng Yang smiled slightly, looking even more charming. She didn't even look at them much, but they were already fascinated by her. Sheng Yang was busy, so she left after a short while, leaving the group of boys who were sitting at the table still stunned. Glancing vigilantly at them, Shang Yushi warned, "Xiao Jia, don't even think of hitting on my sister." Xiao Jia smiled awkwardly. But that was exactly what I was thinking. Shang Hanjing kept calling his eldest brother, but his phone was turned off and he couldn't get through. This had been the case since last night. Shang Hanjing was a little disappointed with his eldest brother. No matter whether he was planning to return or not, he should provide some explanation, shouldn't he? Otherwise, how could Shang Hanjing explain things to Sheng Yang? Eldest brother really didn't take his family to heart. Shang Hanjing had always been tolerant of his eldest brother because he knew well that this was his character and was difficult to change. But this time, their sister was involved and he couldn't put up with eldest brother anymore. Shang Hanjing clenched the phone in his hand, then quickly and decisively dragged his eldest brother's phone number into his phone's blacklist. After that, he put his hand in his pocket and walked a few steps forward. Then he paused, took out his cell phone somewhat irritably, and after thinking about it, he dragged his eldest brother's number out of the blacklist. What if eldest brother realized he shouldn't act like that and called? But he still deleted his eldest brother's phone number out of anger, although it didn't make much sense, because he had already memorized his phone number. "Shang Yu, bring me the cake." A little fatty in overalls sat in a chair and yelled rudely. Shang Yu glanced at him irritably. Afraid that others would see her, She could only lower her voice and said, Shangin, you have hands and feet. Can't you get it yourself? She had already fetched cake for him several times. What if others thought she was a glutton? They must be laughing at her behind their backs. Shangyu, I'm your brother. Why can't you get me some cake? The little fatty rolled his eyes willfully. But I never hear you call me sister. Shangyu looked at the little fatty helplessly. That was right. This was her brother Shang'e. Unlike Shengyang, who had 3 excellent brothers, she only had one brother who was willful and obese. He was spoiled by grandmother Sheng. Because of his terrible personality, Jiang Sini had to send him to boarding school to stop him from becoming a little punk. Of course, that boarding school was still a top private school. At this time, Shengyu suddenly saw Shengyang, today's center of attention, walking backstage. She blinked and said to Sheng'en, Hey, Sheng'en, I'll show you something good. But Sheng'en didn't want to move. He played with the toy in his hands and said grumpily, Just bring me the cake. Shengyu snorted in her heart, but still said softly to him, Come with me. I promise you won't be disappointed. Only then did Sheng'en stand up lazily and keep complaining as he walked, Have we arrived? I'm exhausted. Then the two saw Shengyang, who was listening to something quietly backstage. She was wearing headphones and listening to the audio files that she hadn't finished listening to earlier. She listened very attentively, her long eyelashes casting a thick shadow under her eyelids. Sheng'en didn't expect there would be such a beautiful girl here. His chubby cheeks bulged and he asked with surprise, Who is she? You don't know her? Shengyu stared at her back and chuckled. This is our cousin, Shengyang. That one who came back from the countryside? Sheng'en couldn't believe it. Was that country bumpkin this beautiful? But in a flash, he understood and showed a wicked smile. She used his money to transform herself from a village girl into a princess. Grandma said the Sheng family's money was all his. This girl stole his money. Thinking this, Sheng'en slowly picked up the toy in his hand, a goose yellow water gun. Shengyu smiled triumphantly. Oh, Shengyang's hairdo is going to be ruined. It must have taken her several hours to do her hair, right? Her eyes were full of jealousy. What would happen if the princess who was going to make her debut today turned into a drenched chicken? Anyway, Sheng'en was young and naughty. As Grandma said, adults shouldn't quarrel with children. In order not to get involved, she hurriedly backed away. She'd better run as far as possible, pretending like she had nothing to do with this matter. Sheng'en put his hand on the trigger, but before he pulled it, someone's eyes suddenly shot over, making him freeze on the spot. While he was standing still on the spot, Shengyang walked towards him unhurriedly, then agilely turned his muzzle in another direction. With a boom, someone screamed. The high horsepower water gun Sheng'en bought was very powerful. So a strong jet of water shot over powerfully, giving Shengyu a cold shower. She couldn't even open her eyes. Shengyu was stunned and screamed subconsciously. Then she stepped back 2 steps and slumped to the ground. Hearing her screams, the Sheng family members all ran over to check what happened. Seeing Sheng'en and the water gun in his hand, Sheng Hanjing and Sheng Yushi immediately understood. Everyone knew that Sheng'en, the youngest boy in the Sheng family, was a little spoiled jerk. However, at this moment, instead of laughing out loud triumphantly, Sheng'en looked stunned and confused. Grandfather Sheng and Grandmother Sheng also arrived. When they saw Shengyu sitting on the ground in a mess with her makeup and hair messed up, Grandfather Sheng only felt disgraced. Fortunately, this was backstage and no one else saw this scene. Grandmother Sheng felt Shengyu looked a bit pitiful, but when she discovered it was Sheng'en who created this mess, her sympathy immediately disappeared. She certainly would choose to defend her baby grandson. Oh, and when did you come back? Grandmother Sheng was surprised and delighted. She talked to Sheng'en happily and completely ignored Shengyu. Shivering from the cold, Shengyu wiped the water from her face. Although there wasn't a mirror, she knew how messed up she looked now. She said with a trembling voice, Sheng'en, tell everyone what happened. Don't yell at him. Grandmother Sheng held her big fat grandson tightly in her arms, kissing and hugging him. Yeah, you're older than Anan. You should take care of him. How can you talk to your younger brother like this? Shengyu smiled weakly. Grandma treated her all right when Sheng'en wasn't around, but once Sheng'en was present, Grandmother Sheng was always partial to Sheng'en. She knew her grandma preferred boys to girls. No matter how many grandsons she had, she still preferred boys. thinking boys were more valuable than girls. Shungin finally came to his senses. The girl was too fast earlier, and he didn't even realize what had happened. He pointed at Shengyang and shouted angrily, "I was going to shoot water at her, but who would have thought that she would be so mean as to turn my muzzle toward Shangyu?" He was known as the Little Overlord. No one dared to stop him from doing anything. She was the first one. How dare she? Grandmother Shang was stunned, not expecting this to be the truth. She shielded Shangin behind her and glared fiercely at Shengyang. This girl was ill-bred indeed. How could she be so vicious? How dare she make use of her dear little grandson? She was about to scold Shengyang when Shang Yushi and Shang Hanjing suddenly stood in front of Shangin like two mountains. With a straight face, Shang Yushi had completely obstructed the light in front of Shangin, and Shang Hanjing was still smiling, but his smile was icy. Think before you speak. As gentle as his voice was, it was as cold as the sun in the middle of winter. Shangin couldn't help but shiver. Frankly speaking, he had messed with these two cousins before. They normally just ignored him. They had never been so angry. Somehow, Shangin was a bit scared and wanted to curse Shengyang. Shang Hanjing glanced at him again. Then he repeated impatiently, "I said think before you speak." So scary. Shang Yin's thick neck seemed to be pinched by a big invisible hand, and he couldn't speak. Seeing her little grandson's horrified eyes, Grandmother Shang hugged him. Don't scare him. Shang Hanjing was usually respectful to Grandmother Shang, but now he frowned. Shangin always ran amok, but he didn't think he was ever at fault. However, now he wanted to bully his young sister. He certainly wouldn't allow Shangin to do that. Facing pressure from the two of them and noticing that uncle and aunt were glaring at him as if they were about to eat him, Shangin quickly corrected himself and pointed at Shangyu. I was just playing with Shangyu. Grandmother Shang breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want her grandsons to fight, so she immediately said to Shangyu, Yeah, your brother is just playing with you. Don't take it seriously. Come on, go change. Shangyu was so angry that her eyelashes were trembling. So in the end, she was the victim? Yes. The droplets of water were still running from her hair to her cheeks. Her eyes were deep and dark. This was all because she didn't have brothers who would protect her. She only had a brother who would hold her back. At the banquet hall, Juncheng was by Grandma Lu's side in case she felt uneasy in this crowded hall. He crossed his legs, sitting lazily. From time to time, girls passed by him on purpose. Their faces blushed red, but they didn't dare to approach him because this stunningly handsome man's eyes were too cold. At the moment when he heard their quarreling, Juncheng moved slightly, fearing that something might have happened to Shengyang. But in a flash, he calmed down. Don't worry about me. Go help Yang. With sign language, Grandma Lu urged Juncheng to check on things. She had difficulty walking, so she would just stay there. But Juncheng said, My job is to stay with you. By doing this, I'm helping Yang. Grandma Lu looked at him silently, her face kind. Although this child looked unapproachable, he had an appreciative heart. Juncheng poured a glass of juice for Grandma Lu. Grandma, don't be polite with me. We're family. Grandma Lu glanced at him helplessly, signing her response. Do you think I don't know your feelings for Yang? She may not know it, but you can't fool me. By the side, Gao Feng curled his lips secretly. Young master was getting more and more shameless. Of course, he certainly didn't dare to speak these words aloud. Juncheng's worries turned out to be necessary. As expected, some people walked over after a short while. Since they were the same age as Grandfather Shang, they must be his business partners. They strode over, glasses in hand. If Grandfather Shang and Grandmother Shang hadn't put them up to this, they absolutely wouldn't have dared to act this way. They meant to frighten this dumb old lady who was from the countryside and warn her not to bother the Shang family again. She was fed delicious food and drink, served by servants, and was given the big house that she had never had a chance to live in before, so she should be satisfied and shouldn't ask too much more. Juncheng didn't even lift his gaze, watching the small ripples in the cup quietly. He then signed to Grandma Lu. The two seemed to be chatting. Hey, are you the old lady who raised Shengyang? You've already benefited so much. Why do you still have the nerve to come here? With her back to the speaker, Grandma Lu was focused on chatting with Juncheng with sign language, so she didn't know what this old woman said at all. The speaker was one of Grandmother Shang's mahjong friends, Mrs. Jiang. Seeing that Grandma Lu was ignoring her, she was so angry that her plump face turned green. Hey, what's your problem? She stretched out her hand, just about to put her hand on Grandma Lu's shoulder when her hand was suddenly gripped by a hand in midair. Gao Feng appeared behind Grandma Lu as fast as lightning. Compared to those people who tried to assassinate Yi Junsheng, these people were simply a piece of cake. From beginning to end, Yi Junsheng didn't even blink, and Grandma Lu didn't even know what was happening behind her. Hey, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Mrs. Jiang raised her voice and shouted, but before she finished speaking, Gao Feng suddenly got a rag from a waiter and stuffed it into her mouth. Mrs. Jiang's eyes widened suddenly. Mm. She struggled hard, but she couldn't move at all. The rag in her mouth was sour and unbearably smelly. Let go of Mrs. Jiang. Another person rushed forward. Gao Feng kicked and the man immediately fell and broke his leg. Before he screamed, Gao Feng quickly stuffed a rag into his mouth too. This was a good warning to the others. The others who wanted to make trouble didn't dare to come any further. Obviously, this guy was very good at martial arts. Stop it. Grandmother Shang strode over holding Shang Yan's hand. How could you treat my friend like this? Shang Yu and Kong Weijin looked at all this coldly, and at first glance, they knew that these people were sent by Grandmother Shang to make trouble. Shang Yang cast a grateful glance at Yi Junsheng. Only then did Yi Junsheng react and show her a gorgeous smile. Seeing Yi Junsheng's look, Grandma Lu looked back only to realize that so many things had happened in her silent world just now. Grandfather Shang stared at Yi Junsheng, somehow getting the sense that this man seemed a bit familiar. He seemed to have seen Yi Junsheng somewhere. Then he heard that this young man was Sheng Yang's friend, so he didn't think about it any further. Knowing Ming Qi was already the best thing that had ever happened to Sheng Yang. How could she have a chance to get to know other big shots? Grandmother Shang was furious. Sheng Yang, what kind of friend have you made? Shouldn't you respect your grandma's friends? How could he have beat my friends so cruelly? Grandmother Sheng didn't like Sheng Yang at all, and she was extremely paranoid. So no matter how many great achievements Sheng Yang achieved, she still disliked Sheng Yang. And unlike Grandfather Sheng, who would weigh the pros and cons, she didn't even want to maintain a semblance of peace with Sheng Yang. Grandfather Sheng didn't dare to offend Sheng Yang too much because he knew Ming Qi was Sheng Yang's friend, but he must teach this dumb old village woman a good lesson today. That was why he allowed Grandmother Sheng's people to do so, but he maintained a neutral attitude on the surface. Respect is for someone worthy of respect. Kong Weijin looked at her quietly. Mom, I was told that you and Dad don't have to come today. Shang Yu, listen. Listen to what your wife said to me. Is she trying to drive me out? Shang Yu was expressionless. What Weijin said is what I wanted to say. What an unfilial son. You're really an unfilial son. If it weren't for the crowds here, Grandmother Sheng would have laid on the ground crying and cursing. She felt so wronged. Elder brother, sister-in-law, how could you say that? Jiang Sini stood up at the right time. No one stood on her side, including her husband, but Jiang Sini stood up to defend her, so Grandmother Shang cast her a grateful glance. If Jiang Sini were a cloud in the sky, Kong Weijin was the dirt on the ground. Alas, what a pity. If only her second son were as capable as her elder son. Kong Weijin sneered and asked sarcastically, Where's your husband? Why didn't he come again? Jiang Sini instantly fell silent. Kong Weijin purposely touched her sore spot. Mom, Dad, if you came with good intentions, you're welcome, but if not, we can only ask you to leave because today is a very important day for our daughter, Sheng Yu said solemnly. As Yang Yang's grandparents, they came to their granddaughter's coming-of-age party but tried to ruin it. What kind of grandparents were they? Compared to them, Grandma Lu was like Yang Yang's real grandmother. She had always worried about Sheng Yang. Otherwise, why would she bother to have come so far and be humiliated by them? Grandfather Sheng and Grandmother Sheng fell silent. Their eldest son seemed serious. No matter how much they disliked this dumb old lady, they didn't want to be driven out by their son. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of their friends. There were so many media outlets here today. They could imagine how the media would report on this. They didn't want to lose face. Anyway, they could settle accounts with these people later. Let's go. What are you looking at? A certain somebody forgot his mother after he got a wife. Grandmother Sheng muttered as she left with her friends. As they finally left and sat down at a table in the back, the banquet hall was finally at peace. Sheng Hanjing looked at Yi Junqing gratefully. Thank you. We were all busy watching Yang Yang. If it weren't for you. Yi Junqing smiled. It's my duty. Sheng Hanjing had always been very well spoken, but he often went speechless whenever he encountered Yi Junqing. Alas, fortunately, what happened today hadn't caused any damage. The only regret was that eldest brother hadn't come back. With this in mind, Sheng Hanjing couldn't help but take out his cell phone again. The screen was still dark, and no calls came in. After sending off the guests, they were about to return home. Sheng Hanjing stood at the door of the hotel and turned around abruptly. Sheng Yushi looked at him in surprise. Second brother, what's the matter? Sheng Hanjing smiled awkwardly, then slowly said, Nothing. Maybe it's an illusion. What? Let's go. After he left, a man slowly walked out from behind the pillar. He was wearing a black coat. His pitch-black eyebrows were heavy, and his eyes were deep and dark. Beside him was his assistant Jean C. Jean C looked at his coat sleeve. Mr. Shang, you have to go to the hospital to have a doctor look at your hand. You can't delay it anymore. Mr. Shang could have come over in his private jet and landed directly at the hotel after work, but he chose to land some distance away from the hotel, then drove all the way over. On the way, he thought Jean C was driving too slowly, so he drove himself. As a result, he got into a minor car accident because of speeding and injured his hand. But he didn't go to the hospital. Instead, he rushed over. However, when he arrived, instead of entering the banquet hall, he just stayed outside and secretly watched the whole banquet party. Sometimes Jean C didn't even know what his boss was thinking. One day later, Sheng Hanjing suddenly received a call. It was his friend who worked at the hospital. Hanjing? I seem to have seen your eldest brother at the hospital yesterday. I was busy in the operating room, so I didn't have time to tell you. What happened to your eldest brother? He asked with concern. Sheng Hanjing was taken aback. When his eldest brother started working, he was like an Iron Man. He wouldn't go to the hospital if he had a cold or stomach pain as long as it wasn't too serious. What had happened to him that he had to go to the hospital? The initial reaction of soft-hearted Sheng Hanjing was to worry about his eldest brother's health, but then he realized, that's not right. Eldest brother is abroad. He shouldn't be in Yin City. Wait a minute. Was my illusion the other day real? Although eldest brother was ill, Sheng Hanjing was pleased. Eldest brother wasn't as iron-hearted as he thought. He did come back for their younger sister's coming-of-age party. Which unit? Do you remember? Sheng Hanjing picked up his coat on the chair. Okay, I'll be right there. Sheng Hanjing hurried to the unit his friend mentioned. The friend accompanied him to the unit, but when they arrived, they discovered the unit was already empty, and no one was in it. Sheng Hanjing had his friend check, and it was discovered that the patient registered with a strange name, and the reason for hospital admission was a fracture. Because he was busy, he insisted on being discharged after staying only one night. Why did eldest brother get a fracture? Sheng Hanjing was puzzled. This was so strange. He didn't understand, so he called eldest brother. This time, eldest brother hadn't turned off his phone and even answered his call. Eldest brother's voice was cold, tired, and a little irritable. Eldest brother, where are you? Sheng Hanjing's voice was gentle, as soft as water. Abroad, he answered grumpily. Sheng Hanjing lowered his eyes, thinking that maybe his friend was mistaken. This friend had only met his eldest brother once, so it wouldn't be unusual for him to mistake someone else for his eldest brother. His friend felt guilty, but he scratched his head in puzzlement. How could he have mistaken the iconic poker face of eldest brother Sheng? That face could be spotted in a crowd at one glance. Sheng Hanjing didn't blame his friend. At this moment, he clicked the screen with the mouse. Looking at the surveillance video the day before, Sheng Hanjing almost burst into laughter. He struggled to suppress his laughter out of fear that eldest brother would overhear, then said gently, Okay, eldest brother, it doesn't matter that you didn't come back. I've asked sister, and she didn't care if you came back or not. Okay. Shang Tings paused. So you specifically called to tell me this? Are you bored? No. Sheng Hanjing blinked lightly. I haven't talked to you for a few days, so I was worried if you weren't taking care of yourself and were sent to the hospital or something. Thought you'd better worry about yourself if you're so idle. Beep beep. After eldest brother hung up, Shang Hanjing was very happy. The big rock on his heart was finally lifted. This coming-of-age party proved that Sheng Yang was a genuine princess of the Sheng family. No one gossiped about her anymore. Sometimes, some ceremonies were indispensable. But since she was the real daughter of the Sheng family, many people began to cast their eyes on her. It wasn't like Grandmother Sheng said, "What's the use of her having good grades? She's ill-bred. No decent man would want to marry her." Everyone could tell how much Shang Yu and Kong Weijun loved her from the way they treated her at the banquet. In the Han family home, Han Jingyu's mother urged Han Jingyu, "Don't just hit books all day long. The princess of the Shang family is so beautiful. You know, puppy love is the purest." His mother's natal family was the Ming family, a medical family, which was much more famous than the Han family. But she didn't want her son to find a girl whose family background was worse than his. The Shang and Han families were evenly matched, so she thought Sheng Yang was a very good choice for her son. But Han Jingyu just focused on completing his problems, ignoring her. Han Jingyu's personality was very similar to Ming Qi's, the former a nerd and the latter a medicinal stove. She was so angry that her violent tendencies were triggered again, but as she was about to slap Han Jingyu on the shoulder, he easily dodged. As he said before, he learned martial arts just to hide from his mother. He suddenly looked up and glanced at his mother. "Do you know who got first place on the latest monthly test?" Who else could it be? Han Jingyu's mother didn't care because she had never worried about Han Jingyu's grades. Her son got first place every time, so she didn't even bother to go to school to attend parent meetings as they were boring. "Not me." Han's mother stopped looking at her nails and turned to look at him seriously. "It's the little princess of the Shang family you mentioned." When Han Jingyu said this, he didn't look frustrated, and there was a gleam in his dark eyes. He really admired Sheng Yang. Han Jingyu's mother was stunned for a moment, then she laughed loudly. "That's great, right? You like hitting the books, and she likes it too. You two have something in common." Han Jingyu pursed his lips and was silent for a while, then raised his head and said, "Why don't you go talk to Uncle? What does this have to do with him?" Han Jingyu's mother said impatiently. Although Ming Qi was her younger brother, they had fought and competed for everything since they were young, so both of them were quite aggressive. Han Jingyu didn't say anything more. "Do you know your brother said I wasn't worthy of Sheng Yang?" He could almost imagine his mother and uncle arguing and finally fighting each other. He even somewhat expected to see it and wondered who would win. But thinking about what his uncle said, he felt a little dejected. He didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Sheng Yang, whether he felt admiration, appreciation, or really love. But when he heard his uncle say that he wasn't worthy of that girl, he was really upset, and it felt even worse than taking second place. Shocking news broke out on the school forums. It was posted anonymously. Super internet celebrity Sylvia was actually at Yin City High School. She got first place in the liberal arts class, Tian Kurue. The liberal arts and science classes had never interfered with each other. Tian Kurue was a girl who looked innocent and pure. Although her family wasn't rich, she had worked very hard and secured first place in her liberal arts class. So it was possible that she was Sylvia. After all, everyone believed Sylvia was a liberal arts student. And the poster had provided a lot of evidence and made substantial analyses. But Fong Duo didn't believe it. Holding Tian Kurue's full score composition, she shook her head. "Tian Kurue is Sylvia? Why does it feel like she isn't my goddess? Her handwriting is different from Sylvia's. Maybe she has two kinds of handwriting." Oh, ye guessed, his attitude neutral. Fong Duo was angry. Her cheeks puffed out, making her look like a little puffer fish. "TSK, no man can resist a pretty face. Didn't you say you wanted to chase Sylvia? Now you can do it." Oh Yi lowered his head and murmured aggrievedly, "I didn't say I wanted to chase her. You did. You said you wanted to chase Sylvia. But didn't you say that your sixth sense tells you she isn't Sylvia? I want to chase Sylvia, not Tian Kurue, okay?" The two quarreled. Sheng Yang didn't bother to stop them. They would soon make up afterward. Her gaze slowly fell on the piece of paper on Fong Duo's desk. So this was the legendary full score composition? When it came to the full score composition, she had seen this name many times. There might be something this girl had that she lacked. Ever since people found out Tian Kurue was Sylvia, there was an endless stream of people waiting by the door of her class. Everyone came for Sylvia. Such a celebrity showed up around them, and she was still a student, which naturally attracted countless fans. During class, in the hallway, when Shengyang walked towards the teacher's office with a book, a girl was walking toward her. Shengyang didn't remember people's faces well aside from Yi Juncheng, whose face was too handsome for her to forget. But it happened that Feng Duo had shown this girl's picture to her earlier, and she was a little interested. So she immediately recognized this girl. Tian Karue? She asked suddenly, her voice soft and clear. Huh. Tian Karue turned a little nervously, her dark eyes nervous. Unlike Shengyang, who had no impression of her before, Tian Karue was very impressed with Shengyang because she was so beautiful and her temperament was so noble and glamorous. In addition, she always heard rumors about Shengyang. Her IQ was as high as 240. She only scored 89 points in Chinese, but she still got first place in the whole grade, even defeating God Han. She successfully had her obnoxious Chinese teacher, Li Mei, replaced, and immediately after that, she scored 145 points on the Chinese test. Not everyone had the courage and confidence to do so. Tian Karue had always been in awe of her and respected her, just like her other classmates. The two respectively placed first in liberal arts and science, and had nothing to do with each other. Tian Karue didn't know why Shengyang, who even cold-shouldered God Han, was speaking to her. Shengyang watched her quietly. Although she didn't care about gossip, she still heard quite a lot of gossip from Feng Duo. There were quite a few boys chasing Tian Karue, but after being rejected by her, they not only didn't hate her but even became her friends, thinking that they weren't good enough for her. Everyone was good at something, and this was what she was good at, which showed how high her EQ was. Tian Karue's face turned red as she stared at her. Shengyang was even more beautiful than the rumors said. She looked like a little fairy, gorgeous and noble. Your composition, Shengyang said slowly. Tian Karue became even more nervous and clenched the book in her hand. Was Shengyang going to say that there was a problem with her composition? Indeed, she memorized a lot of exemplary compositions. That was the trick for always getting full scores on her compositions. What's your trick for writing a full score composition? Goddess Shang was staring at her earnestly. Tian Karue almost couldn't believe it. But when she heard what Shengyang asked, Tian Karue was speechless. She didn't expect Goddess Shang to be so cute. So this is what you wanted to ask me? Yes, what's the trick? Shengyang asked eagerly. She had tried really hard but still couldn't create a full score composition. Empathy. Empathy is very important. For example, when I wrote a composition about my father, I recalled how he worked all night for many days in a row to earn my tuition fee. Tian Karue choked up as she spoke. Shengyang stared at her intently and could see the glittering teardrops in the corners of her eyes. Ah, I'm sorry, I said too much. She didn't usually say this because she knew it was hard for rich students to understand what empathy was. They weren't from the same world, so they couldn't understand her. No, I know what you mean. Shengyang touched her own nose, wondering why she couldn't be as sentimental as Tian Karue. Cry? Impossible. When she was studying and acquiring new skills, she only felt happy. But the last time her mother cried, she felt sad. At that time, she felt that she must make her mother smile again at all costs. She lacked Tian Karue's deep emotions. The two chatted briefly, then Tian Karue walked away. Tian Karue was relieved. She had heard that this goddess was cold and unapproachable, but it turned out that she was quite easy to get along with. And looking at her amber pupils, Tian Karue couldn't help but relax and wanted to talk to her. Wait a moment. Tian Karue turned around and looked at Shengyang. Shengyang asked lazily, Are you Sylvia? Tian Karue immediately replied, No, I don't know who said that. I said I'm not Sylvia, but they don't believe me, thinking that I'm playing mysterious to attract more attention. Shengyang, do you believe me? Shengyang nodded. Sure. Tian Karue looked at her and smiled. I didn't expect that Goddess Shang would also pay attention to Sylvia. No. Shengyang glanced at her. I just pay attention to you. Shengyang left, leaving Tian Karue dumbfounded on the spot. Shengyang asked her about Sylvia because she wanted to know whether Tian Karue was pretending to be Sylvia, but Shengyang didn't realize much her words shocked this poor girl. Shang Yu's family home. Jiang Sini just answered the phone and saw that there was no one in the living room. She had to ask Shangyu, who was sitting on the sofa and reading. Where's your brother? Shangyu curled her lips. How am I supposed to know? Shangyan caused her a lot of trouble instead of successfully making trouble for Shangyang at her coming-of-age ceremony, so she disliked him even more now. Shangyu, how could you let him go out alone? He's still a child. Jiang Sini held her forehead, feeling her head hurt. No one could help her. She could only rely on herself. Child? You and Grandma always say that. That's why he's so spoiled. Smack. Jiang Sini suddenly slapped Shangyu. Having no more patience to speak to Shangyu, she ran out to search for Shangyan. She got in the car and searched along the way but failed to find Shangyan. In the end, she went to Grandmother Shang's home. As expected, before she entered the living room, she heard Grandmother Shang's voice. Oh, my dearest little grandson. Grandma, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go back to school. I can't eat or sleep well there. You see, I even lost weight. Shangyan showed Grandmother Shang his round belly. Jiang Sini rubbed her temples and took a deep breath. She still had a tough battle to fight. Mom. Sitting on the sofa, Grandmother Shang hugged Shangyan and gave him a gentle shake. Seeing Jiang Sini coming in, she said with a cold face, What's your problem? Why did Aner run out alone? You've given birth to 2 children but can't even take care of Aner? What if something happened to him? Jiang Sini nodded. Yes, I know that I can't take care of him, so I plan to send him back to school soon. Hearing that, Shangyan was so anxious that he almost cried. Grandma, I won't go back. His eyes were grim. He still remembered how that BTCH named Shengyang set him up, but his 2 cousins were there that day, so he had to say something against his will. But it didn't mean that he had surrendered. He, Shangyan, had never been afraid of anyone. Since he was framed, he must take revenge, a tooth for a tooth and an eye for eye. He would never just swallow this injustice. You must go back. Jiang Sini had argued with Shangyan at home because of this earlier. That was why Shangyan sneaked out. She knew Shangyan wasn't as obedient as Shangyu. If he stayed home, he would be a time bomb. Who knew when he would cause trouble again? Her husband, Shang Tai, simply ignored the 2 children, and she still had a lot to do and didn't have the time to solve the problem that Shangyan caused. Are you worthy of being his mother? In order to save trouble, you'll just throw your son into a boarding school and ignore him. When I was young, my husband was busy with work, but I still managed to bring up my 2 sons and now they're great. What Grandmother Shang liked most was boasting about her old achievements. Unlike Kang Weijin, Jiang Sini didn't have a powerful family, so she didn't dare to refute Grandmother Shang. I know I'm not as capable as you, Mom. Then learn from me. How can you just shun your responsibilities? Grandmother Shang stroked Shengyan's face. I don't think Aner makes any progress at that boarding school. On the contrary, he's lost a lot of weight. Can outsiders take better care of your son than you? Mom, professionals are good at their jobs, and it hasn't been long since Aner went to boarding school. It will take time for him to make progress. Grandmother Shang interrupted her coldly. That's enough. I've made up my mind. Aner is not going to any boarding school anymore. Go through the transfer procedures for him and allow him to come back. Shangyan triumphantly made a gesture of victory at Jiang Sini behind Grandmother Shang. Jiang Sini took Shangyan back home. Now she didn't dare to scold or beat him. Otherwise, he would definitely complain to Grandmother Shang. Meanwhile, Shangyu was still covering her face and sitting in the corner of the sofa, crying loudly. Shangyu, from today onwards, I'll be back. Don't use your piano room anymore. It will be a game room for me and my friends, Shangyan announced triumphantly. Shangyu raised her head abruptly, her eyes still scarlet. She looked at Jiang Sini in disbelief. Mom, you want this guy to come back? Jiang Sini was annoyed. She was Shangyan's mother and Shang Tai's wife, but she had no say in the Shang family. Shangyu, if you talk about your brother like this again, get the Hades out. Shangyu cried louder. Mom didn't dare to say anything to Shangyan because he was backed by Grandma. It was obviously Shangyan's fault, but everyone treated her like a doormat. This was why she had worked so hard since she was a child. That was because as a girl in the Shang family, she had to be better than any boy to earn a say. But now, her only advantage had been taken away by Shengyang, and the brothers' love and care for her were also gone. Shangyan stroked his chin and smiled. Shengyang, you're doomed. In the evening, Sheng Yang was sitting on the sofa and reading a book. This was the most typical and warmest scene at her home. Sheng Yang really liked to read books, so aside from the study in her room, she also had another study room which was full of books. She read books very quickly, so she would finish reading all these books soon. When Sheng Hanjing came downstairs, he happened to see his sister reading a book. She was bathed in a warm light and looked bright and beautiful. He didn't disturb her and walked to the home bar quietly. With the machine, he made a cup of steaming milk tea for her with brand W Earl Grey tea. Mom said that this brand of tea was out of stock, so he went to the place of origin but still couldn't buy any. He didn't know how Mom got it. Girls like to drink milk tea, but many ingredients in the milk tea bought from milk tea shops weren't good. The milk tea he made was both delicious and healthy. He quietly placed the milk tea on the coffee table in front of his sister. Sheng Yang took a glance and didn't move, as if immersed in the world of books. She was frowning. Then Sheng Hanjing went about his business quietly. Soon, he would collaborate with a well-known musician, Elder Qian. He heard from his younger brother that Elder Qian's disciple Elder Yang was obsessed with accepting his sister as his disciple. That would have been good, but somehow, he suddenly gave up. Although his sister was very musically talented, they were going to let it go since she wasn't interested. However, after a while, Sheng Hanjing noticed there was something off with his sister. She normally read very quickly, but today, it took her a long time to flip one page. This was strange. Was there a problem? Sheng Hanjing looked at his sister, but could only vaguely see that the book she was reading seemed a little different from the books she usually read. The covers of the books she usually read were plain, but this book seemed a bit fancy. Before he knew it, he was leaning closer to Sheng Yang and asked, Yang, is there any problem? If it was his sister's little secret, and she didn't want to share with him, then he wouldn't probe any further. However, Sheng Yang didn't put the book away or anything. On the contrary, she directly handed the book to him. Sheng Hanjing's face flushed immediately. What kind of book was this? How could his sister read this kind of book? Fong Duo recommended this book to Sheng Yang. She liked good-looking people, so she recommended a BL comic, which was a love story between two tall and handsome men. After reading only a page, Sheng Yang stopped because she couldn't understand how the two protagonists fell in love with each other, and she found many grammatical errors on this page. Sister, why are you reading this kind of book? Sheng Hanjing looked quite worried. Sheng Yang said leisurely, well, I want to get any kind of knowledge. Learn? Sheng Yang read the book for a while but couldn't feel any empathy in regards to this book, so she simply put it down and quietly drank the milk tea. Sheng Hanjing stared at her nervously. Fortunately, his sister didn't pick up the book again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Kong Weijin made some nourishing sweet soup and prepared to bring it to her daughter's room. She knocked gently on the door. Please come in. Sheng Yang's voice came from inside. Kong Weijin held the tray and entered with a smile, but what she saw made her almost drop the tray in her hand. Sheng Yang wasn't reading a book as usual but was sitting in front of the computer with her cheek cupped in one hand while watching a movie lazily. Judging from her indifferent amber eyes, she didn't seem to be interested in this movie. The screen froze at the moment when the hero and heroine were about to kiss. Their faces were gradually approaching, and the bullet subtitles almost blotted out the entire screen. Oh my god. Ah! Pink heart, pink heart, pink heart. Sheng Yang was expressionless and couldn't help but pick up a test paper and answer a question. But this scene shocked Kong Weijin. Wouldn't children usually hide from their parents when they were watching kissing scenes? But Yang wasn't shy at all. Sheng Yang directly allowed her in without even turning off the screen. So how should she react? All of a sudden, Kong Weijin's mind went blank, and in the end, she asked awkwardly, Yang, do you like the movie? Sheng Yang said honestly, no. It wasn't even as fun as the test paper in her hand. It was hard to produce empathy. Too hard. She couldn't feel what the heroine felt, nor could she feel what the hero felt. Kong Weijin opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She could only quietly put down the tray and say, Yang, remember to eat the dessert while it's hot. Okay. As Kong Weijin walked out, she did many double takes and looked at her daughter with worry. Yang said the movie wasn't fun, but why was she still watching it? On the screen, the hero and heroine were making out and kissing passionately while her Yang just took a sip of the sweet soup. Kong Weijin wondered, does Yang want to fall in love? Kong Weijin came out and ran into Sheng Hanjing, who looked worried. Hanjing, what's the matter? Sheng Hanjing originally didn't want to tell his mother, but then he thought it might be easier for Mom to communicate with Yang Yang. So he said, Mom, I think Yang Yang has been acting weird recently. I think so, too. The two immediately exchanged information. Their worries didn't alleviate but actually doubled. Last time Yang Yang cooked an entire table of dishes for Yi Juncheng. I think she's fallen for that child. You know, the two spent a lot of time together in Bailwan village before. Kong Weijin provided her analysis. I think Yang Yang is studying how to chase Junqing. Sheng Hanjing felt a little uncomfortable. My sister's going to chase Yi Junqing? Why? Don't men chase women mostly? Although men and women were equal, he didn't want his sister to suffer any heartache. His sister was so good, pretty, and cute. Why should she chase Yi Junqing? But if it was his sister's decision, he wouldn't interfere but would only support her silently even if he didn't like it at all. Sheng Hanjing patted Kong Weijin on the shoulder. Mom, let nature take its course. Okay. But when Kong Weijin thought of the fact that her daughter would fall in love with and marry a man then leave her soon, her eyes turned red and she almost cried. She really didn't want her daughter to leave her. When Yi Juncheng came to tutor Shenyang, he felt Annie was looking at him strangely. In the past, she was a little reluctant to see him approaching her daughter, but today she didn't seem to mind it at all. He didn't say anything and tried to behave even better than before. Seeing young master like this, Gao Feng was horrified. Young master, please stop playing innocent. Who could have imagined that 1 minute this man could be so cruel and the next he could look as innocent as a little harmless bunny in front of Shang Yang's family? Yi Junqing signaled Gao Feng to stand guard outside and knocked on the door. After getting a response, he pushed the door open and walked in. Just like when Kong Weijin went in, Shang Yang was still watching the movie while doing her test papers. However, as the movie continued, the hero and the heroine made out more and more fiercely and frequently. Yi Juncheng was a little stunned. His deep dark eyes that didn't even blink during the cruel scene earlier were wide open at the moment. He closed the door calmly and walked slowly behind her. You really don't view me as an outsider. You aren't an outsider. Sheng Yang was still writing. Do you know what you're talking about? The corners of Yi Juncheng's eyes turned red and his dark eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly leaned down, gazing at her with his clear eyes, but there was a flame burning in his eyes. I'm very dangerous. From this angle, his Adam's apple looked extremely beautiful and his voice was husky. I know. Sheng Yang finally put down the pen and raised her head. Sometimes you're like this. She imitated how Yi Juncheng usually looked in front of her mother. But sometimes you're like this. She imitated his ruthless look. Her learning abilities were really extraordinary. If she wanted to become an actress, she would make a very successful actress. In Yi Juncheng's eyes, she was unbelievably cute and attractive, making him want to swallow her up. She was so seductive at this moment, but she had no idea, which was very annoying. His eyes gradually darkened like a red flame turning into a black lotus, and he almost couldn't conceal his desire. And on the screen, the hero and the heroine kissed again, which added fuel to the flames. Sheng Yang tilted her head and muttered to herself, We're so close, but I still don't feel anything. Why? As if a basin of cold water was poured on his head, Yi Juncheng froze. Those romantic thoughts seemed to have legs and were immediately gone. This girl really didn't know anything about romance. Yi Juncheng sighed and began to doubt his own charm. Sheng Yang turned sideways and her finger accidentally touched his, and she clearly saw his slender fingers tremble slightly. Her heart did a flip, and the moment their fingers touched, she seemed to feel a faint electric current. Was that static? She looked at the sweater she was wearing. Well, in this season, it was possible. The next day, Sheng Hanjing and Elder Qian met at an old-fashioned tea house, and on the stage, an actor and an actress were singing a wonderful Shaoxing opera. Sheng Hanjing was sipping tea. Although he looked like a noble prince and didn't seem to fit in, he could adapt very quickly no matter where he was. After a while, Elder Qian rushed over and waved his hand at Sheng Hanjing. Hanjing, just like before, you arrived early. You're always so considerate and never make people wait for you. Sheng Hanjing smiled and looked so charming. There was something gentle about this man, and no woman could refuse him. The pair were going to collaborate on a performance at a small concert, so they were here to discuss the details. Shang Hanjing and Elder Qian had already chosen the songs, and now they would nail down some details. Elder Qian drank some tea as he put on his reading glasses and checked the rundown. He found no issues. He handed the rundown to Shang Hanjing. Have you shown the songs to your sister? My sister? Shang Hanjing was surprised. As far as he knew, Elder Qian seemed to have met his sister once and appreciated her musical talents, so he honestly said, not yet. Elder Qinyan looked at Shang Hanjing enviously. Shang Hanjing had such a good sister who could give him precious suggestions for free. Thanks to his good disciple, he now had to pay even more to get her advice. Show the songs to your sister, Elder Qian said meaningfully as he put down his teacup. Huh. Okay. Shang Hanjing was a little surprised. It seems Elder Qian thinks quite highly of Yang Yang. Last time Elder Yang said he wanted to accept Yang Yang as his disciple, but why did he give up so easily? After school, Sheng Yang and Fong Duo walked side by side. Fong Duo looked excited. Yang Yang, what do you think of the comic book I lent you yesterday? It was her favorite comic book. The two leading males' love story made her nose bleed, and the two were good-looking. Sheng Yang rubbed her temples and didn't want to hurt Fong Duo's feelings. It was okay. At this time, an annoying voice came from afar. Sister Shang'en was originally sitting lazily in the car and wasn't bothering to move at all, but when he heard the driver mention that Shang Yang had come out, he hurriedly stood up and called Sister. At the school gates, when Shang Yu heard this familiar voice, she shivered and immediately turned to escape. Anyway, she could still hide from him, right? But she had never heard Shang'en call her sister before. She had a hunch that Shang'en was about to play some trick, so she looked over only to discover that Shang'en wasn't calling her but was looking excitedly in a certain direction. Shang Yu's face instantly turned green. Shang'en always called her Shang Yu and never called her sister. But now he was calling Shang Yang sister? Was Shang Yang his sister? Sheng Yang looked at him silently. Fong Duo looked carefully at him and recognized him. Wasn't this boy Shang Yu's notorious brother? But she heard that he was sent to a boarding school. Why was he here? Fong Duo knew a lot of gossip. After calling out sister to Sheng Yang, Sheng'en suddenly began to pull the skirt of a girl next to him. The girl was so frightened and shouted, "Don't touch me." Sheng'en smiled grimly. "But I want to touch you. If you have a problem, go talk to my sister." In order not to lose face, Sheng Yu would resolve the problem he made quickly. But Sheng Yang, the BTCH, actually ignored him. He would teach her a lesson today. The girl couldn't stop Sheng'en, so she could only look at Sheng Yang for help. She had heard of Sheng'en and knew he was the youngest and most spoiled grandson of the Sheng family. She didn't dare to do anything to him out of fear of retaliation from the Sheng family. Of course, she couldn't afford to offend Goddess Sheng either, but the kid called her sister. Shouldn't she stop him from bullying her? Now Sheng Yang just casually made a call and spoke a few words to the person on the other end. Upon seeing this, Sheng'en looked incredulous then sneered. "Do you think I'd be afraid of you?" Sheng Yang turned the phone screen around, facing him. Seeing the phone number displayed on the screen, Sheng'en sneered contemptuously, thinking that Sheng Yang was just pretending. "However, Miss Sheng, we'll arrive in 5 minutes. You." Sheng'en let go of the girl's dress and stood in Sheng Yang's way as she was about to leave. "How could you do this to me? I'm your brother." Sheng Yang glanced at him and didn't bother to speak to him. "My brother? I don't have a brother like you." But in a way, Sheng Yu and Sheng'en were similar indeed. They both liked to claim their cousins as their brothers or sisters. The police came very quickly. The female student who was almost stripped of her dress by Sheng'en didn't dare to say anything out of fear of offending the Sheng family, but Sheng Yang directly showed the police the video she took earlier. It was just a short clip, but clearly showed what happened just now. Sheng'en had thought Sheng Yang was just bluffing. It was only then that he discovered she was serious. No one dared to treat him like this. Even Brother Hanjing and Brother Yushi gave in to him. Although they wouldn't just let him do whatever he wanted, at least they wouldn't directly call the police. "No, you can't just let the police take me away." The police were about to take Sheng'en away. Although they would only reprimand him, Sheng'en was still scared and tried to hold on to Sheng Yang. However, "Your sister is over there." Sheng Yang pointed at Sheng Yu, and the latter shivered. How embarrassing. She didn't want to clean up Sheng An's mess at all. In the evening, At the Sheng family home, Sheng Yang was sorting her books and organizing them into different categories. Sheng Hanjing suddenly walked in without his usual smile. Yang, I heard Sheng bothered you again? It's all right. Sheng Yang didn't take it seriously. This kid was obviously starved for love. He just tried to attract others' attention by acting out. But Sheng Hanjing didn't think so. He frowned crossly. This wasn't the first time Sheng harassed his sister. Was there anything else, second brother? Sheng Yang saw the music score in Sheng Hanjing's hands. Sheng Hanjing's face softened, and he raised the music score. Yang, we're going to perform soon. Would you like to listen to our music? Although Elder Qian said he should show the music to his younger sister, Sheng Hanjing didn't intend to force her to do that. If Yang had time, she could listen. If not, he wouldn't mind. Yes, but just a minute, second brother. Sheng Yang couldn't tolerate leaving things half done. Her obsessive-compulsive disorder forced her to put her books away first. She spent 5 minutes finishing up, during which Sheng Hanjing waited for her patiently. Then the two went to the piano room. Sheng Yushi also arrived to ask what Shingen did today, as his friend told him bits and pieces, but then he saw that second brother was going to play the piano. Seeing that second brother was going to play the piano, he stopped, stood by the door, and listened quietly. Many famous artists would perform at this concert, so the music was very beautiful, and Sheng Hanjing's performance gave Sheng Yushi an unprecedented auditory feast. Although Sheng Yushi hadn't learned to play any musical instrument, he listened to a lot of music due to his second elder brother. However, he had never heard such a beautiful piece of music. It was so warm and touching that he felt as if he was far away from the earthly world and in touch with the composer's thoughts. He was immersed in the music, feeling its joy and sorrow. After finishing listening to the song, Sheng Yushi touched his wet eyes. This song made him cry with joy. Bravo! Sheng Yushi clapped frantically. I bet your performance will be a big success. Sheng Hanjing nodded with a smile and cast an expectant look at his sister. His sister's praise meant a lot to him. Sheng Yang wasn't as emotional as Sheng Yushi. She just frowned slightly. Second brother, is your audience made up of mostly ordinary people or experts? Sheng Hanjing was stunned, not expecting such a question from her. Does that matter? If your audience is the former, a tune like this is good enough. Her words were sharp, which surprised Sheng Yushi, while Sheng Hanjing pursed his lips and was lost in thought. After a while, he looked up. Then what if my audience is the latter? Then I'm going to be blunt. Although the music is full of emotion, the links between the different parts aren't natural or smooth enough. But if you overemphasize the links, it will feel lengthy and ruin music's biggest advantage. There is almost no solution to this problem. Sheng Hanjing stared at her in shock. When he discussed this tune with Elder Qian, it was over this point that they struggled for a long time. They had a few backup songs, but it would be a pity if they gave up this masterpiece over just this weakness. They had been stuck today for too long and were pressed for some breakthrough. So under pressure, he still chose this song in the end. Unexpectedly, this biggest weakness was immediately noticed by Yang, and she pointed it out directly. Sheng Hanjing smiled. He finally knew why Elder Yang insisted on taking on Yang as a disciple. But to be honest, he didn't think Elder Yang was qualified to be Yang's teacher. Sheng Yushi couldn't understand what they were talking about. Looking at his second brother, then at his sister, he could vaguely tell that his sister was on the right side. Wow, Yang is great. Sheng Yushi was very happy. Sheng Hanjing recalled her words carefully. Yang, you said there is almost no solution. Do you mean it still can be resolved? Yes. Sheng Yang stretched out her hand. Sheng Hanjing handed her the music score and a pen. Sheng Yang sat at a table. Without thinking, she made a few modifications to the score before handing it back to Sheng Hanjing. Okay. Without reading the score, Sheng Hanjing asked incredulously, that's it? Sheng Yang didn't say much. There was no arrogance on his face, but only indifference. It seemed that this was common to her, and she motioned Sheng Hanjing to read the sheet music. Only then did Sheng Hanjing look at the score intently. At a glance, he noticed the first part she revised, where she added a rest. This was wonderful. Yes, why didn't he and Elder Yang think of this? In fact, they only need to pause here for a while. And for the second part she revised, she simply lowered the scale. Sheng Hanjing was a little confused. Wouldn't this affect the quality of the music? However, he performed the second part quickly only to discover that Yang Yang had made a few subtle changes here, making this part much smoother. As for the third and fourth parts, he and Elder Qian had wanted to revise them in the first place, but without modifying the first and second parts, they didn't know how to revise the latter parts. Sheng Hanjing put down the score. With mixed feelings, he looked at his sister. Yang Yang, has anyone taught you music before? In fact, he felt a bit rude to ask. After all, Yang Yang grew up in a mountainous village. No, but I did teach someone music. Sheng Yang thought. No matter what she learned, she liked to teach herself, including playing chess. She preferred to play chess with herself because she couldn't find an appropriate opponent. Ming Qi had once offered to teach her medicine, but after reading the books he gave her, she gave up the idea of studying medicine from him. Sheng Hanjing felt it was really a pity that Yang Yang hadn't chosen to take music as her career. He was sure she could make greater achievements than him if she did. Sheng Hanjing stared at Sheng Yang. Yang Yang, you're so talented. Have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? Not yet. Sheng Yang often thought about this, but currently, she wanted to learn everything because she really enjoyed the process of studying. Sheng Yushi could also tell that his younger sister was very talented in music, maybe even more than second brother. Sister, you can practice the piano that Sheng Yu played last time when you have time. Sheng Yushi no longer called Sheng Yu Yeye but Sheng Yu. Sheng Hanjing frowned unhappily when he heard that Sheng Yu had actually played his sister's piano. He viewed his piano as his private property and didn't allow anyone to touch it except for his family. Yushi was too careless to let Sheng Yu touch the piano, but he didn't blame Yushi. Yang Yang, I'll have someone take that piano and donate it tomorrow. I will buy you a better one. Okay. Sheng Yang didn't refuse. Second brother was really thoughtful. This was indeed one of the reasons that she hadn't touched that piano. By the way, sister. Sheng Yushi finally remembered why he had come. Sheng and Sheng Hanjing smiled gently. Yang Yang said that she would take care of this. Sheng Yushi opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. They just let Sheng off so easily? Second brother was too soft-hearted. Sheng Hanjing turned around and the smile on his face disappeared. He would only be able to resolve it alone if he said that. Although Sheng had transferred out of the boarding school, he was still young and needed to go to school. So Jiang Sini took pains to find him a private school. He certainly couldn't go to a public school. He didn't get good grades and liked to cause trouble, and public school teachers disliked him. A private school was a better choice for him, where the tuition fees were much higher. For the sake of money, teachers would be more patient with him. It was Sheng An's first day of school. As arrogant as ever, he randomly chose a seat and sat down. After a while, a weak-looking boy with glasses came. He timidly tugged at Sheng An. Hi, this is my seat. How can you prove it's your seat? Your name isn't engraved on the chair. Sheng An directly put his feet on the table. No one had expected the new classmate to be so arrogant. The teacher came and asked him to sit in his own seat, but he refused. The teacher could only give up. He knew this boy's family was very powerful. He could only point to a corner and say to the weak boy, "You can sit over there." "Humph, coward," Sheng An cursed. After this, everyone stayed away from this new classmate and would dodge him whenever they saw him. But Sheng An didn't hold back at all. "You, go downstairs and buy me a bag of biscuits." "Me?" The boy who was named was stunned. "Come on." Sheng An raised his fist and said viciously, "Do you want me to beat you?" The boy pursed his lips. If he had butted heads with Sheng An, his parents would be called to the school. Forget it, it wasn't a big deal to buy a bag of biscuits for him. He bought the biscuits and came back. Sheng An glanced at them and immediately threw them on the floor. "How come they're strawberry flavored? I want chocolate." "But you didn't say that earlier. Go buy me chocolate flavored ones. Now." But the boy refused. If he did it, who knew what Sheng An would force him to do next time? Seeing that this boy seemed to be tough and was glaring at him as if he was going to come up and fight him, Sheng An flinched and pointed at the weak boy. "You, buy me a bag of chocolate biscuits." Obviously, this boy was the weakest and was the easiest to bully in the class. Sure enough, the weak boy swallowed his anger and ran downstairs to buy a bag of chocolate biscuits, but Sheng An continued to bully him after. "Just biscuits? Why didn't you buy me a bag of jellies? Are you an idiot?" The whole afternoon, The weak boy ran upstairs and downstairs, and the other students felt indignant, thinking that he must really feel miserable. On his first day of school, Sheng-un was in a very good mood. What's the matter? He couldn't open it? Hello? Anyone there? He yelled. If he hadn't kept bullying that weak boy, he wouldn't have stayed so late. Now there was no one around. At this moment, only his voice echoed in the empty bathroom, which sounded a bit creepy. Sheng-un felt a chill run down his spine, and he hurriedly took out his phone. He put his cell phone in his school bag. Sheng-un could only keep knocking on the door, making a lot of noise. He then kept kicking the door over and over again. Although he was chubby, he was actually weak. After eating a lot of chocolate and candies, he was fat but had no strength. Sheng-un squatted down desperately, not wanting to waste his energy anymore. Normally, he would pant after running a few simple steps, so he didn't have enough strength to break open the door. At this time, there was suddenly a creepy noise accompanied by laughter and crying, shrill and terrifying. It sent a chill down his spine. What is this? Sheng-un froze. What he feared most were ghosts. He immediately hammered the door and cried, "Mom, I want Mom." The weak-looking boy was fiddling with his cell phone at the door, which was the source of the sound. Hearing Sheng-un's crying, the boy left. Then he took off his glasses, took out his cell phone, and dialed out. "Brother Hanjing, I did what you said. Thanks." The man's voice was gentle, as warm as sunlight. "Not at all. If it weren't for your tutoring, how could I have won a prize at the orchestral competition? Besides, I tolerated him for a whole day. Yes, no one teaches him to behave. As his cousin, I'll take care of it." Sheng Hanjing smiled coldly. That night, Sheng Yushi ran to Sheng Hanjing's room. "Second brother, let me tell you a piece of good news." "Huh." Sheng Hanjing turned, his silhouette chiseled and gentle. Sheng-un had a hard time on the first day at his new school. He even peed his pants. He must have been too rampant at school, and the kids must have retaliated against him. That serves him right. Really? Sheng Hanjing was surprised. "I'm sorry to hear that." He deserves it." Sheng Yushi curled his lips. Since he was little, countless people have been bullied by him. We're his cousins, so he hasn't dared to bully us, but he never shows any respect to us. Well, we're just too lazy to waste time on him. Yes. Sheng Hanjing lowered his eyes to conceal the emotions in his eyes. "But you didn't know the news until now?" Sheng Yushi looked at Sheng Hanjing. Sheng Hanjing propped his head with a hand and looked at his younger brother with a smile. "I'm not as well informed as you." At this time, Sheng Yushi suddenly spun on the spot and jumped up. "I'm so glad God taught Sheng-un a lesson for us. I'm gonna tell Yang the news." "Huh." Sheng Hanjing stood up immediately. "Let's tell her together." In Sheng Yang's room, after hearing the news, Sheng Yang put down the book in her hand and looked at Sheng Yushi seriously. "Third brother, do you really think God did it?" "Of course not. He must have bullied someone too hard and was retaliated against," Sheng Yushi hypothesized. They used scary sound effects to scare Sheng-un, and it happened to be what Sheng-un fears most. Sheng Yang stroked her chin. There must have been someone behind this. Sheng Hanjing coughed. Yang, this isn't a detective novel. You really like analysis and research, huh?" Sheng Yang looked at him silently. Logic and cause and effect apply to any occasion. Sheng Hanjing coughed again. Yang, I think you've read too many books. The piano I bought for you happens to be here now and has already been installed. Would you like to try it? Okay. Sheng Yang didn't refuse and got up immediately. They made a new piano room for Sheng Yang, which was larger than Sheng Hanjing's piano room. Sheng Hanjing had arranged this. Sheng Yushi looked at his sister, worried. This must be Yang's first time playing the piano. If she played terribly, he would go up and play a tune. Then Yang wouldn't feel so embarrassed. At this time, Sheng Yu and Kong Weijin also returned from the office. Hearing that their daughter was going to play the piano, they came up without even changing. Is Yang going to play the piano? Kong Weijin hurriedly took out her phone. Let me record it. In fact, Kong Weijin wished she could take pictures of her daughter every minute and record every moment of her life. This was her beautiful wish when her daughter was born, to take a picture of her every month to record her growth. Then after Sheng Yang grew up, the whole family could sit on the sofa looking at these photos, talking and laughing, enjoying the footprints of love. But Yang Yang hadn't been by her side all these years, which ended up a beautiful regret. So now, she would make up double for it. When Sheng Yang sat in front of the piano, Sheng Hanjing suddenly remembered something and said, Yang Yang, do you need me to bring a music score? He didn't know if Yang Yang was going to simply try a few notes or play a tune. No need. Upon hearing Yang Yang's answer, Sheng Hanjing knew it was most likely the former. Sheng Yang put her hand on the keyboard and suddenly, a beautiful and moving melody rang out. Sheng Hanjing was shocked. This prelude was clearly. Sheng Yushi also heard it and gaped in surprise. That day, he and his sister only listened to the tune once. How could she have memorized it and even be able to play it? They were brother and sister. How could they be so different? He felt a bit frustrated. However, the more he listened, the more frustrated he became. He had once said it was a pity that Yang Yang couldn't play the piano with second brother. Now when he recalled what he said, he felt ashamed. What the Hades was he talking about? Yang Yang was obviously very good at playing the piano. He was stupid to say that. And while listening, he even felt that Yang Yang might be on par with second elder brother at the piano. Except for her lack of emotion, her performance was perfect. In fact, Sheng Yang hadn't thought there was any problem with her performance earlier, but since Ms. Cui told her why her composition didn't get full marks, she began to pay attention to her weakness. She listened to the sound of the piano and frowned. This was her weakness. She lacked emotion not only in writing compositions, but also in playing the piano. So her performance was hollow and flashy. Wow, bravo! The whole family was mesmerized by the beautiful tune. It took almost a minute after Sheng Yang finished playing the tune before Kang Weijun returned from her shock and applauded loudly. Sheng Hanjing said with a complex expression, Yang Yang, I didn't know you played the piano so well. Sheng Yang shrugged. You never asked me. Oh, what an annoying answer. Sheng Yang touched her nose, frowning. But now I realize that I have a big weakness in playing the piano. This sounded like flaunting to Sheng Yushi. If Yang Yang had a big weakness in playing the piano, then what about him? Was he a waste who knew nothing but to eat, drink, and have fun? But Sheng Hanjing knew what she meant. Yang Yang, your playing skills are above mine. You're already very good, so your skills can make up for that little deficiency. Sheng Yu was stunned. Even Hanjing said Yang Yang's skills were superior to his, so his daughter might even be good enough to hold a concert tour. Yang Yang, do you want to hold a concert? If you want. Before Sheng Yu finished speaking, Sheng Yang interrupted. No. She didn't want trouble. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time reading more books? By the way, Yang Yang, when did you learn to play the piano? Kang Weijun was very curious. There were too many mysteries surrounding her daughter. Without thinking about it, Sheng Yang said casually, Yi Juncheng taught me. Whenever she was asked a question like this, she would use Yi Juncheng as an excuse. She didn't choose Ming Qi because Ming Qi wasn't as smart as Yi Juncheng. The latter was quick-witted enough to cover up her lies. Okay. Kang Weijun nodded and believed her. Now her impression of Yi Juncheng had improved even more and his score in her heart increased. The child really cared about Yang Yang. Mom, can you send me the video you just recorded? Thank God his mother was in the habit of recording. Otherwise, it would be hard to convince others that his sister was so musically talented. Okay. Kang Weijun sent it to Sheng Hanjing and was about to post it in her chat group with her besties. Although she seemed to be a domineering boss, she was a very nice person and had many good friends. However, since Yang Yang returned home, her besties had to listen to her talking about her daughter all day long, and their ears almost developed calluses. Searching my daughter in the chat log, there were tens of thousands of entries. Now she was going to post the video in the chat group. After Sheng Hanjing received the video, he immediately sent it to his eldest brother. Then he sent it to Elder Qian to show off. Mr. Yang wasn't qualified to accept Yang Yang as his disciple indeed. No wonder he was rejected. Elder Qian wasn't shocked at all, however, and quickly replied, What's so weird about that? You didn't know until now. Sheng Hanjing felt frustrated instantly. I've known for a long time. I've been paying your sister to revise my songs. Her fee isn't low 1 million yuan each, so I call her teacher. But Elder Qian didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt it was good value for the money. Money should be used to create value. He loved music and he was more than glad that he could buy the services of a genius like Sheng Yang. Many people weren't as lucky as him even if they were willing to pay. Shang Hanjing was shocked again. For a long time, he was speechless and stared at his sister who had already stood up. She seemed to play the piano just for fun and wasn't very interested in it, so she stopped after only playing 2 tunes. The students were hotly discussing Sylvia at school as the anonymous person kept posting news about Tian Karue, and even some students from other schools were intrigued. "I'm really not Sylvia. Why don't you believe me?" Tian Karue was irritable. She just wanted to focus on studying. "Karue, don't act humble. Those posts said very clearly that you're Sylvia and all the evidence points to you." It was once discovered that Sylvia's IP address popped up briefly at our school, which shows that Sylvia is very likely to be a student at our school. Sylvia must be a liberal arts student, so that narrows things down further. And there was a very old and rustic hand-knitted sweater at Sylvia's home, and your mother happens to have a similar sweater. The other students in our liberal arts class wouldn't wear such a sweater. Tian Karue was speechless. Are these people mocking me? That's right. I heard that the media found out, so they're going to interview Tian Karue. Annoyed, Tian Karue almost lost her temper. She suppressed her anger and took out her cell phone. "Look, I don't even have a TikTok account. I can't be Sylvia. Come on, everyone has 2 phone numbers, okay? We're classmates. Why are you still trying to hide it? I've been wondering how your family can afford our school's high tuition fees. It turns out that you earned the money by being an internet celebrity." Everyone thought Tian Karue was hiding her identity just to stay mysterious because Sylvia was originally known for her mystery. Once her true identity was exposed, it was very likely that she would lose a lot of followers. Class 1. Since He Yuan transferred to another school, Shang Yu had no lackey, so Shang Yu took the initiative to mend relations with Lu Shu. Although the two became friends again, they both knew that their relationship could never return to how it was in the past. Lu Shu showed Shang Yu her cell phone. Yeah. Do you think Tian Karue could be Sylvia?" Shang Yu smiled. "I don't think so. They don't seem to be the same person. But if Tian Karue isn't Sylvia, why would she do this?" Lu Shu was taken aback. "Do you mean Tian Karue is pretending to be Sylvia?" Shang Yu blinked. "I didn't say that, but her family is poor. If she was mistaken for Sylvia, it'd benefit her in ways she can't imagine. Isn't it because of money and fame that she studies so hard? If she gets enough attention, she can easily get what she wants." After a pause, Shang Yu went on. "Of course, this is just my opinion. I hope her dreams come true. Or if Sylvia isn't at our school, then Tian Karue's lie won't get exposed and she can hold on to her dream longer." Lu Shu pursed her lips, looking at Shang Yu with a complex expression. In the past, she would have thought Shang Yu was really nice, but now she only felt that Shang Yu was taunting Tian Karue. In Class 7, Shang Yang put down her book and caught a glimpse of Fong Duo holding her cell phone, looking left and right and struggling for a long time. "What's wrong with you?" Fong Duo rubbed her cheek. "I still think Tian Karue isn't my goddess Sylvia, so I want to find evidence, but after I read the anonymous posts on the forum, I'm almost convinced that she really is Sylvia. But is Tian Karue really Sylvia? I really don't want to believe it. Tian Karue isn't as unworldly and adorable as Sylvia." Shang Yang glanced at her and said indifferently, "Then you can just assume she isn't Sylvia." "No." Fong Duo clenched her fists. "I can't tolerate that possibility. I didn't care who Sylvia was before, but now that I know that she's by my side and is at our school, I must uncover her identity no matter how deep I have to dig." With that, Fong Duo lunged to her feet, picked up her cell phone and a notebook, and rushed out the door quickly. She was going to the liberal arts class to investigate. Shang Yang shook her head helplessly, then wrote a line of beautiful and smooth English words on her sheet of paper. "Sylvia." The handwriting was exactly the same as the handwriting in the video earlier. The first class cabin on an airplane. A beautiful air stewardess came over. "Sir, can you show me your boarding pass?" A man was wearing sunglasses and his hidden eyes were deep and charming. His lips were extremely thin. It was said that men with thin lips were cold-hearted, but were most attractive to women. The air stewardess couldn't help gazing at him from time to time. Lu Ziyuan. The name was a household name. The air hostess was surprised. Wasn't Lu Ziyuan the new stock god? Although he was young, this financial baron had extremely sharp business acumen and was almost the country's financial lifeline. Are you done? He didn't seem to like being disturbed. Well, yes. The air hostess said hurriedly. Please feel free to let me know if you have any requests, sir. Okay. The air hostess walked around to the other side of the first-class cabin where a man was taking a nap with his eyes closed. But he was extremely vigilant. He opened his eyes as soon as he heard a noise. Faced with these deep, dark eyes, the air hostess held her breath. Wow, I'm lucky today. She met another big shot Shang Tings, a rising star in the business field. He was young and smart, but a workaholic. The air hostess was from Yin City, so she knew very well that this young man was very likely to inherit the Shang family wealth. However, the air hostess raised her eyebrows, wondering why their seats were arranged this way. Wasn't there a rumor that Arthur, the English name of Shang Tings, and Mr. Lu Ziyuan were rivals? Why were they sitting together? Speaking of their relationship, it was a long story. They were rivals in the stock market, and due to their equally good business acumen, they invested in the same industry. So they started various competitions over territory, and recently, they were competing for the same plot of land. They were close rivals. Unlike ordinary people, people with keen business acumen usually chose the same projects. Mr. Shang, I'll leave you to rest. Wait a minute. Shang Tings looked at the air stewardess, and her heart skipped a beat. She felt that his eyes were really unfathomable. Is there any wine? He was always nervous and had difficulty sleeping. Now he finally had time to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep, so he needed a glass of wine. Yes, I want Romanée 1990. Shang Tings was always picky. The corner of the air stewardess' mouth twitched. I'm sorry, but we don't have that right now. Shang Tings frowned as his face turned gloomy. Then do you have 10-year-old tequila? He had specific requirements about the age of his liquor. No. The air stewardess wanted to say, Mr. Shang, we fly a plane. We don't run a winery. After a pause, she said helplessly, Mr. Shang, the best wine left on our plane is a Cabernet Sauvignon, which was produced within the last 5 years. Shang Tings reluctantly said, All right. At this time, someone next door shouted, Hi, bring me the best wine on your plane. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shang Tings narrowed his eyes. The air stewardess looked embarrassed. She hurriedly went out and walked to the next door. Mr. Liu, the bottle of wine you're requesting has been ordered by the gentleman next door. We only have ordinary wine now. Would you like that? Lu Ziyuan glanced at the closed curtain opposite, then said, How much is he paying? I'll pay you double that. The air stewardess felt even more embarrassed. It's not a matter of money. Then that must be because I'm not offering to pay enough. Seeing that Lu Ziyuan stood up and was going to talk to the guy next door, the air stewardess panicked. If Mr. Liu discovered that the one next door was his opponent, they might even fight. This was a long-distance flight, and they were in the first-class cabin. They wanted to ensure a smooth and happy journey for all their passengers. The air stewardess hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Liu, you can't go there. Lu Ziyuan's eyes were sharp. Upon seeing her trying to stop him, he smiled coldly. You know, I have many friends. Let me go over and see if it's my friend. With that, he walked over without any hesitation. The air stewardess was at a loss for what to do. God, he isn't your friend but your. Lu Ziyuan wasn't a rude person, so he stood outside the curtain. Hello? The other person didn't say anything. Lu Ziyuan frowned slightly and said politely, I don't mean to offend you, but can you please let me have the bottle of wine? Lu Ziyuan, am willing to pay 10 times the price and we can be friends, okay? When the air stewardess heard that, her pupils shrank. This was Lu Ziyuan's style. Since they couldn't sell the bottle of wine to Lu Ziyuan, he would just buy it from this man. However, just as rumored, he would never let go of anything he wanted. If it were someone else, he might have likely succeeded. Who could refuse this offer? Unfortunately, the person inside was Shang Tings. At this moment, the curtains suddenly opened, and the man inside was so tall that he had to bend to walk out. He stood face to face with Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan's eyes flickered. It's him? He wasn't as stupid as Ming Qi. If he wasn't shrewd enough, he wouldn't have become a successful businessman. As soon as Sheng Yang returned to the Sheng family, he had conducted a thorough investigation, but he didn't expect his rival Shang Tings to be Shang Yang's eldest brother. At that time, his heart sank to the floor. If he was a little bit gentler to Shang Tings, he wouldn't have to face such a problem. Therefore, since then, he had always avoided conflicts with Shang Tings, trying to make peace with him. But to his surprise, Shang Tings quitted the project too. Lu Ziyuan thought maybe Shang Tings suspected that he was playing some trick against him. In the end, they could only watch this huge piece of fat meat falling into someone else's mouth. Upon watching this scene, the air stewardess was scared. She had smelled gunpowder in the air. The two were confronting each other. This alarmed Shang Ting's assistant, Jin Se, who was sitting behind, and he hurriedly rushed over when he saw Lu Ziyuan, the god of stocks. Jin Se exclaimed internally, "One can't avoid one's enemy." His whole body was tight, and he was already prepared to comfort Mr. Shang in case the two of them fought. Looking at Shang Ting staring at him gloomily, Lu Ziyuan smiled. "Hi, Mr. Shang." Although he seemed polite, Jin Se somehow felt that Lu Ziyuan was being sarcastic. "Then I will pay for this bottle of wine and give it to President Shang as a gift," Lu Ziyuan said leisurely. Nervously standing between the two of them, Jin Se was stunned when he heard what Lu Ziyuan said. Why is Lu Ziyuan so friendly to Mr. Shang? No, I can't be confused by the enemy's sugar-coated shells. Maybe he's flaunting his wealth. The air stewardess was also stunned. He seemed different from the rumors. Shang Ting's face was tense, as if saying, "Do I need you to pay for me?" Lu Ziyuan understood instantly and laughed awkwardly. "Since Mr. Shang wants to buy it yourself, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave." With that, he returned to his seat and quieted down. Shang Ting stared at him suspiciously. This old fox must be up to something. After a while, he said coldly, "I don't want what others don't want." The air stewardess? At least they hadn't fought. Jin Se secretly heaved a breath of relief. Upon hearing that, Lu Ziyuan glanced at Shang Tings. If it weren't for the fact that he was Shang Yang's eldest brother, he would give Shang Tings a good beating. Forget it. For the sake of Shang Yang, he would tolerate Shang Tings. Shang Tings went to the head office as soon as he returned to China and stayed there on business. Although Shang Yu was his father, he didn't know his son had returned until others told him. "President Shang, Mr. Shang is back," the vice president of the marketing department told him. He was called into Shang Yu's office in the afternoon to report on the progress of the new project. Shang Yu looked dazed. "I didn't hear about that." The vice president was speechless. "It's true. I'm not lying to you." Shang Yu was so angry that he rushed out of the conference room and went straight to Shang Ting's office with a stack of documents. As soon as he pushed the door open, Shang Tings raised his brows. Shang Yu snapped angrily, "Oh, you finally came back. Why didn't you come to attend your sister's coming-of-age ceremony? You came back just because you heard that the Shang Corporation is going to annex a company, right? You don't need any family, do you? All you need is your work," he thundered, wanting to beat his son up. His eldest son had no human affection, the opposite of his second son. Expressionless, Shang Tings put a USB flash disk in front of Shang Yu. "I've completed the proposal for annexing Jiayuan Group." "Is this the point?" Shang Yu almost vomited blood. It was simply impossible to communicate with his eldest son. After a long while, he gave up and sat on the leather sofa. "When will you go home?" Although he missed his sister's coming-of-age ceremony, at least he should meet with his sister. His sister had been back for so long, but he hadn't seen her once. Yang wasn't angry at all, but he was angry for her. Shang Tings pointed to the piles of documents. "I won't leave my office until I finish processing these documents." Shang Yu was speechless. So in his eyes, his family and friends weren't as valuable as the lifeless pile of paper on his desk at all. Oh, yes, he forgot that he didn't have any friends. Soon, news of Shang Ting's return spread. Hearing that the eldest brother hadn't gone home to see Shang Yang after coming back, Shang Yu was pleased. Her guess was correct. No matter how second brother and third brother were bewitched by Shang Yang, the eldest brother was always the soberest and hard-hearted person in this family. As long as the eldest brother didn't take sides with Shang Yang, Shang Yu would feel satisfied. Grandfather Shang was very happy to know his eldest grandson was back. He always thought that Tings had inherited his character perfectly. Now with Tings at home, his eldest son and his wife couldn't do whatever they wanted anymore. Grandmother Shang wasn't in the mood to think about her eldest grandson. Recently, her youngest grandson, Sheng-in, had an accident. For some unknown reason, he buried himself in his quilt all day long and refused to go to school. He lost a lot of weight as a result. Sheng Yu, Kang Weijin, and their two sons seemed to have a tacit understanding and kept the news of Sheng Ting's return from Shenyang. Regardless of whether Yang Yang minded or not, they must protect her well. As soon as Sheng Yang walked out of the school gates, she received a phone call and the caller ID was 2. Although Fong Duo still concentrated on researching who Sylvia was, she still glanced at Sheng Yang's cell phone. Who's 2? Hi, Sheng Yang. I just got off the plane. It's been a long time. Let's have dinner together. Sheng Yang picked up the phone, only to hear Lu Ziyuan's voice. Okay. She had nothing to do tonight anyway. Lu Ziyuan was overjoyed. Who said it was hard to ask Sheng Yang out for dinner? He wasn't Ming Qi. Sheng Yang always cold-shouldered Ming Qi but treated him differently. In the private room, Lu Ziyuan and Ming Qi stared at each other with hostility, and after a while, Sheng Yang walked in. Lu Ziyuan said aggrievedly, "Why did you invite him over?" Ming Qi was also unhappy. Little Sheng Yang, I thought you asked me out for dinner. Why is this guy here? Ming Qi looked at Lu Ziyuan, his face full of disgust as if it was a disgrace to sit at the same table with him. You have nothing but money. No matter how much money you earn, you're still stupid. Lu Ziyuan rolled up his sleeves. I'm the stock god. Ming Qi snorted. But you're still stupid. Sheng Yang was annoyed. Shall I leave? No. No. At this time, the two of them spoke in unison. Sheng Yang sat down, and there was a very stylish hot pot on the table. Lu Ziyuan glanced at it and muttered, "Why does this look familiar?" Then it rang a bell. "Oh, this store is mine. I forgot. You know, I have too many companies." Ming Qi rolled his eyes at him. Humph, he's showing off. Lu Ziyuan put a piece of mutton in Sheng Yang's bowl with the serving chopsticks, saying, "I ran into your eldest brother on the plane." Then he glanced at Ming Qi again and said triumphantly, "I'm not as stupid as someone who befriended your enemy." He was referring to Ming Qi almost signing a contract with Jiang Sini. Ming Qi's face turned green, but he couldn't refute it. Sheng Yang ate a mouthful of mutton then said, "Actually, I don't know him very well. No, to be exact, I don't even know him." Lu Ziyuan was taken aback, and Ming Qi almost choked with laughter. Lu Ziyuan asked with persistence, "He's your eldest brother. How could you not know him?" Sheng Yang raised her eyes and said slowly, "I've never met him." Ha ha ha. Ming Qi was clutching his stomach. "Oh my God. I'm not as stupid as a certain someone." He repeated what Lu Ziyuan said earlier. Cleverness might overreach itself. Lu Ziyuan glared at Ming Qi but didn't say anything more. They weren't out for hot pot too late. Sheng Yang glanced at the time and picked up her school bag. "My mother wants me to go home before 8 o'clock. Ming Qi and Lu Ziyuan exchanged glances. Since when did Sheng Yang become so obedient? So Lu Ziyuan took Sheng Yang and his flashy Benz to her front door. Yi Juncheng watched from the balcony next door. He knew of their existence, but they didn't seem to know of him. Although they were all once rescued by Sheng Yang, he knew he was different from them. On the balcony, Yi Juncheng smiled charmingly. Behind him was a sky of starlight, and he waved to Sheng Yang to show his presence. Sheng Yang also waved her little hand at him. Ming Qi felt uncomfortable. Somehow he got the feeling that a beautiful pig was eating his cabbage. He raised his eyes. Who is he? Lu Ziyuan also frowned, feeling that he seemed to have seen this guy somewhere. My neighbor, Sheng Yang said lightly. She then said goodbye to them and entered the house. Standing on the balcony, Yi Juncheng looked at the two people leaning on the bins and sizing him up with their eyes. He was very polite and allowed them to look him up and down. Gao Feng, hiding in the dark, was shocked. When did young master become so good-tempered? In the living room, Kang Weijin came up to greet her. Yang Yang, are you back? The fireplace at home was already turned on in late autumn, but the house somehow felt deserted when Yang Yang was away. Once she returned, however, the house seemed to become warmer, and even the temperature seemed to rise by several degrees, and her heart was warm. Sheng Yang nodded and asked casually, Has eldest brother returned home? She asked this because Lu Ziyuan had told her. Kang Weijin was shocked, but she knew she couldn't keep it from Yang Yang, so she nodded guiltily. A child is better unborn than untaught. Although Yang Yang didn't say anything, Kang Weijin felt her receding back looked a bit sad. She thought, Yang Yang must be very sad. Yang Yang is so clever and sensible. Who could resist her charm? Only Shang Ting's, that rebellious son. He must be blind. She was so mad at him. Kang Weijin rushed upstairs, hid in her room, and took out her cell phone. She called her eldest son. Before he could say anything, she snapped angrily, Shang Ting's, what's your problem? Do you want your sister to go to the office to see you? I'll give you 12 hours. If you don't get your ace back here, She rolled her eyes. I'll go on a hunger strike. Shang Ting's held his forehead helplessly. As you like. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted, but he knew Dad would never let Ma starve. Her threat was unimplementable. Shang Ting's, you really are heartless. Mom, are you just getting to know me? At her wit's end, Kang Weijin covered her face and cried out, Don't you feel bad for your sister? Shang Ting's eyes flickered, but he said, What does that have to do with me? What? Fine. From today onwards, I'll have nothing to do with you. Kang Weijin was so angry that she hung up the phone. Her eldest son was really stubborn. After getting hung up on, Shang Ting's unfathomable eyes turned even darker. He clenched his fingers, but continued to read the document in his hand. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Sheng Yang returned from jogging in her sportswear. She wore a high ponytail which accentuated her beautiful little face and her delicate features. She was wearing a white short sleeve and white sweatpants, simple, but it set off her beautiful curves perfectly. Standing at the entrance, Sheng Yang suddenly paused because she keenly perceived that there were outsiders inside. With Yi Juncheng as her friend, who was often hunted down, she immediately felt alarmed. At this time, the others hadn't gotten up yet, and Yang Yang walked in calmly, carefully following the clues. When she arrived at the second floor, a black figure suddenly appeared. Before seeing it clearly, she instinctively pulled that guy into an overarm throw. He avoided it with difficulty. At this time, the room wasn't very bright. Since someone had attacked him, he certainly fought back. So the two started to fight silently. The noises woke up the rest of the family. Kang Weijin and Sheng Yu both rushed out in their pajamas. Well, Kang Weijin hurriedly stopped them. Stop it! Stop it! Sheng Hanjing stood between the two of them, looking helpless. Eldest brother, this is our sister. Shang Ting's immediately stopped. He had never expected the other person to be Sheng Yang. They had fought at least over a dozen rounds. If it weren't for their family trying to stop them, they would have continued to fight. How could she be so good at martial arts? Didn't Hanjing say she was a fragile little girl? Seeing that her eldest son had finally returned, Kang Weijin was somewhat pleased. After all, he wasn't irredeemable, and what she said last night had worked somewhat. But she was still worried. She didn't expect the siblings to start fighting as soon as they met. But thinking Yang Yang was still concerned about her eldest brother, she eagerly introduced them. Yang Yang, this is your eldest brother, Shang Ting's. However, Sheng Yang wasn't as happy as she expected. I thought there was a thief in the house, she said lightly, not explaining that it was because of Yi Junqing that she thought so. Shang Ting's expression turned a little complex. He turned to his mother. I just came back to pick up a document. I'll be leaving soon. Don't. Breakfast will be ready soon. Now that you're back, eat some breakfast before leaving. Kang Weijin tugged at Shang Ting's sleeve. But Shang Ting simply said, no. At this time, Shang Yushi, who had suddenly disappeared, returned. He showed a bright yet wicked smile. Eldest brother, are you looking for the stack of documents you put on the shelf? Shang Ting's raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Sorry, I hid them. I won't give the documents to you until you finish your breakfast. Shang Yushi lowered his face close to Shang Ting's, his eyes full of expectation. Come on, scold me. It's been a long time since you last scolded me. I actually miss it. By doing this, I can both listen to eldest brother scolding me and keep him at home. Killing two birds with one stone perfect. Shang Ting stared at him, his eyebrows twitching. Sheng Hanjing's face also wrinkled as if he couldn't stand the sight of his stupid younger brother. At this moment, Sheng Yang suddenly walked away without saying a word. Wondering what she was going to do, everyone couldn't help but look at her. After a while, Sheng Yang came back with a stack of documents in her hand and threw them at Shang Ting's. Here you are. Shang Ting's caught them steadily. Sheng Yushi. Sheng Yang was very protective of her family. She wasn't going to let anyone bully her third brother. Besides, considering her third brother's IQ, it wasn't hard to figure out where he hid the documents. Shang Ting stared at Sheng Yang for quite a while, then suddenly said, "I'll have breakfast before leaving." "All right." Kong Weijin was very happy to hear that. Sheng Yang shrugged. She felt that her eldest brother, who was rumored to be inhuman, was really weird. The dining table was large, so typically the addition of just one more person wouldn't make a big difference. However, the atmosphere turned out quite different from usual. This was all because of Shang Ting's. When eating, he seemed to turn the dining table into a meeting place for negotiations. Finishing his breakfast gracefully and quickly, he stared at Shang Yang with an aggressive look. "Who did you learn your martial arts skills from?" Without any beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. He never spent time on trivial matters. This was his style. Fortunately, Shang Yang was used to this style. She stared back at him with her clear eyes, asking, "What about you?" Sheng Yushi couldn't help hissing. "Sister is awesome. She's the first person who's dared to confront eldest brother." Shang Hanjing also looked at the two of them nervously, and the typical gentleness on his face was gone. However, along with their parents, they suddenly realized that eldest brother was asking Yang Yang about her martial arts skills. Yes, when they arrived at the scene earlier, the two of them were fighting. Kong Weijin's heart did a flip, and she hurriedly leaned over. "Yang Yang, were you injured? Had her heartless eldest son hurt Yang Yang?" Kong Weijin finally felt relieved when she checked her daughter several times to ensure she was unscathed. But she still glared at Shang Ting's. "Even if you didn't know who she was, you shouldn't have beaten her." Shang Ting's was expressionless. "She started it." Kong Weijin's expression froze, but she still snapped. "Your sister was just playing with you with her small fists." Shang Ting's glanced at his mother with double standards. "Are you sure those are small fists?" Kong Weijin snorted. "Sure. Your sister is so fragile and helpless. What could she do to you?" "Fragile and helpless?" No wonder Yushi said she was a delicate little girl. Shang Ting's looked deeply at Sheng Yang. If he hadn't avoided her punches during the battle earlier, he would have been beaten black and blue or even sent to the hospital. Noticing what his eldest brother emphasized, Shang Hanjing pondered. He didn't think his eldest brother would say such things for no reason. At this time, Sheng Yang suddenly glanced at Shang Ting's and answered his question, half perfunctorily and half seriously. "There are many wild dogs in the countryside. I had to learn how to fight to dodge their attacks." Composed as Shang Ting's was, his face turned black instantly. "How dare Mom say she missed me? I'm going back to the office." "Hey, Ting's." Failing to keep Shang Ting's there, Kong Weijin turned around and looked at Sheng Yang, but she didn't blame her. "Your eldest brother was in the wrong. How could he beat his own sister?" "What you said was right, Yang Yang." Sheng Yushi also agreed and emphasized. "Eldest brother isn't a human." Only Shang Hanjing didn't say anything. Although he was partial to Yang Yang, his eldest brother was too pitiful to have no one on his side. "You shouldn't call him a dog," Shang Hanjing said slowly. "Eldest brother is at least a dog noble." Sheng Yang raised her head and looked at them in confusion. "I didn't mean to scold him. I just told the truth." Even if she scolded eldest brother, it didn't matter. They all indulged her without limit. If Yang Yang had scolded someone, it would be the other party's fault. Eldest brother was no exception. Jinsi found that Mr. Shang hadn't been in the right mood since his return. He called several executives into his office and made them take turns to listen to him admonishing them. The whole morning, everyone at the office was in a panic. Mr. Shang was scary. Only Jinsi keenly sensed that Mr. Shang's mood was off, and maybe it had something to do with him going home that morning. At 5 o'clock that morning, as soon as Shang Tings walked out of the office, Jinsi woke up and greeted him. "Mr. Shang, where are you going?" "I'm going home to pick up a document." "Oh, that will be a waste of your time. Let me get it for you," Jinsi volunteered. He knew that Xiaosheng always cherished his time. "No." Mr. Shang glanced at the time and said, "I'll go back by myself. Cancel all my appointments this morning." "Okay." But before 8 o'clock, Mr. Shang returned with no expression on his face. Jinsi, who had been with him for several years, realized something must be wrong. Sure enough, a lot of things happened later.